Anyone who has experienced a terminal illness understands that the feeling of being sentenced to death by fate is truly suffocating. On one hand, there is the torture of illness that follows like a shadow, and on the other hand, there is the feeling of powerlessness as life counts down. Even breathing seems like a burden. What is even more terrifying is the kind of life that is completely denied, as if even existence itself has become redundant. My name is Ye Xiaoda. I was once known as a chosen one, by others. I graduated from a prestigious university and had a bright future. But who would have thought that just a few years after entering the workplace, I stayed up late, worked overtime, and had frequent social engagements, which eventually led to me being diagnosed with advanced gastric cancer. The doctor advised me to undergo conservative treatment, and my family members looked at me as if they were saying goodbye in advance. I thought my life was over until that night fate played a crazy joke on me. I was unexpectedly chosen as the Blue Star spokesperson for the Super Space-Time Trading Platform. An old kitchen knife passed down from the family was exchanged for a priceless century-old wild ginseng. A few kilograms of ordinary northeastern rice, and the other side handed over an alien high-energy battery. Cabbages from the vegetable market can actually be exchanged for medical robots that are fought over in other worlds. Penicillin has become a scarce hard currency on the other side. At that moment, the door to technology and fantasy opened for me. And I, a cancer patient who originally had only a few years left to live, actually rose up with my own hands, through countless transactions across time and space, and became a supergiant sweeping the world. At this time, on the cement steps at the door of my house, my father Ye Liheng lowered his head, smoking one cigarette after another. His white hair was disheveled and his expression was tired. Mother Su Hui sat next to her father with empty eyes, as if she had become numb to her emotions. The pile of cigarette butts at my father's feet resembled his unsuppressed anxiety and powerlessness. As soon as he saw me come back, Ye Liheng immediately put out the cigarette in his hand, stood up abruptly, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. Su Hui also looked at me, her eyes full of hope. I walked over, gently placed the information bag in my hand at their feet, sat down on the steps, and said, "Mom, please help me cook a few more dishes tonight. I want to drink some wine with Dad." "Your health is like this, and you still drink." Before Su Hui could finish her words, Ye Liheng interrupted her with a wave of his hand. The father glanced at the mother and said firmly, "Go ahead, kill a chicken and cook a few more dishes. Fry some chili peppers. Xiaoda hasn't eaten spicy food for a month, so he must be craving for it. I want to have a few drinks with him tonight." Su Hui was stunned, and the next second tears rolled down her eyes. She understood everything, but said nothing, turned and went into the kitchen. Only sobbing sound floated up. My father and I sat on the steps. No one spoke and the silence flowed in the night breeze. "Dad, how much does our family owe now?" "About a few $100,000. "How much did those two sisters pay for my treatment?" "Your eldest sister paid over 300,000 yuan, and your second sister also paid over 100,000 yuan. I nodded, my eyes falling on the twilight in the sky. "Dad, after I leave, there should be some money from the company, and my friend will send it to me. I'll pay off the foreign debt first. As for my two sisters, I can only say I'm sorry." Ye Liheng responded softly, but didn't say much. He had his own plans. Although the family was poor, as long as the person was still alive, he would take care of the debt. The son was gone, but the father was still there. The daughters had already given everything they had, and they could not be disappointed again. In the evening, the dishes were very rich stir-fried pork with peppers, braised pig's trotters, spicy native chicken, chicken offal, salted fish cubes, and my favorite sweet potato leaves. My mother cooked a table of delicious dishes, all of which were my favorites. But I had no appetite. It wasn't because I was in a bad mood, but because my body no longer allowed me to eat one more bite. Soon, Ye Liheng took out a bottle of Wulianye from his bedroom and placed it solemnly on the table. "This is what your brother-in-law brought when he first came home. It was originally reserved for the second uncle to drink when he came to visit. Today, we drank it together." "Okay. Dad, let's not stop drinking today," I shouted with a smile, but my voice was choked with sobs. This time, Su Hui did not stop him, but quietly brought 2 cups. I raised the first cup and said solemnly, "Dad, Mom, this first cup is for you. Thank you for raising me. As the wine went down my throat, my stomach churned and my eyes became sour. The second time, I said with red eyes, This cup is to apologize to you. Your son has not been able to repay you well in this life. The third time, I raised it higher and lowered my voice. This cup is for myself. If there is an afterlife, I still want to be your son. After 3 cups of wine, I couldn't hold on any longer. My head tilted and I fell on the dining table. Beside me, my father patted my shoulder gently and didn't let go for a long time. The night wind blew, the food was still hot, the cups were still full, but my heart was heavy. I'm actually not very good at drinking white wine, let alone in this kind of situation, where I'm forced to drink it all in one gulp. Ye Liheng, who was standing opposite him, had a head full of white hair that was already soaked, and tears were streaming down his face. Over the past few decades, he had suffered more than we had ever seen in our lifetime, but this time, he could no longer hold back. Su Hui, who was standing by, hugged me, who was already drunk, and cried heartbreakingly, howling in a hoarse voice. Oh God, this is so unfair! Why do you let me, an old man, send off a young man? Ye Xiaoda, did I provoke you? Huh! As she shouted, she raised her hands and slammed them hard on the table. The grief that had been suppressed for a whole month finally burst out completely. It was dark, and I didn't know what time it was. I woke up in a daze, feeling my stomach burning, my head exploding, and my mouth dry. I struggled to get up from the bed and wanted to go downstairs to drink some water. But before I could even go out, my stomach suddenly started to twist my body and I fell to the ground. Everything went black and I lost consciousness. Huh! Is this heaven? Why is it so white? When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a space with 6 pure white sides. It was so white that it was dazzling, whiter than the legs of my sister-in-law next door, really. It seems that I am dead. I immediately let go of my thoughts and shouted into the air. Is there anyone? No, is there an angel? Angel sister, come out quickly and let me see, are you white? As a result, just as the voice fell, a mechanized voice echoed in the empty room. Welcome to the Trans-Space Trading Platform. Would you like to bind and become a Blue Star agent? Oh my God, what the hell? I shuddered and shrank back into the corner. Aren't people supposed to go to heaven after they die? What kind of process is this White House? Come to think of it, we're all going to die anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? I stood up and shouted, Bind! As soon as I finished speaking, a virtual screen appeared 1 meter in front of me, with an introduction scrolling quickly on it. The Trans-Space Trading Platform is dedicated to connecting various planes and eras to achieve resource sharing. Through item trading, you can influence the development of the other world and gain corresponding points, which can be used for consumption within the platform. Junior agents can be matched with a trading partner once every 7 days. After 10 valid transactions, they can be promoted to intermediate agents. I took a quick look and there wasn't much information. The main point was that the transaction could be exchanged for something. Do you want to start matching the first transaction partner? Now that we are here, let's match. The next second, the screen prompts. Match successful. The transaction object is from the primitive Stone Age and is rich in natural resources. Then, the whole room began to change, like a transformer, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a minimalist white conference room with a white table in the middle and a white chair on each side. Suddenly, there was a flash of light on the chair opposite, and a sturdy man appeared. Bald head, shirtless, wearing only a grass skirt, his muscles seemed to be made of bricks. He glanced at me and said in a silly voice, My name is Xiong, and I am the agent of Yuang Xing. I quickly stood up, bent over and shook hands. Agent of Blue Star, nice to meet you. Xiong shook it with an awkward expression. Perhaps this etiquette was too new to him. What do you want to change? He asked bluntly. I thought about it and immediately asked, Do you have medicine for stomach cancer? What is gastric cancer? Xiong scratched his head, looking confused. I slapped my forehead and then I remembered that they were still in the Stone Age and wouldn't understand this. Then, is there anything that can strengthen your body? What do you eat when you are sick? This time he understood, his eyes lit up, and he leaned forward and said, Where we eat this when we are sick. As I was talking, a plant projection appeared in front of me. It looked like a giant ginseng, and there was a description next to it, wild ginseng, 100 years old, produced in the Stone Age, strengthens the body and prolongs life. I was stunned. 100-year-old wild ginseng? The oldest one in our village is only about 70 years old. Do you want this? Xiaoda asked tentatively. Okay. What do you want to change? Weapons, he said without hesitation. Where can I get an AK-47 in peacetime? How about a knife? I have a kitchen knife. As I said that, I called up a virtual display of a kitchen knife, along with its parameters. Xiaoda stared at it with wide eyes, and suddenly stood up and shouted. That's it! A divine weapon! A divine weapon! That's it! I said, a little disgusted. This is it! The wild boar tribe next door dares to steal my wife. With this knife, I can chop them down. I was confused. You are defending your wife with a kitchen knife? But it doesn't matter. 10 knives for 10 ginsengs, how about that? I said. Deal! Xiaoda was so excited. This one is for you, and I'll upload the rest within an hour. Just like that, I completed my life. No, my first super time and space transaction after death. Strangely enough, my stomachache disappeared, my headache went away, and I felt so comfortable all over. Maybe this place is not heaven, but this platform, maybe it's more fun than heaven. The next morning, I woke up in a daze. Spread on the roof of the familiar old house, as if everything was just a dream. I touched my still aching stomach and propped myself up on the bed. At this moment, I glanced out of the corner of my eye and saw a green thing lying in the puddle of vomit on the floor by the window. I looked closely and it turned out to be a plant. It had 7 leaves, a stem thicker than my little finger, and a well-developed root system, the thickest part of which was about the size of an egg. My eyes suddenly widened. Ginseng? Of course I know this stuff, and it's not ordinary ginseng, but wild 7-leaf old ginseng, the best of the best. But here comes the question. I didn't buy this stuff last night. How did it appear next to my bed? Suddenly, I remembered the bizarre dream I had last night, the super space-time trading platform. Can this be true? I muttered. Before I could finish my words, the next second, everything went dark in front of my eyes and I was pulled into that familiar pure white space again. The only difference was that there was a pile of wild ginseng neatly stacked in the middle of the room, glowing faintly and surrounded by a halo. Xiaoda has submitted the trading items, 10 wild ginsengs. Please submit 10 iron weapons within the countdown to complete the transaction. After the transaction is successful, it cannot be traded again within 7 days. A calm, mechanical reminder sounded in my ears. Quit! I thought to myself, and instantly returned to reality, sitting on the bed, motionless. I even forgot about the stomachache temporarily. Thinking back to a month ago, the doctor's examination report almost shattered all my hopes. At that time, I was filled with endless fear and despair. At this moment, I was shocked but also ecstatic. The protagonist. I finally became the protagonist? I looked down at the ginseng on the ground, picked it up, shook off the dirt on it, opened my mouth and bit into it. I didn't even wash it, because it was all my vomit anyway. According to the platform, this thing is good for the body. And although the 100-year-old wild ginseng may have been used by people before, it is estimated that no one has ever eaten it raw like I did. As for the taste, to be honest, it's a bit bitter and earthy, and gets stuck in your teeth. Overall, it's not as delicious as radish. About half an hour after I finished eating, the dull pain in my stomach actually eased a lot. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or if it really worked. I was in a better mood than ever and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. There was some fried pork with peppers in the refrigerator that I didn't eat last night. I heated it up, cooked a bowl of noodles and mixed them together. Then a bowl of fragrant noodles was ready. My stomach still hurt a little, but I didn't care about that and just kept eating and drinking. I'm almost dead, why should I avoid certain foods? I thought as I ate. I won't be able to enjoy this kind of food in heaven. This is the first time I have eaten so much in a month. Before, I was either in a bad mood or my stomach was upset, and I even lost my appetite. After eating, I slowly went to Uncle Kai Jian's house across the village. He was the only blacksmith in the village and my father's sworn brother. Uncle Jian, are there any kitchen knives at home? I asked while holding the door. Hey Xiaoda, why are you here? Come in and sit down. We still have a few kitchen knives. Uncle Kai Jian, who is in his 60s and wearing a leather skirt, is strong and sturdy. He warmly welcomed me into the house. I got straight to the point. Uncle Jian, I want 10. 10? Why do you need so many? He looked confused. If you don't have that much, other iron objects that can be used as weapons will do. Uncle Jian paused after hearing this, then turned to stare at me, and suddenly his face became serious. Xiaoda, are you mad at that bastard from the Lu family? We can't do anything stupid. The son-in-law of the Lu family has some influence in the town. If a murder really happens, it's okay for you to run away, but your parents will. He was still trying to persuade me, so I quickly waved my hands and explained. Uncle Jian, you think too much. I can't beat a kid with my body, and killing someone is impossible. Poison is more powerful than me. After listening to me, he was stunned for a moment, nodded and smiled, then found 5 kitchen knives and 5 sickles for cutting pig grass for me. How much? I asked. It doesn't matter what the money is. Uncle Jian waved his hand. No, my dad bought one for more than 20 last year. I'll give you 200, no bargaining. I slammed the money on the table and turned away. I couldn't carry these ironware, so Uncle Jian just helped me carry them back home personally. Back in the bedroom, I locked the door, drew the curtains, and looked at the 10 pieces of iron on the ground. I thought to myself, platform, recycle! The next second, the kitchen knives and sickles disappeared from the ground. When I entered the pure white space again, the halo on the pile of ginseng was gone. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the Blue Star agent, the first transaction is completed. For submitting the material influence rating, you will receive bonus points, 11. I rolled my eyes immediately. Only 11 points for helping someone get his wife back? That's too stingy. As far as I know, a junior agent can get up to 100 points for one transaction, not to mention a mid-level agent, who can start at double that. I went in and out of the platform repeatedly, and finally figured out the tricks. The items obtained from transactions can be left on the platform, or taken out at any time, and put back again. Non-traded items cannot be entered. I put all 10 ginseng plants in there. Any one of them, if sold, could pay off the family's foreign debt. Thinking of this, I was shaking with excitement. At least, before I leave this world, I won't be a burden to my parents anymore. And what follows is the starting point of my real change of destiny. Points redemption? This is a transdimensional trading platform. All the rare treasures from countless planes and different eras can be redeemed as long as you have points. I stood in the pure white space and shouted without hesitation. Platform, I want to exchange! The intelligent platform is indeed powerful. Not only can it communicate directly through voice, but it is also proficient in all plain languages. Please tell me the item you want to redeem, and the platform will provide recommendations based on your points balance. I took a deep breath and said, I want to exchange, for medicine that can cure my stomach cancer. The moment I said it, I stared at the screen in front of me, my heartbeat quickened, just like the moment when I checked my college entrance examination scores. Back then, my fate depended on my scores. Now, it was a matter of life and death. But after waiting for a long time, the light screen was completely silent. There was nothing. Platform. I want medicine to cure stomach cancer, even if it has just a little bit of effect. I asked again unwillingly, my voice filled with pleading. Still, no response. I slumped to the ground, my eyes hollow and my face clearly showing frustration. The little bit of hope that remained was shattered too quickly and too harshly. It turns out that even the points can't save my life. Well, I'll die. But I have to sell the ginseng. I can't die and leave a lot of debt to my parents. I lay back on the recliner in the main room, closed my eyes and recalled the wild ginseng in the mountains. Unfortunately, my body no longer allows me to travel. I should be able to sell so many top-quality ginsengs at a good price. But now I am afraid that I will collapse before I even reach the market. Not to mention that you have to be on guard against robbery along the way. If you don't get the money, you will lose the ginseng too. I took out 3 ginseng plants and posted a message on WeChat. Moments first, maybe, there is still a glimmer of hope. 3 high-definition photos were accompanied by the caption. I dug a ginseng nest in the mountains and found 300-year-old wild ginseng plants. If you are interested, please contact me. But I know that among my friends, there are not many people who are really wealthy, except for a few girls selling tea. So, I made up my mind and started a live broadcast. Who hasn't done a live broadcast now? Don't show your face, don't talk, just focus the camera on ginseng. Whoever understands it will buy it. My principle is simple: good things need no explanation. The circle of friends began to ferment, and dozens of replies came in. Xiaoda, are you crazy? Is this the white radish transformed into a spirit? It looks quite like ginseng. Aren't you from the southwest? Where did you get the century-old ginseng? I took $20. Stop it, sell me the homestead. Some people were really anxious. Lu Baonan, why are you arguing with someone with advanced gastric cancer? When I saw the words, I'm sorry, my heart tightened and my eyes dimmed. I don't blame you. I blame this damn world. And even if I didn't have cancer, it would be impossible for us to be together. You are a city person and I am a farmer. During the whole day, only 2 or 3 people came to the live broadcast room and left. After all, who would believe that you could dig up 300-year-old wild ginsengs at one time? I went to sleep and the live broadcast was on. But that night, the live broadcast room was unusually lively. The next day, when I opened my eyes, I opened my phone while brushing my teeth. When I saw the barrage and private messages, I almost swallowed the toothpaste. Online users, 14,675. Comments are flying. It turned out that someone who knew something about the ginseng had figured out the secret. The ginseng was of a unique appearance, and it was difficult to tell whether it was real or fake, which attracted a large number of experts to watch. Some ginseng merchants said that this product did not look like products from the Northeast or the Southwest, and that its appearance was completely unfamiliar. They had never seen it before. Some people even questioned, wild? How come there is not a single ginseng root left? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That was done by Xionghan. Others use brushes to dig ginseng, but he just pulls it out like pulling radishes, 1 per second, not caring about the whiskers at all. Price? I marked it at 10W, which is cheap. A lot of people were sarcastic to me. How dare you sell the real thing so cheaply? I'll eat shit if I can sell it. Anchor, I'll consider removing 10. I just ignore it. At this time, the barrage exploded. I'm here to fight fakes. It's fake fighting Brother Biao. The big V is here. He specializes in catching fake ginseng. Here he comes, he's driving a G-Class. I hadn't noticed yet and was eating when a black G-Class drove up to my door. 3 people got off the car. The one in front looked sloppy and obviously came from a wealthy family. The middle-aged man behind him was smart and capable. The last one was the photographer, fully armed. As soon as the live broadcast started, hello everyone! I am Brother Biao, the anti-counterfeiting expert. Today we are going to expose a live broadcaster who sells fake ginseng. It's ridiculous to say that it's 100-year-old wild ginseng. I also brought Uncle Gang with me, an old expert who can identify ginseng with his eyes closed. Let's go to the scene. Let him apologize, live. The comments instantly flooded the screen. Brother Biao is awesome. Let's start fighting against fakes. Anchor, you are done. The moment they walked into the main room, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks. I was lying on a chair, wearing a pair of ordinary shorts, feeling listless and too lazy to move. My calves were skinny, my cheeks were sunken, and I looked like a long and decayed corpse. If my eyes hadn't been open, I would have been really scared. Instead, my eyes, because I was too thin, looked particularly large, and the more I looked at them, the more creepy they were. Guahai was obviously stunned for a moment, looking a little unnatural. He waved towards the live camera and asked the cameraman to lower the camera first. He walked up, held out his hand, and said, I'm Brother Biao, the anti-counterfeiter. Are you the young man selling ginseng? This ginseng-selling guy was the online name I used during my live broadcast. I didn't stand up, but just shook his hand symbolically, nodded, and lazily replied, Yeah. Guahai hesitated for a moment, looked at me and asked, What's going on with you? I have advanced stomach cancer, so it's not very convenient for me to move. Please forgive me, I said calmly. I want to do a live broadcast, do you mind? I'm not photogenic, the rest is up to you. He nodded and motioned for the camera to slowly lift up. The audience in the live broadcast room finally saw me lying there. Although they couldn't see my face clearly, my skinny figure was shocking enough. The comments immediately flooded in. Too thin? I just said it's advanced gastric cancer. How pitiful! There's no meat on his legs. Late-stage cancer means you can't eat anything, so it's normal to be this thin. Looking at this, you may not have much time left. Guahai looked down at me, then looked at the 3 ginsengs as thick as wrists on the ground. Suddenly, his expression became stern, as if he had made some decision. Everyone, look carefully, he said to the camera. This is the young man who has advanced stomach cancer. He is indeed pitiful, but this is no reason to sell fake goods. It's wrong to lie. Let's see if this thing is real or fake. He squatted down and aimed the camera at the 3 ginseng plants on the ground. Look at the shape of this ginseng head. It doesn't look wild at all. And the ginseng roots are all gone. Who would be so careless with a real wild ginseng? It must be fake. But what I say doesn't count. Uncle Gang, come and take a look. Song Gang, who had been staring at the ginseng since he entered the door, quickly squatted down, carefully picked up a ginseng and examined it carefully. Uncle Gang has been dealing with ginseng for decades, so he can tell the real thing from the fake at a glance, right? Song Gang didn't say anything, but just nodded. What Guahai didn't see was that Song Gang's eyes flickered at this moment, and his mind was already full of thoughts. Uncle Gang, it's fake, right? Guahai said excitedly, with a gleam of victory in his eyes. The ginseng is real. Song Gang suddenly raised his head and said firmly. Guahai seemed to be struck by lightning. He froze in place, his mouth opened wide enough for an egg to fit in. His face turned red in an instant, and he was completely stunned. It is real, but it is not wild, it is artificially cultivated, Song Gang added. Shit! Guahai let out a long breath, and felt relaxed. Uncle Gang, can you please stop keeping me in suspense? If it's not wild, then it can't be considered the real thing. The live broadcast room was immediately filled with laughter, and comments were flooding the screen. This reversal came too quickly. I was so scared that I thought the fake was successfully exposed. Ha ha ha. Song Gang slowly stood up, but he secretly glanced at me from the corner of his eye, and quietly wrote down my live broadcast account. He probably guessed something. I was speechless for a moment. This old man was indeed not a simple person. Guahai regained his composure, excitedly grabbed a ginseng, threw it and caught it, looking very interested. Song Gang felt heartbroken watching from the side. Everyone, look carefully, this is indeed ginseng, but it's not wild. Wild ginseng of this size is simply not available now. Real wild goods could cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. He changed his tone and looked at me seriously. Young man selling ginseng, although it is difficult for us, we can't sell fake goods. We must have a bottom line. Okay, let's end this anti-counterfeiting live broadcast here. After saying that, he left without even looking back, without even looking at me again, which made me want to curse. As soon as he got into the car, Guahai seemed to remember something and added to the camera. Brothers, this young man is really miserable. I think he sells ginseng to treat his illness. So, I will donate 10,000 yuan to him. A few minutes later, he returned to the house and stuffed a wad of money directly into my hands. Take it and spend it. What is this? I was stunned. Consolation money, he said as a matter of course. Consolation money? My eyes widened instantly when I heard these 3 words, and my heart was shocked. I was miserable, but it was not to the extent that I needed condolence money, right? He patted my shoulder and said with a smile, You're welcome. Take good care of yourself and remember not to lie to others in the future. I turned over and didn't want to pay attention to him. The live broadcast room was very lively. I was so moved that I cried. Brothers are really manly. I got 10,000 yuan for nothing. I'd be surprised if I wasn't excited. I sneered in my heart, crying. I'll cry for your heads. Guahai was about to leave when I suddenly said, Take a ginseng and go. I won't take it. Keep it for yourself. But don't go out and cheat people. Just take it if I tell you to. Otherwise, I don't want the money. Seeing that I was getting excited, he quickly took a ginseng and threw it into the trunk. The three drove away and the live broadcast ended successfully. For Guahai, this was just an ordinary live broadcast to fight against counterfeiting. But for Song Gang, those few short minutes were like an earthquake. There are some things that you can never see in a live broadcast, but the scene can tell you more of the truth. What a crappy road! Guahaibian cursed while driving and couldn't stop. The dirt road leading out of Beishan village has steep cliffs on one side and a shimmering reservoir on the other. Although the scenery is pleasant, it is extremely difficult to pass. He cursed all the way during the 40 to 50 minutes of bumpy ride. In the car, Song Gang asked persistently, "Mr. Gua, can you sell me the ginseng in the trunk? My wife just bought a chicken today, and it's perfect for making soup." "Go to hell, you must be trying to use it to cheat people." Guahai smiled, but didn't curse harshly. Song Gang smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Gua, how dare I lie? You can tell at a glance that this thing is fake." "I won't give you a fake one." Song Gang glanced at him, his heart full of anger. 1 million, just gone like that. But thinking of the 2 million business waiting for him, he calmed down. "As long as this road isn't repaired, I won't be able to go home for dinner and I'll starve to death," Guahai complained as he walked away. I restarted the live broadcast, but the live broadcast room was no longer as popular as before. Since the anti-counterfeiting incident, fans have started to disappear, but my circle of friends has exploded. "Haha, Xiaoda, you are famous this time, tens of thousands of people watched your car crash. That Biao guy just now was you, right? You made 10,000 yuan in the blink of an eye." "Earned 10,000? He cheated by selling fake ginseng." "Damn, you really made some money? Donate it now, it's not a bad idea to spend it." "That's right. Aren't you afraid of going to hell?" The news spread one after another, and the story, "I made 10,000 yuan by selling fake ginseng," quickly spread in Beishan village. The person who made the greatest contribution was the village announcer, Lu Baonan. For a while, some people scolded me for being shameful, while others envied me for my skills in deception. Even a gangster in the village came to my door and said, "Hey Ye Xiaoda, how do you make so much money selling fake goods? Teach me." "Get out!" I yelled angrily. "Fuck, you are shameless, no wonder you got cancer. Believe it or not, I will poison your well at night." "You dare?" I roared, sitting on the rattan chair and trying my best. The gangster stood at the door for a long time, and finally left dejectedly after saying, "Sorry." In the evening, my parents came home and saw 3 ginseng plants on the ground as soon as they entered the door. Dad Yilihing glanced at me and said cautiously, "Xiaoda, can we not sell ginseng?" "Dad, do you also think this is fake?" I smiled bitterly. "No. I just feel that this ginseng doesn't look like the one we get from the mountain." If I wasn't his son, he would have said this out loud. "Dad, I'll give you this 10,000 yuan. I'll continue selling ginseng." I handed over the money. Yi Lihing shook his head, didn't answer it, turned around and went into the house. Mom Su retook the money and smiled proudly. "Our Xiaoda is really amazing. He can sell ginseng at this price. It's amazing." After she entered the kitchen, she whispered to her father, "He doesn't have much time left. Don't discourage him anymore. Let him do whatever he can. Don't make things difficult for him." Yu Liheng squatted in the corner of the kitchen, smoking a cigarette, sighed and nodded. "Just say it, as long as the child is happy." On the other side, Guahai rushed all the way to the city and arrived 2 hours later. As soon as the car stopped, he left Song Gang behind and said, "Uncle Gang, I'll give you the reward tonight." Song Gang was unwilling to give up. "How about that ginseng as a reward?" "Don't even think about it. I'd rather feed it to rabbits than let you go out and cheat people." Guahai stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Song Gang, who was full of exhaust fumes, took out his phone and opened the live broadcast software while cursing. "Idiot, what a fucking idiot, millions of dollars are wasted on rabbits." He quickly found my live broadcast room and started to send me private messages. "Brother, I am Song Gang who went to your house today. I want to buy your ginseng. Is it convenient for me to contact you?" After 3 hours of texting, I finally replied, "Come to my house at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Seeing this message, Song Gang breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly thought in his mind, If the low price acquisition fails, then we have to use force. Send a few people to go anyway, the place is remote, and the other party is a sick person, so it is not difficult to deal with it. At this time, Guahai has arrived at his grandfather's villa. Today is the old man's birthday, although there is no banquet, but all family members must be present, otherwise they will be scolded at best, or even have their legs and property broken. As soon as I entered the house, I saw my third daughter-in-law Lu Meili standing at the door. "Why are you here just now? You're already here." "I just went live." "Look at you, you are the eldest son of the Gua family. Why are you doing a live broadcast? Aren't you ashamed?" "Mom, stop talking. It's just making trouble." Lu Meili sighed helplessly. She was both in love and annoyed with this only son. "Have you prepared a gift for the old man? If not, I have one here." "It's ready. It's in the trunk. I'm going to go play with my big sister." Lu Meili opened the trunk and saw the ginseng thrown carelessly. She smiled and said, "This child has finally grown up. This ginseng is not cheap, but it tastes quite good. It's just right for making soup tonight." The dinner was held in the Gua family's huge dining room, with more than 20 people sitting around a large round table. The old man of the Gua family is the center of power in this family. He is old, and no one dares to miss occasions like his birthday, even if there is no banquet. Absent? Then you will be kicked out of the family and leave the house. The first person to sit down was a gray-haired, spirited old man, who was chatting and laughing with the young woman on his right, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Guahai sat at the end of the dining table, cleverly hidden by a pot of flowers in the middle of the table, so that his grandfather could not see him. At this moment, he was concentrating on playing the game with his head down, looking relaxed, as if he was out of the matter. Everyone else sat upright in a tense atmosphere, except Guahai, who looked like a prodigal son, and was having a lot of fun. "Everyone is here, let's get started," Grandpa Gua said with a hearty laugh. "We're still eating vegetarian food today. It's a family tradition. If anyone is not used to it, just bear with it." On his birthday every year, Mr. Gua insists that the whole family does not shed blood, and does not eat meat. This has been his habit for decades. "Dad, it's good to be a vegetarian. It's good for your body and stomach." "Yes, Grandpa, look at the dishes on this table. Although they are all vegetarian, they are also very sumptuous. God must be able to feel your piety. I wish you a long life." The guests flattered him one after another, and there was a lot of laughter and chatter. Only Guahai ordered takeout while grinning. How could one be full with vegetarian food? Seeing that her son said nothing and her lackey couldn't even say a word, Lu Meili shook her head and sighed, then got up and walked into the kitchen. Gua with a bowl of hot ginseng soup and a smile on her face. "Dad, this is a birthday gift Guahai bought for you. It's a wild ginseng as thick as your wrist. I made it into soup. Please try it." Guahai was stunned when he heard this. When did I ever buy ginseng? And his wrist was so thick? It must be fake. He hurriedly looked up at his mother, then lowered his head and pretended nothing happened, but his heart was beating fast. Although it was fake, it wouldn't cause any harm if he ate it. His hands were shaking slightly, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. "Wow, this ginseng flavor is really strong." Grandpa Gua picked up the bowl and sniffed it, quite pleasantly surprised. "It's better than anything I've ever had before. Guahai, you really put in some thought this time." Guahai stood up hurriedly, smiled and nodded. "Grandpa, this is what I should do." Gua nodded with satisfaction and drank the whole bowl of ginseng soup one mouthful after another, even eating up the ginseng slices in the soup. His face looked visibly relaxed, and he laughed continuously. At this time, the banquet officially began. Although the table was full of vegetarian dishes, they were delicious and the atmosphere was quite warm. "Xiaohan, try this string bean, it tastes good." Grandpa Gua personally picked up a piece of string bean with chopsticks and gave it to his granddaughter Guahan beside him. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy, and Guahan smiled and thanked him. But no one expected that when Mr. Gua turned around and prepared to pick up another bite with his chopsticks, he suddenly frowned and his nose twitched slightly. He looked down and saw a drop of bright red blood on the white tablecloth. The next second, blood gushed out of his nostrils like a tap being turned on. The blood splattered on the dining table and stained his clothes. The scene was horrifying. The guests fell silent for a moment, as if time had stopped. Dad! Grandpa! Call an ambulance! The restaurant was in chaos in an instant. Some people were helping others, some were making phone calls, and some were shouting. The scene was in complete confusion. Guohai was already dumbfounded, slumped in his chair, nosebleed. Ginseng? Fake? Song Gang's words flashed through his mind, that ginseng might have been adulterated with drugs. Ginseng! There must be something wrong with the ginseng! Someone shouted. Someone immediately rushed over and grabbed Guohai by the collar, angrily asking, "Why did you harm Grandpa? You gave him poison!" Seeing that someone was about to take action, Guohan said calmly, "Hurry up and send Grandpa to the hospital. Take the remaining ginseng with you." The situation was finally under control. The eldest of the Guo family carried the old man on his back and rushed out the door, and the others quickly followed. Everyone had their own calculations in their eyes. This scene was very much like the day they had been waiting for to divide the family property. Before leaving, Guohan glared at Guohai. "Why are you standing there? Go to the kitchen and get the remaining ginseng, and let's go to the hospital together." Guohai nodded in shock, then suddenly shouted at the air, "Ginseng seller! I'm going to kill you!" At this moment, somewhere far away in Beishan village, a young man was lying comfortably on a chair and browsing his mobile phone. Suddenly he sneezed, and Su Ri beside him hurriedly pulled the blanket for him. In the summer, he actually needed a blanket to keep warm. The lights in the intensive care unit on the top floor of the central hospital were on. All the members of the Guo family had arrived. Guo lay quietly on the hospital bed, his nose bleeding still wouldn't stop. The doctors were helpless and could only keep him going with blood transfusions. Strangely enough, he was in good spirits, but he was obviously frightened. "Make a will! I want to make a will!" he said vaguely on the hospital bed. "The Guo group will be handed over to Guohan in the future. No one else is allowed to interfere. They can only take money according to the dividend ratio. As for Guohai, he is not allowed to get a penny." The ward suddenly became quiet. Except for Guohan, everyone looked unhappy, but no one dared to speak. Guohai sat in the corridor outside the ward, his eyes dull and his body limp, repeating over and over again, "Tomorrow, I must kill that ginseng seller." Seeing that Mr. Guo was on the verge of death, the Guo family did not show much sadness. Instead of worrying about the funeral, they had already discussed with each other with their eyes for no less than 800 times. No one forgot about the will. Especially the three brothers of the Guo family, their eyes were almost sparking. The old man's bleeding lasted for more than an hour, and finally, when everyone thought he was going to die, the bleeding stopped. But the next second, a jaw-dropping scene happened. Mr. Guo suddenly jumped up from the bed and said energetically, "Why do I feel a lot lighter?" The grandson beside him replied with a stifled laugh, "Grandpa, maybe you lost a few pounds because you bled too much." The old man raised his eyebrows and said, "Well, the will needs to be changed later. Guosong doesn't need to get any dividends. Go, call Guohai to me." After a while, Guohai told the whole story of ginseng. "Fake? Can fake ginseng have such a strong ginseng flavor? And can it make me vomit blood for an hour?" "But Song Gang said that was fake. You were cheated and you're still sending a banner out of gratitude, right?" Not long after, the test report came out and even the researchers were stunned. "Mr. Guo, this ginseng has very special ingredients. It is much more nutritious than ordinary wild ginseng, and its medicinal effect is close to that of century-old wild ginseng. The reason you are bleeding is because you overdosed on the supplement. You only need to take a little bit of this ginseng a day. It will be very beneficial to your body." That night, this magical ginseng was sent to the country's top research institution, the Municipal Ginseng Research Institute. A thumb-sized piece of ginseng shocked the whole audience again. Experimental results show that this ginseng is extremely beneficial to the human body and can even relieve a variety of hidden illnesses and chronic diseases. Mr. Guo suddenly felt relaxed. It was not an illusion, but his physical problems had been significantly improved. Guo rarely asked Guohai to ride in the same car with him. "You said the guy selling ginseng still has 2 ginsengs?" he asked. Guohai nodded repeatedly. "Contact him immediately. Go to his house in person tomorrow morning and buy both of his ginseng roots." "Understood, Grandpa." "Well done." The old man closed his eyes and took a nap. Guahai looked at Guahan in the passenger seat, and then secretly glanced at his grandfather who was resting, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since his grandfather started bleeding, his legs have been shaking non-stop. At this moment, the three brothers of the Gua family gathered in the city's top private club. The atmosphere in the private room was full of tension. "Brother, you are going too far. Third brother, you can do it or not, but don't cause trouble for me. Brother, this is against the will of heaven. Then are you willing to let that little girl Guahan ride on your head in the future? She'll give you tens of thousands every year, but you won't even be able to afford to marry a wife?" Gua Lao San was speechless. On the other hand, Guahai was looking for me non-stop. Without a phone, he couldn't get in touch with me, so he simply didn't even sleep and drove to Beishan village overnight. At 5 in the morning, we arrived at the door of the Yi family. "Cough, cough, cough, you'd better give me an explanation." I coughed and supported myself. "I had a stomachache last night, and didn't fall asleep until 4 in the morning. I just took a nap when I was woken up by Guahai." "Ahem, Guahai, are you crazy? What time is it now?" Guahai touched the back of his head and said, "Sorry, it's a little early. I'm here to give you some money." "Money?" I sobered up immediately after hearing this word. "Did you find out that the ginseng is real?" "Yes, yes, yes." Guahai was so excited that he almost knelt down and kowtowed. "Your ginseng is so powerful. My grandfather vomited blood all night after taking one pill, but after examination, it turned out that all his old illnesses were cured. It's simply amazing. This is wild ginseng that is more than 100 years old. Where did you get it?" "It's in the hills behind my house." "How much is there?" "I want them all." Guahai was holding 5 million, full of confidence. "Quite a few. I poked a wild ginseng nest." Seeing the 8 ginseng roots downstairs, Guahai rubbed his fingers subconsciously. He felt that the money he brought was not enough. "Don't worry, there is a buyer waiting, you know him," I said. "Who?" Guahai was stunned. "Song Gang, he sent me a private message all night after he left yesterday. I asked him to come to my house at 9 o'clock. Guahai's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately took out his phone. "Brother Meng, I'll send you the address. Bring 10 brothers and come here immediately." "Mr. Gua, you just cancelled last night, and now you're here again, are you kidding me? The price doubled." "Okay. 2 hours to go." As soon as he hung up the phone, Guahai immediately hid the car in the backyard. At this time, my mother Suhui brought a bowl of porridge and said, "Young man, have you eaten yet?" "Thank you, Auntie. I'm hungry." Guahai drank 5 bowls in a row. "Your family is so rich, why are you starving like this? Auntie's porridge is so delicious. You really can eat." To put it bluntly, he wasn't in a good mood, he was just starving. He didn't sleep all night, his emotions were like a roller coaster, he was really hungry. After eating and drinking, the two of them waited for Song Gang to arrive, but before Song Gang arrived, the person I hate the most came first. Lu Baonan, the only son of the richest man in the village, was also my elementary school classmate, but he didn't get into high school. Before he got into a key high school, I was the best role model for his mother to educate him. Chapter 9, Swearing, You Two Are No Match. Lu Baonan, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts and slippers, walked slowly to Ye Xiaoda, looked him up and down, and marveled at him. "Hey! Isn't this the college student from our village? What's the matter? Why did you come back to our small mountain village? Why did you become so thin? Is it too hard outside? Are you drained? It's so unlucky to hear a dog barking so early in the morning." Ye Xiaoda glared. Whenever Ye Xiaoda saw this person, he suddenly felt bad. It was like this every time. "TSK, TSK, TSK, college students can also curse. Curse as much as you want, you can't curse many times anyway, so I'll just take it as a condolence. Tell me, what does it feel like to have cancer? Does it hurt? You're already in the late stage, how can you still talk? It's unscientific." Lu Baonan continued to speak in a mean way. When he learned that Ye Xiaoda had advanced gastric cancer, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. The kid next door is finally doomed. No matter what prestigious university you go to, you will still die sooner or later, and even earlier than me. It makes me happy just thinking about it. Your mother gave you a mouth, but you can't speak properly and can only eat shit. You! Ye Xiaoda! What the hell are you talking about? Lu Baonan yelled at Ye Xiaoda. I said you eat shit. You are looking for death. With your small body, I can kill you with just one punch. You try. You'd better kill me. I'd rather die crawling outside your house. This is Ye Xiaoda's killer move. If he really died in front of Lu Baonan's house, the Lu family would probably have to move out of the village. In a traditional village, unlucky things must not happen at the doorstep. At this point, Lu Baonan, who had raised his fist, put it down angrily. Even if I don't hit you, you won't survive this year. The point is that I have lived till now, which is more exciting than your life. Do you know what it feels like to be a female college student? Lu Baonan pointed at Ye Xiaoda, his middle finger trembling with anger. Seeing the two people quarreling, Lu Baonan seemed to be no match for them. A sarcastic voice came from outside the wall. Baonan, what nonsense are you talking to a dying man? It's bad luck to see him. Let's get down to business. After that, go home and take a shower. Along with the voice, a fat middle-aged woman wearing bright red clothes and with 10 kilograms of fat on her face walked in. Okay, Mom. We have to wash it quickly, or I'm afraid cancer will be contagious. The backstage came, and Lu Baonan seemed to be fine again. He continued to say to Ye Xiaoda, who was sitting on the recliner, Ye Xiaoda, you are going to die soon anyway. Your Ye family will have no descendants, so why not just sell your homestead to me? On the side, the big fat pig also echoed. That's right, you two are still good classmates. Anyway, you don't need it anymore. Your family's homestead is only worth a few dollars. Sell it so that I can pay off your debts and prepare for your funeral. A college student not only didn't give money to his family, but also asked them to borrow money for medical treatment. He is really out of his league. If you die, your parents might die with you. The homestead will be useless, so sell it quickly. Lu Baonan's words had touched Ye Xiaoda's sore spot. He turned his head and stared at the mother and son with hatred, gritting his teeth and said, Believe it or not, I will take your family with me before I die. TSK, you sickling bastard, I can kill you with just one hand. Lu Baonan didn't believe it at all. Oh, then you all should be careful. I have a bottle of DDT at home. It's best to have someone watching your vegetable garden and well at all times. At this point, Lu Baonan was a little panicked. Ye Xiaoda, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? I don't want to be lonely in heaven. I want to take your family with me. Is that not possible? You are breaking the law. Then you want someone to catch me underground? Seeing that Ye Xiaoda didn't seem to be lying, Lu Baonan was speechless and extremely frightened. He felt that Ye Xiaoda was the person who could do this. Seeing that the mother and son were scared, Ye Xiaoda sneered. The mother and son didn't dare to say another word and left in shame. As soon as they left the Ye family, Lu Baonan asked nervously, Mom, he wouldn't really poison us, would he? Nonsense! Of course it's possible. He's barefoot now, so he's not afraid of wearing shoes. Then, what should we do? Lu Baonan was completely panicked and couldn't speak clearly. Let's not go to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables, let's buy some. Let's not use the water from the well, let's buy mineral water. How much will that cost? He won't live for many days anyway, so don't mess with his family during this time. Although they had come up with a temporary solution, the mother and son's legs were shaking on the few steps back home, for fear that Ye Xiaoda would take them away if he was unhappy. After Lu Baonan and his mother left, Guahai pointed and asked, Who is this guy? The son of the richest man in the village, Lu Baonan, is my classmate. He has always hated me out of envy and jealousy. That's awesome. He's the richest man in the village. My old man isn't even the richest man. How much assets does his family have? Guahai asked with great interest. Ye Xiaoda thought about it seriously and said, Probably 1 or 2 million. Your own pocket money for a year? Guahai shook his head and said, Excuse me, but you are the richest man with this rubbish? Your assets are just my annual pocket money. This ginseng plant on the ground is worth this much. Ye Xiaoda looked down and smiled. It seems that I have become the richest man in the village. Did he just say he miss your homestead? Ye Xiaoda nodded. One of his brothers-in-law wants to build a villa in the village. He has taken a fancy to my homestead and has always wanted to buy it. your homestead is really nice. There's water in front and a mountain in the back. It's also high up and has a great view. If it were me, I would buy the land in the back and the land next to it and build a manor right away. Definitely. Ye Xiaoda was a little tempted by Guahai's words, but it seemed that the money was not enough. And even if there is enough money, this matter is not that simple. It's just that the road leading to your house is too dilapidated, and the straight line distance is only 40 kilometers. When I looked at the navigation, it turned out to be 60 kilometers. It's too roundabout. Our village is not far from the highway exit, only about 1 kilometer away, but there is no road over there, so we can only go around the reservoir. This reservoir is exactly in the shape of a pocket, and Beishan village is right at the mouth of the pocket. Unfortunately, the highway exit leading to the city is on the other side. If you want to get on the highway, you have to go around the reservoir. The other side is completely impassable. There is a 100-meter cliff between the two mountains, which is completely impassable. Unless there is a bridge. Of course, no one or any force would be willing to spend so much money to build a bridge for the small mountain village of Beishan. The two chatted while waiting. After hearing the sound of a car at the door, Guahai hurriedly hid in the utility room at the back, and Ye Xiaoda soon saw Song Gang again. However, there were quite a lot of people following Song Gang, about 6 or 7 strong men. Moreover, each of them either has tattoos on their arms or is bald, a typical city scoundrel. The only difference between them and the second-rate people in the village is their clothes. These people's clothes are cleaner. Ye Xiaoda placed the remaining 8 ginsengs in the corner of the main room, and Song Gang naturally saw them as soon as he came in. He originally thought that he could only earn 2 million, and his breathing became much faster. Chapter 10: 10 million. Song Gang rushed directly to the corner where the ginseng was piled and began to check them one by one carefully. It was as if he was investigating a woman's body for the first time, so carefully. My legs were shaking with excitement. After a long time, Song Gang walked up to Ye Xiaoda and said calmly, "Sell these ginseng to me." Ye Xiaoda nodded. "Sure, what's your price?" "1 plant for every 10,000. After this price was mentioned, the big men at the door took a deep breath. Can a cultivated ginseng be sold for 10,000 yuan per plant? This money comes faster than robbery. How about changing your career? Go back to the village to grow ginseng? What they didn't expect was that Ye Xiaoda actually sneered, then looked at Song Gang. Are you kidding me? You want to buy my 100-year-old ginseng for 10,000? You're dreaming. What price do you want? Adding 2 zeros is about right. 1 million per plant? Song Gang thought about it, and realized that even if he bought them for 1 million yuan each, he would not suffer any loss and could even make a profit. But why earn less? This time, I didn't come alone. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. I'm showing you respect by giving you 10,000. I won't give you a penny and will still take away all your ginsengs. Do you believe it? Song Gang said threateningly. Ye Xiaoda smiled and said, Well, I really don't believe this. He knew that Guahai had already arranged people to come over, and that Song Gang would definitely not end well, so there was nothing to be afraid of. You are in the advanced stage of lung cancer, right? Do you want to become a person with disabled legs and advanced stage of lung cancer? It doesn't matter. I won't live for many days anyway. Seeing that Ye Xiaoda refused to surrender, Song Gang thought about it and decided to rob him. There are 10 million on the ground. If you can grab this 10 million, you can even go abroad. By the way, you can leave your fat wife in the country and change your wife when you go abroad. How great is that? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, Song Gang glared at Ye Xiaoda fiercely, and then said to the strong man behind him, Get him! Don't beat him to death! As for himself, he had already planned to pick up the ginseng. A group of strong men walked towards Ye Xiaoda laughing. To them, dealing with a person with advanced gastric cancer does not seem to be a matter of psychological pressure at all, but rather a matter of feeling fortunate. This money is easy to earn. Before he could do anything, there was a noisy sound coming from outside the house, and a moment later, a group of people appeared in Ye Xiaoda's main room. The leader was none other than Uncle Jian from across the street. Ye Xiaoda had even bought a kitchen knife from his house. The rest were all villagers from Beishan village. They were holding hoes or sickles in their hands and looked aggressive. However, such a fierce attitude seemed unusually kind to Ye Xiaoda. Uncle Jian! Ye Xiaoda shouted hurriedly. Xiaoda! Are you okay? Uncle Jian, why are you here? I was just cutting grass for pigs by your wall when I saw these people coming to your house. I knew they were not good people, so I called them over. After Uncle Jian finished speaking, he looked at Song Gang, who was standing there in a daze, and shouted, Who are you? What are you doing in Xiaoda's house? I'm here to buy some ginseng, Song Gang explained quickly. Everyone's eyes also turned to the 8 ginsengs on the ground. Hey, isn't this the ginseng that Xiaoda broadcast live before? There are still so many. There are people who come here specifically to buy the cultivated ginseng? Just buy it, why do you have to fight? It doesn't matter whether we buy it or not. We in Beishan village cannot be bullied by outsiders. Everyone was talking about it. The more closed the village is, the more xenophobic it is. Normally, every household in the village has conflicts, but these are the village's own business. As long as outsiders come, everyone will unite to face them. At this time, even the Lu family members did not dare to stand on the side of outsiders, otherwise their family would never be able to hold their heads up in the village. Song Gang rolled his eyes and said aggrievedly, I came here sincerely to buy ginseng, and I offered him a very high price, 10,000 per plant. Not only did he not sell it, he even scolded me. I was so angry that I asked someone to teach him a lesson. And you guys came before I even started fighting. Uncle Jian scratched his head, put down the hoe in his hand, looked at the ginseng on the ground, and whispered to Ye Xiaoda. Xiaoda, this price is not bad. However, he said to Song Gang stubbornly, no matter what, it is wrong for you to take action. We are the people of Beishan village, and it is not our turn for outsiders to bully us. As for these ginseng, Xiaoda can sell them if he wants to, and you can't force him to buy them if he doesn't want to, no matter how high the price you offer. That's right, why are you still forcing me to buy and sell? Even if the price is high, if Xiaoda doesn't want to, you can't force him. Oh, Xiaoda, just sell it. This buyer is blind at only 10,000 per plant. Sell it quickly. Fools are rare these days. That's right, 80,000 yuan. By the way, do you still want ginseng? I have a few at home, and they are bigger than this one. Guahai, who was hiding in the inner room, could no longer hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. Ye Xiaoda, who was sitting on the recliner, was also speechless. As for Song Gang, he despised these farmers in his heart, but he looked happy on the surface and continued to persuade Ye Xiaoda. Young man, my price is really not low, you should sell it. Not for sale. Ye Xiaoda shook his head. This is 100-year-old wild ginseng. One plant is worth 1,000,000. Haha, young man, why are you still joking? You have stomach cancer, not brain cancer. How come you are mentally ill? Let me put it this way, considering your poor health, I will give you 100,000. How about this, is this price okay? Song Gang laughed. Uncle Jian, who was standing by, seemed to be a little tempted, and whispered to Ye Xiaoda. Xiaoda, I think this price is really good, you should sell it. Uncle Jian! But this is really 100-year-old wild ginseng, worth at least 1,000,000. Ye Xiaoda was a little speechless after explaining so much. You kid! What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoda, sell it! $100,000 is almost enough for your family to pay off their debts. It's wild ginseng. If it's really wild, the ginseng here is worth tens of millions. Ye Xiaoda smiled bitterly. No matter how he explained it, it didn't make sense. These people just don't believe that their ginseng is wild. And it is wild ginseng that is more than 100 years old. What's more, this is not an ordinary century-old wild ginseng. It comes from a primitive tribe and its effect is much better than that unearthed from the earth. Young man, just sell this ginseng to me. 100,000 yuan is a lot. No one will offer a higher price than me. Song Gang continued. He felt that he had already won the game. What did you say? No one will offer a higher price than you. Didn't you offer 100,000? I'll offer 10,000,000. An extremely arrogant voice came from the inner room. Following this voice, everyone saw a suave young man. Guahai couldn't bear it anymore and walked out. As soon as it came out, it shocked everyone. As soon as Song Gang saw Guahai, he knew that he had been exposed, But when he thought that he had more people here, he felt a little relieved. This child looks good, but why is there something wrong with his brain? That's right, it's still 10 million. Maybe Xiaoda arranged it on purpose. That's right. Xiaoda is a college student. Maybe he can sell these ginseng as wild ginseng. This young man must be his agent. Guohai listened and became very confused. As Ye Xiaoda listened, he burst out laughing. Don't blame everyone, just blame the fact that 10 million is too much for the villagers. It's a joke to use this money to buy ginseng. Chapter 11 2 Bags of Cash. Guohai was too lazy to talk to everyone and went straight to the car to get the money. In order to buy ginseng, he brought cash. Nowadays, cash is the best way to conduct transactions in the village. After a moment, he carried 2 black suitcases into the main room with great effort and threw them in front of Ye Xiaoda. He said embarrassedly, Brother De, I'm sorry, I didn't bring enough money. I only have 5 million here. Can I transfer the remaining 5 million to you? 10 million. Ye Xiaoda was very satisfied and nodded. Song Gang became even more panicked. He knew that Guohai was really serious, and he probably wouldn't be able to make money from Guohai in the future. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Put on a full show, even bring the black bag. And they have to be college students. They are good at acting. Everyone was talking about it, but when Guohai opened one of the black bags and it was full of red banknotes, the room suddenly became quiet. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the bag full of red banknotes. Naturally, it was also the first time that Ye Xiaoda saw so much cash. After being stunned for a while, he covered his forehead with his hands. Now, it seems that he has become the richest man in the village. Don't show off your wealth. Now I can't sleep well at night. Hey, is this really money? 2 bags of money? Uncle Jian said tremblingly. Guohai nodded and said, Of course, here is 5 million. I still need 5 million from De Ge. Transfer the money immediately. Are these ginsengs really wild? Uncle, of course, this is 100-year-old wild ginseng. It's very effective. It's just over 1 million each. I'm getting a bargain. Including the ginseng that Guohai took away yesterday, there were 9 ginsengs in total, and at a price of 10 million, he really didn't suffer any loss. This price was already agreed upon by him and Ye Xiaoda in the morning. The street urchins behind Song Gang also stared at the 2 bags of cash motionlessly, and some of them even took a step forward. Every time they took a step forward, the villagers of Beishan village took several steps forward. Although these 20-odd people in Beishan village are all elderly and holding farm tools, they are not afraid of death and are definitely as strong as these young people. They all worked in the fields, and some were even blacksmiths, each one more energetic than the other. Song Gang could only lead his men away in shame, but he did not notice the strange look in Guohai's eyes when he looked at them. Brother De, I have to go too. I'm going to talk to Song Gang. Then be careful. Don't worry. More than 20 of my brothers are already on the route back to the city. Song Gang is dead for sure. Dead? Then Ye Xiaoda said that he would not get involved. By the way, you should have a way to buy some mitai. Guohai nodded. This was not a difficult task for him. Buy me 100 bottles of mitai and 100 packs of huazi, and the money can be deducted from my 5 million. Brother De, what are you talking about? I'll take you there. After saying that, Guohai left in a cool manner. The people in the house were still staring at the money, and Ye Xiaoda's parents also rushed back at this time. When he saw the 2 bags of money on the ground, he was stunned. After a long while, he hurriedly said, Dear neighbors, please have some tea. We are going to the bank first. With so much money, it is naturally safest to put it in the bank. Otherwise, who knows how many people will visit the Yi family tonight. Everyone expressed their understanding, and Uncle Jian even brought a few familiar neighbors to accompany Yi Liheng and Su Hui to the bank to act as bodyguards. Some neighbors did not leave, but looked at Ye Xiaoda enthusiastically. Xiaoda, did you dig all these ginseng from the back mountain? Where did you dig them up? Tell me quickly. Ye Xiaoda smiled bitterly and said, It's by the stream in the back mountain, but I've already dug it all up. A few people left secretly. After leaving Ye's house, he headed towards the back mountain. A few smart ones, knowing that it was impossible to find ginseng again, started to target Ye Xiaoda again. Xiaoda, my Lily is about to graduate from college. You know her, right? How about you two get married to celebrate? The image of the little girl from this aunt's family immediately came to Ye Xiaoda's mind. His face was as big as a pancake and had pockmarks on it. Even though she was 17 or 18 years old and full of passion, Ye Xiaoda really couldn't bring himself to do it with a 200-pound woman like this. Ye Xiaoda said, Aunt Lu, forget it. I'm going to die soon, so I won't delay your daughter any longer. No, no! How can it be a waste of time? Maybe you'll get better if you celebrate. A wedding for good fortune? Aunt Lu's real idea is to wait for Ye Xiaoda to die and then divide the 10 million. Even though he has lived in the village all his life, he is still very good at this kind of trick. You can tell at a glance that he has watched a lot of melodramatic TV dramas. The aunties and uncles around also reacted and rushed to introduce their family members, both those of the right age and those of the wrong age, to the family. Ye Xiaoda never thought that he would be so popular now. It's more popular than when I graduated from college and found a job in the city. In the past, even if one returned home in glory, few people would come to introduce a partner to him. It's nothing like now, where a group of people gather together to introduce a partner to a person with advanced gastric cancer. Yes, in their opinion, Ye Xiaoda has only been here for a month, and the marriage certificate is only worth 1,000 yuan, so he can share 10 million yuan, which is not a loss. These days, getting a divorce means nothing, it's still like losing your husband. On the same day, an off-road vehicle came to Ye Xiaoda's house again and took down more than 20 boxes of mitai and several boxes of huazi. Guohai also transferred the remaining 5 million into Ye Xiaoda's account. Adding the more than 4 million saved by his parents, and looking at the more than 9 million in his bank card, Ye Xiaoda smiled happily. Whether dead or alive, at least he left behind a fortune. Xiaoda, now that we have money, I wonder if you should go to Eagle Country to get your illness treated? Yes, go to Eagle Country to find your brother Feng and ask him to make the arrangements. 10 million should be enough. You can spend the money first and earn it later. His parents tried to persuade him, but Ye Xiaoda just shook his head. In the late stage of gastric cancer, it doesn't matter where you go. Dad, Mom, don't persuade me. My illness won't make any difference no matter where I go. I might as well just stay at home this month. Seeing that Ye Xiaoda had made up his mind, Yi Liheng and Su Hui didn't say anything else. After dinner, Ye Xiaoda said to Yi Liheng, Dad, go and pay back the money. Each household will be charged 10% interest, and I will give them a pair of Mao Tai and a pair of Huazi. Su Hui, who was standing by, did a quick calculation and became a little hesitant when she learned that the pair of Matai liquor was worth 7 or 8,000 yuan. But Yi Liheng said, Great! They helped us in our time of need. Now our family has some money. We should repay a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. Xiaoda, you did the right thing. Chapter 12. Let's buy the expensive one. The first place Yi Liheng came to was his second brother's house. As the old village chief and with several wealthy children in his family, his house is naturally extremely luxurious, even bigger than the house of the richest family, Lu. The first sum of money that Ye Xiaoda used for his medical treatment was borrowed from here. As soon as Yi Liheng entered the room, he placed a pair of Mao Tai and a pair of Huazi on the table, and then said to a white-haired old man, Second brother, this is 50,000 yuan. And this is a small red envelope, this pair of wine and a pair of cigarettes, Xiaoda is giving you a gift. Yi Lihui took the 50,000 yuan, but did not ask for the red envelope. Liheng, why are you being so polite to me? You don't have to give me the red envelope. The two sides argued for a long time, and finally, Yi Lihui reluctantly accepted the cigarettes and alcohol, but he refused to take the red envelope. By the way, second brother, Xiaoda has also made some money. I want him to go to Eagle Country to see a doctor. Is it possible for you to do that? Before leaving, Yi Liheng hesitated for a long time, but still asked. Well, I can't decide either. My birthday is coming up soon, and Yi Feng will be back from Eagle Country too. You can ask him yourself. Yi Liheng nodded quickly. He felt that he was pretty lucky. The youngest son of my second brother is in Eagle Country, and has not come back for several years. He will definitely come back for my father's 80th birthday. This is a good opportunity. He still didn't want to give up and wanted to send Ye Xiaoda to Eagle Country for treatment. In the following time, Yu Liheng walked around the village with cash, Mao Tai and Huazi, with a smile on his face. No matter who the family was, no matter how much money they borrowed, not only would the money be repaid in full, but each family would also receive a big red envelope, a pair of Mao Tai cigarettes and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes. Even the few families who only borrowed 500 yuan received the same treatment. In the entire village, only the Lu family and another family did not get Matai. In Beishan village, Yu Liheng has a very good popularity. Liheng! You've made a fortune! This is Mao Tai. Brother Hum! I really don't need Matai, and I don't need red envelopes either. Li Heng, is there enough money at home? If not, don't worry about paying it back. The Liheng family has become rich. Xiaoda found some wild ginseng in the back mountain and sold it for 10 million. What? 10 million? Wouldn't that mean you'd become the richest man in the village in no time? Where did Ye Xiaoda dig the ginseng? Let's go dig some too. He refused to tell me. It seems that the man is about to die. God must be taking pity on him. It's good. Even though the person is gone, at least the family won't be in debt, and Li Heng can live the rest of his life well. Why? Why can Ye Xiaoda find ginseng? It's fake. It must be fake. Lu Baonan can't even find it. How come he can find it? Humph! So what if he's rich? He's going to die soon anyway. His homestead is still ours. In the entire village, Ye Xiaoda earned 10 million yuan, which became the topic of conversation for everyone all night long. 10 million is something the villagers could never earn in their lifetime, and they had never even heard of it. Even the richest family, the Lu family, all their assets added up, plus the assets of their 2 daughters and sons-in-law, barely amount to tens of millions. There is definitely not that much cash. The wild century-old ginseng that Ye Xiaoda obtained from the trading system not only caused a stir in Beishan village, but also alarmed many important figures in the city. After Mr. Guo went to the hospital for a nosebleed and learned about the special effects of wild ginseng, the Guo family was targeted by an extremely large family. When Guo Hai returned to the Guo family with the remaining ginseng, a branch of the family appeared and took away most of the ginseng. The Guo family, on the other hand, was so grateful and expressed their gratitude that they not only gave the ginseng away but also bowed down to it. Guo Hai didn't understand. Because he hasn't reached this level yet. Ye Xiaoda's information also appeared in the intelligence system of this huge family. Advanced gastric cancer? Send someone to keep an eye on this guy named Ye Xiaoda. Brother, why? These ginsengs should have some effect on cancer, and they should also be effective for the old man. You said, a person with advanced gastric cancer suddenly took out so many 100-year-old ginsengs, and the effects are unique. Don't you think it's strange? Ye Xiaoda had no idea that he was being targeted. Early the next morning, Ye Xiaoda started his big shopping spree. Money in your hands is just waste paper. If I don't use the money to improve my quality of life, after I die of lung cancer, my parents probably won't be able to spend all the money in their lifetime. Since I can't go out, I can only shop online. Most of the purchases were things that the parents could use, whether it was clothes, food, or household appliances. They were all bought in large quantities. From washing machines to refrigerators, to air conditioners, to televisions, they just bought expensive ones, brands that the villagers had never heard of. In the past few days, various delivery vehicles have been coming to the Yi family in Beishan village. If his father could drive, Ye Xiaoda would have just bought a car. This wasteful thing, once it has some money it will spend it like crazy. That's right. With the way he spends money, it won't be long before all the money in the family is gone. People died and the money was spent ahead of time. What a tragedy. Why don't you leave some for his parents? What a mess. Well, you may not know the purchasing power of 10 million. The things Ye Xiaoda bought these days may not add up to 500,000. 10 million is enough for him to buy more. Damn it, when can I make 10 million? Haha, unless you die now and someone burns 10 million for you, this is the only possibility. Even my parents are complaining a bit. Yu Liheng said to Ye Xiaoda, Xiaoda, why do we have to buy a large double-door refrigerator in our village? We really don't need it. You bought 2 at once. The money should be saved for your medical treatment. Dad, if we have money, we should spend it. But there's no need for you to buy me such a heavy bracelet. It must weigh about 50 or 60 grams. It seems a bit uncomfortable to wear. It's too heavy. Su-hui also said. Mom, it's okay. Just keep wearing it for a while and you'll get used to it. It doesn't matter whether it's heavy or not, as long as it's expensive. It has to be the heaviest gold bracelet in the village. The Liu family bought a gold bracelet weighing more than 30 grams. They wore it every day and wished they could hold it up all the time. Now that we have money, we must be the Nanboang in the village. 7 days after the first transaction, Ye Xiaoda chose to trade with Xionghen again. However, when he saw Xionghen this time, Ye Xiaoda clearly felt that Xionghen seemed to be much weaker and looked very weak. That's strange. How could we fail if we got the weapons? Didn't you get your wife back? Chapter 13, 1 ton of gold. After saying hello, Ye Xiaoda asked with a smile. Xionghen, what's wrong? You don't look very energetic. Did you fail to get your wife back? It doesn't matter. I have prepared more weapons for you this time. I will definitely help you get your wife back. Xionghen smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, No, I got my wife back. So what are you doing? It's because my wife is back that I'm so tired. As a zero-time boy who had no girlfriend in college and had no woman after working since graduation, Ye Xiaoda didn't understand. Xionghen could only explain. My wife was brought back, and to thank me, I was not allowed to go out for 2 days. After this incident, the tribe felt that it was time for me to leave my offspring behind, so they kept me indoors for 4 days. These 6 days, I was almost exhausted to death. Ye Xiaoda realized it and laughed. So, you are in pain and happy at the same time. After the joke, it's time to make a deal. Xionghen still had no other needs, just weapons. According to him, he wanted to wipe out the surrounding tribes, expand his own tribe, and then choose more wives. It was the same woman for these 6 days, but she made him feel suffocated. Ye Xiaoda thought about it, and felt that if he got more ginseng, it would not be easy to sell. The entire ginseng market is so small, and wild ginseng is very hard to find, let alone ginseng that is over 100 years old. You just sold 10 million worth of wild ginseng, and now you're taking out another 100 million. In a matter of minutes, it will be taken away for slices and research. So, this time, he decided to try something different. But the value must be higher. Do you have a kind of metal that is yellow and not very hard? After saying that, Ye Xiaoda threw the gold nugget into the air. Even if gold veins existed in primitive society, they could not be mined. But if there really is a gold nugget, it would be different. This thing can be sold directly for money. Naturally formed gold nuggets, some of which are unique in shape or heavy in weight, are even more expensive than pure gold. Isn't this thing Yellowstone? It's so soft and hard to cut things. It can't be used as a weapon. It's totally useless. Xionghen had a look of disdain on his face and looked down on the nugget. But from Xionghen's tone, Ye Xiaoda knew that there should be gold nuggets in his world. Do you have this thing? Yes. A lot. It's useless because it's not very hard. Many of us use it as stools or tables. We just hammer it, and it's ready to use. My stool is made of yellow stone. You use gold nuggets as tables and stools? When Ye Xiaoda saw the stool projected by Xionghen, his breathing became much heavier. Ginseng is not easy to sell. Isn't gold easy to sell? Although the purity of nugget gold is not very high, as a college student, it is still possible to refine it and get some gold in minutes. Moreover, the price of nugget gold is higher if it is sold directly. I'll trade this. You should have quite a few. Okay, there are some in the mountain behind my house. The big ones can weigh several hundred kilograms. I'll prepare 10 or 8 of the heaviest ones for you. Ye Xiaoda nodded excitedly. Soon, Xionghen brought in the gold that Ye Xiaoda needed. Even with Xionghen's physique, he could only carry 2 pieces at a time. 1 piece per hand. It is about the size of a computer monitor, and weighs more than 100 kilograms. What's even more speechless is that there is actually a golden stool inside it, which is at least 1 meter wide. Xionghen was exhausted just moving it in. That thing weighs more than 500 kilograms, The total weight of 10 gold nuggets exceeds 1 ton. In the end, 10 axes were exchanged for 10 gold nuggets. Each gold nugget weighs more than 100 kilograms. That adds up to over a ton. When Ye Xiaoda saw the glittering gold nuggets all over the ground, his eyes lit up. Even if calculated based on the price of gold, that piece would be worth 20 to 30 million. If the purity is not high, even if you cut it in half, that piece will cost more than 10 million. That's $10, which is a small goal. Even 2 small goals. Moreover, nugget gold is much more expensive than pure gold. Because this thing is extremely rare. After Ye Xiaoda finished searching for some information, he was a little confused. Damn! I dare not sell this! I dare not sell it! Too big. It's really too big. I really don't dare to sell it. It seems that there is no gold nugget weighing more than 10 kilograms in the entire daxia. There are not many in the world that weigh more than 10 kilograms, and they can be counted on one hand. You, on the other hand, come with a 100-pound one and get sliced into pieces for study in no time. What is the price of gold nugget? Ye Xiaoda searched for it. The gold nugget weighs 312 grams and is priced at 4.7 million yuan, with a unit price of 15,000 yuan per gram. The price of 185 g of nugget gold is 2.25 million, and the unit price is also 12,000 per gram. Just these two were enough to scare him to death. He picked up his phone and started searching for methods to purify gold nuggets. Electrolyte purification. Convenient, fast, easy to operate, basically foolproof. The equipment is naturally purchased online. It will take a few more days for the equipment to arrive, but Ye Xiaoda has not been idle during these days. In addition to learning how to purify the gold, he has also begun to think about how to sell the gold in the future. As for Ye Liheng, even the entire Ye family, it is even more lively these days. Because the second son of the Ye family, Ye Xiaoda's second uncle, is about to celebrate his 80th birthday, and the entire Ye family is starting to prepare. This is a big event for the entire Beishan village. The Lu family is only the richest family in the village on the surface. If you add up the assets of all the family members, it would still be higher than Ye Xiaoda's second uncle's family. It is said that the son of Eagle Country earns tens of millions of yuan a year. One day in advance, the 2 daughters and 1 son from my second uncle's family came back, each of them with very high standards. Ye Xiaoda's second sister also came back and was called up early in the morning. Together with Ye Liheng, I went to my second uncle's house. Kill the chicken. If Ye Xiaoda hadn't been in poor health, he would have had a share of the more than 100 chickens today. Because they were a prominent family, the chickens for the banquet naturally could not be frozen goods, so the second uncle's family, who had very high standards, directly bought local chickens. So, someone needs to kill the chicken. Relatives are naturally the best choice. Ye Liheng and his second sister went to help early in the morning, carrying kitchen knives. He was busy killing chickens until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and didn't come back until noon. As soon as my second sister came back from killing the chicken, she completely exploded. Chicken, chicken, chicken! I stink of chicken shit now! Kill, kill, kill! I've turned into a shamat. I have to say, the smell is indeed quite strong. Ye Xiaoda couldn't help but cover his nose. This scene made my second sister rush directly to the bathroom. After coming out, he started complaining again. Do you have to buy free-range chicken? Is it that high class? Just buy it, and let us kill it. Why don't they just kill them themselves? Ye Xiaoda asked doubtfully. Didn't they do it themselves? The eldest in his family is the one who is always busy, but sometimes he has other things to worry about, so the rest are taken care of by my dad and me. His daughter and son-in-law are back. Haha, the daughter in the city has been sweeping the floor with a broom all day long, and as for the son-in-law, no one has even seen him. The second sister continued. They all act like they are city dwellers. And his eldest daughter is always talking and never works. The eldest son-in-law is almost the same, he only talks a lot. Just kill it. Killing a chicken isn't that difficult, but they actually asked for chicken offal. Damn, there's a sack full of offal from 100 chickens. It's all chicken shit. It makes me so mad. No wonder my second sister was angry. Anyone would be angry if it were someone else. Ye Liheng on the side said with relief. It's just to help out. They don't know how to kill a chicken. Just prepare it and go over to eat later. Chapter 14. City people are really particular. The main dinner will be tomorrow, but the people from the Ye family will naturally have to go over for dinner tonight. Ye Xiaoda was self-aware. He looked at himself and asked, Dad, if I'm like this, should I not go? Go! Why not go? Su Hui shouted. Is it unlucky for me to do this? This time, even Ye Liheng didn't say anything. He just pulled Ye Xiaoda and headed towards the opposite side. What's the good and bad thing about my own son? If you don't accept it, then we won't be brothers anymore. When we got to the house opposite, there were already quite a few people there. There were people who set up the stage, people who made deliveries, cooks, and some relatives who lived nearby. Ye Xiaoda's arrival attracted a lot of people's attention, and many people looked at him. Everyone wants to see how this person with advanced gastric cancer is doing now. Ye Xiaoda was already accustomed to this kind of gaze. He walked to a table in the corner and slowly sat down. Ye Liheng and Su Hui also sat next to their son, and the second sister also sat down. After a while, the eldest son of the second uncle came to Ye Liheng's side, pulled him up and left. Uncle Heng, go to the main table. Ye Liheng turned his head and glanced at Ye Xiaoda, then left without saying a word. In fact, if Ye Xiaoda had not had stomach cancer, he could also sit at the main table. After all, he is the only male in Ye Liheng's family, and he is also a college student who has made his way out there, so he is qualified to sit at the main table. But now, since no one invited him, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to go over. Seeing that no one paid attention to Ye Xiaoda, the second sister was a little unhappy and whined for a long time. Ye Xiaoda smiled bitterly and said, Second sister, it's good that they didn't kick me out. After all, I'm a bit unlucky. Whoever dares to say that you are not good, I will kill him. Hearing his second sister's defense, Ye Xiaoda smiled and didn't say much. Although he was seriously ill, he felt the warmth of his family, including his parents and two sisters. Fortunately, there is the trans-time and space trading system. Even if death is inevitable, at least I can leave some wealth to my family, so that I don't die and leave debts behind. It can give your family a good life. Soon the banquet began. The dishes were naturally good. After all, it was a rare grand banquet in the village. However, when Ye Xiaoda saw his father eating quietly at the main table with not many people paying attention to him, he naturally felt uncomfortable. The main table was basically occupied by my second uncle's family, including his son, daughter and son-in-law who had just returned from outside, all of them looking like city people. Everyone was talking about things in the city. Ye Liheng couldn't join in the conversation, nor did he want to. He seemed a little lonely. Humph! What the hell? You have to bring your own bowl to eat! The second sister suddenly sneered while looking at the main table. Ye Xiaoda also turned his head and saw the second son-in-law of his second uncle standing with a large iron basin he brought with him and disposable chopsticks. Before others started eating, he picked up some of each dish and put it in his iron basin. Then he sat down and started eating by himself. After that, he never reached out to pick up any food on the table again. As for the second uncle's second daughter, she was also very particular. She complained the food was too salty, and even got a basin of hot water. She ate while slurping it up. I really didn't know what she was eating. They are quite particular. They think the village is dirty and don't want to eat with us, Su Hui said with a smile. The second sister said, If you think it's dirty, don't eat it. Uncle Air hasn't even started eating yet, and he, a junior, has already turned over the dish from beginning to end. His quality is incredible. It is said that he makes millions a year and lives in a villa in the city. He is an investor, and it is understandable that he looks down on the village food. It seems like he hasn't come here for several years. I'm surprised he came this time. This time it was your second uncle's youngest son who arranged it. He said that everyone must return. Then why didn't his wife and son come back? Isn't it troublesome to come back when you are abroad? To Ye Xiaoda, this meal was tasteless. Although there are a lot of ingredients and the prices are high, they just aren't as delicious as my mother's cooking. After dinner, Ye Xiaoda left with his family. His second uncle's house was still very lively, and there were still many things that needed to be arranged. The next morning, when Ye Xiaoda got up, he found that his parents and second sister had already gone to his second uncle's house to help. If he wasn't ill, he would have gone by now. After dinner, he did not go over immediately. Instead, he waited until the meal was about to start before slowly going over. As soon as I arrived at the gate, I found my father waiting outside to greet guests, busy all the time. As for my second sister, she was also busy collecting gifts. There was a constant stream of people coming and going. Ye Xiaoda found a secluded corner, sat down quietly, and watched the major events in the village. "Hey, isn't this Xiaoda? How are you?" "It's okay." "Xiaoda! Long time no see. Are you feeling well?" "It's okay, it's okay." "Does the fool who bought ginseng last time still want ginseng now?" No." Many people greeted Ye Xiaoda. To be honest, Ye Xiaoda didn't know many of them at all. He had been away for too long and didn't know some of his relatives very well. I just feel that his face is familiar, but I really don't know his name. But he is a celebrity. College student, good job, lung cancer, only 1 month to live, sold ginseng for 10 million. These keywords made him a well-known figure in the village. When the auspicious time came, the second uncle's eldest son and youngest son came on stage. As the actual organizer of this event, the eldest son did not say much. "Welcome everyone! Everyone, eat and drink well, and then watch the show." As the one who paid the money, the youngest son said a lot. "Thank you all for coming to my father's 80th birthday. We have opened 60 tables today, please help yourself. After dinner, let's watch the opera. Today's flower drum opera will last until 9 o'clock in the evening. Let's have dinner here." Hearing this, the eldest son obviously frowned. The youngest son continued, "I seldom go back to my country, but now that I am back, I must make some contributions to my hometown. Today, some city leaders are here too. If you have any requests, please feel free to raise them." As soon as he finished speaking, a unified voice broke out from the audience. "Repair the bridge! Repair the bridge! Repair the bridge!" Building a bridge is what Beishan village wants most. If the bridge can be built, the time to travel to the city can be reduced by about an hour. The benefits to the villagers are obvious. The youngest son on the stage was embarrassed for a moment. He didn't expect that the villagers were so realistic. "I was just being polite, but you guys really brought it up." "Just bring it up. It's so difficult to mention. At least tens of millions." "Haha, I'll ask the leaders about this later. As long as the policy agrees, money is not a problem. I can pay the lion's share." Now that he has been forced to this point, he can only speak for now. The banquet began. Indeed, the dishes are rare in the village. There is even abalone. As a small inland village, who has ever eaten this? Although it was only the size of a wrist, it was snatched up as soon as it was served. The other dishes are also of the highest standards in the village. Ye Xiaoda ate quietly, with only Su Hui by his side. As for Ye Liheng and his second sister, they are still helping. If he were in good health, he would be the only one serving the food. As for the children in my second uncle's family, they were all eating in the main room, or accompanying their leader. Every move they made was as steady as a rock. In their opinion, being able to return home from the city today would be a great honor to the entire Beishan village. Chapter 15 Major Events in Beishan Village. I have to say that the Eagle country's youngest son is still powerful. Many leaders came. Halfway through the meal, he personally sent a group of people away. When there is a banquet in the village, there will naturally be many small incidents. Many homeless people come here to eat, and even young men with mental problems come here. There were also some singers and dancers who came because they knew there was a banquet. The eldest son-in-law from my second uncle's family handled these situations with ease. As the village party secretary of Beishan village and the director of the coal factory, he is also a household name in the area. After dinner, there is Huagu Opera. As a local opera, it is deeply loved by the villagers of Beishan village. Even people from faraway places came. 400 or 500 people were crowded on a small space. Crowded. because it is said that this opera troupe is the best around, and it cost a lot of money, so many people come. Ye Xiaoda naturally had no interest and followed his second sister back home. As for Ye Liheng and Su Hui, they had already grabbed a good position early on. As a relative, Ye Xiaoda naturally had to go to dinner too. However, when he arrived, he found that there seemed to be not enough seats. Not only him, but all relatives and friends seemed to have no place. All the seats were taken by people watching the show. Ye Xiaoda took a look at the dishes on the table and left. These are all leftovers from lunch, and there are very few of them. Maybe there are not enough dishes. Not long after I got home, my second sister and my parents came back. Without further ado, we went to cook noodles. We had originally planned to have 15 tables tonight, and prepared 15 tables of food. But now, those who came to watch the show have stayed, so we have opened more than 40 tables and no one has sat down yet. Ye Liheng complained. The second sister said with a smile. Brother Feng said at noon that those who watched the show could stay for dinner. Brother Feng is the youngest son of my second uncle. Developing in Ego country, it is said that there is a lot of money. An 8-figure income every year. There wasn't even enough melon seeds and water to watch the show in the afternoon. There were too many people. Eat quickly. You still have to reserve a seat after you finish eating. The opera today was really good. In the end, only the second sister and Ye Xiaoda were left at home. Listening to the lively scene at second uncle's house and watching the fireworks that were set off from time to time, second sister couldn't help but sneer. These fireworks are a pure waste of money, and the flower drum opera is the same. It's better to travel if you have the money. This time, at least more than 200,000 yuan was spent. Second uncle's family suffered a huge loss. From his second sister's tone and expression, Ye Xiaoda saw something called envy. Sister, Dad will be 70 next year. The second sister nodded. How about we also hold a birthday party for him next year? After Ye Xiaoda finished speaking, the second sister turned her head to look at him, and suddenly tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. He understood it in an instant. Next year. It's hard to say whether we can survive until next year. Okay. Next year. We'll hold a birthday party for Dad next year. It will definitely be more lively than second uncle's. Ye Xiaoda nodded. I should be able to live until next year. At least these few days, Ye Xiaoda felt that he seemed to be feeling a little more comfortable. There is still a lot of wild ginseng from primitive society. I eat a little bit of it every day, and the effect seems to be good. If Ye Xiaoda hadn't been afraid of having a nosebleed like Mr. Gua, he would have eaten wild ginseng as a meal every day. When Xiongting was trading gold, he also gave Ye Xiaoda a batch of ginseng, which is still in the trading hall. In Xiongting's opinion, he felt a little too sorry to Ye Xiaoda for exchanging some yellow stone for a peerless weapon, so he took the initiative to give him dozens of ginseng. There is even one that is much larger than a carrot, and seems to be 500 or 600 years old. The flower drum opera did not end until after 9 o'clock in the evening. With 5 minutes of continuous fireworks, the grand event of Beishan village came to an end. Very good! Today's flower drum opera is really good. Yes, she sang very well. Many people from your uncle's village came. This is a major event that has not happened in our village for 10 years. It's so lively, there are so many people. Just now during the performance, his youngest son threw thousands of dollars onto the stage. The fireworks are pretty good too. I heard that they cost tens of thousands just for these 5 minutes. Ye Liheng and Su Hui were very excited and envious. Ye Xiaoda, who was standing by, listened and took notes silently. The next day, my second uncle's youngest son came to the door. The first was to express gratitude, after all he had helped yesterday, and the second was that he had not visited the house this time since he returned home. According to etiquette, one should visit his uncle on the first day after returning. In the past, every time Ye Xiaoda came back, he would go to his second uncle's house on the same day. It's just because my family was busy this time that Brother Feng just came to our house. This time when Brother Feng came to visit, he was treated with the highest courtesy by Ye Liheng. Xiao Feng is here, come and sit down. Uncle, I won't sit down. There is some braised pork left at home yesterday. Let me give you a try. My father bought wild boar meat specially for his birthday yesterday. It tastes pretty good. As he spoke, Yi Feng handed a bag of braised pork to Yi Liheng. Yi Liheng quickly brought a stool over, pressed his shoulders, and asked him to sit down. You only come back once in several years. How can you not sit for a while when you come to your uncle's house? Uncle, I'll sit for a while. I have to go back to Eagle Country soon. So anxious? Well, the journey will take 2 days, so we have to hurry. Yi Liheng shook his head, expressing his regret, but quickly said, Xiaofeng, you know that your little brother has cancer now. My family made a little money a few days ago, and I wanted to ask you for help. This time, I will take Xiaoda to Eagle Country. Isn't Eagle Country's treatment technology the best? Yi Feng glanced at Ye Xiaoda and felt very sorry. Although we have met only a few times, we are still brothers after all. However, he still shook his head and said, Although Eagle Country's technology is indeed much better, Xiaoda's disease is advanced gastric cancer. I don't think Eagle Country has a very good solution. If it's early, there may still be hope. Besides, the cost of treatment in Eagle Country is beyond your imagination. He is not like me. I am now an Eagle Country citizen, and treatment basically does not cost money. But when he went there, even a simple blood test would cost tens of thousands. Although your family just made 10 million, in Eagle Country, it is only a little over 1 million, which cannot cure the disease. Besides, since Xiaoda doesn't have a green card, he probably doesn't have a passport either. You can't just go to Eagle Country whenever you want. Yi Feng wanted to say something, but Ye Xiaoda said directly, Brother Feng, don't bother me. I know my illness, and it's useless to go to Eagle Country, so I won't go. Xiaoda! How can this be possible? Yi Liheng was the first one to disagree. Dad, it doesn't matter whether you go or not, don't waste your money. Uncle, what Xiaoda said makes sense. After saying that, Yi Feng left. In his opinion, if it wasn't for his father's 80th birthday, he would never want to return to Daxia in his entire life. Chapter 16, Over 20 Gene of Doghead Gold. The big event in the village is over, and Ye Xiaoda needs to consider his own affairs again. Money. Still have to make money. I don't know if my illness can be cured, but I have money and my parents can enjoy their old age. After 2 transactions, my trading point is now just over 30 years old. I don't know when I can exchange it for primary immunotherapy drugs. Making money is king. Ginseng can no longer be sold, otherwise it will easily be sliced into pieces. But there is still gold. If he could sell the gold in the trading space, Ye Xiaoda felt that 200 or 300 million should not be a problem. There is at least 1 ton of gold in it. The tools for gold refining have arrived, and I have almost learned how to do it. In short, everything is ready, even the east wind is needed. After breaking off a large piece of gold nugget from the trading space, Ye Xiaoda began to refine it in his bedroom. While refining, I was thinking about sales channels. After searching for a long time, Ye Xiaoda angrily unplugged the power supply of the electrolytic cell. Damn! I bought it for nothing! Because he couldn't think of a way to sell gold in large quantities. When he sent it to the gold purchasing store, it was only a few hundred grams at most at a time. He really looked down on such a small matter. After all, he already has 10 million. In addition, he was also worried that if he kept selling gold, he would definitely be targeted. Even if you change your store every time, your source of income is definitely related to gold. As long as someone wants to check, you will be invited for tea in minutes. The risk is too great. After thinking it over, I decided to just sell the gold nugget. Sell it once and then stop, making a profit. So, he broke off a piece of gold nugget from the pile of gold in the trading space. It weighs about 20 pounds and looks like a lion. Then he contacted Guahai. According to his understanding, the Gua group made its fortune from gold and jewelry. Guahai was very happy when he received Ye Xiaoda's call. Because of ginseng, the Gua family has gained the attention of the most mysterious and largest family in the city, and they have no choice but to develop. So even though Guahai still didn't know anything, just because he provided ginseng, he had already been noticed by Mr. Gua, and his monthly pocket money increased sharply. Brother De, have you found wild ginseng again? Guahai said jokingly. Ye Xiaoda looked at the 300-year-old wild ginseng he had just taken a bite of and said calmly, It's not that easy to find ginseng, but I found another good thing. What good stuff? Did your family start out with gold and jewelry? Yes. Does your family accept nugget gold? I found a nugget gold in the back mountain. What? You found a nugget of gold in the back mountain? Yeah, it's pretty heavy. Your back mountain is good. The ginseng is wild and 100 years old. There are also gold nuggets. Tell me how heavy it is. I can consume it for you. I didn't weigh it, but it must be more than 20 kilograms. On the other end of the phone, Guahai, who was rubbing the flesh of a young woman, stopped rubbing when he heard this. Brother De, you are kidding me. How can there be more than 20 kilograms of nugget gold? Did you find some other kind of ore? Let me take a picture for you to see. After seeing the photos, Guahai still didn't quite believe it. After all, it was too fantastic. Then I'll mail it to you and you can see if it's real. If it is, give me a price. After saying that, Ye Xiaoda hung up the phone. Then he simply wrapped the 20-pound lion-shaped gold nugget and sent it out by express mail. Guahai didn't take it seriously. He thought that what Ye Xiaoda found was just a metal similar to brass. As for the nugget gold, weighing more than 20 kilograms, he didn't even dare to think about it. It has never appeared in the entire daxia. When he received the express delivery from Ye Xiaoda, he couldn't wait to go out and went directly to the headquarters of Gui Group. He thinks it's true. Arriving in front of a dozen-story building in the city center, Guahai stood at the door and was stunned for a moment. Although he is a member of the Gui family, he has not been to the Gui Group headquarters building very often. Hello, I'm looking for Ms. Gui Qianshan. Guahai came to the front desk with a package of gold nuggets. Do you have an appointment? Gui Qianshan is my sister. I'm sorry, sir, no one can see Mr. Gui without an appointment. Guahai was speechless. It's my own company, I can't get in. He had no choice but to call Gui Qianshan. Sister, I have a top-quality treasure and want to show it to you. What treasure can you find? Go home quickly. I'm busy. As the head of Gui Jewelry, the most important company in the Gui Group, Gui Qianshan has not had an easy time recently as the resistance from her family is too great. There was no breakthrough at the industry auction 3 days later, and it seemed that his career as a CEO was over. Sister, I found a nugget of gold. Isn't our group going to participate in an auction in 3 days? This is a top-quality treasure. It will definitely be the finale. I found it for you with great difficulty. After hearing this, Gui Qianshan let Guahai go upstairs. Although, she didn't really believe what Guahai said about the treasure. The gold nugget could certainly be put up for auction, but the weight and shape were very important, and she didn't believe that her playboy brother could help her. Guahai ran to Gui Qianshan's office panting and threw the package in his hand onto the desk, making a loud noise. Even if it's a nugget of gold, there's no need to wrap it so tightly. Sister, open it and take a look. Gui Qianshan looked at her brother with suspicion, then opened the package. When she saw a hint of yellow, her expression became much more excited. She could tell at a glance that this was indeed nugget gold. As the package was opened and the nugget of gold appeared completely in her eyes, her mouth could already fit any huge object. Hey, where on earth did you get this piece of nugget of gold? Gui Qianshan was so excited that she was a little incoherent. She has seen a lot of treasures, especially jewels, and has seen countless of them, including quite a few worth tens of millions. But this was the first time she had seen such a big gold nugget. Sister, do you remember the ginseng I got from a brother last time? He mailed this nugget to me. He said he also found it in the mountain behind his home. His back mountain is really amazing. This is more than 20 kilograms of gold nuggets. Do you know that in the whole of Daxia, there has never been more than 20 kilograms of gold nuggets? Sister, is this really a nugget of gold? It shouldn't be a big problem, but I still need to send it out for testing. That's good. As long as it's nugget gold, you can hand it in 3 days. Gui Qianshan looked at Guahai seriously and suddenly asked, Why don't you give this nugget of gold to your father? If you give it to your father, I believe your family's status in the Gui family will rise sharply. Sister, I think what my dad and others did to you was wrong, Guahai said seriously. Gui Qianshan patted Guahai. Thank you. By the way, sister, please keep the origin of this gold nugget a secret. My brother doesn't want others to know too much. Don't worry about that. Chapter 17. the auction that determines the future. After getting this unique gold nugget, Gui Qianqian immediately sent it to the testing laboratory of her group. A moment later. Boss Gua! This is real gold nuggets. The total weight is 25 kilograms. This is a weight that has never appeared in Daxia before. Our Gui group is going to make a fortune this time. Soon, the head of the laboratory found Gui Qianqian with an excited look on his face to report. Holding back her excitement, Gui Qianqian warned. Remember to keep all of this a secret. Don't even tell other senior executives in the company. Got it? The person in charge nodded quickly. However, after Gui Qianqian left excitedly, the person in charge thought it over again and made a copy of the research report on the composition of the gold nugget and gave it to one of his teachers. Because he discovered a mineral component that Daxia urgently needed in this nugget of gold. The importance of this mineral component is extremely exaggerated. Compared with it, the value of nugget gold is not even as good as its smaller brother. It can no longer be measured by money. It is a treasure that can be traded between countries. Another group of people also set their sights on Ye Xiaoda. In an extremely low-key but extremely luxurious manner in the city, in a quaint room, a latest document about Ye Xiaoda was handed to the butler who was specifically responsible for the investigation of Ye Xiaoda. You got more than 20 kilograms of gold nuggets? And this gold nugget also contains a large amount of minerals that Daxia needs very much? The butler knew the importance of the matter. If we find some ginseng with miraculous effects, we can still explain it with luck, but this is nugget gold and a mysterious mineral, so it cannot be explained by luck. Soon, he took the document and found someone who had a say in the family. After a quick glance at the document, the middle-aged man said, I see. There's no need to investigate Ye Xiaoda for now. As for the minerals, tell Daxia that there's no need to investigate their origins. Let's put this person aside for now. Although the butler didn't understand, he still bowed, nodded and left. After he left, the middle-aged man in the room muttered, Ginseng gold nuggets, could it be that this young man has a mysterious master? Is there still hope for the old man's illness? He is not in a hurry. After the old man took the young people's ginseng, his health has indeed improved in the past few days. As a person who has influence in Daxia, he knows some secrets. It is normal to have a mysterious old man in the mountains. And it just so happens that this young man also has cancer, and it's in the late stage. As long as we keep an eye on him, maybe there will be a chance in the future. He felt that even with the power of their family, they couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, the Gui Group headquarters was also very lively. Except for Mr. Gui, who was recuperating at home due to illness, all the Gui family members came and crowded into Gui Qianqian's office. Even Gui Hai came. The others came to force the emperor to abdicate, but as for Gui Hai, he just came to watch the fun. Xiao Qian, what's wrong with you? Jewelry and gold are the pillar industries of our Gui family. Why are they getting worse day by day after the old man handed them over to you? The eldest of the 3 brothers of the Gui family spoke. Gui Qianqian was too lazy to pay attention. If it weren't for you 3 brothers causing trouble, would this have happened? That's right, Xiao Qian. The old man gave you this business because he trusted you. But look at you. Less than half a year after taking over, our stock price has dropped by more than 20%, and the loss is over 100 million. You have to take responsibility for this. Tonight's auction is your last chance. If you still can't raise the share price of the Gui Group, I think you should step down and let others take over. It's not easy to get a jewelry and gold auction in our city. If you can't seize this opportunity, go home and plant flowers. In fact, this gold and jewelry auction is not that important. It's just that the Gui family mentioned it as very important. With all the tricks used by the 3 brothers of the Gui family, if Gui Qianqian fails to produce anything decent at this auction to raise the reputation of the Gui Group, she really should go and grow flowers. Therefore, her most important task during this period of time was to find a treasure that could be put on auction, or even become the finale. Unfortunately, she never found it. The dilemma was not resolved until Gui Hai brought Ye Xiaoda's more than 20 kilograms of gold nuggets. Thinking of this, Gui Qianqian looked at Gui Hai again, her eyes full of relief. At least she still had her own people at home. However, he was even more curious about Ye Xiaoda behind Gui Hai. As for Guahai, when he saw the big sister, whom the whole family wanted to kill, looking at him with satisfaction, he quickly turned his head away, fearing that he would be discovered. After this auction, if the stock of my Gua group does not rise by 10% tomorrow, I will resign from my current position and go home to serve my grandfather, Gua Qianqian said, then turned and left. That's what you said. I have already recorded it. Gua Qianqian, you can't default on your debt. She didn't want to hear any of the excited voices behind her. Guahai, come join me. Gua Qianqian pulled Guahai along before leaving. Guahai had no choice but to follow behind with a dead pig look on his face, and instantly became the target of the family's criticism. Soon, the two arrived at the largest auction in the city. Almost all jewelers from across the country gather here, and the auction held every 6 months is very popular. As long as we can make our family famous here, there will be no problem if the stock price increases by 10% tomorrow. And if you want to make a name for yourself, you naturally need the most precious treasure. Gua Qianqian took Guahai and quickly sat down in a corner. Here, the Gua family is just the least important existence. But today, Gua Qianqian and Guahai are both full of confidence. After learning about the preciousness of the gold nugget, Guahai was unable to recover for several days. In a moment, he regarded Ye Xiaoda as his lifelong idol. Hey, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Gua family? Why are you sitting in such a remote place? Do you want me to take you to the front seat? A young man with a powdered face and greasy hair walked up to Gua Qianqian on purpose. When they saw this man, Gua Qianqian and Guahai were too lazy to pay attention to him. Song Jifei, the prince of Song jewelry. The scale of Song's jewelry is several times larger than that of Gua's. Moreover, Song Jifei is the only son of the Song family. Naturally, his status is much higher than that of Gua Qianqian. As for Guahai, he is not even qualified to compete with him. Because of Gua Qianqian's appearance and figure, Song Jifei was very interested in her. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Song Jifei was not angry. Instead, he sat down next to Gua Qianqian and said with a smile, Qianqian, I heard that your Gua family is not very satisfied with you. Mr. Gua seems to be in poor health. If you really can't make it, come to me and be my mistress. I will definitely not treat you badly. Song Jifei, are you eating shit? Why does your mouth stink so much? Guahai couldn't help it and started to argue with him. Humph! Who are you? The third son of the Gua family? Even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like that. If your last name wasn't Gua, you would have starved to death by now. Unlike me, I'm so young and I can still run a company without relying on my family. Guahai had no power to refute this because it was indeed the truth. Seeing that Gua Qianqian ignored him no matter what he said, Song Jifei had no choice but to return home in disappointment. Anyway, he felt that this perfect woman would definitely be his in the future. Chapter 18. A luxury car came to the village. Soon, the auction began. Gua Qianqian sent a link to Guahai. Let your brother take a look too. This auction will be live broadcast. Let him see for himself how much his items can be sold for. Guahai quickly sent the link to Ye Xiaoda. Ye Xiaoda also quickly turned on the live broadcast. After all, this was the moment when he made a lot of money and he had to experience it. There was nothing special about the first few pieces of gold jewelry. This is a jade bracelet from the Gua group. It's of the icy variety with some floating flowers. The starting price is 1 million. Hearing these words, both Song Jifei and the Gua family members who were watching the live broadcast could not help but sneer. Is this the treasure that Gua Qianqian spent half a year looking for? It's just $1 million bracelet. Everything I have on my hands is worth more than it. Song Jifei at the scene even turned his head to look at Gua Qianqian, and even gave her a wink. In the end, this bracelet from the Gua group was sold for just over 2 million. This is a bit embarrassing for a large gold and jewelry group. Next, until the last 3 items, there were no more items from the Gua group, which made everyone in the Gua family breathe a sigh of relief, and then they began to discuss who would take over the group. This person should be me. Brother, I agree, but the vice president must be me. Brother, I want the management rights of the downtown store. Uncle, I want the management rights of several branches. The Gua family has already started to divide up the property. Because they knew that the last 3 items could not have come from the Gua family. Even the Song family can't do that. The final item can only be provided by those first-class jewelry groups. This is also their best opportunity to consolidate their reputation every time. The third-to-last lot is a gold nugget weighing more than 1 kilogram. This is considered very rare in Dacia. Generally, the heavier gold nuggets come from Australia. In the end, it was sold at a high price of 6 million. This is already much higher than the price of gold, basically 10 times higher, which is a premium. The price is not too expensive, but its rarity makes it one of the final items. The second-to-last lot was a full green bracelet, which couldn't even be considered imperial green, but it was sold for more than 10 million yuan. This made Ye Xiaoda very excited. A broken bracelet can be sold at this price? Next time I make a transaction, I have to ask Xiongheng if he has a lot of imperial green gold too. This is another way to make money. Next, it is the most important last item. At this time, even the host became much more excited. The next lot is the first time I've seen it, even though I've been in this industry for more than 10 years. Precious! It's so precious! Soon, a photo of Huang Tongtong appeared on the screen. This is a nugget of gold. It weighs 25 kilograms. It looks like a giant lion. It's extremely valuable. What? 25 kilograms of gold nugget? How could this happen in Dacia? There was a lot of discussion off the field. Soon, the real thing was brought up. When everyone saw it, they were amazed, but also envious and jealous. The rich people all went to raise money. Here, I would like to thank the Gui Group once again, and thank Mr. Gui of the Gui Group. This nugget of gold was provided by the Gui Group. Thank you for the Gui Group's trust in this auction. After the host finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Gui Qianqian. It was because Gui Qianqian had seen big scenes before that she was not scared at all. Instead, she stood up and greeted everyone with a smile. He even exchanged glances with Song Zhifei, full of joking. As for the people of the Gui family who were watching the live broadcast, they were already stunned where they were. They couldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. This little girl, Gui Qianqian, had always been in their attention. How on earth did she find this top-notch treasure? The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively. 10 million! 20 million! 30 million! 40 million! Soon, the price soared to 40 million. There aren't many people bidding above this price, and they are basically all big forces. Even though these listed companies have market capitalizations of hundreds of billions, it is still difficult for them to come up with 100 million in cash. And even if there is, it would not be so easy to buy a gold nugget. Although, this piece of gold nugget is already a treasure. But the time given to everyone to consider is not enough. If the auction is promoted for a few months beforehand, it won't be a problem to achieve a small target with this nugget gold auction. In the end, this piece of gold nugget was sold at a high price of 50 million. In Beishan village, in a dilapidated 2-story building, Ye Xiaoda was holding a mobile phone, also in a trance. How many tens of millions has this brought in? The next day, the stock price of Gui Group began to rise rapidly. At the beginning, it had risen by more than 10%. At noon, a luxury car arrived at the door of the Yi family in Beishan village. A luxury car that had never been seen in the village. A dark purple Cullinan. A luxury car worth tens of millions. Gui Qianqian, who was wearing a red dress, came down, along with the driver, Gui Hai, who looked like he had lost all hope in life. Yu Liheng and Su Hui, who were having lunch at the time, had never seen such a beautiful and elegant woman before. They didn't know whether to swallow the food in their mouths. Even Ye Xiaoda was confused and looked at Gui Hai, wanting an answer. Uncle and Aunt Brother De, this is my sister. I had to come here to thank you in person. Gui Hai explained helplessly. Qianqian, right? Have you eaten? Su Hui greeted her quickly. Auntie, we have already eaten. This made Gui Hai, who was already sitting down, stand up again. Then Xiaoda, don't eat any more, go and entertain the girl. Ye Xiaoda was even more speechless. At most, Gui Hai had no lunch, but he was forced to close his business just after he had his meal. The three of them went upstairs and entered Ye Xiaoda's bedroom. Perhaps because she had never seen such a simple bedroom with a tarpaulin roof, Gui Qianqian looked at it for a long time before saying, You should know that your gold nugget sold for 50 million. Ye Xiaoda nodded quickly. Give me your bank card number. Ye Xiaoda quickly gave out a card number. I gave you 38 million. Most of the 12 million was taken by the auction house. I have already paid taxes for the rest. Our Gua group didn't make a penny. Guahai on the side also nodded quickly. 12 million less? Although it was a lot, Ye Xiaoda could understand it. After all, whether it is the auction house's handling fee or tax, it must be paid. Thank you, Mr. Gua. Otherwise, my gold nugget wouldn't be worth more than 30 million. The three of them chatted for a while, mostly just being polite. Before leaving, Gui Qianqian suddenly said to Ye Xiaoda, the price of doghead gold is much more expensive than gold. Don't purify it yourself, and then make it into gold nuggets. While saying this, Gui Qianqian was still looking at the pile of purification equipment in the corner of Ye Xiaoda's bedroom. People can tell what this is at a glance. Nuggets are hard to sell, but gold bars are the same. Even if you sell them in small quantities, your income can be traced back to a source. Don't lose the big picture for the small. If you have more nuggets in the future, you can give them to me and I can help you sell them. I will keep it strictly confidential. Also, the edge of your lion-shaped gold nugget has obvious signs of being broken by humans. Don't worry, I have already taken care of it. After saying that, Gui Qianqian left. This made Ye Xiaoda look confused. This woman is a little too smart. It is obvious that he already knew that Ye Xiaoda had other gold nuggets in his hands. The lion-shaped gold nugget was indeed what Ye Xiaoda broke off from a huge gold nugget weighing more than 100 kilograms. He thought no one would be able to find it, but he didn't expect that this woman could see it at a glance. Chapter 19, 15 million to build a bridge. What Ye Xiaoda didn't know was that there were more than 1 or 2 people targeting him now. It seems that the gold nugget can no longer be sold. But enough. There is really enough money to spend. The income from selling ginseng was 10 million, and this time it was more than 30 million. Now, there are more than 40 million deposits in Ye Xiaoda's bank card. Even if he was healthy and worked all his life, he wouldn't be able to earn that much money. And this was only what he gained 10 days after acquiring the trans-time and space trading platform. On the day when Ye Xiaoda became a millionaire worth more than 40 million, the village was extremely lively. Because someone from the city came. A special working group came from the transportation department. The whole morning was spent measuring the feasibility of building a bridge north of Beishan village. In fact, it just requires building a bridge at the narrowest part of the reservoir. It is naturally not difficult, and is highly feasible. If this bridge is built, the journey from Beishan village to the city can be reduced by half, from more than 2 hours to less than 1 hour. The effect is naturally extremely significant. The key issue is money. At Ye Xiaoda's second uncle's house, the city's working group said directly, everyone, the bridge can definitely be built, but it requires a lot of money, because the construction of this bridge can only benefit not too many people, that is, your Beishan village and a few nearby villages, with a population of less than 1,000, so it's not worth it. The second uncle quickly said, leaders, this bridge is so important to our village. Do you think there is any other way? The people from the city thought about it and said, unless someone donates money, we estimate that this bridge will cost about 10 or 20 million yuan. Our department may only contribute 1 million yuan, but we can help you coordinate. The rest needs to be solved by your village. More than 10 million more? Second uncle was about to see the guest off. Well, the distance between the two banks is more than 100 meters, and it is an overwater construction. It is necessary to install fixed steel cables on both sides. The width of the bridge must also be 5 or 6 meters. The cost is more than 15 million. There are less than 1,000 people who can benefit from it, and each person gets several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. A large family gets tens of thousands of yuan. This is a sum of money that is almost impossible to raise. Old village chief, how about this? You can find someone to organize it. I see there are many rich people in the village. See if we can raise the money. If we can start construction right away. The construction period won't take long. We will send the surveying data back first, and then come up with a construction plan. Once you have raised the money, we can start construction right away. Second uncle also nodded. This matter is no longer something he can resolve, so let the town handle it. On that day, the village began to count how much each family could donate for the construction of the bridge. This is also a big deal in the village. A small list can reveal so many things, especially the status in the village. For example, in the case of my second uncle's family, my second uncle plans to pay 10,000 yuan himself. That's already a lot. An old man offers 10,000, no questions asked. The next one was the second uncle's youngest son. He was the one who called the city's working group, so he was naturally the first one to give money. A full million! This amount of money is actually not small, enough to buy a small house in the city. Even the two married daughters contributed a lot. The eldest daughter contributed 20,000 yuan, and the youngest daughter contributed 100,000 yuan. My second uncle's family is worth more than 1 million. Of course, it is still a long way from 15 million. The rest, not so much. The most each household can afford is a few thousand yuan. The Liu family, the richest family in the village, has several children, but their total wealth is only 10,000 yuan. The entire Beishan village, not counting my second uncle's family, has a total of less than 100,000 yuan. With this amount of money, you can hardly buy even one steel cable to build a bridge. As for Ye Xiaoda's family, they were not treated specially. Their income was about average in the village, so it was written as 5,000. As soon as the list came out, the village became lively. TSK, 1 million, Yi Feng from the Yi family is really rich. His family is indeed rich. But it's not enough. He makes tens of millions a year overseas. What's wrong with donating a little more? That's right. It is said that his daughter earns tens of millions a year. It's just 100,000 yuan, but she is just treating beggars well. We've screwed up this bridge repair. The people from the city were all called by Yi Feng, and he didn't even pay for it. It's really a waste of time. 10,000 from the Liu family is not much. Look at Yi Lihing's family, they only have a few thousand, but didn't they just make 10 million? You're so stingy. If I make 10 million, I must give at least half to benefit the folks. That's right. Ye Xiaoda's ginseng was dug from the back mountain. It originally belonged to all of us. Now he is not willing to give a penny to us. He is really stingy. No wonder he got sick. Ye Xiaoda is such a scoundrel. Even God can't stand him. Selling ginseng is ill-gotten gains, so it should all be donated. Even if they donated all of it, it would still be a little short. Then it's not much of a difference. The city will contribute a little, and then other villages should also contribute some. If you add them together, it will be almost the same. Yeah, if Ye Xiaoda takes out all 10 million, it seems that there won't be much difference. Originally, the things in the back mountain belonged to all of us. The money he made from selling them should naturally belong to the collective. After the bridge is built, it will be a great thing for everyone in the village. Why don't we go to Yi Lihing's house and talk about it? I think it's okay. Go and talk to him. Just like that, a group of people, led by an old man with some prestige in the village, came to Yi Lihing's house in a mighty manner. At this moment, the three members of the Yi family had just finished dinner. Ye Xiaoda is still thinking about how to spend his money. I must give some to the two sisters, and should I use the rest to build a big villa in the village? Let your parents have a comfortable place to live for the rest of their lives. Then the foundation problem needs to be solved. Although his family owned the best residential land in the village, Ye Xiaoda felt that it seemed a little small. It is only 2 acres in size, which does not seem to be in line with the standards of a multimillionaire. When Ye Xiaoda saw more than a dozen people coming to his house together, he inexplicably felt that something was not good. Sure enough, after everyone was seated, the old man in the lead said, Liheng, this time the city has sent people to organize us to repair the bridge. Do you think this is a good thing? Ye Liheng said quickly, Fifth uncle, this is definitely a good thing. If it can be repaired, it will be much more convenient for us. Yes, but the money raised in the village is not enough yet. Ye Liheng knew why this group of people came, and Ye Xiaoda also knew it. Su Hui understood it better, and with a look of displeasure on her face, she said, If the village can't raise the money, then the bridge won't be repaired. It's been like this for hundreds of years anyway. That's different. Now that we have this opportunity, shouldn't we work hard? Uncle Wu, please tell me the reason why you came to my house today, Ye Liheng asked directly. Chapter 20. Don't blame me for dying at your doorstep. The fifth uncle in the village looked at Ye Xiaoda and said, Didn't Xiaoda make 10 million some time ago? But your family only spent a few thousand to build the bridge this time. Isn't it a bit too little? Ye Liheng looked embarrassed to speak, but Su Hui didn't indulge him. She said, Uncle Wu, how much do you plan to donate? I see it's only 2,000 on the list. You have many children who make a lot of money outside. This is different. Didn't Xiaoda make his money from selling ginseng? A full 10 million. In fact, the things in the back mountain should belong to all of us. Don't you agree? Yes, Uncle Wu is right. This 10 million should belong to everyone. You should have contributed more to the bridge repair this time. 10 million is ill-gotten gains. It should all be donated. That way, the cost of repairing the bridge will be basically enough. This is ill-gotten gains, it must be donated. Everybody was a little indignant, and it was extremely lively. Hearing the hustle and bustle at Ye Xiaoda's house, the Lu family next door naturally would not miss the excitement, and also came home. When Lu Baonan heard that it was because of this matter, he became excited and said to Ye Xiaoda directly, Everyone is right. This 10 million of yours came from the back mountain. It should belong to everyone. If you don't want to donate it, then take it out and share it with everyone. That's right. There are only about 200 people in our village, and each of us can get tens of thousands. Hurry up and share it. Humph! Ye Xiaoda, you used our money to buy so many Mao Tai and Zhonghua bottles. You have to give all the money back to everyone. To be honest, when Ye Xiaoda heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. Should things dug from the back mountain belong to everyone? If we don't donate it to build the bridge, we have to share it with everyone? This statement is really ridiculous. When Ye Liheng heard that everyone was going to take away the family's life-saving money, he was the first to stop it. What do you want to do? That's the ginseng that Xiaoda dug, so it belongs to him. We are going to use this money for medical treatment, so don't even think about it. As for Su Hui, she had already gone to the door to get a broom. If there is any disagreement, he will just kick everyone out. Lu Baonan stood at the door, leaning against the door frame, and said in a mean way, Uncle Hun, if you don't take out this money, you will be punished by God. Not to mention treating your Ye Xiaoda's illness, you and your parents will probably have a hard time for the rest of your life. That's right. Maybe your Xiaoda's illness is because God can't stand your stinginess. Liheng, you should use the money to repair the bridge. Maybe when the bridge is repaired, your Xiaoda's illness can be cured as well. Ye Liheng was speechless. Su Hui was about to take action. Ye Xiaoda, who was lying on the recliner, said calmly, This 10 million is mine. It's mine. I can donate as much as I want. Whoever finds the things in the back mountain owns them. Uncle Wu, I remember you often went up the mountain to hunt wild boars when you were young. Can you share the wild boar meat with everyone? Lu Baonan, I remember your mother still goes to the back mountain to pick mushrooms every day. Shouldn't you share the mushrooms you pick with everyone? Who hasn't picked up something in the back mountain? Who hasn't gotten good things from the back mountain? Now that I've found some ginseng, you can't stand it and want me to hand it over? You can ask me to hand it over. I'm already in this state now. I'm not afraid of boiling water. Whoever asks me to hand it over, I'll go to their house. I don't think I'll live for many more days anyway. After Ye Xiaoda said this, these old guys immediately stopped their actions. When people get old, what they fear most is bad luck. Seeing Lu Baonan's eyes darting around, Ye Xiaoda knew that he was up to no good, so he said directly, Lu Baonan, your family has been drinking purchased mineral water recently, and you dare not eat your own vegetables. I am a college student, and I know a good thing that can spread in the air. In the future you may have to buy air for your family, otherwise you will die with me. You have so much money, what's wrong with donating more? Lu Baonan panicked. Your family is not short of money. Don't you say every day that one of your two brothers-in-law is powerful and the other is rich? How about this, no matter how much money your family donates, my family will definitely match it. If your family donates 10 million, I will also follow. Everyone looked at Lu Baonan, who quickly ran away. If you can't afford to offend someone, you can just run away. The rest of the people, seeing that Ye Xiaoda was determined not to give the money, left cursing at him. These bastards actually dared to covet my son's life-saving money! Su Hui cursed. Yu Liheng was also obviously uncomfortable. Why should they use our money? Ye Xiaoda can understand it. As for money, everyone can get along well without anyone, but as long as one person has money, especially if it is so easy to get, other people in the village will instantly be envious and jealous. Ye Xiaoda took note of this group of people, especially Lu Baonan. The bridge must be repaired. But not now. When the bridge is repaired, I will have you all come and beg me. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Under Ye Xiaoda's dominance, no one dared to ask the Yi family for money to repair the bridge, but the villagers seemed to have some different eyes towards Ye Liheng and Ye Xiaoda. These days, having money is troublesome. The bridge construction project was put on hold because there wasn't enough money. Everyone in the village, except Ye Xiaoda, thought that they would never be able to see the bridge in their village repaired in this lifetime. In the next few days, Ye Xiaoda was thinking about what good things he should prepare to trade with Xiongheng from primitive society. Weapons don't seem to get very many trade points. If you want to save yourself, you must obtain a large amount of trading points. The number of trading points obtained from each transaction is related to the items being traded. The greater the impact on the other party's world, the more points you will get. Therefore, Ye Xiaoda felt that he should carefully decide on the next trading item. What was most lacking in primitive society? After thinking about it, Ye Xiaoda made a decision. On the day of the transaction, Ye Xiaoda once again chose Xionghen's primitive society. Otherwise, if you change it, you might not even get any trading points. De-ge! Long time no see. Haha, it's only been 7 days. It looks like you're living a good life. Xionghen laughed loudly and said, with the weapons you provided, no one dares to provoke us. Besides, our tribe can get food much faster, and we don't have to starve so much. We are naturally happy. Starving? Ye Xiaoda asked quickly. Xionghen, what is the main food of your tribe? Basically, we rely on hunting and gathering some fruits. Is hunting easy? There are a lot of prey, but it was hard to hunt before because I didn't have the right weapons. Now it's much better. If I'm lucky, I can kill a sheep in a week, so I still have some meat. As far as Ye Xiaoda knows, there are about 50 or 60 people in Xionghen's tribe. Now they only have 1 sheep a week, which seems to be not enough to feed them. Therefore, Ye Xiaoda projected the bow and arrow, and introduced it by the way. This weapon can attack from a long distance. It should be very good for hunting or conquering other tribes. Are you interested? Yes. 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 Xionghen was drooling. Give me a few days and I'll get you a batch. Ye Xiaoda planned to ask Guahai to get him a batch of compound bows. This thing is not easy to sell online, but as a playboy, Guahai knows how to do this kind of thing. Weapons alone are not enough. Ye Xiaoda plans to trade some other things. Knowledge. After primitive society, wasn't there slave society? Society needs to develop. Xionghen, if your tribe captures people from other tribes, or destroys other tribes, what will you do with their captives? Although Xionghen didn't know why Ye Xiaoda asked this, he still said, basically, we either kill them or release them in exchange for some food. It seems that this has not yet reached the stage of slavery. Ye Xiaoda tempted them earnestly. Don't let them go back, and don't kill them. It would be great if they could work for you. Work for us? Well, I'll give you some seeds, and you can plant them later, and then you can harvest them. Just let these captured people plant them for you. And the animals you hunt can also be raised. Ye Xiaoda spent a long time talking to Xionghen about many aspects of crop planting and breeding, and also projected many modern agricultural crops. When Xionghen saw that a small piece of sweet potato could feed many people, he became interested. Although he looks big and strong, he is a very thoughtful person. Naturally, he knows what impact Ye Xiaoda's words will have on him and his tribe. Chapter 21 Such a big imperial green. Ye Xiaoda continued. When you have enough food, you can form your own army, and I can help you with the weapons. With an army, you can keep training and then conquer other tribes. After conquering the tribe, don't kill those people. Humans are much more useful than wild boars. Let them work for you, grow crops for you, and raise wild boars and rabbits for you. You can continue to expand your armed forces. It won't take long before I think you can become the boss of your area, a boss who has the final say. After thinking for a while, Ye Xiaoda said, I can also teach you the method of firing pottery. After seeing the effect of pottery, Xionghen could hardly sit still, he was so excited. Brother Da! Thank you so much! These things are so important to me. Tell me what you want. I'll find them for you. What do you want? Forget about the gold nuggets, there are still a lot of them on the trading platform and they can't be sold. You can have some ginseng, but you don't need too much. Change to something that makes money. Do you have this kind of stone? Green and a little transparent? Ye Xiaoda projected the photo of the jadeite raw stone. This kind of stone? We have quite a few of them, but they seem to be much more transparent and greener than what you projected. I don't know if it's the same as what you said. When we have nothing to do, we also like to polish some of these stones and use them as decorations. Bring some over here and show it to me. A moment later, Ye Xiaoda had a few fist-sized stones in his hands. How to describe it? It's similar to a polished beer bottle. Very green and very transparent. Imperial green? Ye Xiaoda couldn't help but have this guess. Brother De, we also have purple ones, which are also very transparent, but the quantity is slightly less. This one is very green. Do you have any big ones? Yes, they are everywhere. Sometimes we often use them as stools. The largest one is probably taller than me, but only some places are green. I don't know if it's all green inside. Okay, let's trade this stone this time. The greener the better. And give me some ginseng too? Good. To Xionghen, these things were basically worthless and were everywhere. Being able to exchange them for weapons and seeds from Ye Xiaoda was simply a great deal. 2 days later, Guahai sent Ye Xiaoda a lot of compound bows and arrows, plus some corn and sweet potatoes, and Ye Xiaoda completed the transaction. A lot of things were given to Xionghen, but there will also be things that can be traded later. Isn't this helping you to develop into a slave society? And there will be a feudal society afterwards. Isn't it just teaching you a pottery technique? There is also iron smelting technique to follow. If you want to build an army, you need weapons, but you don't know how to make weapons yourself. There are simply too many things that can be given to Xionghen in the future. Given so much, the benefits are obvious. Because Ye Xiaoda obtained 86 trading points, which was more than the points of the previous 2 times combined. It seems that the influence on Xionghen's world is great enough. Unfortunately, these points are still not enough to exchange for primary immune drugs and cannot cure his cancer. But as long as we have ginseng, there should be no problem if we persist for a while. Moreover, there were a lot of stones in his platform space. Pick up one at random. Although it is rough on the outside and has a layer of stone skin, there are obvious green colors in several places. When you turn on the light, everything is green. The light can pass directly through. Ye Xiaoda used a grinder to cut off a small piece of stone, about the size of a thumb, then polished it from top to bottom and mailed it to Guahai. Guahai, I sent you a piece of jade by mail. I don't know its real price. Can you help me check it out? Sure, my family does this, and there are many experts. Brother De, where did you buy it from? From the live broadcast room. They said it was some kind of imperial green. It cost me a lot of money. I'm afraid it's fake, so I'll let you take a look. On the other end of the phone, Guahai was stunned for a moment and said, Brother De, you may have been cheated. You were cheated? Yeah, there is no imperial green for sale in the live broadcast room. Even a thumb-sized piece of imperial green would cost 6 figures. The ones sold in the live broadcast room are all fake. They are probably made of beer bottles. Ah? I see. You should help me take a look. Okay, but don't get your hopes up too much. Good. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xiaoda looked at another large stone the size of a basketball under his feet and fell into deep thought. Give one piece to Guahai, just to confirm it. Because the transactions are conducted on the super space-time trading platform, the platform is regulated. If it is jadeite, then it must be jadeite. According to Guahai, a thumb-sized piece of imperial green stone is enough to make an egg-shaped egg, and its value is 6 figures. What about the basketball-sized thing under your feet? The thing under my feet looks like a green glass ball. The stone skin has been removed by myself using a grinder, and the remaining basketball-sized stones are all green. When the light was turned on, it went straight through. There are no impurities or cracks in it. With such a big piece, it should be no problem to make a dozen bracelets. An imperial green bracelet would cost at least 8 figures. So there is a small goal of 100 million right under your feet? Even more than that? When Ye Xiaoda thought of this, his breathing became heavier. Then he thought that there were at least a dozen such stones in his own space, and the sound of his breathing became even louder. The largest seemed to weigh more than several tons. However, how to sell it is still the biggest problem. Now Ye Xiaoda has a lot of valuable things. There are more than a dozen wild ginseng plants that are over 100 years old. These are the small gifts that Xiongheng gave away during this transaction. One of them is half a meter long and feels like it is more than 1,000 years old. Value simply cannot be measured. As for the gold nuggets, there were also a lot of them. A small piece was sold for 8 figures. If all the gold nuggets here were sold, the amount would probably be more than a dozen. There is also jade. If they were all sold, they would be worth dozens of small golds. Of course, the prerequisite is that they all have to be sold. Otherwise, it's all waste. As for jadeite, Ye Xiaoda does not plan to sell it directly to the Gua family, although the Gua family is engaged in this business. But there is no good excuse. You can dig ginseng from the back mountain, and even see gold nuggets, which can all be explained by good luck. But you can't explain why you saw the top-quality imperial green jadeite raw stone directly from the back mountain. When Guahai received the thumb-sized stone that Ye Xiaoda mailed to him, he studied it for a while. It is extremely transparent and green in color, and it is obviously a beer bottle at first glance. However, he is not a fool. After all, his family is engaged in this industry, so he has some vision. After looking at it carefully, it feels a bit like the legendary imperial green. Although he is the young master of the Gua family, Guahai has never seen imperial green jadeite. Even in the Gua family's treasury, there is only a small piece of this thing. It's not even enough to make a bracelet. Now, as more and more people love jade, the amount of jade raw stones mined is becoming less and less. It is already difficult to find a good stone in the market, let alone the top-grade imperial green. Even in northern Myanmar, it is hard to find. Guahai was still unsure, but he knew several masters in his group. That day, he got an extremely unexpected result. The stone that Ye Xiaoda mailed to him was indeed jadeite, and it was an extremely rare imperial green. Although it was small, it was worth at least 6 figures. Chapter 22. Someone finally came to borrow money. Brother De, which live broadcast room did you buy this stone from? What's the matter? Not bad, I want to buy it too. So, what I bought is real? Well, it's definitely imperial green, and can be made into an egg-shaped surface. It will cost at least 100,000. That's okay. I bought it for 120,000 yuan, so I didn't lose money. It's not a loss, you can even make a little money. The live broadcast room you bought is really good. Haha, it seems that I have a good eye. How about this imperial green? Do you want me to have someone make you an egg-shaped one? And then set it with a few diamonds. It will be a perfect gift for women. It will definitely bring you a few nights of sexual happiness. Don't bother with this. Just leave it with you first. I'll come find you when I have time. Hello, Dago. Confirmed. It is indeed imperial green jadeite. It seems that I need to find an opportunity to go to northern Myanmar. However, security issues must be addressed first. Moreover, it seems that I have to cure my illness before I can go, otherwise I will probably die halfway. More than half a month has passed since Ye Xiaoda went to the hospital for his last checkup. Originally, the doctor said he only had a month to live, but half of the time has passed, and he feels that he seems to have gotten better. Of course, stomach pain still often accompanies him. Thanks to the effects of the special ginseng, although the cancer cells are still spreading, my body feels much better. However, this is not a solution. Sooner or later, the cancer cells will spread everywhere. By that time, even a god would not be able to save him. While Ye Xiaoda was still thinking of a solution, guests came to his house. Uncle and aunt. Mother Su Hui's younger brother. However, this time when they met their uncle and aunt, not only Yi Liheng but also Su Hui did not look in a good mood. Sister, brother-in-law. My uncle rarely brought a bag of fruit and put it on the table. Ye Liheng nodded without saying anything. The aunt glanced at Ye Xiaoda and said excitedly, "Oh, Xiaoda is in good health." "Good. That's good, that's good. God has eyes, Xiaoda, you will definitely get better." My aunt even clasped her hands together, as if she was praying to God. This scene made Su Hui look much better, and she started chatting with her brother and sister-in-law. As they chatted, my aunt brought up the topic of the ginseng that Ye Xiaoda had dug up. "Xiaoda, I heard that you dug up a lot of wild ginseng from the back mountain and sold it for a lot of money?" "Aunt, how do you know?" "My uncle's house is several villages away, and it takes 20 minutes to drive there." "Haha, you made 10 million in the back mountain, and the whole town knows about it." "Yes, this is a top priority in town. Look at your house, you have a new refrigerator, and the air conditioner is new too, right? And the bracelet on your sister's hand, I think it weighs about 50 or 60 grams. Looking at the gold bracelet on Su Hui's hand, the aunt's face was full of jealousy. "Our Xiaoda is blessed by God and has good luck. He made some money." My aunt kept making eye contact with my uncle. When she saw that he didn't move, she snorted and said to Su Hui, "Sister, you should know that Su Chang has found a girlfriend and is getting married soon, but he hasn't bought a house yet and he's still short of the down payment." "Ah? Last time I came to you to borrow money, didn't you say that the money was to be saved for Su Chang to buy a house, and that it would be bought soon? Why haven't you bought it yet?" Su Hui knew the reason why her sister-in-law came, and sneered. "Sister, I originally planned to buy a 2-bedroom apartment, but the girl was not satisfied and insisted on a 3-bedroom apartment. I'm still a little short of the down payment. Xiaoda has made a lot of money, so I thought about borrowing some money from you." Ye Xiaoda was happy. What is coming will eventually come. If you make money, there will always be someone who comes to borrow money from you. It's been more than 10 days since you came, it's already late. "No, all the money for Xiaoda must be kept for his medical treatment. I won't lend it to anyone else." Su Hui was very firm. When Ye Xiaoda was sick and short of money, the first person Su Hui spoke to was her younger brother. In the end, her aunt refused on the grounds that she wanted to buy a house for her son to get married. Now, it was Su Hui's turn to refuse. "Well, didn't your family just buy so many electrical appliances? And Xiaoda's illness? It doesn't matter whether it is cured or not." This is what my aunt meant. Su Hui didn't want to pay attention to her, and Ye Liheng, who was very rare, was drinking tea with his eyes narrowed, with no intention of speaking at all. Seeing that there was really no chance, my aunt stood up, glared at my uncle, and said, "Go away! I didn't invite you to dinner. I don't even treat you as a brother, and you are still embarrassing yourself here." My aunt left angrily, and my uncle hurriedly followed. From beginning to end, my uncle didn't say a word. There was no way out. He was not the one in charge of the family. He had wanted to lend money to Ye Xiaoda for his medical treatment, but he had no money. Seeing her younger brother and sister turn around and leave, Su Hui snorted, very unhappy. She had completely given up on her younger brother. Seeing that his family was angry, Ye Xiaoda quickly changed the subject and asked, "Dad, has Uncle Zheng's family next door settled down outside? I haven't seen anyone from their family come back for a long time." Ye Liheng nodded. "Yes, it seems that they have settled down outside. They only have one young son left, and he has also bought a house in the county. It is estimated that no one will come back to live in their old house. Why are you asking this?" "Dad, I want to buy their homestead." This was the first step Ye Xiaoda took after thinking about it for a day to change the quality of life of his family. "His homestead? His homestead is at the foot of the mountain, far inferior to ours. Why did you buy that crappy place?" Su Hui also said, "Even if you want to build a new house, our homestead is enough." "Mom, isn't Uncle Zhang's house located inside our home? There are mountains on 3 sides and a reservoir on the other side. If we buy this place, not only will our home be much larger, but no outsiders will pass by us anymore." Further inside the Yi family is the Zhang family, which is just below the cliff and is also the location for building the bridge. Before the bridge was built, people from the Zhang family had to pass through the Yi family if they wanted to go home. Ye Liheng and Su Hui still didn't understand. Ye Xiaoda continued, "Even if it is used to grow vegetables, isn't it good?" You may have too much money to spend. What's the use of that crappy place? We also have space for growing vegetables. What on earth are you planning? The parents had their doubts, but eventually agreed. In their opinion, Ye Xiaoda might just be too idle. In the final moments, just let him do whatever he wants. After arriving at his second uncle's house, Ye Xiaoda asked directly, "Second uncle, I want to buy the Zhang family's homestead. Is there any procedure?" "Why did you buy his homestead? That place is not very good." "Uncle, I am of some use." "Okay, as long as you negotiate a price with the Zhang family and go through the formalities in the town, it will be fine. But I have to tell you, even if you buy their homestead, you can't build a house." "Why?" "Because your parents are the only ones registered in the village, you can't build a house that's too big. The town has specific requirements, and rural houses can't exceed the specifications." Ye Xiaoda nodded. "That's a problem. In cities, civil servants' offices have standards, but their own houses do not. On the contrary, in rural areas, you cannot build a villa just because you want to. Let's solve it later. There should still be a method." Chapter 23. Trading with Others. After Yi Liheng contacted the Zhang family, the procedures were completed the next day. Don't ask why it was so happy. If you want to blame someone, just blame Ye Xiaoda for giving too much. Originally 100,000 yuan would have been enough, but Ye Xiaoda took the initiative to pay 200,000 yuan. The Zhang family was so scared that they hurried back and completed the formalities early the next morning, fearing that Ye Xiaoda would go back on his word. When the villagers learned that Ye Xiaoda had purchased a useless piece of residential land, they looked at Ye Xiaoda with a hint of pity in their eyes. "Hey, this kid, the cancer cells must have spread to his brain." "That's right, there must be something wrong with his brain, otherwise he wouldn't have bought that place. Do you think Ye Xiaoda wants to build a big house? After all, he is rich now. What's the point of building a big house? His own residential land is enough. Now it's not allowed to build houses beyond the standard. Then, could it be that Xiaoda wants to be buried there 100 years later?" "Yeah, that's right, that position is just right." "What 100 years? It's only a month. You said he was a good child, how come he couldn't live more than a month?" "The key is that the person died and the money was not spent." No one understood why Ye Xiaoda bought such a residential plot. That piece of land is the most wasteful in Beishan village. Ye Xiaoda didn't care about that. He simply cleaned up the old house and set up a few cameras outside. From now on, this will be his warehouse. There will definitely be many more transactions with other worlds in the future, and it would be inconvenient if I don't have a warehouse. My own trading platform is now full of jadeite and gold nuggets. These things will need a place to be stored later. If my level as a Blue Star spokesperson does not improve, the space on the trading platform will be limited. If you don't take your things out, you'll have nowhere to put them later. This place is extremely secluded. If you want to enter, you must pass by Ye Xiaoda's house. The rest is either cliffs or large reservoirs. There is no doubt about the safety. Days passed, and soon, the day for the trading platform to open came. This time, Ye Xiaoda plans to change his trading partner. I have been trading with Xionghan, but it seems that I haven't gained much. In primitive society, there was nothing that Ye Xiaoda urgently needed. What he urgently needed to solve now was his own physical problem. Otherwise, even if he got a large amount of top-quality jadeite from Xionghan, he would not have enough to spend it. So, he chose random this time. After entering the trading platform, he chose to conduct this transaction randomly within the system. No one knows whether Ye Xiaoda is the chosen one or God is taking special care of him, but this time, Ye Xiaoda saw people again. There are more than just people on the trading platform. Demons have them. The probability of a successful transaction through random matching is not very high. A person soon appeared on the other side. A man covered in silver armor, with only a melon-shaped face exposed. It's a typical Iron Man image, except that the armor is silver and the face is also that of a woman. And she is an extremely beautiful woman. His facial features were very three-dimensional, not much different from the white European and American people that Ye Xiaoda had seen in some movies. The woman, covered in silver armor, stood up and stretched out her hand. The mecha in her hand retreated like Mercury, revealing her fair little hand. Hello, I'm from Luo Bing's world, the commander of the second corps of the City of Hope. My name is Bai Bing. Hello, I'm from Blue Star. I have advanced gastric cancer. My name is Ye Xiaoda. Ye Xiaoda's self-deprecating introduction made Bai Bing frown. Cancer? It's a disease from a long time ago. Do you still have cancer in your society? Well, it's a disease with the highest mortality rate. I don't think I'll live long. Then it seems that the civilization of your world is very backward. Then Bai Bing introduced their world. Very advanced. Extremely advanced. I don't know how many generations ahead of Blue Star our technology is. Because we were too far ahead, the planet was almost destroyed. At this moment, there are still survivors in the entire planet, except in a few cities. It is completely a post-disaster world. Outside the city shelters are either radiation clouds or mutant beasts. It is extremely difficult for people to survive. Come to think of it, Blue Star is more comfortable now. What I need is food, anything that can fill my stomach will do. Finally, Bai Bing said to Ye Xiaoda anxiously. Food? I have a lot. The main thing is to see what is cheap. After thinking about it, Ye Xiaoda projected some parameters of corn. The more Bai Bing looked at the parameters and saw the ingredients of corn, the more excited she became. Even after seeing the steamed buns made of corn, there was a trace of shiny liquid at the corner of his mouth. It's not that, it's just saliva. This is fine, this is fine. We have been eating nutrient solution all the time. This will not only fill up my soldiers, but also taste good, and it can greatly improve their combat effectiveness. It can be seen that Bai Bing is very satisfied. As long as he is satisfied, Ye Xiaoda feels that he can speak boldly. I don't want anything else but medicine or equipment that can cure my cancer. Your technology is so advanced, curing cancer should only take a few minutes. Ye Xiaoda has high hopes. But unexpectedly, Bai Bing actually shook her head and said, Cancer is too far away from us. We have special vaccinations since birth, so we will never get cancer. Moreover, our genes have been analyzed, and it is impossible for us to get cancer. Therefore, we really don't have any drugs that can treat cancer. After all, we have never studied it. But I can ask the people in the city to start researching. I think it won't take long before they can develop a drug. After all, it's just a minor problem. Ye Xiaoda was extremely disappointed. Go ahead and research it. If you succeed, I will definitely provide you with endless food. Bai Bing quickly nodded in agreement, then disappeared for a while, then came back immediately and threw a wrist to Ye Xiaoda. This is a treatment method in our world. It contains a miniature treatment robot. Cancer is the unlimited spread of cancer cells. The treatment robot here should be able to have some effect and should be able to inhibit the continued spread of cancer cells, or at least slow down the spread. And it's not just cancer cells. This treatment robot has a very good killing effect on bacteria and viruses. It's completely another immune system for the body, and it's even more powerful. I think it should be useful to you. Can it inhibit the spread of cancer cells? Ye Xiaoda quickly looked at the trading platform's introduction to this technique. Sure enough, the effect was similar to what Bai Bing said. Chapter 24, Renting a Reservoir for 1.8 million yuan. This made him very excited. As long as the cancer cells do not continue to spread, there seems to be some hope. Even if it is impossible to completely suppress the spread of cancer cells, as long as the spread rate can be delayed, you can live longer. Okay, how much corn do you need? 1,000 tons! You must be kidding. It's just a small watch. Although it's a medical watch, it doesn't look like a precious thing in your world. The price is too expensive. Ye Xiaoda shook his head quickly. Indeed, this medical watch is not very valuable in our world, but it is very valuable in your world, isn't it? Well, you have a point. Similarly, corn is worthless in my world, but in your world, it is life-saving. So, you should give a suitable price. Bai Bing thought about it, and finally said, Then 800 tons. It's almost the same as missing 10. Deal. 80 tons sold, Bai Bing said quickly. Damn, I was careless. As expected, you can't do business with women. My mother once said that beautiful women are the easiest to deceive. But it's okay. 80 tons of corn aren't worth much anyway. Give me 3 days and I will give you the corn. Okay, let's trade again next time. I will definitely bring you something better. Sure, as long as what you provide is good enough, I have no shortage of food. Bai Bing nodded excitedly. This transaction ended just like that. In the end, Ye Xiaoda obtained 58 trading points. It can be seen that these 80 tons of corn are still very important to Bai Bing. It seems that she has only 10,000 men under her command. These 80 tons of corn are enough to feed her people for a week. To Bai Bing, it was just a basic medical watch that was everywhere and worthless. It was definitely a good deal if he could exchange it for enough high-energy food for his people for a week. It's not that she doesn't have better medical equipment, just like the top-level armor she's wearing, which is equipped with top-level medical equipment. As long as someone doesn't die on the spot, they can recover in minutes. However, she felt that she could not give Ye Xiaoda too much at one time. Just as Ye Xiaoda thought, Bai Bing could not be fed enough in one go. As for women, if they are satisfied once, how can they trade with each other in the future? Because it was something that had been tested by the trading platform, Ye Xiaoda did not have any worries and directly put the medical watch on his wrist. There is no difference from an ordinary watch. Even after putting it on, there was no pain at all, but the screen showed that the medical robot had started working. As for the effect, it will take some time to notice. 80 tons of corn. 1 ton costs less than 3,000 yuan, and it is delivered to your home. 80 tons is just over 200,000 yuan, which is just a drizzle for multimillionaire Ye Xiaoda. However, an excuse is still needed. Ye Xiaoda first found a wholesaler on the internet. After paying the deposit, 100 tons of corn will be delivered to the old house he just bought tomorrow. He bought 20 more tons. But of course it wasn't given to Bai Bing for nothing, he still has a use for it. Used to conceal one's tracks. Beishan village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a huge reservoir on the other side. This reservoir is very deep and is surrounded by countless mountains. No one knows how deep it is, but it must be at least thousands of acres in size. There are several villages around the reservoir. Therefore, the ownership of the reservoir belongs to the town. This reservoir has not been contracted for several years. When Ye Xiaoda arrived in the town with difficulty and said that he wanted to contract the reservoir, he instantly became a guest of honor at the town government. Of course, everyone looked at him with a different meaning. It feels like watching a big joke. Boss, I want to rent this reservoir. How much does it cost per year? Well, originally it's 500,000 a year, but if you rent it for a long time, it can be reduced a little bit. However, if you want to rent it, you need to provide 1 million fish money. After all, we have released a lot of fish before, and they are still in the reservoir now. Ye Xiaoda agrees with this point. There are indeed a lot of big fish in this reservoir. Because this place is relatively closed, it is not easy for outsiders to come in, and the village has strict management. Unless you are a villager, no one else is allowed to fish inside, resulting in a large number of fish. What if I want to rent it for 10 years? That's 400,000 a year. Okay. Let's sign the contract. Okay. But this reservoir is one of the sources of drinking water for our city, and the environment must be protected. You can raise fish, but the water quality must be guaranteed, otherwise there will be big problems. We will test it every month. Ye Xiaoda nodded. This was not difficult at all. After paying 2 years' money, Ye Xiaoda obtained the contract rights for the reservoir. The people from the town government sent Ye Xiaoda to the car with a smile on their faces, and even provided a special car to take him back. Great! Someone finally rented this reservoir. This is revenue generation. Great! Finally there's a fool. That's right, you can't raise fish in this reservoir. It's useless. The town's work efficiency was still very high. The next day, the notice was sent to several villages around the reservoir. The notice is that there are people in the reservoir now, so don't go fishing in the reservoir every day because it belongs to someone else now. When people from several villages learned that someone had finally contracted the reservoir, they were delighted. After all, they can all get some of the money from contracting the reservoir. However, Su Hui and Yi Liheng were not happy. Because the person who contracted this reservoir happened to be their eldest son, Ye Xiaoda. Ye Xiaoda! Are you crazy? Why didn't you discuss such a big thing with us? If Su Hui hadn't seen that Ye Xiaoda was so thin, she would have picked up the broom by now. Tell me, how much did it cost? Yi Liheng, who had been smoking with a sad face, kept shaking his head, just like a rattle. Ye Xiaoda confessed. The rent is 400,000 a year. I have been contracting for 10 years, but I only need to pay for 2 years first. In addition, the fish in the reservoir are worth 1 million, and I also paid for this. So, I paid 1,800,000. Yu Liheng put out the cigarette in his hand, lowered his head, and really didn't know what to say. As for Su Hui, she was so heartbroken about the money that she couldn't breathe. She just held on to the wall and left the place. Anyway, she didn't want to see Ye Xiaoda again today. It's sad to watch. Xiaoda, this reservoir is so big, and 400,000 a year is really not a lot. But do you know why no one has contracted this reservoir for so many years? Yi Liheng asked. Ye Xiaoda really didn't quite understand and shook his head. Because, no matter how many fish you raise in this reservoir, you can't catch them all. Why? Because the reservoir is too deep, it is impossible to cast nets. Many people have raised fish here before, but all of them lost all their money. So that's how it is. Ye Xiaoda actually knows a little about it. But it doesn't matter. I really have plenty of money. Fish farming is just a cover. Chapter 25. Dozens of tons of corn are needed to make nests. However, you can't tell anybody about this. Dad, you know I like fish and fishing, and my brother-in-law also likes fishing, so let's just rent a reservoir for some fun. I won't live much longer anyway, so just let me be willful for once. After hearing this, Yu Liheng was unable to say anything else. Let your son do whatever he wants as long as he is happy. However, the villagers seemed to be watching the joke. Lu Baonen, in particular, laughed so hard that he ate 2 more bowls of dinner after seeing the village notice and learning that the person who contracted the reservoir was actually Ye Xiaoda. He told everyone that Ye Xiaoda's cancer cells had invaded his brain. My head must be a mess right now. Otherwise, it is impossible for a normal person to spend more than 1 million to rent such a reservoir that generates no income. What Lu Baonen said is actually correct. This reservoir really doesn't make any money. Could it be that Xiaoda doesn't know that the fish in this reservoir cannot be caught? That shouldn't be the case. He must know. The last person who contracted the reservoir lost millions, didn't he? He released millions of fish fry, but in the end he only caught a few small whitebait. The reservoir is too deep, and in many places it is simply not possible to cast nets. Does Xiaoda have other high-tech methods? Come on, he's just out of his mind. After the reservoir was lowered, the corn was also delivered. 10 cars in total. There is no way, cars that are too big cannot get in. All the corn was placed in the residential land that Ye Xiaoda had just bought. In addition, a feeding machine was also installed. It was installed directly inside the old house, with pipes leading to the reservoir. After the electricity was connected, a steady stream of corn kernels began to be scattered from the warehouse in the old house into the reservoir. It's like flowers scattering from heaven. The only difference is that what Ye Xiaoda scattered was corn and money. It has been spreading like this all day long. Forget about contracting a reservoir where you can't catch any fish, and now you're feeding the fish. Forget about feeding the fish, and you're still using corn. This guy is not making a nest. When feeding fish, you should use feed specially made for fish. It is not only cheaper, but fish also like it more and the nutritional content is more uniform. At this point, even Yi Liheng and Su Hui didn't understand. Su Hui even touched Ye Xiaoda's forehead directly. Strange, you don't have a fever. Ye Xiaoda didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My son, we have lost more than 1 million yuan, and there is no need to buy so much corn for fishing. I have never seen dozens of tons of corn used for fishing. Are you addicted to watching fishing videos? That's right, that's not how you bait a nest for fishing. You're raising fish, but the key is that you can't even catch the fish you raise. Is it because of your brother-in-law's fishing? That's too much. The corn cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Ye Xiaoda said embarrassedly. Almost 300,000 corns. When Su Hui heard that 300,000 yuan was thrown into the reservoir, her eyes went dark, and she almost went to see her ancestors before Ye Xiaoda. In broad daylight, the place where Ye Xiaoda feeds fish has become a popular attraction in the village. All the old ladies and old men in the village who had free time came to watch the fun. Xiaoda, are you feeding the fish? How much corn does this require? It must have been running non-stop for 24 hours. I saw several trucks delivered today, probably dozens of tons. That's hundreds of thousands, right? I don't know, but there are a lot. Feeding hundreds of thousands a day? This is fish farming. I see. This must be Ye Xiaoda trying to accumulate virtue, hoping that God would let him go. Shouldn't one release animals to accumulate merit? He is raising fish instead. I'm not sure about that. They're buying a residential plot, renting a reservoir, and feeding the fish. There's only one possibility. What? The cancer cells must have spread to the brain. Ye Xiaoda's brain must be not working properly now. That shouldn't be the case. Xiaoda seems to be smart, and his eyes are very bright. He may have other purposes for feeding the fish. Didn't you see that there are a lot more fish here on the second day of feeding the fish? We can even clearly see some big fish. If Ye Xiaoda has a good fishing method, he might be able to catch these fish. But the price is too high. The fish we catch are not as valuable as the corn. We do have a lot of fish in the reservoir. I estimate there must be several million kilograms. In fact, they are worth a lot. I just don't know if Ye Xiaoda has any way to catch the fish. No matter what these people said, Ye Xiaoda did not stop feeding the fish. What the hell, he never even thought of catching any fish in the reservoir. Even if it's several million kilograms, it's only tens of millions at most, which is the price of a stone on your trading platform. Of course, when everyone left, Ye Xiaoda stopped feeding the fish and put the remaining corn in the house into the trading platform. Corn will definitely be needed in the future, so Ye Xiaoda decided to continue buying corn and feeding the fish. Anyway, not many people knew how much corn they fed, so the corn given to Bai Bing was saved in this way without anyone noticing. Another deal was done, and Ye Xiaoda also felt that his health had not deteriorated any further. Both my breathing and appetite seemed to remain the same. Of course, my stomachache still persisted, and my fragility remained the same. I had to cover myself with a quilt even in the hot summer. However, for a person with advanced gastric cancer, this is already a miracle. In his spare time, he also goes fishing in the reservoir. Of course, it's where you make your nest. We have been fishing all the time, although not a lot, but still a ton a day. There is probably no one in the world who fishes like this, fishing a ton of bait a day. Even teacher Damao doesn't dare to make the nest like this. The effect is naturally significant. At least in the places where the bait is laid, you can often see very big fish, and as for fish bubbles, there are even more. Ye Xiaoda has always liked fishing. If it were not for his poor health, he could catch dozens of kilograms of fish here in a day. This is wild fish. It's worth several $100s. Of course, this can't be compared with the money spent on making a nest. This is also the reason why people always laugh at him. Laugh as much as you want, I am making money in a low-key way. Among the crowd of onlookers, there was an old lady with her grandson, but the grandson seemed to be in a bad mental state. Auntie, what's wrong with your grandson? He looks a little listless. The old lady looked down at her grandson and said nonchalantly, he had a slight fever. He went to the hospital and they said he had a viral infection. Then why don't you bring him out? Let him go back and have a good rest. It's okay. What kid doesn't catch a cold? Come out and see the fun. Ye Xiaoda approached the child, raised the watch in his hand and shook it to attract his attention. Dadan, do you like Uncle's watch? Dadan nodded dazedly. Ye Xiaoda reached out and touched him. Dadan was still having a fever, at least over 38 degrees. This old lady was really generous. Then Uncle will put it on for you. Ye Xiaoda put the medical watch he traded from Bai Bing on Dadan's hand. The watch started flashing after it was put on, and it kept flashing for 2 minutes, and then Ye Xiaoda took it off. Everyone thought that Ye Xiaoda was just teasing the child, so no one took it seriously. In the evening, Ye Xiaoda asked Su Hui, who had just returned from a stroll. Mom, did you go out for a walk again? Who are you with? It's still those people. Oh, I saw Dadan had a fever today. How is he now? Su Hui said. His grandmother said he's recovered now. He got better after returning from where you threw the money. He hasn't had a fever and is very active, as if he's not sick at all. Oh, that's good. Ye Xiaoda suddenly reacted. What? Where I threw the money? That's right. You threw corn into the reservoir, which is just like throwing money. Su Hui glared at Ye Xiaoda in dissatisfaction. Grandma Dadan should go to the place where you threw the money. Dadan will be fine. It's God's blessing. Because you are doing good deeds, maybe your illness will be cured soon. Yes, there is this opportunity. Su Hui was even more excited. I think this is a great opportunity. How about we buy some fish fry and release them into the reservoir in addition to spreading corn? Before Ye Xiaoda could say anything, Su Hui nodded and said, We should buy some turtles and tortoises as well. Su Hui was a man of action. The next day, several truckloads of fish fry were released into the reservoir, and even a truckload of turtles. It cost more than 100,000 yuan. In Su Hui's view, this was already a huge expense, but for the sake of her son, she was very generous, and even decided to buy a few more cars. Ye Xiaoda also tried to persuade his mother for a long time before convincing her not to buy turtles and instead buy black carp, grass carp, mandarin fish and other fish fry. It is probably impossible to catch a turtle in the reservoir, but at least there is still hope for fish. Ye Xiaoda doesn't want his family's money to be thrown into the reservoir. Chapter 26: Making Money Fishing. Ye Xiaoda's fish feeding operation is still going on. Of course, the amount of corn purchased far exceeded the amount sown into the reservoir. He secretly hid the rest in the old house. On this day, fireworks rang out again in Beishan village. Just a few days before my second uncle's 80th birthday, there was another happy event in the village. This time, the fireworks came from Uncle Jian's house. Of course, the quantity was not large, just 1 barrel. However, from this bucket of fireworks, Ye Xiaoda truly felt the happiness of Uncle Jian's family. At night, after Uncle Jian's house had quieted down, Ye Xiaoda slowly came to Uncle Jian's house carrying a pair of manhwaedit. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a young man with a buzz cut, about 1.9 meters tall, about the same age as Ye Xiaoda, with muscular body and a straight waist, and it was obvious that he was a military man. Along! Ye Xiaoda was very happy to see Kai Long again. He opened his arms and walked over. Kai Long was a little embarrassed and said shyly, Xiaoda, stay away from me. I just came out. It's unlucky. Haha, you just came out and I have advanced stomach cancer, so who are we? When Kai Long heard this, he burst into laughter, and then the two of them hugged each other tightly. Two old men. One is in the advanced stage of gastric cancer, and the other has just been released. It is normal for them to feel a little emotional since they haven't seen each other for several years. Kai Long is Ye Xiaoda's best brother since childhood. When we were young, we robbed bird nests and stole cucumbers together. Let's have a drink. Ye Xiaoda put the mitai in his hand on the table. This is good wine. It looks like you've made a fortune, but how is your health now? Why do you care so much? I don't have any dietary restrictions now. Kai Long nodded heavily, and then Uncle Jian prepared several dishes. The two of them sat directly on the floor and started drinking. Brother Long, what's going on? Why did you go straight to jail after retiring? Ye Xiaoda asked directly without any hesitation. Alas, people are evil. I saw a man flirting with a woman, so I went up to argue with him, and we ended up fighting. Unexpectedly, the woman changed her statement and insisted that it was all caused by me. Then I was imprisoned for 3 years. It is said that the woman has married this rich boy and has 2 children. This is a bit bloody. The two of them felt a sense of sympathy for each other, and they became very excited as they drank. Although he drank a lot, Kai Long didn't say a word about his time in the army. Even when Ye Xiaoda asked him, he didn't say a word. It looks like this is not an ordinary place. Brother Long, do you have any further considerations? Kai Long smiled bitterly and said, What else can I consider? I already have a criminal record, and I won't be able to find a job if I go out. Besides, I have been in the army since high school, and I have never entered society. I don't know anything, so I might as well just farm at home. Originally, after Kai Long was demobilized, he could take the civil service exam or go directly to other departments. But now that he has a criminal record, These departments are unlikely to want him. There is no money at home, so it is not realistic to start a business. Suddenly, Ye Xiaoda thought of a good idea. Brother Long, you should know that I rented the reservoir in our village. Kai Long nodded. I heard from my dad that the fish in this reservoir are impossible to catch. When we were young, we were both fishing kings and we couldn't catch many. Why did you spend money to rent the reservoir? Who said we can't catch them? Just help me go fishing. I'm sure you'll be able to catch some. Ah? Fishing? How many fish can you catch? Not even enough to cover the money you spend on the bait. Just catch as many fish as you can. Brother Long, I'm not feeling well. Can you help me out? You tell me. I will definitely do what I can do. I spend a lot of money every year on the reservoir I contracted. There are really a lot of fish in it, but now there are still people fishing in it, using cages and so on. I will buy you a boat, and you can help me watch over the reservoir. This was something that Ye Xiaoda had already thought of before he came to the Kai family. The two families have a very good relationship. Kai Long is absolutely trustworthy. To put it bluntly, even if Ye Xiaoda died now, his parents would still be taken care of by Kai Long in the village in the future. That's no problem. I'll help you watch it. Then you can help me fish in your spare time. I have already started to make heavy nests, so it won't be a problem to catch dozens of kilograms every day. Kai Long also nodded. These days, reservoir fish are at least 10 yuan per pound, especially black carp and black carp, which cost at least 20 yuan or more. If it is more than 20 kilograms, it will be sold by the piece and the price will be higher. Brother Long, I'll give you 5,000 yuan a month first, and then you'll get a share of the fish you catch. 5 yuan per pound, so you get 5 yuan for every pound of fish you catch. A basic salary of 5,000 per month, plus commission? This salary is considered high in the city, and Kai Long shook his head repeatedly. Xiaoda, I'm helping you with some work, just looking after the reservoir, how can I ask for money? Brother Long, if you don't want money, I won't let you do it. This is not an easy job, and you should know that I do have this little money. You don't need that much. Just take it if you give it to me. No. Just give me 1,000 or 2,000 a month, and I don't want any share. If you don't want it, then don't do it. Ye Xiaoda stood up and left angrily. Kai Long looked helpless. Early the next morning, Ye Xiaoda found that there was a new figure at the place where he fed the fish, fishing there. When I walked closer, I saw that it was Kai Long. Brother Long, do you agree? Ye Xiaoda said with a smile. You should buy a boat as soon as possible. Okay, by the way, Brother Long, when I'm not around, don't let anyone enter the house behind you. I put some things in there. Kai Long nodded solemnly. Don't worry, no one dares to enter the house when I'm here, and I won't go in myself. Ye Xiaoda was very relieved about this. Back then, Kai Long was the leader of the children in several nearby villages and was a very loyal man. With 7 or 8 years in the army, this is not a problem for him. Because the boat purchased online has not arrived yet, Kai Long's task today is just fishing. The target is naturally big fish. Several rock fishing rods, with sweet corn hung on them, were thrown to the place where the bait was always high, and there were quite a few fish here. Xiaoda, when we were kids, we used to fish in this reservoir every day. That's right. Back then, the money from selling fish was enough for both of us to spend on pocket money. When they were young, Ye Xiaoda and Kai Long were known as the two best fishermen in Beishan village, and they would hang out in this reservoir every day. All the fish I caught were sold in exchange for toys I used to play with as a child. Thinking back to that time, it was the most beautiful time. You make too many nests every day, and they are all filled with corn. Kai Long was also completely confused. Not many. It's only open for a short while every day. If you don't make a nest, the fish here won't come. The key point is that the fish we caught may not be worth as much as the corn. It's okay, we're just having fun. Soon, a fish took the bait. This place has become a paradise for big fish. A big fish was hooked. This is for the purpose of making money, so the line and fishing rod are very thick, and it is almost impossible to slip the fish in, so just pull it out hard. In the end, a carp weighing 6 or 7 pounds was pulled up in less than 5 minutes. Looking at this golden carp, Ye Xiaoda and Kai Long were very excited. Xiaoda, this fish should be worth at least 70 or 80 yuan. Of course it can be done. This is a reservoir fish. Even though it's a carp, it won't be a problem to sell it for 10 yuan a pound. It seems that we can make money too. Brother Long, let's go fishing. If we want to fish, we can catch some black carp and grass carp. They are more valuable. Okay. Kai Long was also full of energy. Chapter 27, A Fruitful Fishing Harvest. After a day, Kai Long gained a lot. 1 carp, 2 black carp weighing 7 or 8 kilograms, and 3 grass carps weighing about 10 kilograms. These fish cost about 7 or 800 yuan. All the fish were raised by Ye Xiaoda in the pond in his own home. A 3-meter-long and 1-meter-wide reservoir, originally used for irrigation, has now become a place for raising fish. Mom, let's start selling fish tomorrow. Okay, I didn't expect my son could actually make money from this reservoir. Of course I will. When the ship arrives, I will buy some traps and wire mesh. It will be no problem to make thousands of dollars a day. Very good. Su Hui may not know that although he earns thousands of yuan a day, Ye Xiaoda spreads more than 1 ton of corn into the reservoir every day. That's more than 3,000. I lose about 2,000 every day. It's okay, not much. Selling fish is left to my mother. My smart mother will definitely not sell it at a low price, and reservoir fish are never hard to sell. As expected, there was no need to put the fish on the main road. When people in Beishan village heard that the Yi family had reservoir fish to sell, they bought them all out early in the morning. Many people have even started making reservations. This early morning, they earned nearly 1,000 yuan, which made Su Hui smile. She told everyone she met. See, my son is very capable. He can still make money by contracting this reservoir. They lose money because they don't have my son's ability. I fished for less than a day and earned 1,000 yuan. I think I'll get more today. My son said he'll get some ground dragons and silk nets in the future. There will be more fish to come. Those who came to buy reservoir fish were a little confused. They didn't expect that Ye Xiaoda could really make money from the reservoir. I don't think anyone who spends hundreds of thousands to contract a reservoir would do it just for fishing. Sister Hui, Xiaoda made so much money by contracting the reservoir for a year. Can he make that much money just by fishing? Of course. In the future, we will not only fish, but also use nets and earthworms. This will cost more than 1,000 yuan a day, which means 4 or 500,000 yuan a year. The contract fee for this reservoir will be paid. But doesn't Kai Long still have a salary? 5,000 a month, plus commission. Isn't that too much? That's my Xiaoda taking care of his brother. For my son, this is just small money. Xiaoda is really promising. He still needs to study hard. He has a lot of ideas. Sister Hui, does your Xiaoda need anyone else? My son can also help you fish. Yes, my family is also okay. The basic salary is 5,000 yuan a month, and there is profit sharing. Maybe it can reach tens of thousands a month. Then I have to call my son back. He doesn't earn that much money even if he works part-time. Su Hui felt a little embarrassed for a moment. With so many of you coming back, I can't afford to pay your salaries. So, she quickly said, don't worry, wait a little bit, Xiaoda will definitely find a way in the future. After all, he is a college student. This day, the effect is even better. Maybe it was because no one had been fishing in the reservoir for a long time, or maybe the bait was too effective. On that day, Kai Long caught 5 black carp alone, earning nearly 1,000 yuan. The black carp in the reservoir weighs more than 21 kilograms. Including other fish, we caught over 2,000 that day. Even Ye Xiaoda didn't expect that the fish in this reservoir were so easy to catch. He made 2,000 yuan in one day. This is a long-term business. There are so many fish in this huge reservoir that if you were to fish like this, you would probably not be able to catch all of them in hundreds of years. There are so many. The villagers started making fun of Ye Xiaoda for contracting the reservoir, and now they are thinking that Ye Xiaoda is crazy. However, ever since Ye Xiaoda started fishing to make money, the villagers instantly changed their minds and started to compliment him. Attitudes change very quickly. Of course, when some people make money, there will naturally be people who are jealous. On this day, suddenly a lot more people from Beishan village came to the reservoir to fish. There was even a village scoundrel who came directly to where Kai Long was fishing. You know, the place where Kai Long fishes is where Ye Xiaoda spreads corn. This is the place where there are the most fish. Big dog, you are looking for death. Kai Long calmly put away his fishing rod and walked up to the big dog who was carrying a bunch of fishing gear. Kai Long, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This reservoir is not yours. Let me catch a few fish and I'll leave. Otherwise. What else? Otherwise, you might have to go back to jail. You know what? I miss you quite a bit after just a few days of being out. I heard that after I left, you became the big brother of the village? It seems that you have forgotten the time when I took off your pants and spanked your butt until it turned red. The big dog was the target of Ye Xiaoda and Kai Long when they were young. But when they grew up, Ye Xiaoda went to college, Kai Long joined the army, and Dago stayed in the village doing nothing, a typical second-rate guy. I'm just catching a few fish. If you stop me, you're blocking my path to wealth. Whoever blocks my path to wealth will have a hard time. The big dog didn't leave. Instead, he walked towards the shore, intending to start fishing. If you dare to cast your rod, I will break it. Looking at the smiling Kai Long, Dago really didn't dare to continue swinging. He was scared by being beaten when he was a child. Besides, Kai Long is now full of tendons, and even if there are 3 or 4 big dogs, they probably won't be his match. The big dog was driven away, but there were still many people fishing in the village, especially the elderly. Kai Long didn't dare to speak loudly to these elderly people, for fear that the loud noise would scare them into the reservoir. Kai Long had to find Ye Xiaoda. Xiaoda, what should we do? There must be more than a dozen people in the village going fishing. Are they all elderly? And a few kids. The boat has arrived. Get off and warn them to leave. Otherwise, I will call the police to arrest them. Kai Long also nodded and went. Those who were fishing on the shore soon saw a speedboat coming directly towards where they were fishing. Xiaolong, what the hell are you doing? Can't you see I'm fishing? You scared my fish away. I'll go get you back with your dad. Second uncle, Xiaoda has now contracted the reservoir, and no one is allowed to fish. You should pack up your fishing rod and leave. Humph! I'm already over 70. What's wrong with coming here to fish? Do you still want to chase me away? What the hell? Get out of here right now! This is just taking advantage of one's seniority. Kai Long really can't do anything to this old man. He was lying on the ground in minutes. Seeing Kai Long leave, several old men laughed and said, "Haha, little brat! Hurry up and go fishing, the fish in this reservoir are delicious." But can we catch any fish? Do we have to learn from Ye Xiaoda and make a heavy nest? Hit a little, too much will be a loss. Everyone started to make nests. Kai Long had no choice but to go back and tell Ye Xiaoda. Brother Long, please come over. Aren't there a lot of bamboos in the mountain behind your house? Go cut some and throw them into the reservoir. Kai Long nodded heavily. In the entire reservoir, within the scope of Beishan village, there are only a handful of fishing spots. In other places, the water is either too deep or people cannot get close at all. The next day, when these old men went to the place where they had made the nest to fish, they were confused. As soon as I threw it down, it hooked. Throw it down again and hook it again. Damn, what's going on? An old lady nearby said. Last night, I saw that kid Kai Long throwing a lot of bamboo here. Old woman, why didn't you tell me earlier? I got a few hooks hooked. I lost more than $10. Get lost. Several old men were angry. I just laid the bait last night, and today I got a few more hooks hung on it. How can I tolerate this? A group of people came directly to Ye Xiaoda's home. At this moment, Ye Xiaoda's family was selling fish, and Kai Long was also there. As soon as they saw Kai Long, these old men almost started beating him with their canes. Ye Xiaoda muttered to himself. I have contracted the reservoir. If you continue to fish, it's the same as stealing. If you steal more than 200 yuan, I can call the police. You will all have a criminal record in the future, and your sons and grandsons will not be able to pass the civil service exam. You! The old men went crazy. Don't point your finger at me. I'm not in good health. If you steal my fish and I die, I will sue you and say that you pissed me off. You must pay me at least $1,000,000. A few old men looked at the smiling Ye Xiaoda, then walked away with a glare on their faces. Not to mention scaring Ye Xiaoda to death, these old men were almost angry to death themselves. Chapter 28: Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. The problems in the village should have been solved. Ye Xiaoda would never let them fish as they pleased. We can't start this kind of thing. Otherwise, everyone would come to fish, and I would have to contract the reservoir to collect chicken feathers. Xiaoda, I just drove the boat around and saw many people fishing in other villages. They even had all kinds of fishing rods and some even built fishing platforms. It looked like they were getting ready for a big fish. This really needs to be resolved. Seeing that they can make money by fishing, it seems that many people can no longer hold back. Or I'll just go on patrol all the time. If I see anyone fishing, I'll curse them and throw stones at them. They're not allowed to fish anymore. Brother Long, there's no need. We can make an example of him and then I'll buy you a drone so you can inspect the reservoir while you're fishing. That's a good idea, but how do you kill a chicken to scare the monkey? Who is the most arrogant among those who steal fish? Song Air from Linshan village brought a few people with him. They had already set up the fishing platform. I went to ask them to leave, but they actually dared to throw rocks at me. Good. You're very brave. After thinking about it, Ye Xiaoda quickly came up with a good idea. Brother Long, is there any way to record how many fish they catch every day? Of course, in the army, I was a scout. It's so easy. Okay, let's shoot him for 2 days first. 2 days later, seeing what Kai Long had photographed, Ye Xiaoda felt that it was enough. He took out his phone and called the person in charge of the reservoir in the town. When Ye Xiaoda contracted the reservoir, he left the phone number of the person in charge. When Wu Hao saw that it was Ye Xiaoda, the god of wealth, calling, he answered the call immediately. Isn't this Boss Yi? Why did you think of calling me? Boss, I can't rent this reservoir anymore. Can I get my money back? Wu Hao on the other end of the phone was startled and asked nervously. What's wrong? What's wrong? This thing can't be returned. I was planning to raise fish, but there are so many people stealing fish that I don't dare to rent it anymore. Leader, can you think of a way to refund the rent to me? We definitely can't refund this. After all, we signed a contract. Ye Xiaoda sighed and said, Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I won't rent it out for the next few years. I can't afford the loss. No, let me think of a way. It's just that someone stole the fish. I'll take people from the town's police station and go over there to warn them. Okay, that's great, boss. I'll pick you up. Ye Xiaoda brought Kai Long and picked up the people from the town, and then came to the place where Song Air and the others were fishing. Song Air and a few others were fishing with great concentration. There are many confused loaches in a big bucket behind. Hey! It's caught again! A black carp, worth 200. As soon as Song Air raised the fishing rod, the inside of the fishing rod became an arc shape. The big fish has taken the bait. Brother, you are awesome! This is the 8th big cockroach today. That's the 8th one. This loach is useful, right? That's right, we have earned several thousand in less than 2 days. It's really exciting. Ye Xiaoda contracted this reservoir just to give us money. That idiot, he can't even catch fish, and he still dares to rent the reservoir. What a rubbish. Whoever contracts this reservoir is a fool and will lose money. We will get rich by stealing fish in the future. What do you mean by stealing fish? The fish in this reservoir originally belonged to everyone. Everyone was fishing excitedly, and looked down on Ye Xiaoda from time to time. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoda looked at Wu Hao helplessly and said in a low voice, Leader, I really have no other choice. This group of people is too arrogant. I tried to chase them away, but they even threw stones at me. I can catch thousands of dollars a day using loaches for fishing. Wu Hao patted Ye Xiaoda on the shoulder and said, Leave it to me. Then he came out with a few men in uniform and came directly in front of Song Air. Who told you to fish here? Song Air was also stunned for a moment, but this was his village, and he was not afraid of trouble. Who are you? Why do you care about me? I want to fish, so I fish. This tone made Wu Hao, who was in the system, very uncomfortable. This reservoir has been contracted out. No one is allowed to fish privately. The notice has been issued long ago. How dare you steal fish? What do you mean by stealing fish? I just caught some fish for myself. There's no need to mobilize you guys. A man in uniform walked up to Song-er, opened a video on his phone, and handed it to him. In the past 2 days, you have caught more than 50 fish. According to the current market price, it is about 8,000 yuan. You have violated the law. Come with me. Ah? It's illegal? Song-er was panicked, but he didn't expect that just fishing was illegal. If you steal more than 2,000, you will have to stay in jail. When he heard that he had to go in, Song-er was stunned. Song-hao also said, if you go to jail and have a criminal record, your children will probably hate you to death in the future. Now, Song-er was completely panicked. Well, boss, I'm just fishing a little, it's not that serious. Song-hao didn't care, but still looked at Ye Xiaoda, who followed him. Ye Xiaoda was still feeling weak at the moment. It was the first time in a long time that he had walked such a long distance. Seeing that everyone was looking at a frail man, Song-er naturally knew who this person was. Are you the big boss of this reservoir? Ye something da? Ye Xiaoda. Yes, it's Ye Xiaoda. Your body is still alive? Before I die, I will definitely send you in. Song-er quickly said awkwardly. Misunderstanding, I'm just fishing here, there's no need to call the leaders over. Have I already told everyone that no one is allowed to fish in this reservoir anymore? Really? I didn't see the notice. Song-er made up his mind not to admit it even if he was beaten to death. Once you admit it, you must definitely go in. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. Ye Xiaoda sneered and said, I don't care whether you know it or not. I just know that you stole thousands of dollars worth of fish from me, which is enough to put you in jail. Boss Yi, there's no need. We are all from nearby villages. We'll see each other sooner or later. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Even if not, there will be a chance in the future. There was a hint of threat in Song-er's tone. Song-hao on the side also secretly said to Ye Xiaoda, this kind of thing is actually very difficult to say. If he really says that he has not received the notice, we can't actually arrest him by force. Otherwise, you should just let him pay some money. Ye Xiaoda thought about it, and decided that it would be fine anyway. Song-er was just a chicken to scare the monkeys. If he paid more compensation, people would naturally not dare to come to the reservoir to fish in the future. I'll pay you 3 times the amount if it's fake. You stole my fish, which was worth 5,000. You have to pay me 15,000. That's it. Otherwise, you'll have to go to jail. What? 15,000? No. I don't have that much money. It's up to you. You can go in without paying. Song-er was not afraid of staying in jail for a few days, but he was a little worried about the criminal record he would still have. Maybe I will have children in the future. But you can't leave a criminal record. In the end, several people pulled together 15,000 yuan for Ye Xiaoda. That day, Ye Xiaoda had dinner at the best restaurant in town and spent 5,000 yuan of the money, and his relationship with Song-hao also became better. Chapter 29, Go in and stay. As for Song-er, after spending so much money, his dinner was a little simple. 5 boxes of beer and 5 pounds of peanuts. Damn! When Ye Xiaoda dies, I will definitely go to his grave and have a good laugh for a few days. That's right. People like this deserve to die. That's more than 10,000 yuan. How long will it take us to earn that much? The more they talked and drank, the angrier these people became. They wished they could kill Ye Xiaoda right now. No, we still have to take revenge on him. Song-er became angrier the more he thought about it. What can I do? No matter how much I fish, I can't possibly catch more than 10,000 yuan. And if I fish again, I'll probably go to jail. Several people really started to think of ways to do it seriously. Soon, a young man with a big gold chain whispered, actually, it's not impossible to get more than 10,000 in one night. Old 4, speak human language! Song-er shouted. Brother, I have a new energy lure rod that I left behind at home. It costs 15,000 yuan a night. It's easy. New energy lure rod? What is this? Yeah, it's the electric fish machine. This is really illegal. It's late at night, who knows? Besides, we can even use an external power supply and make 15,000 yuan easily. As they were talking, Song Air became interested and stopped drinking and shouted, "Do it! Do it!" They acted immediately and the group started to take action. Less than an hour later, they regrouped at the reservoir. Not far away, Ye Xiaoda also brought the leaders who were having dinner to watch. Kai Long had previously thought that these people would not be so tolerant, and therefore stayed there. They were just eavesdropping, which was too easy for him as a former scout. So, when Song Air and the others gathered, Ye Xiaoda also called over the leaders who were still eating. "Humph! This group of people actually dared to use an electric fishing machine. This is directly against the law." Song Hao was very unhappy. "I was drinking Matai happily, but they still had to come out and arrest people. Leader, let's wait until they catch some fish, then we can take some videos and catch more." After a while, Song Air's suppressed laughter was heard from the reservoir. "Haha, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. If I had known, I would have used this thing at the reservoir earlier. It's so fast. Brother, it's a must. I added a battery. It can electrocute people to death." Ye Xiaoda could see from afar that a large white fish would float up on the lake from time to time. When he saw this big fish, he not only did not feel sorry, but he felt secretly happy inside. "Go ahead and catch them. The more you catch now, the more miserable your death will be later." After watching Song Air catch for a while, Ye Xiaoda nodded at Song Hao. Next, Ye Xiaoda was no longer responsible. Song Hao took Song Air and others away, and also took away a pair of manhwaedit. What awaits Song Air and others is at least half a month's worth of public food. Early the next morning, people from several nearby villages knew about Song Air's situation. After all, in these closed mountain villages, if someone is caught, it is a top priority. Especially when they learned that Song Air and others were arrested for stealing Ye Xiaoda's fish. The entire reservoir was clean that day. Even the number of people doing laundry has decreased, let alone fishing. There was none at all. Ye Xiaoda from Beishan village is really cruel. Song Air was arrested just for fishing. I heard he was caught by electrofishing. Song Air is not a good guy anyway, he deserves to be arrested. But Ye Xiaoda is also very capable. There must be someone behind him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take people away just by fishing. It is said that someone saw Ye Xiaoda having dinner with some people last night, and the wine they drank was manhwaedit. Now that he had money, Ye Xiaoda found that the people he drank with seemed to have really changed. Although Song Hao was not a big shot, Ye Xiaoda had no right to drink at the same table with him before. The effect of Song Air being captured was extremely good. There is no one fishing in the entire reservoir now. Not even children or old men. The old man fears most that he will be taken away at an age when he can enjoy life. As for the children, if they dare to go near the reservoir, they will be scolded by their parents. Even Ye Xiaoda became synonymous with the village bully and was used to coax children to sleep at night. Ye Xiaoda also clearly felt that the way the villagers looked at him had a little other meaning. It used to be pure pity. Unfortunately, he has a terminal illness. Later, when he saw Ye Xiaoda making 10 million from ginseng, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable envy. There are even many who want to marry their daughters here. When Ye Xiaoda contracted the reservoir, everyone in the village thought he was crazy. When he saw that Ye Xiaoda was really starting to reap rewards from the reservoir, he became envious again. After Ye Xiaoda sent Song Air to prison and implemented strict control over the reservoir, the look he gave Ye Xiaoda became a little disdainful. After Ye Xiaoda gave a reservoir fish to every household, except the Lu family, all the villagers looked at Ye Xiaoda with eyes full of recognition again. As expected, college students are still amazing. That's right, this reservoir can make money. What Xiaoda gave my family was a curled mouth. The one sent to my house was mandarin fish, which is more expensive. I don't know if there will be more in the future. Xiaoda said that during the Mid-Autumn Festival, fish will be sent to every household again. Mid-Autumn Festival is less than a month away. I wonder if Xiaoda can live to see that time. We have to live until the Mid-Autumn Festival, otherwise where can we find fish? Su Hui from his family will not give us fish for no reason. Xiaoda is generous. Yes, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. This is a festival for family reunion. For almost 10 years, Ye Xiaoda has not celebrated this festival with his parents. Either he is studying outside or he is celebrating his birthday outside. Just one day off, I came all the way from far away and never came back. But this time it's different. As long as I can live to see the Mid-Autumn Festival, I can celebrate this festival with my parents. The day has come when the super space-time trading platform opens for trading. This time, Ye Xiaoda still chose Bai Bing. The high-tech apocalyptic era she lived in had so much to offer Ye Xiaoda. And all they paid was some corn. When I saw Bai Bing again, this woman still had a frosty look on her face, like a pure white lotus with a built-in freezing effect. But when she saw Ye Xiaoda, Bai Bing smiled slightly. "Long time no see." "Haha, it's only been 7 days, you missed me so much?" Seeing the beautiful woman, Ye Xiaoda couldn't help but feel a little flattered. "Just float away. You're going to die soon anyway. Can you bring me 80 tons of corn this time?" "It's already ready." Corn is delivered to Beishan village every day, and Ye Xiaoda has stored a lot of it. "What do you want this time?" "It's a drug for treating advanced gastric cancer. Your medical watch doesn't seem to be very useful." "It's actually quite big, but when talking about business, you naturally can't speak too highly of the other party's things." Bai Bing shook his head and said, "I have asked the medical soldiers of my army to research it. They have never studied such a low-level disease before, so it will take some time." Bai Bing uses the tactic of procrastination very well. Now, she actually has dozens of ways to directly deal with the cancer cells in Ye Xiaoda's body, but she just doesn't say them. As soon as she heard it, she felt that Ye Xiaoda would have to change his trading partner in a minute. She is also a novice in the super space-time trading platform. In the first few matches, she was matched with either demons or dwarves, and they couldn't even feed themselves. How lucky we are to encounter a civilized world like Ye Xiaoda's. Although the world is extremely vast, in a low-end civilization like Ye Xiaoda, food is abundant and extremely rare. No matter how advanced the technology is, in the end, what matters is the environment and food. Chapter 30: The Power of Old-Style Pickled Cabbage Beef Noodles. Apart from the medicine to treat his cancer, Ye Xiaoda couldn't think of what he really needed for a moment. Continue to make money? I have enough money and a lot of good things, I just need to sell them. Ye Xiaoda was still thinking with his head down, but Bai Bing took the initiative to say, "Don't worry, you will not die. There are all kinds of medicines for sale on the trading platform. It just takes a little time. Now I think you should solve your own safety problem first." "My safety question?" "Well, you've already made several transactions, so you should be considered a wealthy man. And you will definitely be richer and more influential in the future. By that time, your own safety will be a big problem." Ye Xiaoda thought about it, and felt that this did make sense. Just for selling ginseng, someone brought people to my home and threatened me. If it weren't for the help of the villagers, I might not have been able to sell the ginseng for money and might even have been beaten up. Seeing that Ye Xiaoda was very interested, Bai Bing quickly continued to promote. "I happen to have an extremely high-end guard-type cyborg here. In your world, it can basically be regarded as a Superman. With this cyborg, your world will be absolutely safe and it will be difficult for you to die." Biomancer? It was the first time that Ye Xiaoda heard of this thing. He had only seen it in movies before. "Well, this is our latest product. It uses room-temperature superconducting materials and micronuclear fusion batteries. You don't need to worry about power issues for the rest of your life. In addition, this type of cyborg is equipped with advanced artificial intelligence. In your world, it is just like a normal person. No matter if it's a bullet from your world or any other weapon, it can't cause the slightest damage to it. It can protect your safety at all times. It can change its face, fly short distances, and in extreme cases, it can even take you away at high speeds, reaching speeds of several hundred kilometers per second. In a word, with him around, it's hard for you to die." The more he talked, the more interested Ye Xiaoda became. "Once you get this thing, it seems like it will be difficult to die. Tell me, what's the price?" Bai Bing straightened his back and said, "One order of 10,000 tons of corn. Buy 10 and get 1 for free. Buy 100 and get 20 for free. If you want a larger order, the price is negotiable." "Large volume transactions?" Ye Xiaoda asked doubtfully. "You said this thing is not the latest product, the production capacity of the latest product is so large? Well, am I trying hard? Ye Xiaoda realized that this guard-type cyborg might not be so advanced in Bai Bing's world. It is much lower end than the armor on Bai Bing. Let me put it this way. I have 10,000 tons of corn. But I want your armor. You want the gilded white jade armor? Ye Xiaoda nodded. Bai Bing hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head firmly. No! This armor really won't work. Without this armor, I will die very quickly. This kind of armor is no longer a result of science and technology. It is far beyond your imagination. I can't trade it out. In the end, the deal came back to the guard-type cyborg. 1 for 100 tons of corn. This is my highest price. Ye Xiaoda gave his bottom price. How is that possible? At least 5,000 tons. You know, this kind of cyborg is invincible in your world. Well, my corn is also invincible in your world. Besides, your people are used to eating corn, so how can they eat your nutritional supplements? Ye Xiaoda's words directly touched Bai Bing's heart. The 80 tons of corn that were traded back last time made the people in his legion excited for several days. If this deal fails, we will only be able to take nutritional supplements this week, and the legion's combat effectiveness will probably plummet. Bai Bing's prestige is declining day by day. If the food can no longer satisfy that group of people, life will be difficult. 4,000 tons each! It can't be any less. I don't have many cyborgs. In Bai Bing's world, cyborgs are the biggest helpers, and guard-type ones are quite rare. Of course, they are not as rare as Bai Bing said. You know, it's very troublesome for me to buy so much corn. I might be invited to have tea in a few minutes. So, I can only provide 1 of 200 tons of corn. And I only want 2. This thing is already invincible, so having too many is useless. Besides, if your cyborgs enter my world, first of all, their identity problem cannot be solved. If they are found out, I will have to invite them for tea again. I don't leave the village anyway, so the safety issue is not that important. Bai Bing also helped Ye Xiaoda think of a solution. As far as I know, your world's technology on the internet is useless, but you prefer to do everything online. I will give you a basic intelligent brain that can justify their identities in a few minutes. And there is no technology in your world that can detect that they are cyborgs. As for the problem of purchasing corn you mentioned, the intelligent computer I provide can also help you solve it. It can help you set up a company. It's just a few thousand tons of corn. It can help you blackmail it in minutes. Intelligent brain? Ye Xiaoda became excited again. I have to say, these good things in Bai Bing world are really damn good. Of course, the price still needs to be discussed. How about this, 2 cyborgs and 1,000 tons of corn? If you agree, we can trade. If you don't agree, there's nothing we can do. Bai Bing was hesitating. For her, the corn is a must-have, but for Ye Xiaoda, the cyborg is dispensable. Based on this point, Ye Xiaoda is already invincible. By the way, this is a delicacy here. I'll give you a bucket first so you can try it. If you agree to the deal, I can give you more. Ye Xiaoda handed over a bucket of instant noodles. Uni-President sauerkraut instant noodles. Bai Bing took the thing she had never seen before with a puzzled look on her face. After Ye Xiaoda told her how to eat it, she quickly left the trading platform and returned to her own world. In less than 5 minutes she was back. Her face, which was originally as white as ice, had now turned as red as an apple. There was a trace of tears in the corner of the eye. The mouth was still breathing. All the armor on her body has been removed, revealing a white dress. She has a devilish figure. His hands kept fanning his mouth rapidly. Spicy! Delicious! Delicious! Seeing Bai Bing's excitement, Ye Xiaoda knew that today's deal was done. 1,000 tons of corn for 1 cyborg, but you need to give me some of this thing called instant noodles. Okay, but there aren't many of these in my world. I'll give you 10. Bai Bing gave Ye Xiaoda a cold look. This face, this look, and this figure almost made Ye Xiaoda fall for her. I know this stuff should be very common in your world. It even says the retail price is $5. Give me 100 barrels. Make a deal. In the end, Ye Xiaoda obtained 2 guard-type cyborgs and a primary intelligent brain at the cost of 100 barrels of pickled cabbage beef noodles and 2,000 tons of corn. Bai Bing directly added this intelligent brain into Ye Xiaoda's mobile phone. According to her, Ye Xiaoda's mobile phone is now the god of the internet on Blue Star. In front of his mobile phone, there are no more secrets in this world. There is no longer anything that Ye Xiaoda cannot accomplish. Soon, 2 1.80-meter tall, expressionless young men appeared in the trading platform space. After Bai Bing operated on their heads for a while, he said to Ye Xiaoda, "I'll leave these 2 to you. They will obey all your instructions." Ye Xiaoda nodded and returned to his home. As for Bai Bing's corn, he only provided 100 tons this time, and the rest needed to be collected within 6 days. Chapter 31: Late-stage gastric cancer makes one show off. After Ye Xiaoda tested the skills of these 2 cyborgs, he was completely relieved about his life. He felt that it would not be a problem for him to take a stroll around the White House in Eagle Country. "From now on, you will be called Long Yi, and you will be called Long Air. For the next 2 days, you will live here and learn human expressions. Don't be so stiff." Long Yi and Long Air nodded quickly. Ye Xiaoda still likes the creature called Dragon. The blue planet cannot be found, and I don't know if there will be any hope of seeing its true appearance in the future through the trans-space trading platform. Next, Ye Xiaoda directly gave the first instruction to the intelligent brain inside the mobile phone, to rationalize the identities of Long Yi and Long Air, and send their ID cards back. The external claim was that he had found a buddy to help him manage the reservoir. "What? You want to set up a company?" When Su Hui heard that Ye Xiaoda wanted to set up a company in the city, she was stunned for a moment. "Son, you are in the advanced stage of stomach cancer. Can you please calm down for a while and enjoy life? You are the contractor of the reservoir, and you are sending people in. You are even going to set up a company. What on earth do you want to do?" "Xiaoda, what kind of company do you want to set up?" Yi Liheng also asked. He didn't even stop smoking. Ever since Ye Xiaoda became the spokesperson for the superdimensional trading platform Blue Star, Yi Liheng's smoking frequency has greatly increased. Even more than the days when I found out my son had stomach cancer. I really can't understand it. I plan to set up a trading company. Trading company? Well, actually it means buying some resources from this place, and then selling them to other places to make a profit from the difference. This is a good business. What do you plan to buy? Yi Liheng nodded and said. Ye Xiaoda uttered 2 words. Corn! Corn? Corn again? Are you against corn? Su Hui shouted. How can you make money from this stuff? The price is about the same across the country. Where are you going to sell it? Su Hui now gets angry when she hears the word corn. I really want to just pick the corn I grow at home. Mom, the price of corn is not high now. I plan to stock up some. After all, money in the bank won't produce any offspring. Hoarding corn? I've only heard of hoarding garlic and gold bars, but hoarding corn is the first time I've heard of it. Dad, our family has money, so we have to invest it. Su Hui sneered at the side and said, I'm just afraid that the money will be wasted if I invest it. Mom, don't worry. I have found a market. You still remember the rich man who came to our house before, Guahai, who bought my ginseng? He is the one who helped me make a fortune this time. Are you sure he's not trying to rip you off? Su Hui thought for a moment. Guahai must have spent too much money on your ginseng and now regrets it, so he plans to rip you off. That kid looks nice, but how could he be so mean? Ye Xiaoda was speechless. Guahai, I'm sorry for letting you suffer such misfortune. Mom, don't worry. I'm just hoarding a little bit, and I'm selling it overseas. I know how to do it, so I'm sure I won't lose money. Don't worry. Sell abroad? Which country? Su Hui asked. It should be northern Myanmar. That seems to be okay. It is said that many people in that place still don't have enough to eat. Corn should be sold there. Ye Xiaoda had to admire his mother's imagination. However, Ye Xiaoda felt that he still had to make a trip to northern Myanmar, as he still needed to find a source for his jadeite. The parents have figured it out. The intelligent computer also helped Ye Xiaoda find a suitable warehouse in the city. Nowadays, it is very simple to start a company. What Ye Xiaoda needed was just a warehouse. The warehouse was chosen to be located between Beishan village and the city so that the distance is close. Even all the procedures for establishing this company can be handled online through the smart brain. However, Ye Xiaoda has to rent this warehouse personally. People don't do the procedures online. Have to go out. Although his body could barely allow it, he definitely could not withstand the torture of the bus, so Ye Xiaoda decided to rent a car. Long Yi and Long Air are the best drivers. Early the next morning, Ye Xiaoda left the village. It is still a very arduous task to collect 2,000 tons of corn in 6 days. When Ye Xiaoda left Beishan village in his rented Jetta, he regretted his decision. This thing is not even as good as a bus. This 10-hand Jetta is even more shaking. A dozen old men and women at the entrance of the village sat and looked at each other, watching Ye Xiaoda leave. His face was full of incomprehension. Hey, isn't Xiaoda critically ill? Why are you going out? Who's the driver? It is said that he is Ye Xiaoda's brother, who came from outside to help him manage the reservoir. He's not a criminal. Then don't worry, it shouldn't be. Ye Xiaoda is very arrogant. He has set up a company for himself and hired 2 bodyguards. Even billionaires are not as arrogant as him. Where is he going when he rents a car? It is said that he is going to the city. To the city? To the hospital? What hospital? It seems like he set up some kind of trading company that specializes in buying corn and then selling it overseas to make a lot of money. The old men were dizzy. Making money by selling corn? Also sold abroad? This was completely beyond their imagination. They have been growing corn all their lives and had no idea that this stuff could be sold overseas. Is this kid too rich and has nowhere to spend his money? Can he still make money by selling corn? He's got into trouble with the corn. There are very few trading companies that make money these days. Most of them are losing money. Yes, I have a nephew who used to do trade and made a little money, but in recent years, he has been in trouble and lost a lot. Ye Xiaoda is now setting up a trading company, and I dare to guarantee that it will definitely lose money. Even if he made 10 million, he would probably lose all his money in less than 2 months. No matter what, Ye Xiaoda became a person that people in Beishan village talked about every day. It has only been a few days since he came back, but he has brought countless classic deeds to the villagers. A person with advanced gastric cancer does not wait quietly for death, but keeps struggling. The key is that I really made some money. This puzzled the villagers. Are all college students nowadays so fierce? It seems that I still have to go to college. After arriving in the city, Ye Xiaoda went straight to the largest auto shop in the city without saying a word. If he had sat in this 10-hand Jetta for a while longer, he would not have died of lung cancer, but of his body's disintegrating bones. So, he decided to buy a car. Because of his physical condition, he had only one choice, a nanny car. Otherwise, he has to buy a G-Class. After looking for a long time, Ye Xiaoda finally chose the Toyota Alpha, which cost about 1 million yuan. It suits his needs very well, and the key is that there is a black car in stock in the store. For other brands, you either have to wait for a week or 3 months. Ye Xiaoda can't tolerate this. Do I have to wait to enjoy my money? I wonder if I may not survive this month. Chapter 32, 1 million to buy a coffin? There was nothing unpleasant about the entire car buying process. However, Ye Xiaoda's thin appearance attracted a lot of people's attention. If Ye Xiaoda didn't look so exhausted, perhaps many female saleswomen would have come over to him. After all, it is not easy for someone to buy a Toyota Alpha with 2 bodyguards. When buying something, you naturally want to buy the best. A top-of-the-line model costs just over 1 million. After all, anything on Ye Xiaoda's trading platform is enough to buy several of these things. Money is no longer a problem for Ye Xiaoda now, and perhaps it will never be a problem in the future. Sit in the boss seat of Alpha and lie down, that feeling, that atmosphere, comes all at once. I won't be afraid to go out again. After obtaining the business license, Ye Xiaoda came to the place where he planned to rent a warehouse. Others may have to wait for a business license, but with an intelligent computer, you don't even need to come in person. This is a large warehouse, equivalent to a material distribution center. Ye Xiaoda chose one in the corner of the warehouse complex. After paying the money, this warehouse would belong to him for the next year. The area is about 2 or 3 acres, and it is all steel-structured warehouses, which is enough for Ye Xiaoda to use. The annual rent is naturally not cheap, as high as 500,000. Long Yi, check if there are any surveillance devices in the house. Long Yi just stood there and shook his head less than a second later. His eyes are not human eyes, they are countless times more advanced than the most powerful scanning equipment on Blue Star. There was no surveillance, and the gate was very safe, so Ye Xiaoda went to buy corn with peace of mind. 6 million! Ye Xiaoda found the largest grain wholesaler in the city and purchased 2,000 tons of corn. Boss Zhang, I have no other request. Can you deliver all 2,000 tons of corn to my warehouse within 5 days? Zhang Yuhang nodded quickly, but still asked, Boss Yi, why do you need so much corn? You still care about this? Because it is considered a daily necessity, we need to know your approximate purpose. I built a large reservoir in Beishan village. I will use some of the corn to raise fish. As for the other part, I think the price of corn is low this year, so I plan to stockpile some to see if I can sell it at a higher price next year. Ah? Stockpiling corn? Zhang Yuhang looked confused. It was the first time he heard the words, hoarding corn. Can we still stockpile corn? The country's annual output is so large that what you stockpile is just a drop in the ocean, and it is impossible to have any impact on the market price. What's more, it is impossible for corn prices to fluctuate greatly. Well, is there a problem? Well, Boss Yi, the price of corn doesn't fluctuate as much as garlic and ginger. It's basically the same every year. You won't make money if you hoard corn, and the investment is very large. That's fine. My reservoir consumes a lot of corn anyway. 2,000 tons, I guess it will be used up in a year. Okay, that's fine then. Although he didn't understand why Ye Xiaoda used corn to feed the fish, since there was money to be made, Zhang Yuhang would not pursue it too much. Boss Zhang, I've told you the location of the warehouse. You are responsible for unloading the goods. Zhang Yuhang nodded quickly. He can make money from this. After Ye Xiaoda put Long Air in the warehouse, he asked Long Yi to drive towards Beishan village. I did a lot of things that day. Set up a company, bought a car, and purchased 2,000 tons of corn. And spent all the money. I am in poor health and seldom go out, but when I do go out, I finish all the things I need to do. When Ye Xiaoda drove a black Alpha into Beishan village, he instantly became the freshest thing in the village. Before I even entered the village, I was stared at by the uncles and aunts at the entrance of the village. Alpha entered Beishan village for the first time. As soon as we arrived at the village entrance, we were surrounded. Ye Xiaoda had no choice but to open the car door. Hey Xiaoda! Did you rent this car? Why is the door still open sideways, just like my van? Ye Xiaoda quickly took the cigarettes out of the car and handed a pack to everyone. I bought this. Ah? Did you buy this car? Ye Xiaoda nodded quickly. In the village, buying a car is a big deal, and you have to smoke cigarettes when you arrive at the village entrance. Every Chinese New Year, there are always people who work away from home driving new cars back to the village. That is the best opportunity for the uncles. During the Chinese New Year, I can buy at least 3 packs of cigarettes. People were circling around the black Alpha, and some middle-aged women even sat on it. This car is quite big, but why does the front look so weird? I've never seen this car before. The logo doesn't have 4 circles. It should be a domestic car. These days, domestic cars are just like this. The interior is nice and the seats are comfortable, but the power and other things are not good. An old man feels that he knows a lot about cars. Xiaoda, this car is very comfortable to lie on, and it's electric. The 2 middle-aged ladies who had already got in the car were full of praise for the car. This car is really nice. I'll ask my grandson to buy me one when I get home. It's really comfortable to sit in. It just doesn't look that good. It looks like a fast car. It's very square, not streamlined at all. By the way, Xiaoda, why did you buy a car? Ye Xiaoda said. This car is comfortable to sit in. Oh. Then Ye Xiaoda received strange looks from everyone. You are a dying man, and you still buy a car? Ye Xiaoda left the village entrance and drove towards his home. When passing by Lu's house, Lu bowed and shouted at the gate with a smile. Ye Xiaoda, This car is nice, black and square, just right for you. You don't even need to buy a coffin. If you don't have money, don't buy a car. I don't know what you want to do by buying such a weird car. Look at my dad, he drives an Audi. Ye Xiaoda didn't even open the window, too lazy to see Liu Baonan's expression. He stepped on the accelerator and drove back home. As soon as he arrived at his own yard, Yi Liheng immediately lit the firecrackers he had just hurriedly bought. Just now, he was actually at the entrance of the village, and he learned from others that his son had bought a car. Although he didn't understand it at all and felt very aggrieved, he still bought 2 rolls of firecrackers immediately. As soon as Ye Xiaoda drove back, he lit it up immediately. Wow, the crackling sounds and the flying firecrackers instantly turned Ye Xiaoda's high-end black Alpha into a red express taxi. Ye Xiaoda got out of the car only after the sound of firecrackers stopped. His parents were already waiting at the door. Does this car door open horizontally? Or is it electric? Ye Liheng looked at his open car door with a confused look on his face. Ye Xiaoda smiled and nodded. Well, son, why didn't you discuss buying a car with me? Su Hui asked cautiously. Through what happened in the past few days, she also felt that her son's cancer cells seemed to have spread to his brain. He didn't even dare to speak loudly to Ye Xiaoda. Mom, I went to the city today and felt uncomfortable with the rental car, so I bought a car. What? Just because you were uncomfortable sitting, you bought a car? Ye Xiaoda nodded. Su Hui's right hand was moving. I felt like I was back to the time when Ye Xiaoda was a child and went out to play without doing his homework. I can't help myself. Ye Liheng quickly interrupted. You can buy a car, but why buy a square car? Also, isn't the front of the car a bit too ugly? Dad, try getting in the car. 10 minutes later, Ye Liheng and Su Hui's faces were full of smiles. Not bad, not bad. This car is really comfortable to sit in. Yeah, he looks a bit like a big boss. This car is more comfortable than your brother-in-law's car. How much did you pay for it? A little over $1 million. After Ye Xiaoda finished speaking, the smiles on the 2 old men's faces instantly disappeared, and their faces turned stiff. Su Hui's right hand was moving again. Ye Liheng took out a cigarette out of habit, squatted on the ground and started smoking. They couldn't accept spending $1 million for such an ugly car. Chapter 33. Why don't you buy a luxury car? Son, $1 million! Wouldn't it be nice to have the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz? That would be so impressive. Yes, 4 circles are also okay. Ye Xiaoda pointed at his legs and said, Dad, Mom, you know my health. I can't sit in any other car for a long time. Only a nanny car like this Alpha can make me more comfortable. Please let me indulge myself for a while. This is a self-torture tactic. It works every time. Sure enough, after hearing this, Su Hui and Ye Liheng could only shake their heads and leave without asking any more questions. Hey, Long Yi, right? Come over and have dinner before you leave. Seeing Long Yi driving away, Su Hui hurriedly shouted. Long Yi didn't react at all. He doesn't understand the ways of the world. Mom, Long Yi is busy. After Long Yi drove away, Su Hui said to Ye Xiaoda earnestly. Although Long Yi is your brother, and is still your employee, you should be nice to him. You should treat him to a meal. Why do you want to ask him to go back now? Mom, I can cook for myself. That won't work either. You're not welcome at all. Mom, I really have something to do. After much persuasion, Su Hui finally gave up on inviting Long Yi to dinner. Long Yi, you don't need to eat in this life. Ah Hui, is your Xiaoda's car really worth over $1 million? During the square dance in the evening, Su Hui told everyone that his son spent more than 1 million yuan to buy a car. It instantly became the biggest news in Beishan village, and even square dancing was forced to be suspended. Su Hui was surrounded and interrogated. Yes. It is indeed 1 million. It seems to be a purely imported car. I looked at the invoice, and it is over 1 million. 1,500,000 is indeed more than 1 million. Is it the black, square, and extremely ugly car that Xiaoda drove back today? Su Hui glared at Aunt Lu and said, How can you say that? You just don't know how to appreciate it. People in foreign countries like this kind of car. Many celebrities ride in this kind of car. It's so comfortable to sit in. Real? Of course it's true. I sat there for a while and it felt like I was on a first-class plane. It sounds like you've been on a plane. Suhui was a little embarrassed, but quickly said, It's really comfortable. You can come to my house and try it. Great! Your Xiaoda is amazing. He bought a car so soon. When will you buy a house in the city? My son has already made a down payment on a house in the city. That's right, if you have money you should buy a house. Why would young people buy a car? It's still an ugly car. If you have 1 million, you might as well buy a house in the city. Suhui replied calmly. I, Xiaoda, still have several million in my hands, enough to spend and buy a house. This sentence left everyone speechless. Didn't your Xiaoda open a trading company? How is it going? Is he making money? How can it be so fast? He just went out to discuss business today. Of course, he has to be stylish when discussing business. This car is over 1 million yuan, so it's very suitable. He can't drive a Jetta to discuss business. Although she was very unhappy about Ye Xiaoda's plan to hoard corn, Suhui was still extremely excited about the fact that her son had become a boss. I can finally say that my son has become the boss. Suhui instantly became the brightest person in the crowd, until someone whispered, The child is indeed a good child, but it's a pity that he has a terminal illness. The sound was not loud, but just loud enough for everyone to hear. The uncles and aunts also looked at Suhui. Suhui, who had been looking happy, suddenly looked unhappy. She turned around and glared at the talkative old lady, then picked up the huge square dance player and turned away. This player was bought for her by Ye Xiaoda after he made money. The screen is very large and the sound is very loud, and it instantly became the best machine for the Beishan Village Square Dance team. What are you talking about? Now that they've left, how can we continue dancing? That's right. It's someone else's sad story, but you still have to talk about it. The man continued to mutter. Who told her to brag about her son? No matter how powerful Ye Xiaoda is, he's going to die soon. They bought cars, rented reservoirs, bought all kinds of electrical appliances, and even started drinking Mao Ai. Isn't this just to make things difficult for us? After hearing what was said, the old men and women felt that it made sense, and they all gathered together and started whispering. Square dancing is not as interesting as gossip. There were no accidents in the next few days. 5 days later, Ye Xiaoda went to the city again and traded all the corn in the warehouse to buy Bing. Fortunately, when trading, he could move the things with his mind, otherwise these 2,000 tons of corn would be enough for Ye Xiaoda to move for his entire lifetime. After completing this transaction, he also obtained 67 transaction points. Although he still could not purchase the platform's primary immune medicine, at least his points increased. There were more things he could buy, but he didn't even look at them. These trading points must be saved to purchase immunity potions. Your own dog's life is the most important. After completing this transaction, Ye Xiaoda actually didn't have much money left. He spent more than 6 million on corn alone, and also bought a car. The 10 million he earned from selling ginseng is almost gone. Still have to make money. With the cyborg as a guard, safety is naturally no problem. Ye Xiaoda set his sights on the jadeite raw stones on the trading platform. These things, placed there, are just a pile of stones, just taking up space. It still needs to be monetized. He has now thought of the best way to cash in. 2 guard-type cyborgs gave him the opportunity to realize this method. Of course, I have to convince my parents, otherwise I can't even get out of the door. Ever since Ye Xiaoda spent more than 1 million yuan when he left the village last time, Suhui and Yi Liheng would interrogate him every time he left the house. If you want to go out, you must prove that you are in good health and don't spend money indiscriminately, otherwise you will definitely not be able to go out. So, that night Ye Xiaoda drank a glass of white wine with Yi Liheng, which was very rare, and then said excitedly, Dad, these days I feel like my body seems to be all better. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, my appetite is much better, and my body feels stronger. Suhui, who was standing by, quickly put down her chopsticks and said excitedly, Really? It seems that my releasing the turtle is still very effective. Yi Liheng, you still don't believe it? Look, my son is indeed in a much better condition now. Among the three, Ye Xiaoda and Suhui were extremely excited, but Yi Liheng's heart trembled, and a very bad idea instantly emerged in his mind. He looked up at Ye Xiaoda and smiled bitterly. As long as you are well again, that's all. Ye Xiaoda quickly took advantage of the situation and said to his parents, Dad, Mom, I'm feeling much better now. Please let me go to the city. I have to go check out my new company. And it's almost Mid-Autumn Festival, so I'll drive over to pick up Lin Lin and the others to celebrate the festival. Suvui thought about it, and it made sense. The company is open, so I have to go and take a look. Just when I was about to agree, Yi Liheng suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table and said firmly, These few days, until the Mid-Autumn Festival, you can't go out. Stay at home honestly. Suvui was confused, and Ye Xiaoda was also stunned. The plan went smoothly. I pretended that I was in much better health and could go out for a walk, visit my company, and bring my eldest sister and second sister and their families back. The excuse was very reasonable. What happened? Suddenly the plan doesn't work out. Why did my father suddenly object? And he was so determined that there was absolutely no room for negotiation. Ye Xiaoda wanted to ask more, but Yi Liheng didn't say a word, threw down his bowl and chopsticks, turned around and left the kitchen, leaving Suvui and Ye Xiaoda in a daze. Chapter 34, Re-examination, Shocking the Doctor. Suvui quickly caught up with him, and asked loudly as she ran, What are you crazy about? Xiaoda is feeling better now and wants to go to the city, so let him go. Yi Liheng returned to the bedroom and suddenly collapsed on the bed with his head hung down. Seeing her husband suddenly become dejected, Suvui quickly stepped forward and asked, What's wrong with you? Yi Liheng sighed and said, Do you know why Xiaoda has been in good health and has a good appetite these days, and can even drink? Suvui shook her head. He is in the late stage of stomach cancer. When he came back from the hospital, they told him he only had about a month to live. Now more than 20 days have passed, and he has been feeling well these days. It is definitely a last gasp of recovery. Didn't you see that he is still so thin? He still has stomach pains frequently and even vomits blood. He can't go anywhere these days. Just stay at home. Call them later and ask the eldest and second brother to come back. Bring Lin Lin with you. Don't give me any other excuses. Let's be happy and spend the last few days with Xiaoda. A last gasp? After hearing these 4 words, Su Hui's mind went blank. Originally, these few days, Ye Xiaoda seemed to be in good health, and she even forgot that her son only had a few days to live. Su Hui, who was originally planning to comfort Yi Liheng, instantly lay on her husband and began to cry. Don't cry. Let's live happily these few days. Xiaoda can eat whatever he likes and do whatever he likes. Su Hui also nodded heavily, then wiped away her tears and forced herself to calm down. Ye Xiaoda was very surprised. This evening, wasn't Dad supposed to go out for a walk and Mom supposed to go out to dance in the square? Why wasn't either of them out at 8 o'clock in the evening? Instead, he stayed in the living room and watched TV with me. Mom and Dad, don't you want to go out for a walk? Su Hui looked up at the clock on the wall and said, It's too late. I won't go out. Yeah, there's no point in strolling around at night. It's better to just stay at home and watch TV. Ye Xiaoda didn't see anything either, and continued, Mom, I want to go to the hospital for another checkup tomorrow to see if the cancer cells have spread. Yi Liheng said quickly, Don't go anywhere else except the hospital. Come back right after the examination. Got it? Ye Xiaoda nodded quickly. This night was quite comfortable. Su Hui kept cutting fruits and there were plenty of snacks. Moreover, no matter how late I watch TV, my parents never interfere and never let me go to bed, which is a bit abnormal. Early the next morning, Ye Xiaoda asked Long Yi to drive his Alpha to take him away from Beishan village. Everyone felt much more comfortable along the way, but of course, the painful parts were still very painful. As for Su Hui and Yi Liheng, they have already started going to the town to purchase. When holding a funeral in the village, there are many things that need to be prepared. Ye Xiaoda didn't know that his parents had already started preparing for his funeral at home. He happily came to the best hospital in the city. Then he easily found the best doctor for cancer treatment here. When he came for the first time, because he had advanced gastric cancer at a young age, I don't know whether it was out of sympathy or because Ye Xiaoda's body had some research value. Anyway, every time, the director here personally received him. Seeing that there were no patients in the room, Ye Xiaoda pushed the door open and walked in. Director Wang! Wang Yidao looked up and saw that it was Ye Xiaoda. He was very surprised. Huh! Why are you here? It hasn't been long since he last saw Ye Xiaoda. Ye Xiaoda was diagnosed with advanced gastric cancer at such a young age, but he still remembered him. He knew that given Ye Xiaoda's condition, it wouldn't matter whether he came or not in the future. Director Wang, I feel like I'm feeling much better. I want to have another checkup. Ah? You still want to have another checkup? Wang Yidao was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. Ye Xiaoda nodded. Young man, that's not necessary. I told you very clearly last time. Just go home and take care of yourself. No one can help you with your condition. A follow-up checkup is just a waste of money. As for the feeling of being better, it should be considered a last gasp. In medicine, there is indeed such a saying. After the mentality accepts it, the body will have some different reactions. Wang Yidao was indeed thinking about Ye Xiaoda. He knew that Ye Xiaoda had spent all his savings on medical treatment, and even owed a lot of debts. Unexpectedly, Ye Xiaoda not only did not accept his opinion, but instead said firmly, Director Wang, I want to recheck. You. Okay, if you're not afraid of wasting money, then go ahead and check it out. Seeing Ye Xiaoda's firm attitude, Director Wang lost his temper and directly wrote a series of examination orders on the computer. Since the patient himself wants to get checked and it can also generate revenue for the hospital, why wouldn't he agree? The inspection alone took most of the day, and as for the money, that was even more. Fortunately, I still had hundreds of thousands of dollars left from selling ginseng. If I hadn't sold ginseng, I wouldn't have been able to get the money for the inspection. In the afternoon, Ye Xiaoda knocked on Director Wang's door again, carrying a pile of inspection reports. Director Wang, the medical report is out. Could you please take a look at it? Wang Yidao looked up at Ye Xiaoda, took the examination report a little impatiently, and began to read it. In his opinion, there was no need to examine Ye Xiaoda anymore. Picking up his glasses, Wang Yidao began to read. Ye Xiaoda, who was sitting opposite him, was also feeling uneasy. After all, he just felt a little better, but he was still weak and uncomfortable sitting in the car. He even vomited blood again at noon. After vomiting, I ate some 100-year-old wild ginseng, hoping to make up for it. I don't know whether ginseng and the medical watch on my wrist have any effect. Whether the cancer cells in your body are still spreading. If it doesn't spread, then it seems that I can really continue to live. Gradually, Wang Yidao's expression became serious, his brows furrowed, and his eyes became sharper and sharper. After reading it once, he took off his glasses and read it again with a frown. When he finished reading all the information, his eyes widened and his mouth opened in disbelief. Looking up at Ye Xiaoda, he pointed at the pile of information and asked, You. This. Are you sure this is your own film? Ye Xiaoda nodded seriously and asked, What's wrong, Director Wang? Do I not even have a few days left? Wang Yidao shook his head and ignored Ye Xiaoda. Instead, he looked over the information in his hand again. He even asked for Ye Xiaoda's previous medical examination report and read it carefully. Because today's examination report of Ye Xiaoda overturned his decades of cognition. There was nothing wrong with the previous report, and there is nothing wrong with today's report, but why? Wang Yidao muttered. Young man, how have you been feeling these past few days? Has the discomfort in your stomach changed? When Ye Xiaoda heard this, he felt relieved immediately. He knew that the medical watch on his wrist must have worked. It's strange. In the past few days, I feel that my stomach pain is not as severe. My appetite has even improved a lot. The frequency of vomiting blood has also decreased. It is only 2 or 3 times a day. Have you taken any other medicines in the past few days? Ye Xiaoda shook his head. Of course, I can't tell you those things. Strange. Ye Xiaoda was a little speechless, and asked directly, Director Wang, what's wrong with me? Is it getting worse again? No. According to your examination report, your cancer cells have not spread at all in the past 10 days. This is unscientific and does not conform to the development trend of advanced gastric cancer. Just tell me, is this a good thing? How long can I live? It's a good thing that cancer cells stop spreading. If they can keep from spreading, you can live forever. At most, you will just feel stomach discomfort, but it won't kill you. Why is cancer so scary? It's because cancer cells will keep replicating and spreading. Once they stop spreading, there are many ways to treat you. After hearing this, Ye Xiaoda was completely relieved. That's enough to know. Although the cancer cells are still there and his stomach is still uncomfortable, it is no longer spreading, which means that he still has time and can continue to trade on the super time and space trading platform and earn trading points. In the future, there will definitely be no problem in completely curing my cancer. Chapter 35, Advanced Gastric Cancer. There is still hope. After checking the time, Ye Xiaoda said to Director Wang, "Thank you, Director Wang. I'll be leaving now." "Ah? So anxious? I need to examine you carefully again, and the follow-up treatment plan needs to be decided." Wang Yidao stood up with the help of the table and looked at Ye Xiaoda anxiously. At this moment, Ye Xiaoda was a rare treasure in his eyes. "How can you let it go so easily?" "Well, there's no need for that." Ye Xiaoda shook his head. He didn't plan to come here anymore. "No, you still need treatment later. Let's go later," Wang Yidao shouted. "No, it's too late today. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I will miss the bus back to the village, and then I won't be able to go back." After saying that, Ye Xiaoda put away all the information, added Director Wang's contact information, and turned around and left. There are some secrets that he doesn't want anyone to know, otherwise they may be sliced and studied. This made Wang Yidao stand there in a daze. What is more important, your body or your bus? You may be worried that the cancer cells have spread to your brain. After Ye Xiaoda left, Wang Yidao retrieved all of Ye Xiaoda's information from the hospital system and checked it carefully again. He was still shocked after reading it. He carefully took photos of all the information with his mobile phone. Although this was against the rules, Ye Xiaoda's information was too unbelievable for him. It's really shocking. If we could figure out why Ye Xiaoda's cancer cells no longer spread, wouldn't it be possible to permanently solve one of the most difficult medical problems plaguing humanity? Can all cancers be cured? Or is it because there is something special about Ye Xiaoda's body? These speculations made Wang Yidao's hands tremble constantly while taking the photo. And before long, cancer experts from all over the country gathered here for the most special person in this city. By then, he will be the youngest little Karami. However, he can share Ye Xiaoda's information so that everyone can study it together. By then, he will be the core figure. If I could really save that person, then my life would be settled. If I wanted to be the dean, I could be the dean. If I wanted to increase my salary, I could increase it. If I wanted to increase my professional title, I could increase it. While studying Ye Xiaoda's information, Wang Yidao was also fantasizing about his future life. It was very late, but he didn't leave. Until a group of people walked into his office. He only knew one of them, the director of the hospital. The dean walked at the end. "Dean? What is this?" The hospital director did not speak. Instead, a young man in a suit said calmly, "Director Wang, bring all of Ye Xiaoda's information and come with us." Wang Yidao looked at his dean with a puzzled expression. The dean quickly said, "Yidao, go with them. It will be good for you." Only then did Wang Yidao realize that he was probably going to be sent to meet an important person. And the only really big names in the city seemed to be this one family. If he hadn't been the best cancer specialist in the city, and the family was suffering from cancer, he wouldn't have known about the family at all. It seems that my chance has come. Take all your documents with you, and tell your family that you will probably need to stay with us for quite a while. After Wang Yidao figured it out, he nodded quickly. Overnight, Wang Yidao met with many experts, and Ye Xiaoda's information was studied thoroughly. Finally, these materials were handed over to a middle-aged man. The Qin family held a family meeting overnight. Because there are so many people, and they are all extremely important people, this meeting was conducted via video and a dedicated line. The people in the video are all people who can make the xia tremble just by stomping their feet. The information has been sent to everyone. First of all, please keep it confidential. Also, please tell us what you think. Can advanced gastric cancer be treated? This young man is very strange. Which vast mountain is he from? The old man said that there is something strange there, but he kept it a secret and didn't tell me. Now we are discussing whether or not to bring the old man back from Eagle Country for treatment. I agree. Eagle Country's technology can only guarantee that the old man will survive this year. But this young man seems to have other hopes. I agree. Hasn't the ginseng been delivered? After the old man ate it, the effect was also good. I agree. Daxia is magical. There are many things that we cannot explain. Maybe it can help the old man. I object. Eagle Country's treatment technology is the most advanced. We don't know what happened to this young man yet. We can't take any risks. Yes, if the old man returns to his country, his physical condition will not allow him to go to Eagle Country again. In the end, the discussion didn't yield any results. It is better to send all the information to Eagle Country, and let the old man make the decision himself. In the car, Ye Xiaoda clenched his fists tightly, feeling very excited. After learning that the medical watch was really useful and that his cancer cells had stopped spreading, he was naturally the most excited person. Finally, I don't have to die young. My parents don't have to see their children die before them. In addition, with the super space-time trading platform, it seems that there is really no problem in completely curing my cancer. It is even easier to get rich by relying on this platform. Now, on the platform, if any one of the 10 wild ginsengs that are hundreds of years old is sold, it can fetch millions. If we sell one more, it will be enough to build a villa in the village. If you sell one more plant, your family will be the richest in the village. Why go to work? You may not be able to buy a few plants with your lifetime salary. The key point is that the more valuable things on the platform include jadeite raw stones and a bunch of gold nuggets. If I sell these things, will I ever be short of money in my life? There are also 2 guard-type cyborgs and medical watches. Just think about it, there will definitely be other high-tech and even fantasy things in the future. Life will be so easy. It's exciting just thinking about it. Ye Xiaoda was so excited that he vomited again. Fortunately, there was a plastic bag in the car to collect his blood, otherwise the newly bought car would have to be sent for a thorough cleaning. Even though it was an Alpha, it was very comfortable to sit in, but its speed was not much faster than a bus because the road was so bad. After wandering for more than 2 hours, Ye Xiaoda finally arrived at the village. It was just the time for a stroll after dinner, and there were even more people at the intelligence center at the entrance of the village. As soon as they saw Ye Xiaoda's car coming back, they naturally gathered around again. Ye Xiaoda had no choice but to get out of the car and walk home while saying hello. If you don't get off the bus now, these aunties will point at your back and scold you in a few minutes. It wasn't until Ye Xiaoda left with the hospital bag that people started talking. This Xiaoda went to the hospital again? Why does he need to go to the hospital for his illness? Isn't this a waste of money? That's right. Because of this disease, his 2 daughters came back today. It's pitiful, but it's a bit inconsiderate of his parents. They have a terminal illness, but he still wastes money by going to the hospital. That's right, kid. It seems that Yi Liheng is already preparing for his funeral. His family has bought a lot of funeral supplies. This child is indeed pitiful. Ye Xiaoda didn't hear any of this. He was heading home at full speed. I feel good and my stomach doesn't hurt anymore, but I feel hungry. I had hardly eaten anything throughout the day, and now I was extremely hungry. Ye Xiaoda took 2 steps at a time and rushed back home at high speed. As soon as I walked in, I noticed that the house was a little different today. Chapter 36. You tell me what to do with your own funeral. There are 2 more people. My eldest sister and second sister actually came back. Moreover, there were a lot more things in the corners of the main room, and at first glance, they were basically all white. As soon as she saw Ye Xiaoda, the second sister even ran over, which was extremely rare, and hugged him tightly, crying as she hugged him. This caught Ye Xiaoda off guard. As far as I can remember, my second sister never hugged me. She either beat me or scolded me. Second sister, what's wrong? Is someone bullying you? Ye Xiaoda asked hurriedly. Yi Mingnan looked at Ye Xiaoda and shook her head, but her tears still flowed. Seeing that his eldest sister also had tears on her face, and looking at the expressions of his parents, Ye Xiaoda seemed to know something. Mom, Dad, eldest sister, second sister, what were you discussing just now? Ye Xiaoda asked. There was silence in the room for a while. Finally, Ye Liheng stood up and said to him, Xiaoda, you are an adult now. You have to face some things. Our family is discussing your funeral. Tell us what you plan to do with your funeral. What should I do after my death? He finally understood why the 4 of his family members had tears on their faces. It turned out that they were discussing his funeral arrangements. Dad, why are you suddenly discussing my funeral arrangements? Ye Xiaoda was totally confused. Even if I haven't received treatment, I still have some time, and there's nothing wrong with my body right now, except for the discomfort in my stomach. It seems a bit early to handle the funeral now. Didn't you say yesterday that you felt much better? This should be the last breath. These few days, your 2 sisters will not leave and will stay at home with you. Now it was Ye Xiaoda's turn to be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I said I felt much better, but my father mistook it for a last gasp. This is a big mistake. It's no wonder. After all, advanced gastric cancer is like having your name on the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death, and not many people can survive more than a month. But it's also good that my 2 closest relatives are back, and I can share my joy today with them. Just when Ye Xiaoda was about to say something, his second sister suddenly said firmly, Although I don't have any savings, I can borrow 100,000 yuan. It should be enough for Xiaoda's funeral. Yi Meng'an! Stop it! Don't joke about the rest of your life. That Mao Long is no good. You can't borrow his money. I still have some money. I'll give it to Xiaoda. It's enough to pay off our family's debts and give Xiaoda a grand funeral. Sister, but that's the down payment for your house. Lin Lin is going to school soon. Seeing his 2 sisters arguing for him, Ye Xiaoda suddenly felt very happy. He is lucky to have such a family. Ye Liheng on the side suddenly said, We still have money. Xiaoda earned some before. Let's spend it all this time and let Xiaoda leave in glory. As he spoke, tears welled up in the corners of Ye Liheng's eyes, who had never cried before. Ye Xiaoda looked at his old father whose hair had turned white, and suddenly walked up to him and hugged him tightly. If it was extremely rare for his second sister to hug him, then this was the first time that Ye Xiaoda took the initiative to hug his own father. Ye Liheng was also stunned for a moment, then he patted Ye Xiaoda on the back and said softly, Xiaoda, don't be afraid. As a man, death is nothing to be ashamed of. He thought Ye Xiaoda hugged him because he was afraid of death. Seeing that the family had already bought some funeral supplies today, Ye Xiaoda quickly took out today's medical examination report. Dad, Mom, big sister, second sister, I went to the hospital for a checkup today, and the doctor said my cancer cells haven't spread any further. As long as I take good care of myself, I can be completely cured in the future. Ye Xiaoda did not see the ecstasy from his family, as he had expected. Instead, they all smiled awkwardly. He could clearly see that his family seemed to think that he was comforting them. Dad, it's true, look. Ye Xiaoda took out the medical record. Ye Liheng didn't even look at him, he just smiled at him and said, Son, don't be afraid. Mom, it's true. My illness is really cured. Ye Xiaoda handed the report to his mother again. Son, we are not afraid. Look, sis, you can always understand the inspection report. The elder sister took a quick look at it. She couldn't understand the professional terms anyway. Xiaoda, what are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. Second sister? Ye Xiaoda looked at Ye Meng'an with a sad face. Xiaoda, it's okay. If you feel dizzy, just go to sleep for a while. Ye Xiaoda was a little speechless. He had no choice but to take out his cell phone and make a video call to Wang Yidao. If you can't explain it yourself, let the professionals do it. On the other end of the video, Wang Yidao seemed to be still in the hospital. When he saw that it was Ye Xiaoda who called him, he hurriedly hid his examination report. Young man, what do you want from me? Director Wang, I told my parents that my illness has improved a lot, but they didn't believe it and insisted on preparing my funeral. Can you help confirm it? Wang Yidao was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had done such a thing, but he still said quickly, Uncle, Ye Xiaoda's condition has indeed improved a lot. This is simply a miracle. If he is well taken care of, his life will no longer be threatened. This is a miracle. Who are you? Why should I trust you? Although Ye Liheng was an old farmer, he was still wary. There are too many scammers in northern Myanmar these days. Wang Yidao quickly put his work ID card next to his head and walked outside the office while taking pictures. Uncle, this is my work ID card. I am Wang Yidao from the oncology department of the Central Hospital. I am still in the hospital. Look! On the other side of the video, some scenes from the city hospital appeared. Ye Mengnan said, "This is indeed the Central Hospital. I've been there." The eldest sister Ye Kailin snatched all the information from her younger brother, took out her mobile phone, and contacted an oncologist she knew. 5 minutes later, she got the best news. "Xiaoda! Are you really cured?" Ye Kailin grabbed Ye Xiaoda's hand and asked excitedly. Ye Xiaoda nodded and said, "Sister, the cancer cells have stopped spreading. Just be careful. It has almost no effect on your body. It just makes your stomach a little uncomfortable. It can be completely cured later. Is this just temporary, or will it not spread in the future?" "I won't do that again." He was sure of this. "Do you know why this happened?" "I'm not sure. Director Wan said it might be related to a ginseng I ate a few days ago." "Ginseng?" "Well, I went for a stroll in the back mountains some time ago and found some ginseng. I ate it when I came back. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, no matter what, I don't need to prepare for my funeral." Ye Xiaoda talked nonsense casually. "Is this true?" Su Hui cried with joy. Ye Xiaoda nodded heavily towards his mother. "God! Thank God!" Yi Liheng almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed to God. "I must go to worship tomorrow. Good son! Good son! My son is back! Thank God!" The whole family was excited for dozens of minutes. Finally, Ye Xiaoda, who was really hungry, said, "Mom, I haven't eaten for a day. Can you give me something to eat?" Okay. Mom will cook for you right away." A moment later. Looking at the dishes placed in front of him, Ye Xiaoda instantly lost his appetite. He looked up at his mother and smiled bitterly. "Mom, is this all?" Chapter 37. I have 10 million, but I have spent it all. Looking at the dishes on the table, Ye Xiaoda didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Boiled cucumber slices, boiled sweet potato leaves, boiled loofah. It was acceptable if there wasn't even a bit of meat, but Ye Xiaoda found it hard to accept the fact that there wasn't any chili at all. "This is what your sister told me after searching online. You need to take care of your stomach now. You can't eat greasy food, spicy food, or food that is too salty. Boiled vegetables are the best choice." Ye Xiaoda picked up a sweet potato leaf, took a bite, and spit it out. "Mom, you didn't add any salt?" "Yeah. Your sister said that we can't eat food that's too salty. I think it would be better to not add salt at all. This thing is totally inedible. Mom, please make me some fried pork with peppers, otherwise I..." Ye Xiaoda looked up and didn't dare to continue. "The 3 scariest women in the house are staring at you together, and asking you if you are afraid. You have to eat it." This meal was destined to be painful. After dinner, Ye Xiaoda confessed some more things. "Second sister, the last time you came back, I didn't tell you that our family now has a little money." What do you mean?" "I made some money selling ginseng." "How much can ginseng be sold for?" "Don't worry, your second sister will cover your subsequent medical expenses. I still have hundreds of thousands of dollars. I won't buy the house for the time being. I'll keep the money for your medical treatment," the eldest sister also said. "Well, the money I earn is enough to pay for my medical treatment." "How many can there be?" 10 million. 10 million? The eldest and second sisters just burst out laughing. Ye Kailin and Ye Mengnan could both understand that ginseng could be dug up in the back mountain, but they would never believe that ginseng could be sold for 10 million yuan. "You must have dug up 18 ancestors of ginseng, and you're still asking for 10 million yuan. You should make a movie out of your head." "Sister, I really dug up a bunch of ginseng and sold it for 10 million. It's true," Ye Xiaoda said with a wry smile. "Then show me the balance of your bank card." Ye Xiaoda spread out his hands and said, "It's all been spent. There are only a few tens of thousands left." At this moment, Su Hui, who had been laughing secretly, panicked instantly and raised her head. "What? You have already spent all the 10 million? Ye Xiaoda nodded. At this moment, the eldest and second sisters realized that Ye Xiaoda had really earned 10 million. And then, it was all spent. I spent more than 1 million yuan to rent the reservoir, and then I also spent more than 2 million yuan to feed the fish and buy fish fry. Then I rented a warehouse in the city, set up a company, and stockpiled some corn, which was 6 or 7 million yuan. I bought a car with the rest, and then only tens of thousands of yuan were left out of the 10 million yuan. I have to say, money goes away really quickly. Rent a reservoir? Start a company? Stockpiling corn? To the two sisters, these words sounded like heavenly books. After Ye Xiaoda told Ye Mengnan and Ye Kailin what had happened during this period, the expressions of Ye Mengnan and Ye Kailin changed countless times. From feeling pity for Ye Xiaoda, to being shocked, to feeling sorry, to being angry, it was all displayed to the fullest. Did you really make 10 million? You spent 1 million on a car, and it's a car that looks like a coffin? Why do you want to rent a reservoir? Why are you feeding corn at the reservoir? Why do you want to start a company? Why don't you buy a car instead of a house? Why are you hoarding corn? A series of questions directly drove Ye Xiaoda away. If you can't answer, why not just run away? Finally, Ye Liheng said, Xiaoda still has some opportunities. After he recovers, we should stop caring about Xiaoda's affairs. He has grown up. You two should go back to work early tomorrow morning. As for Xiaoda, you can go wherever you want. Early the next morning, the two sisters left Beishan village in a black coffin car. As soon as they got in the car, they realized that this car smelled so good. It's more comfortable to lie down and take a nap than on the sofa. When I wake up, I've arrived. After finishing his family affairs, Ye Xiaoda contacted Guahai. This rich second generation of the Gua family is the only rich person Ye Xiaoda knows. It just so happened that his family ran a jewelry and jade business, so if we wanted to go to northern Myanmar, it would be best to take him with us. That's right, Ye Xiaoda wants to go to northern Myanmar. Mr. Gua, how are you? Ye Xiaoda greeted with a smile. Guahai was also very excited when he received Ye Xiaoda's call. Ye Xiaoda has saved him twice. One time, he sold ginseng to him, and he saved his grandfather. Now in the Gua family, his status is extremely high. Another time was when Ye Xiaoda provided Guahai with a large gold nugget and helped him save his cousin. This was also a great favor. Moreover, Guahai discovered that as long as Ye Xiaoda took the initiative to find him, it seemed that he could get something excellent every time, so he was naturally happy to make friends with him. Brother Da! Just call me Ahai from now on. Okay. Aha, I heard that there will be a large jadeite trading auction in southern Yunnan in 3 days? Yes. The annual southern Yunnan public auction is the largest in the entire Daxia, and the best jadeite is basically traded in this public auction every year. Are you interested in joining us for the fun? After Ye Xiaoda finished speaking, Guahai couldn't help but think of the small piece of jadeite that Ye Xiaoda sent him. Although it is small and can only be made into a small egg-shaped surface, it is definitely imperial green. Nowadays, even an imperial green jadeite the size of an ant is extremely rare. Ye Xiaoda is going to the public auction? Guahai naturally knew that he would definitely not just join in the fun. Okay, Brother De, my cousin is also there to represent the Gua family, so let's go join in the fun. Gui Qianqian went there too. The image of this urban beauty involuntarily emerged in Ye Xiaoda's mind. She has an excellent temperament and a great figure. She has meat in the right places and is very comfortable to hug in the right places. But her face looks a little cold. However, once this kind of woman is conquered, she will probably become extremely passionate. After thinking too much, Ye Xiaoda quickly said to Guahai, Then I will pick you up tomorrow morning, you just wait for me at the highway exit. Highway exit? Brother De, don't tell me we are driving there. Yes, isn't southern Yunnan only less than 1,000 kilometers away from us? We can get there in less than a day. Okay then. After Guahai hung up the phone, he thought about it and sent a message to his cousin, Sister, I will also go to southern Yunnan tomorrow. Ye Xiaoda, who sold me ginseng last time, said that he wanted to take me to the southern Yunnan jade auction. After receiving the message, Gui Qianqian did not reply and did not take the matter to heart. She has so many things to worry about. Especially in recent times, he had just consolidated his position with the gold nugget, but what he didn't expect was that something strange happened at home again. The key issue is, Mr. Gua, the problem seems to be getting worse. Chapter 38. Picking up the Imperial Green. Early the next morning, Ye Xiaoda planned to set off. Xiaoda, are you really going to travel to southern Yunnan? Su Hui was very worried before Ye Xiaoda left. Well, Mom, maybe I will go to northern Myanmar again. After hesitating for a moment, Ye Xiaoda still told her his destination. As soon as they heard the word, northern Myanmar, Su Hui and Yi Lihing immediately lost their composure. Northern Myanmar? I heard it's a mess there. Why are you going there? You're not allowed to go. It is said that many Daxia people were deceived there and cannot come back even if they want to. No! You can't go! I have a trading company and I plan to sell corn to northern Myanmar. I'm going to check out the situation first. Son, don't go. It's dangerous. You might be cheated. No one sells corn to northern Myanmar. They sell people. Yi Lihing standing by was also extremely worried. Ye Xiaoda pointed at Long Yi and said, Mom, don't worry, I'll take Long Yi and Long Air with me. They are both very capable, so I'll be fine. Besides, I may not go there. Maybe I'll just go around in southern Yunnan. With these 2 pieces of wood. Su Hui felt even more worried. However, Ye Xiaoda didn't say much and just drove away. On that day, everyone in Beishan village knew that Ye Xiaoda had gone out to travel, or to make money. A guy with advanced stomach cancer went out to make money and even went abroad, to northern Myanmar. This caused a lot of talk among the villagers. This Ye Xiaoda, who has advanced stomach cancer, is still out for a stroll. Maybe he doesn't want to die at home. It's possible. It is said that we are going to northern Myanmar. Northern Myanmar? Aren't there many scammers in that place? Could Ye Xiaoda be one of them? Oh, he made 10 million from selling ginseng last time. Was it Ye Xiaoda who directed and acted it out himself? Maybe he made all the money in northern Myanmar, probably from fraud. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. People are smart, it's easy to deceive them. What kind of ginseng can be sold for 10 million? It seems that his cancer is really karma. The villagers, who have nothing to do, chat like this. Of course, as long as Ye Xiaoda appears with money, the topic of their conversation will immediately change. I don't care how you make money. The rich man is the father. The journey is a bit far. Long Yi was driving, Long Air was sitting in the passenger seat, and as for Ye Xiaoda, he was already sitting in the boss chair and had fallen asleep. When we arrived at the city highway exit, a Mercedes-Benz was already waiting there. Originally, Guohai wanted to sit in his own E-Class car, but when he saw Ye Xiaoda's Alpha, he decisively gave up his own Mercedes-Benz and lay down next to Ye Xiaoda. Brother Da, when did you buy an Alphard? This car is so comfortable to sit in. Glancing at Guohai next to him, Ye Xiaoda turned over and said, Let's get some sleep. We still have a long way to go. Are the 2 in front the bodyguards you hired? My 2 brothers. After saying that, Ye Xiaoda continued to squint. As for Long Yi and Long Air in front, their eyes also showed a strange light and were no longer so rigid. At noon, when they were halfway through the journey, Ye Xiaoda and Guohai sat in the restaurant of the service area. The buffet at 35 was not luxurious, but Ye Xiaoda enjoyed the meal very much. Ever since he realized that there was nothing serious wrong with his health, his appetite has been getting better day by day. Brother Da, what exactly are we going to do at the public auction this time? Just watch the fun, and if you find a suitable jadeite, buy it. Alas, rough stones are too expensive nowadays. Even my sister doesn't have many. She may not find a piece she likes in a year. Isn't your sister the head of your family? Why does she have to show up in person at a public auction? This was Ye Xiaoda's doubt. My father and his 3 brothers forced me to do that. Guohai didn't say much, but Ye Xiaoda knew that this small wealthy family probably had a lot of stories. Guohai is the one who lives the most carefree life in his family. Don't want anything, just be naturally free and easy. After arriving in southern Yunnan and settling down, Ye Xiaoda began to study this southern Yunnan public auction. Fortunately, most of the people staying in this hotel are from various cities and specialize in this industry, so they have quite a lot of information. After looking at some major jadeite events that followed the entire southern Yunnan public auction, Ye Xiaoda had a rough plan. After dinner, he took out a piece of jadeite raw stone as big as a basketball from the trading platform. In fact, it is no longer a rough stone. The skin has been completely cut open, revealing the inside, which is full of green. When the light was turned on, even though it was the size of a basketball, it still went through easily. There is not a single impurity in it. This piece of jade is considered to be of top quality even for Ye Xiaoda. A basketball-sized piece of imperial green jadeite. Both the water quality and the color are top quality. Ye Xiaoda didn't know the exact price of this piece of jadeite, but it was definitely not low. At least 9 figures. Early the next morning, he took Guahai to a store not far from the public auction. He wants to buy a piece of jadeite rough stone. Brother De, there is really nothing good here. They are basically scams for outsiders. If you want to buy a piece for fun, go to the public auction and place a bet. If you want to buy the top quality ones, you have to wait for the auction in 2 days. At that time, the best stones in all southern Yunnan and northern Myanmar will appear. Although the prices there are expensive, there are no fakes. Guahai saw Ye Xiaoda about to step into the shop and persuaded him directly. Ye Xiaoda raised his head and looked around, very satisfied. I'll just buy one to play with. After entering the store, he went straight to the gambling stone area. Although this store is small, it has everything. There are materials that have been completely cut, materials with windows wiped, and of course, there are also materials that have no windows at all. Ye Xiaoda was a little puzzled as he looked at the stones randomly placed on the ground. Because these stones don't seem to be much different from the big stones in front of his house, but there are exaggerated numbers written on them. Boss, do you want to buy a stone? The owner of the shop came in person. After all, this small shop is rarely visited by people. Ye Xiaoda pointed to a stone the size of 2 basketballs and asked, How much is this? Boss, you have a good eye. This is the best stone I have. It comes from Mashisha in northern Myanmar. I only sell it for 990,000. Would you sell it for 9,000? Make a deal. The boss's hand had already been extended. Ye Xiaoda was stunned for a moment, but had to shake hands to indicate that the deal was done. Damn, the price seems to be too high. Brother De, although this stone seems to be from the Mashisha mine, it has no special features at all. There is little hope of producing jadeite from it. Guahai said anxiously. What are you talking about? This is a good stone. Maybe it can produce imperial green. After the boss finished speaking, everyone around him laughed, and finally, even the boss himself couldn't help laughing. How can I not be happy when I picked up $9,000 for free? If you get an imperial green stone, I will eat it. At first glance, he is a young man from the inland area. He must be rich. It's just that people are stupid and have a lot of money. If you want to get rich overnight, it's not that easy to pick up leaks. These stones have been looked at countless times, there is no way they could have been missed. Seeing many people joking, Ye Xiaoda didn't say anything. He just asked Long Yi to hold the stone, paid the money and left. There are also many stone-cutting workshops around. Ye Xiaoda just found a shop and rented a stone-cutting machine for 2 hours, then rushed in with Long Yi and Long Air, not even bringing Guahai with him. Why cut this stone? There's definitely nothing in it. Still mysterious. Young man, did this young man come with you? Guahai could only pretend in silence that he didn't know Ye Xiaoda. You are really crazy. Cutting this kind of stone is just a waste of electricity. After entering the stone-cutting room and checking that there was no surveillance, Ye Xiaoda directly put the stone in Long Yi's hand onto the machine. A knife came from the middle. Sure enough, there was nothing. It's cleaner inside than outside. He pretended to turn on the machine and cut for a while, then put all the stone fragments into a box prepared in advance, and packed them up. When they walked out of the room, Ye Xiaoda was so excited that he pulled Guahai and ran away, shouting frantically. We are rich! We are rich! We are completely rich! He was running and jumping around at the same time, looking completely crazy. When everyone saw Ye Xiaoda's situation, they suddenly had an idea. No way, this stone of his really produced emerald? It's impossible. That stone doesn't show any signs of anything. There's absolutely no way it can contain anything good. That's hard to say. When it comes to gambling on stones, any miracle can happen. Thanks to Ye Xiaoda's good acting skills, the owner of this store felt a little guilty. Don't really miss it. After getting in the car, Ye Xiaoda was still excited. Guahai, who was standing by, was a little anxious and asked, "Brother De, that thing, could it really have produced jade?" Ye Xiaoda nodded excitedly. "Your brother De has become completely rich." "Ah? Is it true? Let me see it quickly." Guahai was excited, his eyes completely focused on the box and Long Yi's hand in front of him. Ye Xiaoda didn't say anything, just shook his head. The car soon drove into the management office of the Southern Yunnan Public Auction, where there were people specializing in collecting stones. This is the last day to collect stones. The exhibition will start tomorrow and the auction will start the day after tomorrow. Before handing over the stone, Ye Xiaoda suddenly said, "Hi, I'm going to the toilet." Guahai didn't doubt it and nodded, but he also followed. Arriving at the restroom, Ye Xiaoda opened one of the doors and walked in holding the box. When he came out, the things inside the box had changed. Instead, he had already chosen a stone. When Ye Xiaoda came out of the toilet, he happened to meet Guahai, and the two went to the place where the jade was handed in. After going to the toilet, the stone in Ye Xiaoda's hand had changed a lot. From a piece of garbage, it turned into a basketball-sized piece of imperial green jadeite rough stone. I worked hard for the whole morning just to find out the origin of this stone. I can't just tell everyone that I got my imperial green from the super space trading platform. Then you'll be invited to tea. Chapter 39, The Legend of 9,000 Yuan. When they arrived at the place where the stones were collected, as soon as Ye Xiaoda showed one of the small holes in his box, he was invited into a room in an extremely excited and mysterious manner. A moment later, several old men and a few middle-aged men came into the room. They looked to be of high status. But at this moment, everyone was more excited than the other, as if they were little kids seeing their favorite toys. This made Guahai look confused. Ye Xiaoda knew what was going on. "Hey young man, can you let us see this stone of yours?" An old man wearing Tang Dynasty clothes said to Ye Xiaoda excitedly. Seeing that Ye Xiaoda had no reaction, the other middle-aged man said quickly, "Don't worry, this is Mr. Su, who is well known in the jade industry and a Taishan-level figure. Moreover, we have official people from Southern Yunnan here, so there will definitely be no problems." Guahai, who was standing by, probably also realized that the treasure in Ye Xiaoda's hand was not simple, and said, "Brother De, don't worry, the Yunnan South public auction is very fair, there will be no problems, there are official people supervising it all the time." Jade is one of the pillar industries in Southern Yunnan. In the annual public auction, there naturally cannot be things like black people selling jadeite raw stones. After hearing this, Ye Xiaoda slowly opened the box he had brought. When a green stone the size of a basketball appeared in front of everyone, no one, including Guahai, reacted for a moment. Everyone was stunned. All the eyes turned green. After a while, old Su rushed over, put his hands on the stone, and stroked it gently, as if he was stroking his most precious treasure. "Imperial green! Imperial green! This is imperial green!" Old Su suddenly shouted nervously. After hearing the shout, everyone reacted and rushed towards Ye Xiaoda's stone. "It's really imperial green! Such a big piece! The water quality and color are both top-notch! I never thought that I would be able to see jadeite of such quality in my lifetime. It is so precious." The group was studying frantically. Guahai's eyes were shaking when he looked at Ye Xiaoda. Trembling. "De, this top-grade jadeite is the one you just bought for 9,000 yuan. Ye Xiaoda nodded. "What kind of incredible luck is this?" Guahai thought of the top-quality wild ginseng and gold nuggets that Ye Xiaoda could find when shopping in the back mountains. Now you can just buy a piece of stone in the store that no one likes, and then it turns out to be top-grade imperial green jadeite. Isn't this too much? Hi, don't you know there is a kind of people called koi? I might be the male koi. Brother De, you are not a lucky fish, you are a person with great luck. From now on, I have to follow your footsteps. I will do whatever you do. No, Brother De, please help me buy a stone." Guahai has obviously read too many novels. When Ye Xiaoda heard the words, "a person with great luck," he couldn't help but burst out laughing. But think about it, becoming the spokesperson for the super space-time trading platform seems to indicate that I am a person with great luck. Don't worry, come with me on this trip, and I won't let you suffer any loss. Ye Xiaoda didn't dare to go out and buy another stone, and then find out that it was imperial green again. If you get a bargain once, you can say you are lucky, because it has happened before. But to get a bargain twice in a row is simply impossible. Mr. Su looked at it for a long time, and finally said to everyone, "This stone has excellent water quality and emerald green color. It is the top imperial green. Moreover, such a large piece can be cut into at least 10 bracelets, or used as a decoration. Its value is immeasurable." According to his status, once these words were spoken, it meant that Ye Xiaoda had made a profit this time. "Old man, can this stone of mine be put up for auction tomorrow?" "Of course you can, and it's the finale. You know, the last time such a large piece of top-grade jade appeared in our southern Yunnan public auction was probably 10 years ago. It's a pity that the time is a little short before the auction, otherwise, with some publicity, all the jewelry masters in Daxia would come. Then auction it off. I'm short of money, but I hope everyone can keep my identity secret." Mr. Su nodded. Then the organizers of the public auction immediately started to promote the event. This stone can greatly enhance the influence of this southern Yunnan public auction. What's more, this stone was picked up at a bargain price of 9,000 yuan. Picking up a 9-digit bargain with 9,000 yuan is a legend in itself. With some publicity, this public auction will definitely surpass all the previous ones. The news spread quickly. When the photo of this piece of imperial green appeared on everyone's mobile phone, everyone was instantly attracted to this stone. Don't be fooled by the various imperial green bracelets and imperial green jadeite on the internet. In fact, most of them are beer bottles. Real imperial green jadeite is extremely rare. It might have been seen frequently decades ago, but now, there may only be 1 or 2 pieces of this size produced each year in the world. Of course, the real thing is invisible to ordinary people. Only those with assets exceeding 9 figures can enter the most heavily guarded room in the public auction to see the real thing. Some people who had not originally planned to participate in this public auction also hurried to southern Yunnan with money. If you take back a stone like this, it will be a priceless treasure. Especially since this stone was found by a young man at a bargain price of 9,000 yuan, this story becomes even more legendary. The shop owner who sold Ye Xiaoda stones, after hearing that his store had sold an imperial green jadeite, which became the finale of this auction, stood there in a daze for 3 minutes, then squatted on the ground and burst into tears. "Mine! That's mine! I sold 1 piece of imperial green for only 9,000 yuan. I'm not going to live any longer. You've blinded my eyes. My titanium dog eyes." The boss was still crying on the ground, but unexpectedly, a large group of people rushed into the store in a few minutes and went straight to the pile of gambling materials on the ground. Without further ado, just pay the marked price. Those who are not short of money even bought several pieces by themselves. In the moment when the boss was confused, these people had already paid their money, and then rushed out with the stones, and no one could stop them. "You robbers! That's my stone! There might be imperial green in it!" The boss went crazy again after seeing this scene. If a stone has produced imperial green, then there is a high possibility that there are other big leaks in the same batch of stones. This is also why so many people rushed in to buy all the betting materials. After the boss finished scolding, he suddenly thought that these stones did not come from one place at all, and many of them were picked up by him on the street. Just buy it if you want. At the final calculation, the boss actually made more than 8 million. But why can the stone I picked up produce imperial green? Am I the chosen one? The boss planned to go to the street and pick up some stones later. Maybe there's imperial green in there too. Are you the boss who sold a piece of imperial green for 9,000 yuan? Yes. Stop talking, I want to die. However, when the boss turned around, his expression instantly became flattering. So it's the leader who's here. Give me the surveillance video from your store this morning. You can't tell anyone about that young man's face. Got it? The boss nodded repeatedly. He is sensible in this regard. After all, after becoming rich overnight, someone might come to cause trouble for Ye Xiaoda. Chapter 40. You are different from me, you can't get in. For the next day, Ye Xiaoda took Guahai for a stroll. It's quite lively here. The look in Guahai's eyes when he looked at Ye Xiaoda was just like this. This is my real brother. Brother, please buy me a piece of imperial green. Soon, the most grand auction in southern Yunnan began. Although there were only dozens of stones at the auction, all of them were the best stones of the year. Although the volume of transactions outside is large, the value is far less than the stones here. The people who come here are naturally either rich or noble. Not everyone can get a ticket. For example, Gui Qianqian from the Gui family also has an admission ticket, but her position is already at the very end. If the Gui family doesn't make any progress in the next 2 years, they will probably lose their admission ticket. When Ye Xiaoda brought Gui Hai to the venue wearing sweatpants, sneakers and short-sleeved shirts, they instantly became the focus of attention of the people around them. There was nothing we could do, as everyone else was either wearing suits or long skirts, except Ye Xiaoda and Gui Hai, who were wearing sportswear. Before I even entered the door, a conspicuous bag arrived. Hey, isn't this the rich second generation of the Gui family? Gui Hai, right? Why are you here wearing this? It's you? Gui Hai turned around, and when he saw the person who spoke, his mood instantly became bad. Song Jifei, the prince of Song Jewelry. Not only does he want to become his brother-in-law, he also wants to take over the Gui group in Langzhong. I can see from the way you are dressed that you are not here for the auction. You are not worthy of this. You deserve it. Your whole family deserves it. Song Jifei was not angry at all, and said in a servile manner, If you can't get in, I can bring someone in. For your sister's sake, I can take you to see the world. At this time, another voice came from behind Ye Xiaoda. No need. I will take care of the people from my Gui family myself. Ye Xiaoda turned around and saw Gui Qianqian, who was wearing a red dress and high heels, walking slowly towards him. Wow, her figure is really invincible. When she puts on high heels, she is almost as tall as Ye Xiaoda, and her legs reach his belly button. Hold your head high, and look terrifying in scale. Song Jifei, who was standing opposite, already looked like a pig and hurried over. Qianqian, you look so beautiful today. Gui Qianqian ignored him at all. Instead, she looked at Ye Xiaoda, smiled, and greeted him. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to be here too. Follow Brother Hai and see the world, Ye Xiaoda said with a smile. The two men were smiling, but Song Jifei couldn't stand it. Who the hell are you? You are so skinny and yet you are smiling at my woman. Aren't you looking for death? Thinking about the entire jewelry industry, Song Jifei didn't expect that a person with the surname Yi, who also called Gui Hai Brother Hai, and whose status was obviously not good, should be able to be criticized at will. You can't meet at the door to see the world. Can you, a person wearing sportswear, go in? Do you have a ticket? Anyone in there has assets worth over 100 million. You will never be able to earn that much in your lifetime. Ye Xiaoda was stunned for a moment. The dog started barking. You can ignore it, but the admission ticket? This really doesn't exist. This bastard has already come here, how can he not get in? This stunned Song Jifei. Your Gui family's admission ticket should be the lowest level, right? Qianqian can bring one person in, but I don't know if it's Gui Hai or someone named Yi like you. In fact, there was a jade expert from their group behind Gui Qianqian. They were supposed to enter the auction together to help Gui Qianqian appraise the jade. Gui Hai seemed to see the difficulty of his cousin and whispered, Sister, you and the expert go in. De Ge and I will wait for you outside. Gui Qianqian was also a little hesitant, but finally decided to go in with the expert. This time, if I can't buy top-quality stones, I'll be in big trouble. At this time, because this group of people were blocking the door, the security guard inside also came out. Everyone, if you want to enter, please do it as soon as possible and don't block the door. Song Jifei showed his admission ticket with a smile, then walked into the glass door with the other three. He turned around and looked at Ye Xiaoda, as if saying, See, this glass door is the gap between us. Gui Qianqian also brought her own experts in. Well, you two wait for me at the door. Wait for a few hours. I will treat you two to barbecue. It will be worth your trip. Song Jifei shouted with a smile. Several groups of people around also laughed. In their opinion, it was very comfortable and satisfying to be able to enjoy such a scene before the auction and to demonstrate their superiority through Ye Xiaoda and Gui Hai. Young man, choose a better family next time you are reborn, and maybe you can get in. Or you can go to the public auction outside. The auction here is beyond the reach of young people like you. Unless you have a status like the prince of the Song family, there aren't many young people who can get in. That's right. Behind the glass door, apart from Song Jifei, it seems that Gui Qianqian is the only young person. The Gui family has no choice, the second generation is garbage, so they can only let Gui Qianqian show up in public. As for the Song family, they are simply training Song Jifei. From other families, those who came were middle-aged people, some even the heads of the family. Ye Xiaoda just took out his cell phone and planned to call Grandpa Su. After all, since I'm here, I wouldn't be satisfied until I see how much my jade is sold for. When Ye Xiaoda left, the leader of the jade industry left him his private phone number. In Su Jun's opinion, Ye Xiaoda's stone may have saved this year's auction, so it is better to make friends with such koi. At their age, they pay more attention to things like luck. As soon as Ye Xiaoda raised the phone, he saw that everyone around him had made way for the entrance, and were waiting respectfully on both sides. Even the group of people who had already entered the venue stopped, and waited there. Brother Yi, I'm so sorry. It was my negligence that I didn't give you the admission ticket. A kind voice sounded behind Ye Xiaoda. Turning around, he saw that this was the backer he was looking for. Ye Xiaoda quickly said, Mr. Su, it's okay. Now that you're here, it looks like you can take me in, ha ha ha. Of course. I have a private room at this venue. If you don't mind, you can stay in my room. If you are not used to staying with an old man like me, I can also arrange another room for you. What? Mr. Su personally invited people to his private room? The people around went crazy in an instant. The look he gave Ye Xiaoda was full of envy. You know, Mr. Su is a big shot and a master in the jade industry. If the old man can give 1 or 2 pointers during the auction, the rewards will be huge. After all, not all materials are almost transparent like Ye Xiaoda's Imperial Green. Many of them only have one window. There are still great risks in purchasing raw stones through a window. But if Mr. Su is here, this risk basically does not exist. The stones at the auction were all selected personally by Mr. Su, so he naturally knows them best. Sometimes just one sentence can make you earn more than 8 figures. Song Jifei's face had turned pale. He didn't know why a little trash wearing sneakers could win the appreciation of Mr. Su. Logically speaking, as the organizer of this auction, Mr. Su should avoid suspicion. The fact that Su Jun dared to do this simply proved that this young man was not an ordinary person. Even Gui Qianqian was confused. He had ginseng, gold nuggets, and now he knew the master of jadeite. Who exactly was this Ye Xiaoda? Chapter 41 I Can't Get In? Sorry, I have a private room. What no one expected was Ye Xiaoda actually refused. Mr. Su, just give me a small place, and I won't bother you anymore. When Su Jun heard this, he was stunned, then he laughed. This young man is really different. Everyone else is trying to get close to me, but you don't want to stay with me. However, Su Jun also smiled and said, No problem, roommate should be empty, you can use it at will. Mr. Su, I'll bring a few people with me, is that okay? Haha, that's natural. It doesn't matter how many people we bring. Ye Xiaoda nodded. He now knew that the imperial green he provided to the Southern Yunnan public auction should be of excellent quality. Ye Xiaoda brought Guahai into the venue smoothly. Seeing Song Jifei's gloomy face, Guahai was also amused. Mr. Song, do you want to go to the private room with me? I heard that the private room here is quite large and has a good view. If you want, I can let you go with me. After Guahai finished speaking, Song Jifei turned around and left without saying anything. I was so angry inside that I wanted to kill someone. Sister, come with us to the private room. Guahai walked to Gui Qianqian with a smile. It's as if this private room has something to do with you. No one is talking. Ye Xiaoda, who was not far away, smiled and said, Beautiful lady, of course I welcome you. Finally, Ye Xiaoda brought Long Yi, Long Air, Gui Qianqian and Guahai, and slowly entered the private room. His back was stared at by many people for a long time. A young man who can be taken care of by Mr. Su means that he has an extraordinary identity. The key problem is that I have never heard of this person, which is embarrassing. As for Su Jun, he did not leave, but waited at the gate. As for the others, those who could come in came in, and those without tickets were also driven away. There's no way, some big shots will be coming here today. Even Su Jun was waiting at the door in person. After sitting down, Song Jifei looked up at the location of the private room with an extremely unhappy look. Ye Xiaoda? Song Jifei began to search for this name on the internet. Logically speaking, it is impossible that there is no information about someone that Su Jun cares about on the internet, but what is strange is that no information about Song Jifei was found at all. He naturally knew the finale of this auction. This time, his target was not the finale, but he still knew the legend about this finale. A young man bought a piece of top-grade imperial green the size of a basketball for 9,000 yuan. This news spread quickly throughout the jade industry. Young people? Song Jifei suddenly thought of something and quickly asked someone about it. Finally, all the clues came to him. For young men, the one who bought the imperial green piece was very thin and wore sneakers? Song Jifei couldn't help but think of Ye Xiaoda. Ye Xiaoda, Guahai, Long and Long Air, aren't these just for young people? Ye Xiaoda was still extremely thin and looked frail. Song Jifei had a guess. He didn't have Ye Xiaoda's photo, but he could still find Guahai's photo. After sending the photo out, he soon got a definite answer. Guahai is one of the young men who bought the imperial green. When Ye Xiaoda and his people bought the imperial green in the store, they were seen by many people. Although the surveillance video was taken away, many people knew about it. Especially for such a fantastic story of finding a bargain, there are naturally many people who study it afterwards. When Song Jifei learned that Ye Xiaoda was just a lucky guy who got a bargain, a sneer appeared on his face. Snort. Still a little piece of trash. It must be a loser. But when he thought that Ye Xiaoda might have picked up a 9-digit sum of money just like that, Song Jifei instantly became unhappy again. He was cursing all the time. However, his confidence also grew. What he feared the most was that Ye Xiaoda was from a mysterious family, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Now he knew that he was just a lucky guy, and he was no match for him at all. Looking at him and his woman looking at each other, Song Jifei said that he must kill Ye Xiaoda. After arriving at the private room, Ye Xiaoda sat on the sofa, eating some fruit and closing his eyes to rest. As for Gui Qianqian, she brought her own experts and continued to conduct research there. After the auction started, Ye Xiaoda actually fell asleep. This made Gui Qianqian speechless. You came to the auction and then you fell asleep. When Gui Qianqian came across a stone that she liked, she started bidding. A piece of purple ice stone. Of course, the window that was wiped out is icy purple, and we don't know what the color and water inside are like, or whether there are any cracks. However, Gui Qianqian is optimistic about this stone. This is the only one she is optimistic about. Soon, the value soared to 10 million. After all, the stone is big enough. It is about the same size as the imperial green provided by Ye Xiaoda. Gui Qianqian made an offer. 12 million! Soaring and soaring. These days, a good piece of material is really rare. In the end, the price has reached 50 million. Gui Qianqian is still bidding. Her bottom line is 60 million. 51 million. 5,100 and 100,000. 52 million. 52 million and 100,000. Naturally, someone is finding fault with this offer. Hearing this voice, Gui Qianqian knew that it was Song Jifei who was causing trouble. No matter how much I bid, the other party always adds another 100,000. Later, after the price exceeded 60 million, Gui Qianqian stopped bidding, and the stone was bought by Song Jifei. You should bid a few more times. Song Jifei will follow anyway, so make him bleed a lot. Ye Xiaoda, who was annoyed by Gui Qianqian's high bid, said in a mean way. What if he doesn't follow? Why did he do that? Gui Qianqian said. In order to get me, and also to get the Gui group. Internal and external troubles have made Gui Qianqian a little discouraged, and she even wanted to give up. The key problem is that at the critical moment, the old man was still ill and bedridden, which is embarrassing. There are still so many stones, there is still a chance. Ye Xiaoda persuaded. Looking at Gui Qianqian lying tiredly on the sofa in a long dress, he couldn't bear it. Forget it. No matter which piece I want to buy, Song Jifei will definitely intervene. There's no need. Ye Xiaoda had no choice. After all, he has no money now. And even if he had money, it would be impossible for him to help Gui Qianqian for no reason. After all, we've only met twice. No one owes anyone anything. Sure enough, Gui Qianqian never made another bid after that. I just watched quietly, and no one knew what I was thinking. When Guihai saw his sister like this, he rarely said anything. There was no sound in the entire private room except Ye Xiaoda's snoring. Chapter 42, Earning over 300 million yuan. It was not until the last piece of jadeite raw stone that Ye Xiaoda was called by Long Yi. The host on the stage was enthusiastically introducing Ye Xiaoda's Imperial Green. This is the only piece of jade I have ever seen in my life. Imperial Green! The water is translucent, emerald green, the size of a basketball, and weighs 21,000 grams. We haven't seen such a large Imperial Green in our southern Yunnan auction for at least 10 years. It's enough to make dozens of Imperial Green jadeite bracelets, and it can also be used to make unique Imperial Green ornaments, which are enough to pass down from generation to generation. Everyone should know that this piece of Imperial Green has a very legendary story, and this story happened in southern Yunnan, just the day before yesterday. A young man spent 9,000 yuan to buy a piece of shit-like stone, and then this stone turned into an Imperial Green. Who said there are no leaks these days? Isn't this a huge leak? Okay, without further ado, let's start the auction of this piece of jade. The auction has begun. In fact, there were not many people bidding. Neither Gui Qianqian nor Song Zhifei made a bid, because their level is not high enough. The bidders this time were basically the top jewelers in Daxia, or some top wealthy people who planned to buy it as a collection. The first bid made Ye Xiaoda's heart beat faster and faster. 200 million! This is not 200 million Zimbabwean dollars, this is 200 million Great Xia dollars. Great purchasing power. You can become a billionaire in minutes. Even though Song Zhifei is the only heir to the Song Group, let's ask him to take out 200 million now and see. Even the Song Group may not have so much liquid funds. This is also the reason why Song Zhifei didn't dare to bid at all. 250 million! 300 million! Starting from 300 million, the price gradually increased less quickly. After all, this basketball-sized Imperial Green jadeite can be cut into about 20 bracelets. If each bracelet sells for an average of 15 million, that would be about 300 million. Of course, there are still bids. 310 million! 320 million! 350 million! Gradually, the price has soared to 350 million, but there are only a few people bidding. One of them is Daxia's top jeweler, and the other is Daxia's top wealthy person. They probably bought this stone as their own collection. There are more and more wealthy people, but Imperial Green jadeite is becoming less and less. Although this thing is still a stone, its value will only rise. In the end, this stone was bought by the collector for 380 million. It also set a record for the selling price of jadeite in public auctions in southern Yunnan in recent years. When the auctioneer's hammer fell gently, Ye Xiaoda stood up from the sofa with difficulty, his face full of excitement. As for Guihai, he was already shouting wildly. Rub, rub, rub! I'm rich! I'm rich! More than 300 million! Gui Qianqian was still confused at first, and looked at her brother as if he was a fool, but gradually, she seemed to understand. His pupils became bigger and bigger. He turned his head and asked with an extremely shocked expression. Guihai! Is this jadeite yours? Guihai quickly pointed at Ye Xiaoda and said, Sister, this belongs to Brother Da. It has nothing to do with me. Gui Qianqian looked at Ye Xiaoda in shock again, totally not understanding. Your luck is a bit scary. It's okay, it's okay. Gui Qianqian shook her head speechlessly for a long time. This luck is not good anymore, it's abnormal. Winning the lottery was only over 10 million, but when Gui Qianqian thought that Ye Xiaoda had earned more than 300 million in one go, she couldn't help but stare at him. This is ginseng, this is gold nugget, and now this is Imperial Green. Is this person still a human being? Compared with him, Gui Qianqian felt that her luck was really bad. Internal and external troubles are not enough to describe her difficulties. After all the stones were auctioned, in fact, today's event was not over yet. However, the following auction was just a joke in the eyes of all the people in Daxia. The host on the stage continued. Next, we will have an auction of 3 mines. These 3 mines are all from northern Myanmar. They have passed our inspection and all the procedures are complete. As long as you bid for them today, congratulations, you will own a jade mine in northern Myanmar in the future. Next, the host released some introductory materials, which were some information about the 3 mines. I have to say that the information is very attractive. At least these 3 mines were very famous in the past, and they are all mines that produce top-quality jadeite. However, it seems that no one here is very interested in these 3 mines. Su Jun even sneered. It was all our glory in the past. Now, in these mines, I guess we can't even find jadeite of the glutinous ice variety. These people in northern Myanmar are crazy about making money. They don't have many jade mines, but they still want to sell them to us. I don't think there will be any fools who would bid for it. There were even quite a few people who just left. No one looks down on this kind of mine that has been hollowed out. This made the few people from northern Myanmar who came here feel a little embarrassed. I originally planned to come here to make some money, but when I saw that no one was willing to fall for it, I naturally felt bad. In the private room, Gui Qianqian also stood up and said to Ye Xiaoda and Gui Hai, "How about we just leave? There's nothing interesting to see next." Unexpectedly, Ye Xiaoda actually shook his head and instead began to check the basic information of the 3 mines with a serious look on his face. This was another purpose for him to come to this auction. In fact, he went to so much trouble to produce this piece of imperial green and sold it for more than 300 million yuan, all for this moment. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you watch it or not. To him, all 3 are the same. Soon, the auction began. The first mine covers an area of more than 20 acres, and the starting price is only 20 million. This is almost a bargain price. Of course, this is just 1 year's rent. But compared to jadeite mines, it is already extremely cheap. If a good stone can be produced, the rent will be worth it. From this we can see that these mines will most likely be left with nothing. After a while, no one bid, and the deal was about to go bankrupt. Ye Xiaoda suddenly said to Gui Qianqian, "Beautiful lady, help me bid." "What? Bid?" "Yes." "You want to contract this mine?" Ye Xiaoda nodded. Gui Qianqian took a deep breath and was still thinking about how to persuade him when Ye Xiaoda confronted her from behind. "Hurry up, or it will fail." When he was hit, Ye Xiaoda felt that what he touched was not just clothes, but also metal buttons. Gui Qianqian turned around and glared at him, not wanting to persuade him anymore. "If you want to call me by myself." I'm not feeling well, and my voice isn't loud enough." Gui Qianqian was speechless. He sighed, raised the sign in his hand, and whispered a price. 20 million! After saying this, she lowered her head in shame, fearing that she would be laughed at. "Someone's bidding! Someone's bidding! 20 million! The auctioneer's excited voice made Gui Qianqian the target of public attention, attracting the attention of everyone present. Of course, there was a bit of contempt in the look he gave her. This made Gui Qianqian even angrier, and she glared at Ye Xiaoda again. She finally understood why Ye Xiaoda didn't bid himself, and insisted that she bid. It turns out that people who offer this price will really be despised. Chapter 43 By a Mind for Fun. After Gui Qianqian's bid, no one followed for a long time. However, a person sitting in an ordinary seat was ready to make a move. Song Jifei. At this moment, he was communicating with his father anxiously. "Dad, listen to me, let's get involved." "Jifei, haven't we already confirmed that there is nothing left in those mines? Why are you still thinking of wasting money?" "Dad, Gui Qianqian has made an offer. She is an extremely shrewd person. The Gui family doesn't have much money right now, but they are willing to spend money to rent a mine. Maybe they have some information." "Are you sure?" "Dad, it's only 20 million anyway, not much, let's give it a try. Besides, I saw a koi fish next to Gui Qianqian, maybe it was this koi fish that made Gui Qianqian bid." "Koi? What the hell is a koi?" "Dad, you know that a piece of imperial green was sold for more than 300 million today. The young man is standing next to Gui Qianqian now. I seem to know him. This man must be a lucky koi. This mine may still have hope. Let's give it a try. We don't have much money anyway. Even if we have nothing, we can't let the Gua family take advantage of us. Song Jifei's father also made up his mind. After all, it doesn't matter whether there is a mine or not. What matters is that the Gua family doesn't take advantage of it. After getting permission, Song Jifei quickly called out a price. 21 million! He felt stable. Unexpectedly, before Gui Qianqian could say anything, Ye Xiaoda couldn't stand it anymore and shouted directly. 25 million! The voice is extremely loud. You are not feeling well, so you can't be too loud. Faced with Gui Qianqian's rolling eyes, Ye Xiaoda had no choice but to smile. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not. This is our first auction, so we can't be timid. Moreover, he also disliked Song Jifei. When Song Jifei saw Ye Xiaoda couldn't wait to raise the price, he became more determined to fight back. 30 million! This mine must be acquired. Ye Xiaoda also got angry. 35 million! Young people are full of youthful vigor. Song Jifei stood up and said, 40 million! After saying that, he glared in the direction of Ye Xiaoda. Well, I'll give it to you. I won't follow you. Ye Xiaoda suddenly stopped. This made Song Jifei, who was about to stand up and start killing, feel powerless and uncomfortable. The price of 40 million is already a sky-high price. Everyone in the audience looked at Song Jifei as if he were a fool. Only a few people from northern Myanmar looked fanatical. Finally, I met a fool. Enjoying the attention of the crowd, Song Jifei felt a little smug at first. It felt really good to be in the center of the crowd. But when he saw everyone looking at him strangely, he felt a little scared and sat down quickly. The second mine was only 4 or 5 acres in size, and the starting price was only 4 million. After Ye Xiaoda made the bid, no one followed. This mine belongs to Ye Xiaoda. This made Song Jifei suddenly feel something was not right. Why would this guy take pictures of a mine? So panicked. The starting price for the third mine is only 1 million, because the area of this mine is less than 1 acre. However, it is a place where imperial green has been produced. The photo was taken by a fat, middle-aged, greasy man. The next step is to sign a contract with the people from northern Myanmar. When everyone gathered in an office, Song Jifei looked at Ye Xiaoda with a not-so-friendly look. Mr. Song, right? He's really rich. He spent 40 million to buy an abandoned mine, Ye Xiaoda said in a mean way. Humph! You want to buy it too, but you just don't have the money. Well, I don't lack money. Well, Song Jifei couldn't refute it. He knew that Ye Xiaoda had just made more than 300 million. Everyone, the formalities can be completed today, and you can go to northern Myanmar with us tomorrow and see your own mine, a northern Myanmar man introduced enthusiastically. These are all the god of wealth. And he is a stupid god of wealth. Must be served well. Some arrangements need to be made for the girl in northern Myanmar. There are still thousands of abandoned mines in northern Myanmar where we are looking for great finds. When Ye Xiaoda left here, there was more than 200 million yuan in his bank account. The taxes and public auction fees cost more than 100 million. However, after paying these, Ye Xiaoda can use the money with peace of mind. Clean and tidy. The next day, Gui Qianqian took Guahai away from southern Yunnan. It seemed that there was another story in the Gua family, leaving Ye Xiaoda alone. Ye Xiaoda also quickly got on a minibus, heading to northern Myanmar. There were quite a few people on the bus, including Song Jifei. The people from the 3 mines were photographed going to northern Myanmar together today, otherwise they would not be able to go even if they wanted to. As for the formalities, they have already been completed. Hello, brothers, I am Jade King, and we have arrived in northern Myanmar today. Look everyone, I have bought a rich mine in northern Myanmar. You can come to me if you want to buy jadeite in the future. Definitely A-grade goods from northern Myanmar. A middle-aged greasy man wearing a huge gold chain shot a short video in front of the camera. They even filmed all the procedures, and since we actually saw the border in northern Myanmar, the video was quite attractive and looked quite real. It is true. They really bought a mine in northern Myanmar. As we entered northern Myanmar, it was obvious that the atmosphere became a little tense, especially after several vehicles carrying armed personnel appeared in front and behind, and then the car became quiet. Ye Xiaoda looked up at Song Jifei in front of him. He guessed that Song Jifei had regretted his decision and wanted to go home. This place is far from peaceful. On the bus, Sangchuo, the person in charge of northern Myanmar, said quickly, "Don't worry, everyone. You are all the gods of wealth in northern Myanmar. We will definitely protect you. The various forces will not do anything to you. If you have any problems, you can contact me directly." Soon, the vehicle arrived at the first destination and threw the Jade King down. He arrived at the mine. It's just a small hill, and it's been hollowed out inside. "Mr. Wang, do you need to rent our excavator and guards?" Sang Tua shouted to Lao Wang, who had already got off the car. Lao Wang thought for a moment and said, "There's no need for an excavator. Just hire a guard for a few days. I'll be leaving in a few days." Soon, a car escort stayed behind. The second destination was Song Jifei's mine. This mine was much larger and covered a large area, but it looked very desolate at first glance. "Boss Song? Do you want an excavator and guards? Give me a few excavators and a truckload of guards. My dad is already arranging people for me. In a few days, my own guards will be here." When he arrived at Ye Xiaoda's mine, he only asked for an excavator. As for guards, he already had Long 1 and Long 2, and didn't want any others. When Ye Xiaoda got off the car, he realized that his several $1 million were wasted. It's such a tiny place, not to mention jade, even stones can't be found. One of the pits had been dug for dozens of meters, and all the stones that could be dug out had been dug away. What remained was either yellow sand or weeds. There was a simple house only 100 or 200 meters away from the mine. After tidying up, Ye Xiaoda settled down. Chapter 44. Picking up hundreds of truckloads of garbage and taking them home. The next day, all three mines started working in full swing. Except for Ye Xiaoda, who was pretending to work with Long Yi and Long Air, the other two mines rented a lot of people and machines from northern Myanmar and started digging on a large scale. Song Jifei's mine even transported a truckload of stones into Daxia on the same day. Naturally, there are green lights all along the way. No one rushed to grab it. After all, everyone knew there was nothing good inside. Sure enough, although a truckload of raw jadeite was sent away, Song Jifei's face looked extremely ugly. People from China also came and, after exploration, found that there seemed to be no good jadeite rough stones here. It would be considered good if this truck could be sold for 100,000 yuan. And the buyer has to be a novice. People in the industry basically won't spend money to buy this thing. It's basically just garbage. These 100,000 yuan are not enough to cover the mine's expenses for the day. As for the jadeite old Wang that only had a small hill, he gave up after digging a few times. Ye Xiaoda's mine was quite lively. He simply demolished the living place, opened a hole near the toilet, and started digging with an excavator. On the same day, a truckload of raw jadeite was also transported back. As for the quality, no one knows. Anyway, no one from northern Myanmar has set their sights on these mines, which shows that there is definitely nothing good here. In the evening, Ye Xiaoda made another transaction. This time, he chose Xiongting. After completing the transaction, he called Sang Tuo. "Can you buy me a batch of weapons?" Ye Xiaoda asked directly when he saw Sang Tuo. "Weapons?" Sang Tuo looked at Ye Xiaoda and nodded. "I need a bit more." "Huh? It doesn't matter how much it is. I can handle any amount. In northern Myanmar, as for weapons, as long as you have money, I can find you as much as you want." Sang Tuo laughed loudly, very confident. "I want 1,000! Hearing this number, the cigar in Sang Tuo's mouth fell to the ground, and he stood still as if he had been struck by lightning. "Brother, why do you need so many weapons? 1,000 weapons are enough to equip a large army. It seems that there are not many such armies in northern Myanmar." With 1,000 weapons, Sang Tuo really had no choice. He himself is considered a big force in northern Myanmar, but he doesn't even have 1,000 weapons. Ye Xiaoda really planned to arm a legion with 1,000 weapons, but he was not going to arm his own people, but Xiongting's people. Sang Tuo pointed to Ye Xiaoda's mine outside and advised, "Boss Yi, there is really no need to get so many guns for your mine. I don't think anyone would care about this place. 10 AKs will be enough." After saying that, he squatted down, picked up the cigar, wiped it, and put it in his mouth. This stuff is very precious. If I hadn't met a few idiots yesterday and sold a few mines in northern Myanmar to them, I wouldn't even be able to afford to smoke cigars. Ye Xiaoda knew he had misunderstood. I don't want an AK. I want an iron weapon, like a machete, a broadsword, or even an axe. The cigar in Sang Tuo's mouth fell out again. Brother, are you kidding me? Sang Tuo stood up and looked at Ye Xiaoda with malicious eyes, ready to attack if they disagreed. Who buys an axe as a weapon these days? That's a farm tool. Why would I tease you? As long as it's an iron weapon, it doesn't matter if it's a knife or an axe. I'll give you 1,000 great xia coins for each weapon. 1,000 weapons equals 1 million. I'll give you the money first, and bring the weapon to me tomorrow. Hearing the 1 million, Sang Tuo changed his cold expression, smiled and stretched out his hand, bowed to Ye Xiaoda and said, Deal! Deal! I'll deliver it to you at noon tomorrow. It's a waste if you don't make money. They are just some broken knives, but they can be sold for 1 million. I can make at least 800,000 or 900,000. Where can I find such a good thing? Ye Xiaoda transferred the money directly to Sang Tuo. Before Sang dragged him away, he patted Ye Xiaoda's shoulder enthusiastically and said, Brother! From now on, you are my buddy. If you have any trouble in northern Myanmar, just come to me. Ye Xiaoda also nodded enthusiastically. I guess there will be more things to come in the future. Sang Tuo was also happy. It was not easy for him to meet someone who was stupid and rich, so he naturally had to be a good brother and provide for him well. The next day, Sang Tuo's weapons arrived, and Xiong-Heng's jadeite raw stones also arrived. Xiong-Heng is still continuously collecting jadeite raw stones in his own world. They were everywhere around the entire tribe. All they had to do was pick them up and pile them together, and Xiong-Heng would be able to put them on the trading platform. Ye Xiaoda could naturally throw these real jadeite raw stones from the trading platform to the mine. Then load it onto the truck and take it away directly. In the afternoon, more than a dozen large trucks carrying a large amount of stones entered Daxia and stored them in the warehouse that Su Lao found for Ye Xiaoda. This continued for the next few days. Many large trucks were driven out from Ye Xiaoda's mine, transporting stones to Daxia. This operation stunned the people in northern Myanmar, and all those in the jade industry in southern Yunnan. You have a mine of 3 or 4 acres, and it's an abandoned mine. In the past few days you must have transported back 100 trucks of stones. What the hell, this is a quarry, not a jadeite raw stone mine. Even decades ago, at their peak, large jade mines could not have produced such a large output in a day. When Song Jifei heard the news, he sneered. It's just a show of force. His little shabby place doesn't even have that many stones. It must be all garbage. He was not idle either, and began to transport large amounts of garbage back to the country. After all, every bit of money earned counts. Although it is not as much as the expenses, if you don't ship it back, you will still have to pay the expenses. Jade Old Wang touched his fat face, thought about his plan, and instantly analyzed the reason behind Ye Xiaoda's actions. Damn! Young people have no moral principles. How dare you get ahead of me? No, I have to pretend to transport some top-grade jadeite back to the country. On the same day, several truckloads of stones were transported from the Jade Lawang mine back to Daxia. People in northern Myanmar were confused. What? Did you 3 mines discover something good together? Or are you so hungry that you even want real stones? However, people in northern Myanmar think this is a good thing. It would be best to transport stones back to your Daxia every day, which would be very lively. In the future, more and more people will come to buy junk or veins. As for the people in the jade industry in southern Yunnan, I am a bit speechless. Everyone thought that these people were just being impulsive and were rushing to transport the stones back from northern Myanmar. It is to cut out some good jadeite rough stones, just like the last time Ye Xiaoda found a bargain on the imperial green jadeite for 9,000 yuan. Everyone thought that these 3 people, with the mentality of finding a leak, would first transport back all the stones they dug up, and then see if there was a big leak inside. However, they all know that even if the stones are not cut, the stones in your warehouse are still garbage. It's not that easy to pick up a leak. Su Jun, old Master Su, looked at the warehouse he rented for Ye Xiaoda, and saw that it was full of stones, and he was speechless. He didn't even look at it, just kept shaking his head. This kid, after cutting out a piece of Imperial Green, thinks Imperial Green is everywhere. These stones are a big loss. Forget it. Since they asked me to help watch the stone, then I'll do it. Xiaolong, have someone watch this place and put up a seal. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Everyone knows that this is your place. Even if it's the real Imperial Green, no one would dare to move. Besides, this is just some garbage. After listening to this, Mr. Su also smiled bitterly and shook his head. In his opinion, among the hundreds of carts of stones in this warehouse, it would be great if there was one piece of glutinous ice-type stone. Chapter 45. Everyone picks up the loss. When Ye Xiaoda was about to publicize that he had dug out a lot of top-quality raw stones from this mine in northern Myanmar, he didn't expect that someone else had gotten there first. Jadeite Master Wang announced earlier than Ye Xiaoda that he had dug up many top-quality jadeite rough stones in the mine he had just purchased. I also shot a lot of short videos and posted them online. There's even video of the excavation site. After an excavator dug out a basketball-sized stone, Jade Old Wang rushed over and started shouting with a flashlight. Not bad, not bad. This stone is pretty good. At least it's high ice grade. We're rich. Let's go cut it open and take a look. Back in the simple operation room, Jade Master Wang began to wipe the windows of this piece of jade. From the windows wiped out, he found that this stone was indeed good. It's worth at least 100,000. See? Just by digging in this bucket, I dug out a stone worth 100,000. In the past few days, such stones appeared more frequently. I have already sent those stones back to Daxia. I, Lao Wang, have finally made a fortune. When you pick up bargains, you just pick up a piece of stone. When I pick up bargains, I directly pick up a whole mine. There are so many good things left in this mine. Some time ago, a young man bought a piece of Imperial Green Jade for 9,000 yuan, and sold it for more than 300 million yuan. But compared with my bargain, it's nothing. Now, my mine is worth at least 10 billion. Dear family members, in order to celebrate Lao Wang's discovery, Lao Wang decided to give everyone a big benefit. I will sell a batch of raw stones from this mine in the evening. They are all bargain prices. This is a benefit. In a few days, I will use the top-grade jadeite stones found in the mine to make a batch of bracelets and tags, and there will definitely be Imperial Green among them. Lock on my brother's live broadcast room and let everyone share my joy of finding a bargain. When Ye Xiaoda first saw the news, he was stunned. Is it possible that these abandoned mines can really produce good things? However, it seems that there is not even a stone in my place. The raw jadeite stones shipped back were obtained from the trading platform. What's going on? Could it be that old Wang is really extremely lucky? After thinking about it, and thinking that Lao Wang would eventually start selling raw stones in the live broadcast room, Ye Xiaoda thought of a possibility. The more I think about it, the more certain I am. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wow, this scam is quite advanced. Song Shifei completely believed in old Wang. Seeing that such a small mine could produce good things, he thought that the mine he rented for tens of millions must have better things. At this moment, he was like a chicken with its blood pumped up. He increased manpower and material resources and started digging on a large scale. The only effect is that expenses have increased, and there seems to be no income. This bargain found by internet celebrity Lao Wang shocked many people. Of course, not many people believe it. Especially those in the jade industry, just treat it as a joke. Anyone who has been in the jade industry for a few years will know that they are not trustworthy. There are too many scams here, and they have experienced many of them. As for the people in northern Myanmar, they were all smiling. They knew that these mines were garbage and that Lao Wang must be lying. But it's good to deceive people, letting people know that good things can be dug out from these abandoned mines in northern Myanmar. What a good advertisement. But some people are naive, and some people believe it. That night, Jade Master Wang sold a lot of jadeite raw stones during the live broadcast. It is said that it came from a mine in northern Myanmar and was given to everyone to pick up. As for the truth, no one knows. In a small room in the mine, Lao Wang was broadcasting passionately. Family members, this is really a bargain. I am basically giving away money. Because I have already made tens of billions of dollars, if I don't give my family some benefits, I will probably be punished by God. So, family members, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and grab them. There are not many good things. Each piece is only sold for 9,999, and you can get a piece of jadeite from northern Myanmar. There may be an imperial green jadeite in it. These are the last 10 pieces. 3 seconds later. Boss, the $10 are sold out. Lao Wang shouted excitedly. Family members, you are so enthusiastic. How about this, since there are still many people who haven't grabbed one, I will bleed again and give everyone another 10 yuan. 10 and 10. That night, he had sold hundreds of pieces. The rent for this mine this year is about to be released. Lao Wang was fantasizing that he could achieve financial freedom through this opportunity, but he didn't expect that the next day, another explosive news came out. This news is even more explosive. Ye Xiaoda simply copied and pasted Lao Wang's operation and said that he had dug out a large number of top-grade jadeite raw stones from his own mine. What made him more ruthless than Lao Wang was that he cut a piece of stone on live broadcast, and this stone, when cut, turned out to be a top-grade imperial green. Although it is only the size of a duck egg and cannot be made into a bracelet, its price is much higher than that of the ones cut by Lao Wang. It's just fake, but I have enough capital. This video once again caused a storm in the jade industry. After being judged by countless people, this is indeed a top-grade imperial green. Song Jifei is crazy. Seeing Ye Xiaoda cutting out the imperial green, and Lao Wang in front of him also making a lot of money from the mine, but he himself didn't make any money. The problem is that I spend the most money renting mines. For a moment, he couldn't stand it anymore. He devoted all his efforts to his own mine, applied for more funds from his father, and began to blindly expand the scale of mining. Of course, the effect is predictable. After all, it's a rotten mine. People in northern Myanmar are also a little confused. What's the matter? You've already made money from 2 of the 3 abandoned mines? One of them even produced imperial green. This is simply impossible. It has been inspected countless times before, so it is impossible for any top-grade jadeite raw stones to be left. What is going on? Are the people of Daxia really different from others? Get rich as soon as you arrive? They don't understand the twists and turns of the people of Daxia. The entire Daxia jade community was also shocked, but most people still didn't believe it. It is impossible to dig out a piece of imperial green casually. The most panicked person is none other than Jade Master Wang. He was just making money when he heard this news and smashed his live streaming phone. Fuck, is this guy mentally ill? I'm using this routine, so why can't he try another one? It's understandable that one mine picked up a leak, but if 2 mines picked up a leak, anyone would know that this is a trap. How can I sell this? As expected, not only did we not sell more stones that day, even those who had already paid for them the night before began to choose to return them. The stones haven't been shipped yet, so returns are easy. This made Lao Wang feel so miserable that he wanted to eat Ye Xiaoda alive. What's worse is that the Southern Yunnan Jade Association has started recruiting people. Let Ye Xiaoda and Jade Lao Wang go to the Southern Yunnan Jade Association immediately to explain. Everyone knows that there is a problem here. Because the impact is huge and it involves the subsequent formalization of the jade market and the credibility of live streaming jade sales, they had to ask Ye Xiaoda and Lao Wang to go back and investigate. Ye Xiaoda naturally didn't care. After all, the stones that should be transported back had already been transported back, and staying in northern Myanmar would only be suffering. But Lao Wang is different. He didn't dare not go back. He is in the jade industry, and his father is the Southern Yunnan Jade Association. His father asked him to go back, and he dared not go. If I don't go back, I'll never be able to stay in this industry again. The key issue is that we will be bombarded if we go back. None of the stones that were transported back were real. This game is doomed to fail. Not to mention making money, even the cost of the mine has not been recovered. Don't even think about continuing to work in this industry in the future. After thinking about it, Lao Wang realized that no matter what, he would not be able to continue working in this industry in the future. Whether I go back or not, it seems like I'm doomed. This made him so angry that he wanted to eat Ye Xiaoda. Chapter 46. It's okay, you can read it at will. In the end, Lao Wang came back. Not only him, Ye Xiaoda and Song Zhifei also came back. The three heroes reunited again. However, Lao Wang was a little panicked, and Ye Xiaoda was a little happy. Seeing Ye Xiaoda happy, Song Zhifei looked at him with contempt. He also understood that no matter whether it was Jade Old Wang or Ye Xiaoda, none of those videos were real. It's all fake. My mine worth tens of millions has not produced anything good. It would be strange if your mine worth millions could produce anything good. There are quite a few people gathered here. They are all members of the Southern Yunnan Jade Association. After all, this is the first time that the mineral veins in northern Myanmar are contracted by the Daxia people, so it can be considered as a test of the waters. Such serious fraud occurred during this trial, which is not good for the reputation of the Southern Yunnan Jade Association. Everyone in the room looked at Lao Wang and Ye Xiaoda angrily. When Lao Wang saw this situation, he decided to hold on to the end. How could you do this? Why are you lying? The vice president of the Southern Yunnan Jade Association started firing. Jade King looked puzzled and asked, Cheating? When did I ever cheat? You said you dug up a lot of top-quality jadeite in northern Myanmar and sold it online. Isn't that a lie? How could those abandoned mines in northern Myanmar produce so many good things? Lao Wang was not happy about this. President Wu, what do you mean? I bought the mine in northern Myanmar at your auction. Now you tell me there is nothing good in the mine? Then why did you ask me to buy a mine? Now that I have opened top-grade jadeite, you still think I am a liar. Why? The good guys are all yours, and we have to be the bad guys. After saying this, Ye Xiaoda couldn't help but give Lao Wang a thumbs up. This guy, although he looks fat, he is really good at speaking. President Wu was speechless for a moment. I don't care whether you have dug out anything good in the mine, but our Southern Yunnan Jade Association has received many reports saying that the raw stones you sell online are not jade at all, and there is nothing inside. President Wu, what I sell is the rough stone, not the cut stone. This is gambling material, so there are risks. I have said it in the live broadcast room. Gambling is definitely risky. Those people must have lost a bet and came to report it. Those who bet on the increase won't talk. I sold several thousand copies. I want to ask how many reports your Southern Yunnan Jade Association has received? Maybe someone cut out an imperial green from it. If someone cuts out an imperial green, they will definitely keep quiet. The more he talked, the more excited Lao Wang became. He felt that he had it right this time. What I sell are stones, and my stones are originally dug out from the jade mines in northern Myanmar. As for whether there is jade inside, who knows? Seeing that the people from the Southern Yunnan Jade Association were speechless, Su Jun had no choice but to stand up. As the honorary president of the Southern Yunnan Jade Association, he cannot let the association's reputation be ruined. You brought back dozens of truckloads of jadeite from the mine in northern Myanmar, and you said in the live broadcast that those were all top-grade jadeite that you dug out from the mine. You said that, didn't you? Hearing this, Lao Wang began to panic, but he still nodded stubbornly. Then open your warehouse and let us randomly select a few rough stones and cut them open. If there are really jadeite inside, it will prove that you have indeed found a rich mine. This can also clear your reputation, and you can also sell more rough stones. What do you think? How about it? Of course not. My warehouse is full of stones. Where the hell is their jade? Jade Old Wang glared at Ye Xiaoda, feeling very unhappy. Originally, the problem was not big and could be explained away, but after learning from Ye Xiaoda that so many garbage stones were transported back from northern Myanmar, it became difficult to explain. That's my rough stone. Why should I show it to you? Even if you are from the Southern Yunnan Jade Association, you don't have the right to do so. Su Jun nodded slowly and said, Well, we don't have the right, but if you don't open the warehouse and let me check, we will have to issue a statement to explain the situation this time. That's right, open the warehouse and show it to us. Open it and see if there's nothing wrong. Song Zhifei also got excited, pointing at Ye Xiaoda and shouting, You also have to open your warehouse for us to see. We want to expose your scam and make it impossible for you to deceive people again. Why have the public lost confidence in our jadeite over the years? It's because there are too many scammers like them. We must take care of this situation. We are all engaged in the jade industry. If everyone loses confidence in our industry, how can we survive? As they talked, Lao Wang and Ye Xiaoda became the target of public criticism. Lao Wang panicked and slowly moved to Ye Xiaoda's side, intending to form a united front. No! My warehouse, you can't just look around. Right, brother? This is our own stuff. What right do they have to look at it? After Lao Wang said this, he also glanced at Ye Xiaoda. In his opinion, Ye Xiaoda would definitely refuse angrily. After all, there must be nothing good in the warehouse of the two people. Su Jun also glanced at Ye Xiaoda, sighed and shook his head. In fact, he admired this young man very much at the beginning, but now he realizes that he was indeed blind at that time. Open the warehouse, otherwise the Southern Yunnan Jade Association will cut off all cooperation with you and add you to our blacklist. This is very cruel. Anyway, Jade King's feet have gone weak. Because once you are blacklisted by the Southern Yunnan Jade Association, it means that you will no longer be able to work in this industry. There's nothing you can do even if you want to. Lao Wang looked at Ye Xiaoda for help. He felt that this young man should be able to solve the problem. After all, compared with Ye Xiaoda, he was just a dwarf. Ye Xiaoda pulled back hundreds of carts of stones, while he only pulled back a dozen carts. They were completely not on the same level. He gave Ye Xiaoda countless looks, and finally said, "Brother, you should say something too. Why should we open our warehouse to them? Let them watch if they want," Ye Xiaoda said generously. After he said this, everyone in the room looked at him in unison, and Jade Old Wang's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. After everyone was stunned for a while, Song Zhifei even laughed out loud. "Haha, have you given up struggling? That's good. It's good that young people have the courage to admit their mistakes. You didn't go out and cheat anyone, so it's not a big deal. Just throw away all the stones in your own warehouse. Our association won't take action against you." "Brother, is there something wrong with your brain?" The most surprised person was Lao Wang. "He is going crazy." Looking at the extremely thin Ye Xiaoda, Lao Wang wanted to kill him with just one punch. "We were originally a united front, but now you tell me that you alone agreed to it, so I am nothing. I've just started making money." Chapter 47, Picking up half of the group. In the end, Lao Wang chose to flee. He felt that there was no need to open the warehouse and it was a pure waste of time. It would be better to start another live broadcast and fool as many people as possible. After Lao Wang left, everyone in the room looked at Ye Xiaoda lying on the sofa. "Let's go. Don't you want to see the raw stones in my warehouse? I'll take you to see it." After saying that, Ye Xiaoda stood up from the sofa with difficulty, and Long Yi behind him quickly helped him up. "My health is still not as good as normal people." In addition, Ye Xiaoda had been busy in northern Myanmar these days, and had not eaten well or rested well, so his condition was not very good. He barely stood up after being helped by Long Yi, and even started coughing violently. After coughing, he bent over and spit into the trash can. The trash can turned red instantly. Ye Xiaoda was not in a hurry. He took out a piece of ginseng that had been cut long ago from his pocket, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it with a slurp. This scene made many people in the room feel sympathetic. Of course, there are also people who are very happy. Song Zhifei. "Humph! Are you spitting blood to gain sympathy from others?" Ye Xiaoda turned his head and glanced at him. "Bo you numb. If I couldn't help it, I would vomit blood every day." "It's no use spitting out blood. You are lying, and there is no doubt about that. I think there's no need to go to the warehouse. Just issue a statement saying that you want to make some money because you're dying. You bought the jade you used to shoot the video yourself, right? I want to make this clear to everyone." Ye Xiaoda was speechless. "Shall we go to the warehouse first?" "No need. It's bound to be full of garbage anyway. You said you wanted to go before, and now you say you don't want to go. You still insist on accusing me of lying. Is there something wrong with you?" Ye Xiaoda also got angry. "How can I start making big money if you don't go and see my warehouse?" "Let's go. Let him give up." "Okay, it's not far away anyway. Let's prove that those who lie are rubbish. Look at his body. He who deceives others will suffer a lot. Even God will not let him off. Seeing that everyone was getting more and more outrageous, Mr. Su suddenly shouted, "Okay, stop talking, let's go to the warehouse and take a look." Ye Xiaoda nodded to Mr. Su, then opened the door and left. With the help of Long Yi, he soon arrived at a warehouse not far away. The Southern Yunnan Jade Association provides a variety of warehouse storage services. Ye Xiaoda's warehouse was rented by Su Lao himself. When Mr. Su saw a group of people coming to the huge warehouse he rented, he blushed a little. After all, he rented it himself. The security here is very strict, with a combination lock. Only Ye Xiaoda knows the combination, and it is changed every day. Ye Xiaoda went to unlock the password. Song Jifei said in a mean way from behind, "This huge warehouse must cost tens of thousands a day to rent. You use it to store garbage. You dare to lie to people at such a high cost." "It's not bad. This warehouse is the largest and has the most stringent defenses. Only when a large amount of raw stones from northern Myanmar are put on the market every year will a few of the largest companies come together to rent this site. Moreover, it only takes a few days to rent the stones, and then the purchased stones will be quickly transported inland. This is the first time that Ye Xiaoda has rented a property for a whole year. In a year, it's tens of millions. This is no ordinary warehouse." When the huge iron gates slowly opened, what came into view was a ground full of stones. The warehouse must be the size of 2 basketball courts, and it is filled with stones of various sizes. The highest places were piled up to 5 or 6 meters high. As soon as you stepped through the door, you were blocked by stones all over the ground. If there was enough room for the stones, Ye Xiaoda would have gotten some raw jadeite from Xiongheng and thrown it in. After all, this is the only time that jade can make money. Naturally, you have to earn more. "Thin boy, are these all the jadeite raw stones you brought back from northern Myanmar?" Song Jifei laughed. Ye Xiaoda nodded. "It's hard for you. It must have cost a lot of money to ship so much garbage back. What a pity. If we hadn't discovered your scam, you might have been able to make some money with this garbage." Only Song Jifei was laughing in the back. As for the people from the Southern Yunnan Jade Association, each of them had a flashlight in their hands and rushed towards the pile of stones. When they saw this group of stones and took a closer look, a ridiculous idea came to their mind. It seems that these are really jadeite raw stones, and at a glance, there seemed to be quite a few of them of high quality. Old Su even lay on a stone as big as a millstone, and began to study it carefully. A moment later, various shocked voices were heard in the warehouse. "Yes! This piece of mine is jade! It should have reached the level of glutinous ice. Although the water quality of my piece is not very good, it seems to be purple. It seems that my piece can reach high ice, which is rare. I also see green in this area." 7 or 8 people from the Southern Yunnan Jade Association looked at one piece after another, and were shocked again and again. Ye Xiaoda at the door smiled slightly, and Song Jifei behind him stretched his neck so long that his eyes almost popped out. "Impossible! This is impossible! How can there be so much jade?" Song Jifei went crazy. The people from the Southern Yunnan Jade Association were basically confused and excited. Old Su even raised his head and shouted to the sky, I never thought I would see so many jades piled together in my lifetime. The last time I saw it was 50 years ago. This is simply a miracle. Too many. Almost every piece here has color. Although the quality varies, the number is too scary. This must be nearly 1,000 tons. Of course. That's crazy. How much is this worth? Half an hour later, everyone surrounded Ye Xiaoda. Su Lao even held Ye Xiaoda's hand and said excitedly, It's all jade! It's all jade! The raw stones here are of very high quality. Ye Xiaoda smiled bitterly, pulled his hand away, and said, Mr. Su, don't get too excited. I'm not in good health and I vomit blood easily. You're also old, and getting excited can easily cause trouble. Haha, I'm so happy to see so many treasures. With this batch of jadeite raw stones, our Daxia jadeite industry will be revitalized. Boy, you are awesome! Last time I found a rare imperial green, this time it's even worse, I found a jadeite mine. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. This young man must have a vision that we cannot compare with. That's right. How can you find a bargain twice in a row? And they are both big bargains. You must have a better vision than us. A group of people surrounded Ye Xiaoda and praised him. Of course, Song Jifei couldn't stand it. The best here is high ice, there is no imperial green. Although there are many stones, their value is not that high. When Song Jifei said that there was not even a piece of imperial green, Ye Xiaoda seemed very unconvinced and turned around and glared at him. Then he muttered, "If it doesn't happen now, there will definitely be one in the future." Song Jifei was the only one who heard these words. Song Jifei sneered. It turned out that this man was just a loser who couldn't help but say anything. And you've only looked at the surface. Maybe everything inside is garbage. It's Ye Xiaoda who's deceiving you again. It's just that there's a little jade on the top layer. He simply couldn't stand Ye Xiaoda's arrogance, and wanted to give him a blow. He didn't care. What he didn't expect was that he was criticized as soon as he spoke, and he was criticized continuously. You don't understand this. We just took a rough look and found that there is already high ice in it. If you look closely, you will find that there is no problem with the imperial green. There must be good stuff inside, and even if it's just the surface layer, there's already a huge amount of jadeite raw stones. I don't think you'll be able to collect so many raw stones in your entire life at the Song Group. Even if only the surface layer is jadeite, and even if the imperial green is not found, the value of some of the stones we saw alone is more than 100 million. 100 million. The rent for the mine and the warehouse has already been paid. Brother, you must have made a lot of money. If the quality of the warehouse below is of this level, the value of this warehouse is at least over 5 billion. When he heard this number, Song Jifei's heart started beating fast. This person got half of the Song Group by taking advantage of a bargain? You know, the Song Group was founded by Song Jifei's grandfather, and it took several decades to barely exceed 10 billion. You picked up 5 billion and half of the Song Group by chance? Song Jifei almost vomited blood. Chapter 48. Dad, I am confident in this plan. People from the Southern Yunnan Jade Association checked some of the stones again. The quality is very high. The final conclusion is that 5 billion may still be too little. Maybe over 100. Ye Xiaoda didn't react much when he heard the 10 billion, which made everyone look up to him. If an ordinary person heard the number 10 billion for no reason, wouldn't he be shocked? Or faint directly? The reason why Ye Xiaoda didn't react much was simply because he already knew the approximate value of these stones. And most importantly, he didn't even take out the best jade. Put them all in your own trading platform. What do those stones mean? No need to turn on the light, it is basically transparent. Imperial green and enchanting purple are everywhere. Just like a beer bottle. There are hundreds of pieces of various sizes, with a value far exceeding the total of all the stones in this warehouse. After locking the warehouse, Mr. Su said to Ye Xiaoda, Young man, did you get all these jades from the mines in northern Myanmar? Ye Xiaoda nodded. But isn't that a mine that has already been mined? How come there are so many high-quality raw stones? The mine had indeed been excavated, but I found that there were several buildings that had not been excavated, so I went over to dig. Unexpectedly, I found a vein of ore under a toilet, which was full of these stones. Under the toilet? Have you finished the excavation now? Is there anything else? Everyone was extremely interested in this question and listened closely. Song Jifei even held his breath, waiting for Ye Xiaoda's response. After one person asked, Mr. Su quickly interrupted him. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Ye Xiaoda also hurriedly said in panic. It's gone! It's gone! It's all dug up! There's nothing there! After saying that, he looked around at everyone and said again. I have already dug out all the jade in there. There is not a single piece left. This is a bit of an attempt to cover up something. After everyone left, Su Lao said to Ye Xiaoda, You can rest assured about the raw stones placed here. We can guarantee their safety. However, if you want to transport them back to the mainland, it is best to hire a professional and not use logistics. Ye Xiaoda nodded. Thank you, Mr. Su. Well, the boy is pretty good and lucky. I'd also like to thank Mr. Su for helping me rent such a good warehouse. Ye Xiaoda said towards the building not far away. Haha, so this warehouse is the safest here. That's right, who would dare to steal things next to a police station? Although Mr. Su said that it should be kept secret, the news that Ye Xiaoda had unearthed a warehouse of top-quality jadeite raw stones in northern Myanmar spread quickly. Of course, Ye Xiaoda himself also contributed a lot to this. Isn't it necessary to let everyone know? Have you heard that someone picked up a big bargain? What a big leak! Is it bigger than the leak I bought last time for the Imperial Green for 9,000 yuan? Humph! Much bigger! This time it's a leak in the sky. Tell me more about it. Didn't 3 mines in northern Myanmar sell at the last public auction in southern Yunnan? Someone picked up a bargain from them. Aren't those 3 abandoned mines? It is said that one of them is a scammer. His name seems to be Jade Old Wang. He has been taken away for questioning for fraud. It's another mine. It seems that a large amount of top-quality raw stones have been unearthed. There needs to be a warehouse. I heard it was dug out from under a toilet. How is that possible? How is it impossible? Several bigwigs of the Southern Yunnan Jade Association have acquiesced, and in a few days it seems that there will be a special auction, in which these rough stones will be sold. Is this true? Of course it's true. It seems that the auction in 5 days will still be hosted by Mr. Su. Mr. Su is the host, so it must be true. It seems like at least several billion. Is this the biggest leak in the past decade? I won't say any more. I'm also going to northern Myanmar to buy a mine. Come on, forget it. There are 3 mines this time, and it is said that the other 2 mines are worthless, especially the most expensive one. It is said that the Song group has lost a lot of money. People in northern Myanmar are naturally both sad and happy. The pain was because Ye Xiaoda stole billions of jadeite stones from them. It's in a small abandoned mine. At this moment, there were no less than 10 northern Myanmar forces outside Ye Xiaoda's small mine. The worst ones are the ones holding guns. They are happy because their waste mines will be easier to sell in the future, and many people have expressed their willingness to do so. The one who suffered the most was naturally Song Jifei. From grandfather to father, and then to several uncles who only have daughters, they have scolded him back and forth several times. Why didn't you buy that mine? You bought a piece of junk instead. Why can't you learn from that young man and take advantage of a chance? It's only been a few days, and your mine in northern Myanmar has already lost tens of millions, and you haven't found anything. If you don't make some achievements, your grandfather might really consider changing someone to take charge of the Song group. Song Jifei put the phone far away from him, and only said after the other party finished yelling, "Dad, you've scolded enough." Enough? Not enough. I'll beat you again when I get back. Dad, things have come to this, shouldn't we think of a solution? Is there any solution? Can your mine in northern Myanmar also produce good raw stones? Song Jifei smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy to find leaks. I've asked the group's people to check it again carefully. There shouldn't be any jade in there." Humph! There won't be any jade. Why did you spend tens of millions to rent a piece of garbage? Why then? Song Jifei himself felt dizzy. I rented it without thinking. It seems like he wants to provoke Ye Xiaoda? Now, instead of irritating others, he irritated himself and his family. Exciting from beginning to end. Dad, there is no hope for our mine, but that doesn't mean there is no hope for Ye Xiaoda's mine. Didn't they say that his mine has already been mined? Dad, how could a vein of minerals be mined in just a few days? And when I saw Ye Xiaoda's expression, he was very disdainful when he said that he didn't have the Imperial Green. He was muttering to himself. I felt that he was sure of it. What are you sure of? I'm confident that we can continue to dig out Imperial Green jadeite from that abandoned mine. When the person on the other end of the line heard the words, Imperial Green, his voice got louder. You mean Ye Xiaoda is a liar, and the emeralds in the mine haven't been mined out at all? Yeah. There's definitely more. Then why doesn't he dig secretly? Because something happened to that Jade Master Wang, he was implicated as well. Otherwise, I think he would definitely continue digging in secret. This can be inferred from the fact that he rented a huge warehouse from the Southern Yunnan Jade Association. You mean he must have some top-quality jadeite? How credible is that? I think it's 100%. After consulting the old man of the Song family, a plan was formulated by the Song family, and the person in charge of this plan was naturally the hope of the Song family, Song Zhifei. Zhifei, if this plan succeeds, you can start to take charge of the Song group when you come back. This is your best opportunity, you must seize it, understand? Dad, don't worry. I'm 100% sure about this plan. Chapter 49, Picking up another 50 million for free. Ye Xiaoda had no idea that the words he said on impulse at that time would cause the Song family to suffer a great loss of money and manpower. He is busy. There will be an auction of his own jadeite rough stones in 5 days, which will make a lot of money, so he needs to pick out some stones. Moreover, since the stones here are basically all of extremely high quality, they are not suitable for use as gambling materials. No matter what you bet on, those who buy this stone will definitely see an increase in value. Therefore, Ye Xiaoda decided to cut out all the stones and sell them directly. This way you can make the most money. And Guohai also sent a congratulatory message. Brother De, I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. What do you want to serve? Don't tell me that the person who found a jade mine in northern Myanmar wasn't you. Haha, how did you know that? When I heard the news, the first person I thought of was you. Does anyone else know? There shouldn't be too many. At most, a few people in the industry know about it. That's good. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to go out. My sister should know this too. Tisk, why should I care whether she knows or not? It's none of my business. Although he said that, Gui Qianshan's figure did appear in Ye Xiaoda's mind again. This woman is still okay. Brother De, my sister is in some trouble. When you come back, can you bring a better piece of jadeite to my house? Do me a favor. Okay. No problem. Thank you so much. Brother De, don't worry, we will definitely buy it at the market price. It's just a stone, Ye Xiaoda doesn't care. There are plenty. Of course, you still have to pay. I'm not very familiar with you. Song Zhifei went to northern Myanmar. I was also very happy when I saw that Ye Xiaoda's mine had stopped operating. No matter what the outcome of the plan is, it will be impossible for you, Ye Xiaoda, to continue making money from here. What a joke, there are at least a dozen waves of armed men outside the small mine. All staring here. Song Zhifei easily found the leader of the largest force here, Kunseng. General, I'm from the Song group, you should know that. Yes, you Daxia bought 3 mines from us. You got a big bargain in one of them, but you lost everything in the other 2. Your Song group is one of them. When Song Zhifei heard this, he wanted to curse. But when he saw the younger brothers behind Kunseng carrying large bullet chains, he gave up. General, this time, our Song group is here to cooperate with you. What kind of cooperation? You should be interested in this mine as well. You are talking nonsense. If you are not interested, why would I bring so many people here? Then hurry up and lead your men in. There are a lot of jadeite inside. Kunseng shook his head. No. After all, that person has signed a contract with northern Myanmar. If I send someone in, Daxia will be very dissatisfied. I can't afford to offend him. This is the real reason why there are so many forces here, but no one dares to rush in. It's not that we are afraid of Ye Xiaoda, but we are afraid of the country behind Ye Xiaoda. A strong country will have a strong backbone. Then, General, would you rather watch the jadeite worth tens of billions of dollars inside being given away for nothing? Kunseng looked up at Song Zhifei, put the pistol on his waist on the table, crossed his legs and said, Young man, if you have something to say, just say it. Otherwise, you don't have to say it. General, you are responsible for getting rid of the other forces here, and I will be responsible for getting Ye Xiaoda's contract, and then the 2 of us will mine the jadeite here together. How about that? Can you handle the contract? Song Zhifei nodded confidently. General, don't worry about this. The man who took over this mine is actually a loser, an extremely ordinary young man. He just had better luck. As long as you surround this mine first, I have 100 ways to make him compromise. 28. I'm 8, you're 2. Kunseng suddenly stood up and said viciously. Song Zhifei became excited when he heard this. He knew that the deal was done, but he still said, General, this ratio is too low. It will cost me a lot of money to get the contract. I have a gun. You. Can you do June 4th? I have a gun. 7-3? I have a gun! Okay, 20-80 is 20 to 80, but we at the Song Group have another condition. You say. We will give you 8 in cash. All the jade mine in the mine must be given to us. We will give you cash according to the market price. No problem. In my opinion, jade is just a stone. In the end, the two reached an agreement. Kun Sang went to contact the generals of various forces. If he wanted to get rid of them, he would have to pay a high price. As for Song Jifei, he had already returned to southern Yunnan, secretly found Ye Xiaoda, and came directly to the outside of his room. You! What do you want from me? When Ye Xiaoda opened the door and saw Song Jifei, he had a feeling. A great injustice seems to have been delivered to the door. In the past 2 days, many people have come to see Ye Xiaoda. Either they wanted to buy his mine in northern Myanmar, or they wanted to cooperate with him in developing it. But without exception, he rejected them all. He has been waiting for Song Jifei. You have to find the right person to cheat someone. After learning that Ye Xiaoda had rejected so many cooperation offers, Song Jifei became even more determined that Ye Xiaoda's mine must have more top-quality jadeite. Otherwise, Ye Xiaoda would not disagree, he must want to keep it all for himself. Thinking about owning an extremely rich jade mine in northern Myanmar in the future, Song Jifei was so excited that his legs were shaking. Success or failure depends on this one move. Song Jifei walked in and sat directly on Ye Xiaoda's bed. I won't waste my words. I want your mine in northern Myanmar. Give me a price. Ye Xiaoda shook his head. Not for sale. It's not a question of whether you sell it or not, it's a question of how much you sell it for. Song Jifei took out a cigarette, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ahem! Mr. Song, can you please stop smoking? I can't stand the smell of cigarettes. Humph! Give me the mining contract, otherwise I'll send you to smoke opium. After saying that, Song Jifei handed him the photo of Ye Xiaoda's mine. Look for yourself. Your mine is now surrounded by people from northern Myanmar. If you continue to mine, you will be thrown into the mine. Why not sell it to me? I can give you some money so you don't suffer any loss. You, a loser, won't survive for more than a few days in that place. Give me the Song Group and let me use its power. Well, since you are so cruel, I will give it to you. The key issue is that there is nothing left in that mine. There is really no jade left. Ye Xiaoda was still struggling. Don't worry about that. I'm afraid you won't be able to dig anything up in the mine and will cause trouble for me in the future. Don't talk nonsense, it can all be written in the contract. That's fine. If you can't dig anything up, you can't come to me. In the end, Ye Xiaoda signed the mine transfer contract. Of course, in Song Jifei's view, this was forced. Song Jifei bought Ye Xiaoda's mine in northern Myanmar for 50 million yuan. When Song Jifei left, he patted Ye Xiaoda on the shoulder and said, You've done well. You've made a lot of money. Go home and recuperate. Don't die outside. Now that you have money, honor your parents more. Ye Xiaoda nodded obediently, then sent Song Jifei away with a strange look on his face. Wow, these 50 million are like they were picked up for free. After the news spread, the people of the Song family were extremely excited. Everyone in the jade industry was extremely shocked. The opportunity to make a fortune is sold just like that. He's already rich, okay? It must be someone from the Song Group who forced them. That's for sure. Besides, northern Myanmar is not a safe place either. It is said that the mine has been surrounded by various armed forces. He is an ordinary person, and he can't control such a huge mine. Even if the mine is still in his hands, he can't continue digging. That's such a pity. If it weren't for Jade King implicating him, maybe he could continue to make money. They've already made a lot of money. The future belongs to the Song Group. With such a vein, if we can dig up some imperial green jade, the status of the Song Group will be comparable to that of some top jewelers. It is said that this time it is the 3rd generation of their Song family, which is very good. The young man is indeed capable. In the future, under his leadership, the Song Group will surely become more and more powerful. They are all young people, and they have to be from big families. Otherwise, even if they have mines, they have to sell them to others. Everyone felt sorry for Ye Xiaoda. Chapter 50. Congratulations, you have been kidnapped. Song Jifei was running around southern Yunnan with the contract signed by Ye Xiaoda. The transfer procedures for the mine on the Daxia side were quickly completed. Although everyone disdains his methods, the look in their eyes when they looked at Song Jifei was either envy or jealousy. After arriving in northern Myanmar, Song Jifei quickly completed all the procedures with the assistance of Kunseng. Then, Kunseng paid a huge price and let other forces slowly leave the mine. Damn! I really lost money this time. If I can't make it back this time, I'll fucking die! Kunseng shouted as he saw Song Jifei. Song Jifei pointed to the mine not far away and said, General, with this mine, we can make everything. With the money, you can buy more weapons and recruit more people. From now on, the whole northern Myanmar will listen to you. Kunseng was also a fool. He let out a long cry to the sky the moment Song Jifei said that. He had already thought of the moment when he would become the top of a country. Song Jifei said seriously, General, this is where we will really make our fortune in the future. We must protect it well. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll call all my people over here, and whoever comes will die. There must be thousands of Kunseng's people who surrounded the entire mine. Not only was there a guard post every 5 steps, but the posts were already shoulder to shoulder. Then, Kunseng and Song Jifei ran excitedly to the place where Ye Xiaoda dug out the jade. It really seems to be the entrance to a toilet. After arriving at the entrance of the mine, Song Jifei discovered that it was indeed newly excavated. Of course, the stench was still there. When I just came in, I stepped on some yellow stuff. Master, something is not right. This kind of soil should not contain jadeite raw stones. An expert brought by Song Jifei said doubtfully. Humph! It's because of you so-called experts' bullshit that Ye Xiaoda got such a big advantage. Song Jifei rushed into the mine with great confidence, and Kunseng followed him with excitement. I have to admit that there are still some stones, but there is not a single piece of jadeite raw stone. The group looked for a long time, and after digging all around, they found that there was nothing here. Not to mention jadeite raw stones, there are not even many stones. It doesn't look like a mineral vein at all. What's going on? What's going on? Kunseng took out his pistol and fired a few shots into the sky. These attacks frightened the people brought by Song Jifei so much that they fell to the ground. Only now did they remember that they had come to such a chaotic country. You can kill people anywhere. Song Jifei almost peed himself. He grabbed the collar of the expert he brought with him and shouted, What's going on? Can anyone tell me? Master, it seems that the mineral vein has been mined out. How is that possible? Can the mineral vein be mined out in just a few days? Some mineral veins are very short, and a few days are enough to mine them all. Song Jifei panicked, and the people he brought with him were even more panicked. They lay on the ground and dared not move. His eyes suddenly turned to Kunseng, and Kunseng happened to look at him. Not only did he look at him, but he also aimed his gun at him. His face was filled with anger. Do you know how much I paid to get others to leave? Now there is nothing left. Are you looking for death? At this moment, Song Jifei didn't dare to resist at all. To resist is to die. To refute is also to die. His head was buried in his trouser pockets. Soon, fearing death, he thought of the last resort. Compensation! General, I will compensate you for all your losses. Sure enough, after hearing this, Kunseng's anger suddenly decreased and he moved the pistol away. This person really can't be killed. Tell me, how are you going to compensate? I'll give you 10 million. Kunseng aimed his pistol at Song Jifei again. 20 million. Kunseng put his finger on the trigger. 50 million. Song Jifei shouted tremblingly. Kunseng was about to pull the trigger. I'll give you one last chance. 100 million. I will compensate you 100 million. Now Kunseng was a little satisfied. Can you make the decision? Yes. Of course I can. I'm still in your hands. My dad will definitely give you the money. Call. If you don't give me the money, you'll die. There was no other choice, so Song Jifei had to call his father. Dad! Jifei, have you seen the mine? Is there any imperial green in it? It's imperial green, but there's not even any green grass left. What green is that? Dad, save me! Save me! Song Jifei shouted in pain. Ah? What's wrong with you? Song Jifei told his father everything in tears. Dad, quickly give the general money, 100 million. Otherwise I can't go back. Song Jiang on the other end of the phone was stunned for several minutes before he yelled. Are you fucking mentally ill? Didn't you say there was Imperial Green there? Now you tell me there's nothing, and now you want me to spend money to save you. Die. Die. After Song Jiang finished shouting, Kunsang snatched Song Jifei's phone and said, I'll give you half an hour. If the money doesn't arrive, I can help you kill him. Oh, that's right, it's not 100 million, it's 200 million. The first 100 million is to make up for my losses, and the other 100 million is the ransom for rescuing your son. After Kunsang hung up the phone, he grinned and said to Song Jifei, Congratulations. You've been kidnapped. Song Jiang couldn't make the decision on 200 million, he didn't have that much money. Mr. Song soon found out the whole thing. He lay in his boss chair and gasped for several breaths. He was almost angry to death. His hands slammed heavily on the red desk, making a very loud sound. After a moment, he sighed and said, Go raise the money. 200 million should take a few days. Go and negotiate. Also, after Jifei comes back, don't go out. Reflect at home. In the end, the Song family paid the money. However, it will take a few days to raise the money. In the past few days, Song Jifei was thrown by Kunsang into the mineral vein dug by Ye Xiaoda. Of course, you have to take care of your own food and drink. Ye Xiaoda didn't know that the big hole he had randomly dug would become a shelter for young Master Song. In southern Yunnan, an auction is in full swing. It's very lively. A lot of people came, and they were all rich people. Nothing else, because there are a lot of jades here, and they are good. The point is, there is a legendary story here. A young man spent 9,000 yuan to buy a piece of imperial green, which turned into more than 300 million yuan. Then he spent several million to rent an abandoned mine, and dug out jadeite stones worth billions. Such a fantasy story attracts everyone to this place. Of course, many people also know Song Jifei, and his bold actions made many people laugh out loud. I spent tens of millions to rent a mine, but it turned out to be a waste mine with nothing in it. He was jealous of others' bargains, so he spent 50 million to buy their mineral vein, only to find out that it had been mined out. He himself was captured by people from northern Myanmar, and eventually demanded a ransom of 200 million yuan. From the time he purchased the abandoned mine to the time Song Jifei returned to southern Yunnan with lifeless eyes, he had lost 300 million yuan in just a few days. It was a lot of money, but for Song Jifei, the psychological damage was the greatest. These days have been his nightmare. He had nothing to eat and was drinking yellow mud. He now looked thinner than Ye Xiaoda and his eyes looked hollow. That's not all. The most important thing is that in the past few days, he finally understood it. It turned out that all this was a trap set by a man named Ye Xiaoda. In that warehouse, when Ye Xiaoda said that he could still dig up imperial green, he was specifically talking to him. He must have known that all the raw stones had been mined out, and he specifically asked Song Jifei to spend 50 million to buy the abandoned mine. The key point is that Song Jifei felt that he had made a great deal. All this made him feel like a clown. Totally made fun of. Still being teased by a loser whom he looked down upon. He couldn't accept it at all. Chapter 51, The Killer's Self-Cultivation. Looking at the balance of his bank card, Ye Xiaoda smiled happily. The number was so large that it was impossible to count it without careful counting. He only selected 50 stones for this auction. There is only one piece of imperial green, and it is the size of an egg. In fact, he didn't want to sell any of it, but he had to let people know that there was imperial green in his mine, so that the imperial green he would have in the future would have a source. 50 pieces of stone were sold for more than 40 million. The average price of each stone is around 800,000. It's not a lot, but it's a small profit. After all, this is just a drop in the ocean of stones in his warehouse. The stones selected are those that do not perform so well. This is more than 40 million, plus the imperial green that he found at a bargain price last time. Ye Xiaoda now has more than 200 million in his bank card. It seems that I can start another company after I return. he traded with Bai Bing again. This time, he exchanged some corn and instant noodles for a technology from Bai Bing's world. After developing this technology, Ye Xiaoda felt that he could go to space. From now on, you will be a real technology giant. He was very happy and gained a lot from this trip, but Song Zhifei just couldn't be happy. This time, he not only lost nearly 300 million yuan, but also suffered a huge blow to his body and mind. When he thought of Ye Xiaoda being happy, his mood instantly became worse. So, he called his mother. Song Zhifei is a strong woman. The reason why he is the only heir to the Song group has a lot to do with his mother. Song Zhifei's grandfather is much more powerful than the Song group. Mom! Xiao Fei! How are you? How are you? Mom, I'm fine. Dad gave them the money. I've already returned to Daxia. That's good. If he doesn't pay, not only him, but everyone in the Song family will be buried with you. The mother and the son talked to each other for a long time. Finally, Song Zhifei shouted, Mom! I am so angry. I must take revenge on that Ye Xiaoda. Okay. I support you. If you dare to bully my son, I think he will die soon. Die. Song Zhifei gritted his teeth and suddenly thought of a better idea. Mom, originally I was just planning to find some people to threaten or beat him up, but now, I want his life. You want to kill him? Of course you can, but you must not take any risks. This matter must be foolproof. Mom, don't worry. I met a group of assassins from abroad through Kunsang. There will definitely be no problem. Okay, I'll call you how much it costs. After receiving 10 million, Song Zhifei handed it over to Kunsang in northern Myanmar and asked Kunsang to introduce an international killer. When Kunsang received the money, he thought he just wanted to kill a loser. There was no need to call a killer, he could just find anyone to do it. So he called his younger brother, threw 2 million yuan to him, and asked him to find someone. I thought, it's just a loser, there's no need to do it myself, so I called a relative, gave him 500,000 yuan, and asked him to solve the problem. As soon as the relatives arrived in Daxia, they fell in love with this safe and peaceful place that night. 500,000 is enough for him to live on. So, he called back to northern Myanmar. Brother! It's done! Oh. Okay. This brother told Kunsang again. Kunsang didn't take it seriously and directly told Song Zhifei that Ye Xiaoda was dead. When Song Zhifei in the first-class lounge heard the news, he laughed out loud in public without restraint. Dare to mess with me? Die! On the way back to his hometown, Ye Xiaoda suddenly sneezed. Long Yi, turn down the air conditioner! Ye Xiaoda even pulled up the blanket on his body. When he returned to the city, it was the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Ye Xiaoda went directly to his eldest sister's house. The eldest sister Ye Kailin teaches in a middle school and lives in the school's staff dormitory. Ye Xiaoda is also very familiar with this place. Accompanying my eldest sister's family and my second sister, the whole family returned home on the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival. You still remember to come back? Where have you been? Su Hui got angry as soon as she saw Ye Xiaoda. As soon as the child felt a little better, he ran around everywhere without even making a phone call. Mom, I went on a trip to southern Yunnan. Southern Yunnan? You didn't go to northern Myanmar? No, I didn't go. I was planning to go, but then I thought it was too dangerous, so I didn't go. After that, Ye Xiaoda took out a jade bracelet and handed it to Su Hui. Mom, I bought a jade bracelet when I was traveling in southern Yunnan. I think it's very beautiful. I'll give it to you. Su Hui took it, opened it, and a green bracelet with excellent water quality appeared in front of everyone. Ye Xiaoda bought a gift for his mother from a public auction in southern Yunnan for more than 1 million yuan. Xiaoda, how much did you spend on this? It's so beautiful. Su Hui was very happy. After all, this was the first gift given by her son. Mom, it cost more than 100,000 yuan. What? More than 100,000? Are you feeling proud now that you have some money? You spent more than 100,000 to buy a bracelet? Su Hui got furious instantly. If she had directly said it was worth 1 million, Su Hui would probably have hurt someone. The elder sister Ye Kailin took the bracelet, looked at it carefully, and said, If this kind of water is real, it should be worth more than 100,000. Xiaoda, Did you buy this for travel? Ye Xiaoda nodded. The elder sister looked at Ye Xiaoda with an expression of looking at a child who had failed to live up to expectations, and said angrily, Haven't you read the news? How many people went to southern Yunnan to buy jade and got cheated? Yours is not a bracelet at all. It may be that the stone was dyed with chemicals. The second sister also said, It must be, otherwise it wouldn't be so cheap. Mom, you'd better not wear it. It's not good for your health. Xiaoda, you should return it quickly. You've been cheated. Su Hui looked heartbroken. Ye Xiaoda looked devastated. No matter what he said, the three women in the family didn't believe it was true. Ye Xiaoda had no choice but to give up. Ye Xiaoda got up early the next morning. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. As I came back late, I didn't buy anything, so I have to go shopping early this morning. It took him more than an hour to get to the county. I bought a leg of beef, half a rib, 3 large lobsters and a king crab. It cost more than 6,000 yuan. Other mooncakes and other things naturally filled the trunk. When celebrating a festival, it has to be lively and exciting. Especially now that we have money, we definitely cannot let our family members suffer a loss. At noon, there is a big meal. Of course, this feast was for the other members of the Yi family. Ye Xiaoda had some boiled vegetables. This was Su Hui's special favor to him. Fortunately, when he came back, he knew that he had nothing delicious to eat, so he had already eaten a bowl of eel noodles, so he was not starving to death. During the 3-day Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, Ye Xiaoda took his niece Lin Lin and started to go crazy. Basically, they are all around the reservoir. Either fishing, setting nets, or setting traps. A piece of silk screen will reveal several kilograms of white strips. After a bowl of earthworms, there will be either a bowl of shrimps or some crabs or crayfish. My brother-in-law has been fishing in the reservoir for 3 days and has had a good harvest. Days like this are Ye Xiaoda's favorite. Ordinary, but very happy. When the family is together, there is no need to worry about the hardships of life. Chapter 52, Young Woman 200 Jean. On the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, 3 women came to Ye Xiaoda's house. 2 middle-aged women and 1 young one. Unfortunately, the young one is a bit broad, short and fat, weighing more than 200 pounds. Ye Xiaoda, his 2 sisters and Su Hui were playing cards in the house and did not notice anyone coming to the door. The 3 of them started discussing before they even entered the door. Sister Zhang, how is this family? I made 10 million not long ago. I know that. My daughter came here just for the 10 million. The key question is, I don't know how long Ye Xiaoda can live. I don't know, but it's an advanced stage of gastric cancer. It shouldn't be long. That's fine. My daughter will give him a happy birthday, but after he dies, you must give my daughter 5 million. That's for sure. The 3 women soon saw Ye Xiaoda's family in the house. The youngest but fattest woman among them kept staring at Ye Xiaoda. Sister Zhang, why are you here? Su Hui was very happy to see the famous matchmaker. After all, there are 2 bachelors in the family. I saw Xiaoda was at home, so I brought my daughter over to see him. Oh, please sit down. Seeing that this was a blind date, Ye Xiaoda was a little speechless, but his 2 sisters were very interested. However, after seeing that the girl weighed twice as much as Ye Xiaoda, his interest instantly turned into a mood of just watching the fun. Sister Zhang quickly introduced. This is the daughter of the Ma family in our town. She is 25 years old and has a bachelor's degree. Before Su Hui could say anything, the middle-aged woman with pockmarks on her face said, Sister Zhang has told us everything about your family. My daughter can marry into our family, but there are a few conditions. Su Hui was a little confused. Are you getting married now? Isn't this just a blind date? It's a bit faster. First of all, we have to buy an apartment in the city before we get married. It must be paid in full and must be more than 3 million. It needs to be in my daughter's name. This is the prerequisite. The dowry will be based on the standard of 680,000 yuan. I want cash. As for the rest, you can decide for yourself. Also, if something unfortunate happens to your son in the future, my daughter can't be a widow forever. The house belongs to her, and you have to pay a sum of money. As the old lady spoke, Ye Xiaoda's family began to look unhappy. Good man, you are here to rob me directly, right? Knowing that Ye Xiaoda was in the advanced stage of gastric cancer, he probably thought that he didn't have much time left, so he planned to come here to make some money. Su Hui stood up and tried to chase them away. Sister Zhang, hurry up and take them away. Xiaoda has no plans to get married now, and even if he wants to get married, he has to find someone who is not so fat. Hey, what are you talking about? Are you saying my daughter is too fat? Don't you see your son? He is as skinny as a stick, lying there with a pale face. He doesn't have the energy of a young man at all. You can tell he won't live long. Get the hell out of here, Su Hui said, picking up a broom and starting to chase people away. Sister Zhang couldn't stop it. The pockmarked man ran while shouting, Your son is dying. My daughter is marrying into your family to bring good luck. What's wrong with giving her some money? You still complain that my daughter is fat. Your son is almost dead. Even if he is not dead, he is not worthy of marrying my daughter. Who would marry your daughter if you don't even have a house in the city? After Su Hui drove the three women away, she returned to the house with an angry face. As soon as he saw Ye Xiaoda, his expression was not good. Tell me, did your company in the city make any money this time? Didn't you say you wanted to sell corn abroad? Did you sell it? Ye Xiaoda nodded quickly. How much did you earn? Well, it's quite a lot, probably several hundred million. Get lost. You are so dishonest. Even if you sell one corn for $1, you don't even have hundreds of millions of corns. You just brag every day. Su Hui looked disgusted. There are really hundreds of millions. Why no one believes the truth when I tell it? Ye Xiaoda is speechless. Tell me, how much is more? It's enough to spend anyway. Okay, I see you're feeling better now, so don't stay at home anymore. Go back to the city with your two sisters today, and go buy me a house tomorrow. Ah? Buy a house? Ye Xiaoda was stunned. Buying a house now? Isn't this just buying cabbage? Can't you just buy it? Well, how can we get married if we don't have a house? Ye Xiaoda wanted to refute, but Su Hui waved her hand and continued. If you don't bring the house purchase contract tomorrow, then there is no need for you to go home. Originally, according to Ye Xiaoda's plan, he was going to build a large villa or even a large manor in the village, but now, it seems that the plan has to be changed. I will definitely have to go to the city more often in the future, and it seems possible to buy a house in the city. Ye Xiaoda changed his mind. Of course, the main reason is that we are no longer short of money. That afternoon, Ye Xiaoda took his eldest sister and second sister's family and left the village and went to the city. When we arrived at my eldest sister's house, my eldest sister Ye Kailin said, You should stay in Linlin's room tonight. Linlin will stay with us. In the past, when Ye Xiaoda came to his eldest sister's house, this was the arrangement. After all, his eldest sister's house only had 2 small bedrooms. As for the second sister, she is still renting a single room, and there is no place to store Ye Xiaoda. Sister, I won't stay at home tonight. This time, Ye Xiaoda chose to refuse. If you don't live at home, where do you live? Ye Kailin asked with a puzzled look. I'm going to meet a friend in the evening and then find a hotel to stay for the night. Hotel? You have a house to stay in, but you want to stay in a hotel? You are a little bit arrogant. When the eldest sister heard that Ye Xiaoda was going to stay in a hotel, she couldn't understand it at all. In her opinion, staying in a hotel costs money. Why spend money to stay in a hotel when there is already a place to stay at home? Besides, the conditions in the hotel are definitely not as good as those at home. Sister, you don't have to worry about me, Ye Xiaoda said and turned away. Longyi was already waiting outside the school in his car. Now that you have money, you must have some style. Find a high-end hotel. I have never stayed in a high-end hotel in my life. Before going to the hotel, Ye Xiaoda still needs to go to the Gua family. Before coming, he had already contacted Gua Hai. Originally, Ye Xiaoda was going to meet Gua Hai after returning from southern Yunnan, but because of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the meeting was postponed to today. According to Gua Hai, if Ye Xiaoda doesn't bring top-grade jadeite here today, huge changes will happen in the Gua family. In the end, this time, Gua Hai simply made an appointment with Ye Xiaoda at the Gua family's old house. This is where Mr. Gua lives, and it is also where the Gua family makes important decisions. As soon as Ye Xiaoda set out, the place was already very lively. As long as the Gua family had the surname Gua and had some connection with the family, all of them came. It was a huge group, with at least dozens of people. The grandson of Mr. Gua's sister does not have the surname Gua, but all those who work at the Gua group are here. Sitting here are all the senior executives of the Gua group. As a family business, all the senior and even middle-level executives of the Gua group are from the Gua family and their relatives. Even all the security guards are relatives. Such an enterprise has advantages and disadvantages, of course. When everyone is united, the company will be able to prosper. However, if the minds are not united, the family may split up immediately. The Gua family is in the process of splitting up. Chapter 53. The daughter of the Gua family was forced to leave. Ye Xiaoda, led by Gua Hai, came to a corner of the hall, where the fight had become intense. There were 2 people, at the outermost edge, and no one noticed them. After all, there are too many people here. And the core circle is so attractive. He also had a black plastic bag in his hand, which contained a piece of jadeite raw stone that he had prepared. It is definitely imperial green, just a little smaller, but it is worth at least hundreds of millions. Able to cut out several bracelets. This is what Ye Xiaoda brought to help Gua Qianqian get through this crisis. Gua Qianqian, this time when you went to southern Yunnan, you didn't buy a single piece of jadeite raw stone. What were you doing there? That's right. Jade is the most important business of our Gua family. Without jade, what can we sell? It is said that this time when you went to southern Yunnan, you even provoked the heir of the Song group. You are playing with fire. Now the Song group has begun to attack our Gua family. Hearing this, there was a lot of discussion in the hall. How can we offend the Song family? They are very popular right now. Even if the Song family suffered a loss in southern Yunnan, they are not someone our Gua family can afford to offend. My cousin has stirred up a hornet's nest. The eldest son of the Gua family signaled everyone to shut up, then stood up and said, Everyone should know the difficulties our Gua family is facing now. If we continue to let Gua Qianqian lead us, we will all have to go back to the village to beg for food. To tell you the truth, Gua Qianqian has offended the Song family. The people of the Song family told me directly that if Gua Qianqian continues to stay in the Gua group, the Song group will continue to suppress us, and our days will become even more difficult. So, I propose that Gua Qianqian leave the group and we select another leader based on merit. My dad is in a coma, so his shares naturally don't count. The combined shares of all of us already exceed Gua Qianqian's, so we don't need to hold a shareholders' meeting. Do you agree? When they heard that they might have to go back to the village to beg for food, everyone immediately raised their hands in agreement. The entire living room was extremely lively, with everyone more excited than the next. The only Gua family member who disagreed was probably Gua Hai, but he didn't own a penny of shares. There is no need to talk at all, talking is just farting. Gua Hai saw that something was not right, and quickly whispered to Ye Xiaoda, Brother De, hurry up, give me the imperial green, I'll give it to my sister and see if it can be saved. Forget it. Didn't you see that your family members are determined to make Gua Qianqian leave? Even if you offer them 10 pieces of imperial green jade, there's nothing you can do about it, Ye Xiaoda said. And if you go up there now, won't your parents scold you to death? After thinking about it, Gua Hai could only lower his head dejectedly. He also understood that all this was just a waste of time. In the hall, everyone was looking at Gua Qianqian who hadn't said a word yet. He just sat there quietly, cold as ice, with no one within 3 meters around him. People were still discussing in the hall, when suddenly, Gua Qianqian stood up from the sofa. In an instant, the whole hall fell silent. Even the head of the Gua family took a step back. It can be seen how great an influence Gua Qianqian has on the Gua family. The deterrent effect is quite great. Let me leave the Gua group, okay. But I own 20% of the shares of the Gua group. Please give me the money according to the current market price. I'll leave as soon as the money is in. So panicked. Many people in the hall panicked instantly. They are all members of the Gua group and they all know what this 20% stake means. This is estimated to be around 10 billion. If this money is given to Gua Qianqian, the Gua group can directly declare bankruptcy. Although it claims to have assets worth tens of billions, the cash flow cannot even make up that 10 billion. Qianqian, We can't take out this money, how about we just owe it to you first? Gui Qianqian sneered and then shook her head. Are you kidding me? You want me to leave without giving me anything? Gui Qianqian, just tell me what you want. Money is definitely not your goal. Uncle is still awesome. Give me the store on Weinan Road in the city center. As soon as the words fell, the hall suddenly became noisy, and everyone was about to point at Gui Qianqian and start scolding her. In the city center, the Gui Group has an 8-story building. This is the storefront of the Gui Group's headquarters. This is the pride of the Gui family, the Gui family's largest store, and the place where the Gui family made their fortune. It is said to be a store, but it is actually a building. No! Absolutely not! Do you know how much that building is worth? Located in the city center, with an excellent geographical location, this building alone is worth 400 or 500 million. No, let's just go through the legal process. The bankruptcy of the Gui Group won't have much impact on me. With my abilities, I can live well anywhere. But you guys, it's not certain. No one wants to go to the gate. You guys discuss it, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Gui Qianqian picked up her brand name bag on the sofa, put on her high heels, and walked out of the hall without saying a word, leaving everyone in bewilderment in public. Gui Hai hurriedly pulled Ye Xiaoda and chased after Gui Qianqian. Gui Qianqian got into a red supercar. Gui Hai, with the thin Ye Xiaoda, finally caught up with her before she started the car. You! Why are you here? Gui Qianqian was very curious when she saw Ye Xiaoda. Your brother asked me to bring you some top-grade jadeite to see if I can help you through this difficult time. Gui Qianqian looked at Gui Hai and smiled. It was not easy. At least someone in the Gui family was still thinking about her. Sister, where are you going? I don't know. I just want to find a place to relax. Ye Xiaoda pointed at his stomach and said, How about we find a place to have some midnight snack? I haven't had dinner yet. In a snack street of a university, there was a red supercar parked, followed by a black Alpha, which instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. As for the owners of the two cars, they were already sitting on the street in front of a late-night snack shop. Brother dear sister, this is a place I come to often. The food is very delicious. Gui Qianqian, wearing a red dress and high heels, sat on a small stool and said she felt a little awkward. As for Ye Xiaoda, he directly moved one of the boss's reclining chairs over. No, this small bench is really uncomfortable to sit on. My body can't stand it. Lying down is still the most comfortable. After the dishes were served, Ye Xiaoda's eyes started to wander, and he began to think of a solution. He wants this woman. It's not about getting her heart, just getting her body. However, the method is still important. Miss Gui, what are your plans for the future? Can you control that store in the city? Ye Xiaoda asked casually. Gui Qianqian glanced at him and said, I don't have any plans. The stores in the city have actually been secretly controlled by me for a long time. No one in the Gui family can interfere. They are already mine. Now I am just changing the name. The Gui family will definitely agree because they have no other choice. Gui Hai glanced at his cousin and rolled his eyes, indicating that he was offended. As for the future, this store doesn't require me to put in too much effort, and I'm not short of money, so I might start traveling around the world. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoda expressed his excitement. There is still a chance. There is still a chance to get her body. Chapter 54, Goddess, please be my little brother. Ye Xiaoda threw the black plastic bag that was casually thrown at his feet onto the table, then took out a piece of green jadeite from it and threw it to Gui Qianqian. Gui Qianqian quickly took it, looked at it carefully, and was instantly excited. She stood up from the small stool. She was wearing a red dress and was extremely shocked. She shouted, Imperial Green! This is Imperial Green! Don't get excited! Sit down! Sit down! Look, everyone is looking at you. It's embarrassing, really embarrassing. Gui Qianqian sat down speechlessly and pointed at the black bag at Ye Xiaoda's feet. You put a piece of Imperial Green in a plastic bag? And you throw it away casually? I still have quite a few of these. Sure enough, the young man from southern Yunnan who picked up a mineral vein in northern Myanmar is you. Ye Xiaoda smiled and nodded. Take a look at it. Can your store still take in this kind of jadeite raw stone? Of course. I have 8 floors, and I don't just sell things. I have a special jade processing studio inside, and there are many carving masters. I can definitely handle it. That's good. I can sell this stone to you. But I may not be able to take out so much cash right now. Gui Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but still put the stone on the table and even covered it with a black plastic bag. Right now, Imperial Green is in absolute short supply, and Ye Xiaoda's stone can be sold at a high price in minutes. It's okay. Just sell them first and give me the money. By the way, I have a lot of stones to sell to your company later. However, I have one condition. You say, be my little brother. No, I mean you can help me later. The leeks in Guahai's hand fell, and the lamb skewers that Gui Qianqian had already stuffed into her mouth also stopped where they were. Help you? Why should I help you? Gui Qianqian didn't understand at all. Well, you should know that I have a lot of top-grade jadeite raw stones. If I want to cash in, I must have my own company. And my body is not suitable for being in the spotlight, so I need a smart, beautiful, and generous CEO. And you just happen to be in this industry, so you are definitely capable enough, so. Gui Qianqian put down the mutton skewer in her mouth and said, So you want me to make money for you? You work behind the scenes and I work for you? How can you say it's working? It's creating a business that we all share. I already have a career. Well, you only have one store now. Although it is quite valuable, it is the result of the hard work of Mr. Gui. It has nothing to do with you. Don't you want to create your own business? Seeing that Gui Qianqian was still unmoved, Ye Xiaoda continued to deceive her. In fact, even if you leave the Gui family, the Song Group will not let you go. Your store will definitely be hit, and I can help you. I can even help you make your small store surpass the entire Song Group. This time, the leeks that Guahai had just picked up came out of his mouth again. A person, or someone with no foundation at all, wants to start his own business and surpass the Song Group. That's a giant crocodile with assets of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Gui Qianqian looked like she didn't want to bother with Ye Xiaoda anymore. There was no other choice, so Ye Xiaoda called Long Yi, who also brought a black suitcase. As Ye Xiaoda opened the suitcase, he said calmly, This time, I found a jade mine, and there are indeed many good things in it. The one on the table is Imperial Green, it probably costs more than 100 million. This one is purple, the quality is also very good, I estimate it also costs hundreds of millions. There are 7 or 8 pieces of Imperial Green here, which must be worth a lot of money. Oh yes, there is a piece of Imperial Green at the bottom, which must be more than 30 kilograms. I can't move it. You two can come and see for yourselves. These stones, in total, should be worth 1 billion. And in my warehouse in southern Yunnan, there are probably hundreds of thousands of tons of jadeite raw stones, all of good quality, including a lot of Imperial Green jade, estimated to be tens of billions of dollars. Many people at the tables nearby were secretly glancing at Gui Qianqian, but after hearing what Ye Xiaoda said, they all turned their heads away. They didn't want to have too much eye contact with a mentally ill person. I was afraid that Ye Xiaoda, this psychopath, would suddenly stand up and bite someone. Guahai also looked unconvinced. Although he knew that Ye Xiaoda had indeed found a bargain, finding a bargain worth tens of billions was a joke. Even novels don't dare to be written like this. So he continued to eat leeks. I was scared away by Ye Xiaoda the first 2 times I tried it, so I must eat it this time. Just as I put it in my mouth, I heard my cousin say something and the leek fell out again. It's really Imperial Green! This is enchanting purple, which is more expensive than Imperial Green. This one too. This one too. Why are there so many Imperial Greens? That's more than 1 billion. I've never seen so much Imperial Green in my life. This piece must weigh 20 kilograms. How many bracelets can it make? Gui Qianqian had already pounced on the black travel bag, studying the largest piece of Imperial Green inside. The people next to him sneered a few times and continued eating. Such a pretty girl, but actually she is also a mental patient. As for Guahai, he knew that his cousin was not a psychopath. After learning that these were really all Imperial Green, the leeks in his mouth naturally fell off again. What a fuss! I have plenty more. I want to start a jewelry company. Are you interested in helping me? Do you really have so many jadeite rough stones? Asked Gui Qianqian, who was lying on the ground with her butt sticking out, studying the largest jadeite rough stone. It's inexhaustible. There are literally tens of billions. There are plenty of xionghangs there. Guahai was stunned. Around, there was a table that had moved to a new location, far away from Ye Xiaoda. I don't really want to eat with mentally ill people. Hundreds of billions at every turn, who can believe this? Ye Xiaoda could see that Gui Qianqian was a little tempted, and added, Do you remember the gold nugget from last time? I still have some of that stuff. How much is a little? It's enough for you anyway. Are you sure you're not lying to me? If I lied to you, you can take all the 1 billion here. Make a deal. Good. Ye Xiaoda quickly picked up the wine glass and clinked glasses with Gui Qianqian. When people around saw this, they thought it really looked like the real deal and couldn't help but think that it was amazing that even a mentally ill person could come out to eat barbecue these days. They also directly roleplay, their lives are really exciting. From now on, you are my CEO. The prerequisite is that you have to prove that you actually have these things. Don't worry about that. I'll ask Mr. Su from southern Yunnan to send a few truckloads of jadeite raw stones right away. As for nugget gold, you can see a batch tomorrow. Don't employ someone if you don't trust him, and trust someone if you employ him. Ye Xiaoda still trusts Gui Qianqian. This kind of career-oriented woman will go all out without hesitation once you give her a goal. This time, Ye Xiaoda's goal for Gui Qianqian was to create a jewelry company that would surpass Song's jewelry. Only Ye Xiaoda can help her achieve this goal, so she won't do anything small. Besides, the raw stone has always been in his hands, so even if anyone makes any small moves, Ye Xiaoda will be able to discover it in time. After all, this jewelry company is just a tool for him to make money. Chapter 55. You started a company with nothing? The two of them discussed a lot of things without caring about anything, and didn't take Guahai seriously at all. What should we do with your current store? Ye Xiaoda asked. Now that she has become her own CEO, Gui Qianqian's store naturally can no longer be managed by herself. I can find someone to manage it, or I have another better way, Gui Qianqian said with a smile. You say. I'll invest in it with my store, and you can invest in it with your jadeite and gold nuggets. Let's work together to set up a jewelry company and create our own brand. Ye Xiaoda looked up at Gui Qianqian, lowered his head and thought for a while, but did not object. Sure, but even if your store is valued at 500 million, your stake probably won't be that big. It doesn't matter. I just want to have a share in this jewelry brand I created. With a ready-made store, ready-made staff, and a ready-made processing center, we can start making a lot of money tomorrow. Can I make money tomorrow? By cooperating with Gui Qianqian, he might earn a little less money, but it was not a big problem, so he agreed. Okay, let's cooperate to set up a jewelry company. You use the store as a share, and I use jadeite raw stones. How about this? You take 10 and I take out jadeite raw stones worth 10 billion and put them in our company's warehouse. It's 90. 500 million accounts for 10%. Gui Qianqian did not lose out. Okay. No problem. Of course, I have another request. You say. I have several companies and I need you to help me manage them. Of course, they are all owned by me. You just need to be the CEO, and you can pay yourself. It's naturally good to make money together. Of course, Ye Xiaoda would not let go of such an excellent worker. Okay, it's just managing a few small companies, no big problem. Okay. What kind of companies are they? A trading company mainly stockpiles corn or rice, etc., and then sells them to make money, mostly selling them abroad. Can this make money? It doesn't matter whether I make money or not. Just think of it as me doing good deeds and donating supplies. Anything else? And a tech company. What technology company? Gui Qianqian was stunned. If you want to set up a trading company, that's understandable, there's no need for too much technological content. But if you want to set up a technology company, are you kidding? The company hasn't been established yet, it's just been registered. Gui Qianqian stopped talking. Just think of it as if you found money and play with it as you wish. These days, everyone wants to be a tech tycoon. Gui Qianqian felt that it was understandable that Ye Xiaoda, who was so young and suddenly had so much money, wanted to become a technology tycoon. Young people always feel that their country's technology is not good enough, and then they want to show their own skills. However, they don't know that many such young people have suffered heavy losses. After he could become a hands-off boss, Ye Xiaoda suddenly felt much happier and his appetite improved a lot. I ate a lot. The main reason is that there is no meat at home, so I naturally have a good appetite for eating barbecue this time. Eating too much, especially meat, made his stomach unable to bear it. After swallowing a lamb kidney, Ye Xiaoda suddenly started coughing violently. Everyone around looked over at the noise. After coughing, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black blood. This frightened the owner of the barbecue restaurant so much that he immediately ran over and said, "Hey, young man, are you okay? There's no poison in my store. Everyone else is fine." Ye Xiaoda wiped the blood from his mouth and said with a smile, "Boss, it's okay. I have advanced gastric cancer and vomit blood frequently. It has nothing to do with you." "Oh, that's good. Advanced stage of gastric cancer? Hey, my dad passed away because of this disease. I'll give you a discount on this table." The people around looked at Ye Xiaoda with pity. He is so young, and he vomited blood just after bragging. It's really pitiful. Not only is he mentally ill, but he is also a mentally ill person in the late stage of gastric cancer. He is truly worthy of pity. Guohai also looked anxious and quickly handed the napkin to Ye Xiaoda. Gui Qianqian frowned and said, "Can we stop our cooperation for a while? I was just excited just now, but I didn't expect Ye Xiaoda's body to be so cooperative. I don't know whether he can live until tomorrow." "Don't worry, I won't die. And if I die, all these jades will be yours, and you won't suffer any loss." After an episode of vomiting blood, the three of them lost their appetite and stood up in unison. Gui Qianqian asked Ye Xiaoda, "What are you going to do next?" "Get a room." Guohai, who was standing by, quickly covered his mouth and snatched the sports car keys from Gui Qianqian's hand, saying, "You two go and drive. I'll go home right now. I won't be a light bulb." When Gui Qianqian heard these two words, she was even more shocked, and her face turned red instantly. The people around raised their glasses and started to make a noise. "That's awesome, young man. So direct. Young man, it's worth it to be able to check into a room with such a beautiful woman before you die. I'd be happy to do it too. Go ahead, spend more money and open a good hotel." "That's right. You're in the late stage anyway." Ye Xiaoda also understood that he seemed to be misunderstood. He looked at Gui Qianqian and said, "I said I went to get a room by myself. Do you believe me? I don't trust you." After saying that, Gui Qianqian snatched back the keys and drove away in the red sports car. Ye Xiaoda and Guohai were left with confused looks on their faces. "Brother De, you are even more awesome than Song Zhifei. This is your second time meeting my sister, and you want to get a room right now. Do you want to be my brother-in-law? Get lost. I mean, I have no place to stay, so I need to get a room." "Ah? De, you don't have a house in the city?" "Nonsense, I didn't even have $1,000 in my bank account a few days ago. How could I buy a shitty house?" A few days ago there was not even $1,000, and now there are hundreds of millions. You're making me feel inferior." Finally, Guohai brought Ye Xiaoda to the best hotel in the city and directly booked a presidential suite. "We all have money now, so shouldn't we live a more carefree life? Although it is a bit lonely to stay alone in the presidential suite, you can still take a bath in the bathtub and do that by yourself." Gui Qianqian is dedicated. He was already waiting downstairs of Ye Xiaoda's hotel at 8 o'clock in the morning. A phone call woke Ye Xiaoda up. "So early? Boss Yi, it's already 8 o'clock. Why call me Mr. Yi? You seem to be a little older than me. Just call me Xiaoda. Is that polite of you? I'm 2 years younger than you." Then your name is De." Ye Xiaoda asked Gui Qianqian to get into his car, and then asked Long Yi to find a breakfast shop. As soon as she walked into this street-side breakfast shop, Gui Qianqian, who was wearing a long skirt, high heels, with excellent temperament and beautiful appearance, became the focus of everyone's attention. As for Ye Xiaoda beside her, that skinny guy was instantly mistaken for some second-generation rich kid from a wealthy family. While eating delicious noodles with chili fried pork, Wiping the sweat off my face, I asked, "Why did you come here so early? Don't you have something to do today?" "How did you know I had something to talk to you about today?" It turned out that Ye Xiaoda really had something to talk to Gui Qianqian about today. "I'll be your CEO. You have several companies. Shouldn't I go and see them?" Ye Xiaoda looked up at the workaholic and was a little speechless. "Well, my trading company is actually just a warehouse now, and the warehouse is still empty. As for the technology company, it doesn't even have a warehouse. For the jade and jewelry company, I only provide jadeite raw stones. You can handle the rest by yourself." "You have nothing now?" Ye Xiaoda nodded. No, I already have you now." These cheesy love words almost made Gui Qianqian spit out the rice noodles in her mouth. "We have to discuss the matter of cooperating to open a jewelry and jade company, and then sign a contract. Didn't we agree on this yesterday? The raw stone will probably arrive in 2 days. When the time comes, you can prepare the contract and I will sign it together. Today, I have something important to do, so you have to come with me." "Good." Hearing that there was something important to come, Gui Qianqian even ate much faster. After getting in the car, she was a little confused when it stopped outside a sales office. Chapter 56. I want all 5 apartments. Seeing Ye Xiaoda about to get off the car, Gui Qianqian asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Are you going to buy an office building as an office?" "Office building? Why would I buy an office building? I'm here to buy a house to live in. I don't even have a house in the city. Is this the big thing you told me about? Buying a house, isn't that a big deal?" Ye Xiaoda asked back. Is buying a house a big deal? At least for Gui Qianqian, this is not a big deal. Yesterday he was still the CEO of the Gui Group, managing billions of assets and having thousands of subordinates. But now, why does Gui Qianqian feel like she has become a little secretary? "I have to help my boss buy a house. Besides, this doesn't seem to be a high-end property, and the location is a bit remote." "Why do you want to buy a house here? I know a few nice villa areas. I can take you to see them." Ye Xiaoda shook his head. "No, just buy it here. I already looked at it yesterday. The location here is good. It's not far from where my older sister works, and it's not far from the highway exit, so it's convenient to go back to the village. And this community is also a school district house, so my older sister can use it." After Ye Xiaoda finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that Gui Qianqian's expression looked a little strange, as if she was a little unhappy. "What's wrong with you?" "It's okay. I just think your 2 sisters are so lucky to have you thinking about them like this. My family was very poor when I was young, and my 2 sisters took care of me. Unlike my family, which has some filthy money but no family affection at all." Ye Xiaoda didn't want to get involved in this, so he took Gui Qianqian and went to the sales office. The girls in the sales office all have nicer eyes than each other. When he saw Ye Xiaoda sitting in an alpha with a stunning beauty beside him, he knew at first glance that he was a big customer. As soon as Ye Xiaoda entered the door, at least a dozen long-legged girls in black miniskirts surrounded him. When had he ever been surrounded by so much darkness? For a moment, he didn't know who to choose. Ye Xiaoda originally wanted to choose the one with the best-looking and longest legs, but unexpectedly Gui Qianqian got there first. "Let's choose you." The young girl, whose black stockings on her thighs were almost torn, quickly brought Gui Qianqian and Ye Xiaoda to the property and began to introduce them. After a moment, Ye Xiaoda pointed at the top floor of the residential complex and asked, "Does this house have an elevator?" "For those with elevators, there's one elevator for each household, and the elevator goes directly to the household. Please introduce this house to me." "Buying a large flat?" The younger sister was a little excited, and hurriedly said, "Sir, this is the best house in our neighborhood, a 5-story house, and the view is not affected at all. The distance between the buildings is large, and each house is 180 square meters. With the free area, it is already more than 200 square meters. It comes with 600,000 fine decoration, and you can basically move in with your luggage. Is the house still available?" Yes. We have whatever floors you want. Houses are expensive, so not many people buy them. At this price, you can basically buy a villa in the city. Which house do you like? I can help you calculate the down payment. the salesgirl said enthusiastically while sitting at the back. Count it as a down payment? No, I'll pay the full amount. Full payment? Which one do you like? I can take you to have a look. The younger sister became even more enthusiastic. With almost 200 yuan in cash, she was about to overpay Ye Xiaoda. Ye Xiaoda sat slightly to the side and said, Okay, take the keys to all the floors of this unit. Okay. The younger sister thought Ye Xiaoda was going to choose the one he liked best. After seeing the house, Ye Xiaoda was still very satisfied. The quality is impeccable and the view is great. It is considered a luxury house in the city. When we got back to the sales office, the girl quickly said, The first floor has a large yard, and the fifth floor has a terrace. Both are suitable, and the price is not expensive. If you buy a house now, we will also give you an underground garage, which is very suitable. A garage is also provided? Ye Xiaoda was even more satisfied. I just don't know which floors to buy. Hey! Ye Xiaoda! A voice came from in front of Ye Xiaoda. He looked up and found that the voice looked familiar. Looks like a classmate? Song Lei? Ye Xiaoda recalled. This is my high school classmate. Unfortunately, after a few years, I can hardly remember it. Aren't you in the advanced stage of stomach cancer, and should have gone back to the village to wait for death? Why are you still strolling out here? Song Lei's words made the entire sales hall silent. These are not pleasant things to say, and the key problem is that the tone is full of disdain and complacency. Come and take a look at the house, Ye Xiaoda said lightly. In high school, those with good grades and those with good families seem to be naturally divided into two groups, and they look down on each other. Song Lei is one of the people Ye Xiaoda despises the most in high school. Similarly, Ye Xiaoda is also someone Song Lei looks down upon. This is a high-end residential area with a good school district. You can just come and take a look. Besides, it won't be of much use for you to buy a house here. Just take a look. Haha, come and have a look. I plan to buy a 3-bedroom house here as my wedding house. My parents will pay for the down payment. A 3-bedroom house of 100 square meters will probably cost more than 2 million yuan. It's quite expensive. That's right. Your current salary is less than 10,000 yuan, which would take decades. Oh, and you've resigned now. Last time I saw you selling ginseng in your circle of friends. Did you make any money? Ye Xiaoda didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, so he said casually, I made some money. That's probably only a few hundred. Unlike me, although I didn't go to college, I work in my father's company and make tens of thousands a month. By the way, if you are still alive when I get married, you must come. I'm looking for a 5-star hotel. A heavily made-up woman next to Song Lei looked at Ye Xiaoda's skinny appearance with a bit of disdain. Husband, let's go sign the contract to buy a house. What's the point of talking to a country boy? Okay, let's go, baby. Honey, please add my name to the house purchase contract. That's impossible. My parents won't let me. Humph! If you don't add my name, I won't kneel at night. No, after we get married, won't everything belong to us? Ye Xiaoda felt sick. After sitting down again, he asked the salesgirl, How much is this one? The 3rd floor is the most expensive, it's 6 million. The 1st floor is the cheapest, it's 5,200,000. It depends on which one you choose. Ye Xiaoda hadn't made his choice yet, and Song Lei, who hadn't left yet, joked, It's still 6 million, Ye Xiaoda, can you look at a more reliable house? This is the best building here, a 1-floor 1-unit Western-style house, about 200 square meters, can you afford it? Ye Xiaoda threw the bank card from his pocket onto the table, ignoring Song Lei, and directly said to the salesgirl, I want everything from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. You can pay first and sign the contract this afternoon, okay? You want all 5 sets? The little sister opened her mouth wide, ready to swallow any size. Ye Xiaoda, your cancer cells have spread to your brain? Honey, why is this guy so pretentious? He likes to pretend. He liked to pretend when he was in high school. I want to see if he has that much money in his card. Even everyone in the sales office was stunned. No one has ever seen anyone buy 5 houses at once, from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. The younger sister was stunned for a moment, then quickly calculated. The total price is 28.8 million. It's a very auspicious number. More than 20 million? Ye Xiaoda said that it was acceptable and not expensive. You really believe it? I know this guy. He's my high school classmate. He's from the countryside. He's now resigned from his job and has advanced stomach cancer. He has more than 20,000 yuan in his bank card, and I've used up all of it. Song Lei laughed wildly. After he said this, everyone in the sales office instantly focused their eyes on Ye Xiaoda, and most of them were doubtful and unbelieving. Ye Xiaoda just patted the table and said to his younger sister, "Go wash your clothes first." Chapter 57, Husband, your classmate is so rich. The younger sister went to swipe the card, and Gui Qianqian, who had just gone to the toilet, also came back. From a distance, he heard some discussions about Ye Xiaoda. After getting close to Ye Xiaoda, Gui Qianqian directly took his arm and said sweetly, "Husband, have you bought houses for your family? Let's go to Linjiang Villa to buy our wedding house." Ye Xiaoda was naturally sensible. He touched Gui Qianqian's hand and said, "Well, I'll go right away." Gui Qianqian's appearance made Song Lei's eyes widen. Compared with the woman next to her, Gui Qianqian was a fairy, and the man she was about to marry was a piece of trash. "Beauty, do you have brain cancer?" Song Lei asked seriously. Gui Qianqian didn't even look at him, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Just in time, the younger sister came back, bent down, walked straight to Ye Xiaoda, and respectfully returned the bank card to Ye Xiaoda with both hands. "Mr. Yi, the 28.8 million has been swiped. You can come to handle the formalities any time in the afternoon or in the evening. It's better at night." Ye Xiaoda put the bank card in his pocket, looked up at Song Lei, and said, "Old classmate, do you want me to lend you a few million? Who pays off the loan for buying a house these days? The interest is very high. I'll lend it to you. No interest." After saying that, Ye Xiaoda took Gui Qianqian's arm and left with his head held high, like a rooster that had won a battle. I have to say, it's really fun to pretend to be cool. It feels good to show off for a while, but it feels good all your life if you show off for a lifetime. Especially when you are in a group of people, in front of people you know, this feeling is simply heavenly. Song Lei stood there motionless, unable to digest this information for a while. "How come you, a villager with advanced stomach cancer, have more than 20 million? Is selling ginseng so profitable?" His woman next to him said enviously, "Honey, the bag that woman carries seems to be enough to buy our house. Husband, go chase her. Your classmate said he wants to lend you money. Go quickly. Hubby, when did you have such a rich classmate? Although he's a little thinner, I think he's become more handsome now that he has money. Let's invite him to have dinner together tonight." Song Lei threw his hands and shouted, "If you want to eat, go eat. Damn it. Let's go. I'm not buying it. Honey, tell me his phone number. I'll go have dinner with him tonight." Ye Xiaoda naturally didn't know that someone had already been thinking about him. Gui Qianqian was holding his arm and he could feel the size of her breasts from time to time. He was extremely happy. "What? Why don't you let go?" After leaving the door, Gui Qianqian rolled her eyes at him. "Haha, I'm really reluctant to do that." Gui Qianqian just shook her head. After getting in the car, Ye Xiaoda said to her, "Go prepare our contract this afternoon." "Okay, let's sign it this afternoon." "No, I don't have time this afternoon. I have something important to do. I'll talk to you in the evening." "What big thing do you have this afternoon?" "Well, the house has been bought, but the paperwork has not yet been completed. I have to go get the ID cards of my eldest and second sisters." "I'm convinced. Are these just a few shabby houses that important? Our contract is worth tens of billions. You go first, I'll find you in the evening." After sending Gui Qianqian back to her shop, Ye Xiaoda went to his eldest sister's house. Since there was no one there, he simply found his ID card himself and left with it. "Second sister, bring your ID card and go downstairs. I'll pick you up." "Brother, I'm at work." "Don't we have a break at noon? I'll take you to buy something good." "All right." After picking up his second sister, Ye Xiaoda came to the community where he bought a house. It was only 2 kilometers away from his second sister's workplace, so it was very close. As soon as I entered the community, I ran into an acquaintance. An acquaintance of my second sister. It seems that he is still a small leader. Sister Chun. Ye Mingnan hurriedly stepped forward to greet her respectfully. Why are you here instead of working properly? A middle-aged woman in her 40s, who was obviously in menopause, was picky about whoever she saw. Sister Chun, isn't it lunchtime? My brother wants to buy a house, so I'll bring him over to take a look. Chun Bichi looked at Ye Xiaoda behind Ye Mingnan with a look of disdain. Is this your brother? Why would he buy a house when he has advanced stomach cancer? Besides, houses here are so expensive, you can't even afford the down payment. Just take a look, just take a look. After saying that, Ye Mingnan pulled Ye Xiaoda and hurried away. I've run into this old witch and my luck for the whole day has run out. Ye Xiaoda, you said you had to buy a house, so go ahead and buy it, and why are you dragging me along? By the way, how did you think of buying a house here? Isn't this place very close to your company and your elder sister? Yes, I'll have someone to take care of me in the future. The second sister also knew that Ye Xiaoda had made some money, and thought he was really going to buy a house by himself. She walked to the sand table, and wanted to look at the house together. As soon as they entered, everyone in the sales office became so enthusiastic when they saw Ye Xiaoda appear that they wanted to eat him. Mr. Yi, you are here! The contract is ready! Have you eaten? We still have some food here. How about you look at other houses? One by one, they pushed towards Ye Xiaoda recklessly. If it weren't for Long Yi's protection, Ye Xiaoda would probably not be able to pass this level today and would have been eaten. Ye Mingnan was totally confused to see that his younger brother became so popular as soon as he came in. We are all born to the same mother, so why is my younger brother so popular? And no one cares about me at all. Shinbichi, who was not far away, didn't understand either. When you come here, you are just being entertained by a sales clerk. Do you need so many people to serve you, a skinny and dying person? Is it pity? I wonder if the poor property can buy a house cheaper. Ye Xiaoda finally found a place to sit down, and the manager here came to Ye Xiaoda with 5 contracts. Because this was so rare, almost all the sales staff gathered around. Mr. Yi, these are 5 contracts. They have all been prepared according to your requirements. Would you like to take a look? No need to look at it, this is my ID card, and this is my eldest sister's. Second sister, hurry up and give me your ID card. Ye Mingnan had a frightened look on his face, just like a sheep that had strayed into a pack of wolves. He looked around at the envious and jealous eyes, and felt extremely panicked. The bag in his hand was also snatched away by his own brother. Second sister, which floor do you like? 1 to 5? What? If you were buying a house, which floor would you buy? What do you mean? The second sister is still covered. Ye Xiaoda didn't care about that anymore. It doesn't matter. The second floor will be in my second sister's name, the third floor will be in my eldest sister's name, and the others will be in my name. You can choose first when the time comes. You can live on any floor you like. Okay. I'll go prepare the contract right away. After the crowd dispersed, Ye Mingnan grabbed the soft flesh on the inside of Ye Xiaoda's upper arm and asked, What's going on? Sister, I bought 5 houses, Western-style houses, from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. You own 1, my eldest sister owns 1, my parents own 1, and I own 1. What? You bought 5 houses here? No, this is only 4? I'm thinking of buying this unit to make it more convenient. If there are no outsiders, the elevator can be locked. And if there are no outsiders, it won't be so noisy. The empty unit can be used as a warehouse. When the contract arrived, Ye Mingnan picked it up and read it carefully several times, but she still didn't believe it. When she saw that the total house price was more than 20 million, she was stunned and almost went to see her grandmother. More than 20 million? Ye Mingnan looked up at his brother at a 45-degree angle with an extremely exaggerated expression. Ye Xiaoda nodded. Where did you get so much money? I made money from business. Chapter 58, 9-digit bank balance. After a while, the manager came over carrying a large cardboard box. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry, we don't have a bag that big. You bought a lot of things, including the house key contract, garage key contract, etc. In addition, we will give you some electrical appliances as a gift. Do you want to move them directly into your new house? Okay, let's all move in. When Ye Xiaoda and Ye Mingnan stood up and prepared to leave, Qin Bichi, who was not far away, hurried over. Menan, won't you introduce me to your sister? Qin Bichi pointed at Ye Xiaoda and said with a smile. Completely different from the face at the door. This would be much more respectful. Sister Qin, this is my brother Ye Xiaoda. Oh, this is your brother. I've heard that he is very promising at a young age. Today I see that he is so handsome. Ye Xiaoda smiled bitterly and quietly took a step back, fearing that Sister Qin would not even let him go. I have a younger sister at home. How about introducing her to you? Ye Xiaoda quickly shook his head and said, Sister Qin, no, I have advanced stomach cancer and won't live long. Don't let your sister get in trouble. After saying that, he left. Qin Baiqi hurriedly followed behind, saying, It's okay. It's no big deal to have advanced gastric cancer. You can get married right away and have good luck. Besides, it is better in the late stage of gastric cancer. The property can be divided up faster. Unfortunately, Ye Xiaoda ignored him and pulled the still confused Ye Mingnan into the car. It took Ye Xiaoda an hour in the car to convince his second sister that he had become a rich man. It took her another hour to accept that she now owned a house worth 6 million. After accepting it, there was a burst of laughter in the car. Sis, starting tomorrow, you go look at cars. I'll buy you whatever you like. Xiaoda! How much money did you make? Ye Xiaoda turned on his mobile phone and opened the bank app. When Ye Mingnan saw that his bank card balance was in the 9 digits, he almost fainted. He slumped in Alpha seat and took a long time to recover. Sister, don't tell too many people. I'm only telling you. Ye Mingnan came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If I tell anyone, all your aunts and uncles will probably come to you to borrow money. Well, this is just one aspect. I mainly don't want to be too high profile. Tisk, you're just a show-off. You were pretending very smoothly just now. Don't tell Mom and Dad, I'll leave my eldest sister's place to you, go and notify her. Don't worry, I understand. You want to give them a surprise. Ye Xiaoda also nodded. After sending his second sister to work, Ye Xiaoda went directly to Gui Qianqian's store in the city center. A small high-rise building appeared in his sight. The first floor downstairs is a showroom, where things are also sold, and upstairs there are studios, office areas, etc. When Ye Xiaoda arrived at the door, Gui Qianqian was already waiting there wearing a pair of high heels. The two of them went to the top floor together, to Gui Qianqian's office. Who is this person? Why is Mr. Gui personally entertaining him? I don't know, but it is said that Mr. Gui has found a new partner since he left the Gui family. It should be this young man. Leaving the Gui family is a good thing for us. That's right. There will be no problem following Mr. Gui. Without Mr. Gui, the Gui group will soon go bankrupt. This young man is very thin, but he is quite handsome. Don't dream, they are not something we can imagine. Yes, such a young man, so rich, must be a rich second generation. Just a little thinner. When Ye Xiaoda arrived at Gui Qianqian's office, Gui Qianqian brought a pile of information as soon as he sat down. It contains information about my company, a list of existing assets, and some details about our cooperation. Please take a look first. Where do I sign? Ye Xiaoda just took a quick look at the shareholding ratio and then planned to sign. After signing, Gui Qianqian asked again, What is the name of our company? When will it start operations? What are your thoughts on the future development of the company? Seeing Gui Qianqian's series of questions, Ye Xiaoda waved his hand and said, I don't care about these. You are responsible. I will only provide you with a large amount of jadeite raw stones and some nugget gold. You have to think of a way to find out the origin of the nugget gold. Just say that it was purchased from Australia. As for how to make money, that's your business. This kind of thing is very easy for her to do. After leaving the pile of imperial green that he had shown to Gui Qianqian, Ye Xiaoda prepared to return to the village. On the way back to the village, he turned on his mobile phone. On the phone, he casually wrote a few words on the screen, and then all the app icons on the phone disappeared. Instead, a complex 3D artificial intelligence icon appeared. This icon seemed like a highly streamlined model of the universe, full of a mysterious sense of technology, and was entirely composed of stars. The icons began to evolve rapidly at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Complex algorithms intertwined and rotated in the space, like an unimaginable technological artwork. It was very shocking. Although he had seen it many times, Ye Xiaoda was still amazed every time the intelligent brain of this white ice world appeared. The artificial intelligence icon suddenly exploded and spread into countless tiny light particles, like a dazzling galaxy. These light particles gradually condensed in the air and formed a transparent human image. Can you tell me who on Blue Star is most knowledgeable about solid-state batteries? Soon, a person's information appeared in Ye Xiaoda's mobile phone. After reading it, he was very satisfied with this man named Yan Dian. Send him an email and tell him some solid-state battery technology that is slightly more advanced than Blue Star's current technology. I want him to join my company. Let's call it Spacetime Technology Development Company Limited. This is the name Ye Xiaoda gave to his technology company. The business license may be mailed to Guiqianqian tomorrow. Ever since he obtained the solid-state battery technology from Bai Bing, Ye Xiaoda has been eager to become a technology tycoon. Solid-state battery. The capacity is 10 or even 100 times that of ordinary batteries. The charging speed is at least 10 or even 100 times that of current batteries, and it is extremely safe. It won't explode even if you throw it into the fire. This is a revolution in battery technology. Based on Blue Star's current research status, it is estimated that it will take at least 100 years for it to be available on the market. What Ye Xiaoda needs to do is to make sure that this technology, which will be available 100 years from now, will appear next year. Chapter 59. My child bought a house in the city. After sending the email, Ye Xiaoda returned to the village. Once he returned to the village, Ye Xiaoda had to stop the car at the entrance. Some people gathered around, including his parents this time. Su Hui looked a little embarrassed. As soon as Ye Xiaoda got off the car, he was overwhelmed by a series of questions. Xiaoda, your mother said you went to the city to buy a house today. Did you buy it? I heard that if you don't buy a house today, your mother won't let you into the house. Haha, I don't think you can get in. Buying a house is not that fast. It will take at least a few days. My child has been looking for a house for half a year. Besides, Xiaoda is not in a hurry to buy a house. After all, we don't know how his health is going to be. It's good to buy a house just to celebrate the occasion. Anyway, the value of the house won't depreciate now, so just treat it as an investment. What can you invest in if you buy a house worth 1 million? Unlike my son, the house he bought in Shanghai has doubled in value, and he has made more than 500,000 yuan. Then your child's house is indeed quite small. It's about 10 square meters. Ye Xiaoda knew what was going on. It must be that my mother accidentally leaked the news that I was going to buy a house in the city. There are only a few people in the village, and there is not much to do except square dancing and chatting. How could Su Hui bear to deal with such a big thing as buying a house? There was no other choice, so Ye Xiaoda opened the trunk and took out a house purchase contract at random. He didn't look at which house it was. As soon as it was taken out, Su Hui snatched it away, spread it on the stone at the entrance of the village, and started to look at it. A group of old men and women gathered around her. Yu Lihing didn't even try to squeeze in. You bunch of people! This is my son buying a house, not you, let me in! Although they are from the village, they all know how to read, especially numbers. Xiaoda, you really bought a house! Hey, why is it a first floor? Oh my god, it's over 180 square meters! My god, this house is big enough. 5.5 million! Full payment! Xiaoda, you spent more than 5 million to buy a house? Or the first floor? Villas aren't that expensive. The entrance to Beishan village exploded instantly. It is much more lively than the morning market at the entrance of the village every Monday. More than 5 million, to the villagers, this is already an astronomical figure. The noise made by the group of entities was quite loud. Ye Xiaoda's frail body was floating in the noise and was forced back into the car. Xiaoda, are you in need of a wife? My daughter is good enough. Xiaoda, you bought the house so quickly, why didn't you take a closer look? You seem to have been cheated at this price. Yes, the unit price is quite expensive, and it's on the first floor. The first floor is not good, don't buy a house on the first floor. It's too expensive. Houses in the city are not worth the money. There are always people who can't stand those who make money. At least after Lu Baonen heard that Ye Xiaoda spent more than 5 million to buy a house, he went home angrily, and countless wild flowers on the road became innocent souls under his feet. My house is in a school district, it's in a good corner, and there's a subway, so the price is a little bit higher. If you have the chance, please come and take a ride. Okay. I must go sit down. It's just a little far away, otherwise we could go to Xiaoda's house today. Xiaoda has really made it big. He can even spend more than 5 million to buy a house. You are worthy of being the first prestigious university student in our village. Su Hui's face was full of pride, and she said loudly, Everyone, when Xiaoda's house is ready, I will treat everyone in the village to a meal. Okay. Wait for that day. After returning home complimented all the way, Su Hui and Yi Liheng took the house purchase contract and read it carefully several times. Son, is there really no problem with the first floor? Mom, it will be okay. We are on the first floor now. Okay, how is the school district? I heard that the school district is very important to children. Top. Okay. It's just over 5 million. That's too expensive. It's enough to build a dozen houses in the village. Build a dozen houses? 5 million? It is enough for an ordinary house, but for Ye Xiaoda, this number is far from enough for the future village manor. For some people in Beishan village, tonight is destined to be an extremely psychologically complicated night. Every household told all their relatives the news that Ye Xiaoda spent more than 5 million to buy a house. Fortunately, Ye Xiaoda did not say that he spent more than 20 million, otherwise he would have been annoyed to death by now. Most people think that Ye Xiaoda was cheated and that the house was too expensive. Of course, there are still a small number of people, like Lu Baonen, who can only comfort themselves by thinking that Ye Xiaoda will not live for many more days. No matter how expensive a house you buy, you can't live in it for a few days anyway. If you move in, it will become a house where someone has died in a few days, and no one will want it even for $1 million if you sell it. The majority of people are envious and jealous. This night, some people are destined to remain sleepless. In the Magic City, Yan Dian returned home exhausted. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. As a research geek and a bachelor, today is considered early. When I got home, I turned on my computer directly, studied some foreign information for a while, and then opened my email. This is his habit. He needs to deal with his unread emails every day. Have obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he saw the email from Spacetime Technology, he didn't pay much attention to it. Because as the top expert on solid-state batteries on the Blue Planet, although he is young, he is already a national treasure-level scientific research talent. Everyone also knows that once solid-state batteries are developed, it will be a revolution. Since he became famous, no less than 1,000 technology companies have wanted to invite him to join. But he gave up everything. It is being researched quietly in a scientific research unit. He opened it casually, but when he saw the content of the first sentence of the email, his whole body trembled. I woke up all of a sudden from my sleepiness. I quickly opened my eyes and read the content of the email carefully. In fact, there were only 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph described some research parameters and directions of solid-state batteries. Basically, these are the ones that Yan Dian is currently researching, but has not yet produced any results. The second paragraph has just a few words. Want to start an energy storage revolution? Join us. Spacetime Technology is waiting for you to join us. There is also an address and a person's name at the end, Gui Qianqian. Ye Xiaoda is qualified to be a hands-off boss. This short email kept Yan Dian awake all night. The next morning, he boarded a plane to Xiangqing to find Gui Qianqian. Apart from him, in a very old building in Xiangqing, several core senior members of the Qin family gathered together, and their mood was not so calm. Chapter 60. This woman is dangerous. Because Mr. Qin has returned from Eagle Country. After reading all the information about Ye Xiaoda, Mr. Qin resolutely boarded the plane back home. No one wants to die. The same goes for Mr. Qin. He knew that once he died, the Qin family would be completely different. He had a hunch that whether he could survive was closely related to this young man named Ye Xiaoda. There is another outsider in the room, who is reporting now. Mr. Qin, we can be sure that the cancer cells in this young man named Ye Xiaoda are no longer spreading. Otherwise, according to his condition, he would not be able to walk at all now, and he would not have the energy to stroll outside now. We found through research that his batch of ginseng does have some effect, but the effect should not be that good. Mr. Qin, you have also started taking ginseng, but the effect is far inferior to his. We estimate that he may have had other treatments or eaten other treasures, but we really don't know yet. If you can learn his method of controlling the spread of cancer cells and apply it to you, your condition should be able to be controlled. Old Qin nodded and said, I'd like you to keep this matter confidential, especially everything about this young man. Then someone escorted the cancer expert out of the room. Only people from the Qin family were left in the room. Dad, this person is not simple. Ginseng, gold nuggets, and in the past few days in southern Yunnan and northern Myanmar, I found a bargain on imperial green jade and a jadeite mine. I always feel that it is not that simple. Old Qin was lying on the recliner with his eyes closed. His square face was relaxed. Suddenly, Old Qin said, This young man is not simple. Luck cannot explain so many things. Maybe he has some adventure. Dad, what should we do next? Just follow me first. I can still hold on. Let your Qin fan find a chance to get in touch with him and see what this kid's nature is like. He seems pretty good now. But, Dad, your health needs to be taken care of sooner rather than later. Otherwise, I'll go ask Ye Xiaoda directly. Humph! Do you think he is an ordinary person? Can an ordinary person do this? And even if he is an ordinary person, we can't force him. Everything depends on fate. Okay, in addition, there is another organization that is also trying to find out about him. They have already found out his address, and they may take action in the next few days. I have contacted them, but they seem very strong. What department? Cut-Edge Research Center. They? When he heard it was this unit, Mr. Qin hesitated for a rare moment. Why did they go to check on Ye Xiaoda? I inquired about it, and it seems that the nugget gold provided by Ye Xiaoda contains a mineral that they urgently need. Anyway, they said it was very serious. I'll tell Lao Wan about this matter. Don't let them investigate for now. But they seem very strong and insist on going. Humph! I, Qin Guobang, still have some face. Ye Xiaoda didn't know that someone had helped him prevent a big trouble. Early the next morning, he entered the supertime and space trading platform again. Today is another trading day. This time, he chose Bai Bing again and had already prepared corn. Long time no see. Bai Bing seemed very excited to see Ye Xiaoda. The last time, Ye Xiaoda did a business with Xiongheng. It had been half a month since he saw this beauty again. You are still so beautiful. Haha, tell me, what do you want this time? Before coming here, Ye Xiaoda had already thought about it. I want a solar charging technology. The utilization rate of solar energy in our blue star is too low. Soon, Bai Bing projected a series of techniques, and Ye Xiaoda was fascinated by them. Currently, the energy conversion efficiency of solar cells on the blue planet is only about 20% at most, which is still the highest. This is why many people don't use solar panels now. The energy conversion efficiency is really too low. But with the technology provided by Bai Bing, the efficiency of solar energy utilization can reach as high as 80%. This concept is a bit scary. In the past, 1 square meter of solar panel could only power a few light bulbs, but now, if it is multiplied several times, it can power air conditioners. Add to that the abnormal energy storage capacity of solid-state batteries, and it's even more incredible. In the end, Ye Xiaoda chose one of the technologies that had low production costs and was already being researched on Blue Star, and could be directly moved out and used on Blue Star. I want this. How much corn do you want? Seeing that Ye Xiaoda chose a technology that was completely outdated in Bai Bing's world, Bai Bing was a little disdainful. You want this? This thing is completely outdated in our world. In fact, I suggest you just take some weapons. I can get you a star destroyer. With that thing, you can blow up your planet with one shot. If you drive this thing back, everyone on the planet will obey you. Star destroyer? Ye Xiaoda saw a kind of fanaticism in Bai Bing's eyes. Does your world still have star destroyers? There is one more. It's just that it's not under my control yet, but I will be in the future. I also have the blueprints here, you can build it yourself. Of course, I have quite a few inferior warships. Although they are inferior, one can directly sweep away all the defenses of your blue planet. Once again, Ye Xiaoda saw a strange color in Bai Bing's eyes, which seemed not so ordinary. He was a little panicked. Let's just use this solar technology. Even if you give me a star destroyer, I don't have anyone to drive it. Other technologies are fine. I have a miniature nuclear fusion battery here that can solve the energy problem once and for all. Why do you have to worry about a small battery and a small method of utilizing solar energy? I'm pretty rubbish. Okay, this technology is simple anyway. I'll give you the whole set, just give me 100 tons of corn. This is really not expensive, Ye Xiaoda nodded repeatedly. Go back and think about it carefully. I have a lot of top-notch technology here that I can trade to you. Ye Xiaoda suddenly wanted to leave the room, so he quickly stood up and left without looking back. Looking forward to seeing you next time, Bai Bing shouted quickly. Next time? Ye Xiaoda doesn't want to have it happen again next time. He always felt that Bai Bing, this woman, seemed a little too enthusiastic. And the Star Destroyer technology they have is a bit too terrifying. Compared to them, Blue Star is not even a small ant. If someone really finds a way to lock the position of Blue Planet, then Blue Planet will be in danger. Chapter 61 National Treasure Talent. I felt nervous about this transaction, but the technology one gained was naturally excellent. It seems that my space-time technology needs another core technology. Solid-state battery, plus top-notch solar charging device. I have the final say on future energy. A key figure who determines Ye Xiaoda's energy empire also came to Xiangqing in a hurry today. After taking a taxi directly from the airport to the place mentioned in the email according to the address, Yan Dian was a little confused. Jewelry company? Yan Dian opened the email and looked at it again. The address was correct. But isn't this the address of Spacetime Technology Company, Limited? How did it become a jewelry company? Did I get scammed? Impossible. How could those parameters be researched by those fraud companies in northern Myanmar? Those parameters could directly advance his research by 10 years. Even more. Yan Dian finally walked into the magnificent first-floor lobby, which was surrounded by gold and jewels, and was filled with treasures. Yan Dian, wearing jeans and a polo shirt, couldn't adapt for a while. He is not short of money, but this is his first time in a place like this. Walking to the front desk awkwardly, Yan Dian asked, "Hello, I want to look for Gui Qianqian." Speaking of this name, Yan Dian's face was full of enthusiasm. The girl at the front desk looked at the middle-aged man with a scruffy beard with a look of disgust. "Wow, you've chased our boss all the way here? Still such a bad old man." Although Yan Dian is not very old, he is only in his early 40s. But because he does not care about his appearance, and is always nervous due to long-term research, he looks like a man in his 60s. The girl at the front desk replied indifferently. "If you want to see our CEO Gua, you need to make an appointment." "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? No, it was your CEO Gua who sent me an email and asked me to come and see her." "Email? What era is this? Just give Mr. Gua a call." "Phone? I don't have one." Then, the girl at the front desk ignored him. After leaving the hall, Yan Dian sat on the steps. He had no choice but to reply to an email to Spacetime Technology. "Teacher Gua, I have arrived downstairs of Spacetime Technology Company, but I don't have an appointment, and cannot see you." By the reservoir, Ye Xiaoda was watching Kai Long fishing when his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked and realized it was Yan Dian replying to his email. He quickly called Gui Qianqian and asked her to go downstairs to pick someone up. "Qianqian, there's an important person coming down from your building, Yan Dian. This is my treasure, please receive him." "Yan Dian? What for?" "Top talent." Not long after, Gui Qianqian saw this top talent carrying a computer on the steps outside the first-floor gate. Judging from the clothes, they are indeed top-notch. "Hello, are you Yan Dian?" Yan Dian quickly stood up and nodded. "The boss asked me to pick you up." Okay. Gui Qianqian took Yan Dian upstairs. Because Ye Xiaoda said he was very important, Gui Qianqian even opened the elevator door very carefully. Yan Dian took a look and exclaimed, "Wow, it's really good. Teacher Gui must be very capable. Even his secretary is so beautiful and polite." As for the girl at the front desk, she was also confused. What happened? Has our Mr. Gui changed his taste? Do you like old men? Entering Gui Qianqian's office on the top floor, when Gui Qianqian pulled out the boss chair and sat down, Yan Dian opposite was stunned for a moment, and then thought to himself, Mr. Gui must be very powerful, even a secretary's office is so big. Seeing Yan Dian still standing, Gui Qianqian hurriedly said, "Please sit down." Yan Dian sat down quickly, and the two looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. Yan Dian felt a little awkward because he hadn't seen a top-notch woman for a long time. Plus, he was extremely fanatical about Gui Qianqian, so he didn't dare to look directly at this person whom he thought was Mr. Gui's secretary. As for Gui Qianqian, she was even more confused. "My boss asked me to pick someone up, so I went." She finally knew what his name was, but as for what this Yan Dian did, she had no idea at all. Finally, Yan Dian asked, "Hello, I wonder if I can meet Teacher Gui Qianqian now?" "Teacher Gui Qianqian? Looking for me?" Gui Qianqian pointed at herself and handed him a business card on the table. "The photo of Gui Qianqian above is very beautiful." Yan Dian suddenly raised his head and asked in disbelief, "Are you Gui Qianqian?" Gui Qianqian nodded. "Impossible! Impossible! So young? Is he really a genius?" "Hey sir, what do you mean? You definitely can't be Gui Qianqian. Mr. Gui should be an expert, an old researcher." Gui Qianqian guessed it. "The notice given to you is asking you to find someone named Gui Qianqian?" Yan Dian nodded quickly. I'm actually Gui Qianqian, but it wasn't me who asked you to come. It was my boss. He doesn't have time, so he asked me to receive you first." Yan Dian suddenly realized. "Oh, I was thinking, here, this is my resume, can you take a look at it? Can I join space-time technology?" Gui Qianqian covered her forehead with her hands, her face full of black lines. What the hell is space-time technology? After taking the resume and looking at it, Gui Qianqian was a little shocked. Graduated from Xinjiang University, postdoctoral fellow, enjoys Daxia special allowance, top academic leader, and president of the World Energy Frontier Association. There was a huge pile of information, and Gui Qianqian's heart beat faster every time she saw one of them. Each time an entry appears, it represents how awesome this person is. If all these words appear on the same person, then this person is a top national treasure. Even though the Gui family has billions, compared with others, they are really not on the same level. There are few such talents in the world. "Mr. Gui, I have already resigned and can start work at any time. I wonder if my resume can meet the requirements of space-time technology?" Gui Qianqian gave a fake smile, then quickly said, Of course, I'll send it to my boss to take a look." His expression was casual, but he was panicking inside. She had no idea what to do next. He could only send his resume to Ye Xiaoda, and asked in a very stern tone, "Who is this person?" Looking at Ye Xiaoda, who was fishing, he said, "He's just a scientific research talent." Looking through Yan Dian's resume slowly, Ye Xiaoda was extremely satisfied. This kind of person is the kind who would give lectures at universities. He is definitely a big shot. "If you asked me to receive you, you have to tell me what you need me to do. Besides, what the hell is space-time technology?" On the other end of the phone, Gui Qianqian wanted to swallow Ye Xiaoda up. "Didn't I tell you that I founded a technology company called Space-Time Technology? Yan Dian is an expert in solid-state batteries. The first product of my company will be a solid-state battery. Let him take the lead. Your mission is to assist him. You should buy whatever he wants and help him get his research on track. In addition, you should also help him recruit people from his team." Gui Qianqian was a smart person and quickly understood Ye Xiaoda's intention. Although she didn't know what solid-state batteries were, since her boss had spoken, she just had to do as he said. "By the way, he is so important. He is the first leader of your technology company. Why don't you communicate with him yourself?" Gui Qianqian suddenly asked. "I have to keep this a bit mysterious. Besides, I'm very busy." "So what are you doing now?" "Watch my brother fishing." Gui Qianqian was so angry that her teeth were itching. After throwing down her phone, she always felt that she had fallen into a trap set by Ye Xiaoda. Isn't it just a cooperation to open a jewelry company? I provide the technology, the people and the location, and you provide the raw stones. This makes sense. But why should I help you run your tech company now? The key problem is that this technology company doesn't even have a telephone office. If you want to poach people, you have to come to my office. Chapter 62. I also want to buy a residential plot. After understanding Ye Xiaoda's meaning, Gui Qianqian knew what to do. My boss is very satisfied with you. Do you have any requirements in terms of salary? Gui Qianqian asked. This makes a lot of sense. If you are satisfied with the company, just ask about the employee treatment. When recruiting people, isn't it all about the salary? Salary? Salary doesn't matter. Just give it as you see fit. It's okay if you don't give it. Gui Qianqian was completely panicked. She felt that she and Yan Dian were not on the same channel at all. Are all researchers like this? So what do you need? Of course it's your boss's technical support. Why would I be here without his technical support? Ye Xiaoda's technical support? Could it be that Ye Xiaoda is a hidden scientific research giant? Is there anyone better than this top talent with an extremely impressive resume? Anyway, Gui Qianqian didn't believe it at all. Okay, the boss means that he will come and take a look after you settle down and start your research. Yes, I can start working today. Where is my laboratory? Yan Dian said enthusiastically. Laboratory? I only have a jade processing laboratory here. There is no solid-state battery research laboratory. Well, the boss left the original laboratory for some reasons, so we don't have a laboratory now. We need to buy the instruments and other things ourselves, and we don't have a place yet. If you need anything, I will contact you now. After Gui Qianqian finished speaking, she glanced at Yan Dian, fearing that this man would turn around and leave. What's the point of doing research if you don't have a laboratory? Starting from scratch? That's okay. With your boss here, everything won't be a problem. I don't need much, just some instruments and a few houses. Gui Qianqian felt like she had seen the world today. This is the first time I have seen such top talent rushing to get promoted. Oh, by the way, the boss said that you need to form a team yourself. He is only responsible for technical guidance, and you are still needed for the underlying research. It would be best if you call your entire team over now. Okay. No problem. My team has about 30 people, basically all of them should be able to come, but the lab needs more people, and more instruments, and there are only a few of them with families, and they are not critical, so if they don't come, we can replace them. As a bachelor, he likes to bring other bachelors with him. After all, bachelors can work overtime at any time. Gui Qianqian couldn't help but be amazed. It was such a difficult task to poach a team, but how come it was so easy for her? Look at how much money it takes to set up this laboratory. Just buy some experimental equipment, which will cost about 100 or 200 million. Give me the money and I'll start ordering it now. Once the laboratory is ready, we can start research right away. TSK. The investment in scientific research is really not to be underestimated. 100 million at any time. The experimental equipment for this team of only 30 people cost 1 or 200 million yuan. When Ye Xiaoda heard about this funding, he was shocked. It turned out that scientific research costs a lot of money. He instructed Gui Qianqian. Prioritize the establishment of the laboratory. Everything will be under Yan Dian's control. As for logistics, you will help to look after it. The treatment must keep up. Yan Dian, including all the people in the Yan Dian team, will live in a 5-star hotel before they have a house. The salary will be at least doubled. You sign a contract with them. Brother Yi, we need the company seal to sign the contract. I don't even know what space-time technology is. Gui Qianqian shouted. Everything can be delivered to you in the afternoon. Originally, Gui Qianqian was going to send Yan Dian to the hotel, so he could rest for a few days once he got there. But Yan Dian refused sternly, and was even a little angry at Gui Qianqian. Rest? What rest? I don't need rest. Help me find an office. I will make a list of the equipment I need to purchase, and then call my team over. I have to call them one by one. These trivial things will waste most of my day. By the way, find me about 10 more rooms. I want to use them as laboratories. There was no choice, but Gui Qianqian could only nod quickly. Gui Qianqian couldn't get angry at a pure person like Yan Dian. All her anger was directed at Ye Xiaoda. You fish at home and you keep me busy. Just keep busy. I'm in the jewelry industry. You want me to manage a high-tech company? This is a bit too big a crossover. After settling Yan Dian, Gui Qianqian got the official seal and all the information of space-time technology in the afternoon. First look at the registration location. Wow, isn't this my office? The registered capital is quite a lot, and the scope involved is quite wide. Gui Qianqian has been busy, and Ye Xiaoda has not been idle either. Although we were watching Kai Long fishing, there were actually other things going on. Brother Long, are your family familiar with Song Wei's family? Kai Long nodded. It's okay, not very familiar, but at least we can say a few words when we meet. Song Wei's house is just above Ye Xiaoda's house. It is on the mountainside, and Ye Xiaoda's home is at the bottom of the mountain, only about 100 meters away. The families relatively close to Ye Xiaoda's house are the Song family on the higher ground, and another family on the east side. The homestead of the family on the east side has already been purchased by Ye Xiaoda. It is now used as a warehouse for feeding fish feed. Ye Xiaoda has already planned to start building his own large estate in the village. First of all, the foundation must be large enough. His idea was not an isolated 2-story villa. I want to buy his homestead. I'll ask Uncle Jian to help me negotiate when I get back. What the hell? Buy his residential land? Why do you want to buy his residential land? When Kai Long heard this, he even put down his fishing rod. I don't like anyone to be above me. I must buy his residential land and then demolish his house, Ye Xiaoda said jokingly. This is a bit difficult. His family doesn't plan to move out. If you buy their homestead, where will you let them live? Besides, his son seems to be doing well outside and has no shortage of money. Please ask for me first. Money is not a problem. Okay, I'll ask my dad to go ask around. It seems like my dad is the only one in the Song family who can talk to Song Wei. Okay, thank you. That's nothing. The Song family is a miracle in Beishan village. Basically, he doesn't go out and doesn't say hello when he meets villagers. He is a unique person. How quickly do news spread in the village? Take this matter for example. When Kai Long returned home and told Kai Jian about this matter, Kai Jian had not yet set out for the Song family. Kai Long's mother heard this and went out to dance in the square. Then the whole village knew that Ye Xiaoda was going to buy Song Wei's residential land. Su Hui was so upset that she didn't even feel like dancing in the square. She went home and grabbed Ye Xiaoda and started asking him a lot of questions. What's the matter, kid? What's the matter with you? You rented the reservoir and bought a homestead. That's not enough. You're planning to buy another one? Yi Lihan also advised. These days, even if you spend money to buy it, you only have the right to use the land. Son, tell me, have you discovered any mineral veins under our land? I heard there is a coal mine under our house. Ye Xiaoda didn't know that his intentions were known to everyone so quickly, so he could only explain. Mom, it's not a mine. I plan to do something in the village later, so I plan to buy a piece of land. If you want to buy land, you have to buy vacant land. Don't the Song family still live there? And although the view from their place is good, it's a bit far from the village entrance. Mom, actually I plan to build a villa in the village, and I might need their land, so I plan to buy it. Planning to build a house? Ye Xiaoda nodded. Other reasons, other excuses, really can't explain it. We can build a house, but don't we already have a homestead? Mom, can you just let me be wild for a bit? Finally, Ye Xiaoda pretended to cough a few times while talking. These words made Su Hui shut her mouth immediately, and she quickly started serving her son. Now Ye Xiaoda felt that his cancer might have to be cured later, otherwise after he recovered, he would have no excuse to receive such special care. Chapter 63. Even if you buy land, you can't build a house. Early the next morning, before Ye Xiaoda received any news from Uncle Jian, the whole village knew that he was planning to buy the Song family's residential land and build a big house. Sure enough, as soon as Su Hui went out, the whole village knew about it. The Ye family's kid is going to build a villa? Didn't he just buy a house in the city? Exactly. Does he have that much money? The 10 million from selling ginseng should have been spent long ago. I heard that his house in the city is worth more than 5 million. This is true. I've seen his purchase contract. Although it's a rubbish first floor, it's really over 5 million. The contract shouldn't be fake. Then why is he still building a villa in the village? Let his parents live here. This child is filial, but I guess he doesn't have that much money. A 2-story villa in the countryside only costs a few 100,000 yuan. His family can get thousands of yuan a day just from the reservoir. Well, that's because you don't know how much corn he throws into the reservoir every day. I can guarantee you that he is definitely losing money here at the reservoir. Then where does his money come from? It is said that he opened a trading company in the city. I guess the money came from that company. I really didn't expect that I already have a company after only being back in the village for a few days. The key problem is that he is still in the advanced stage of gastric cancer. Now, he seems to be in good health. Yeah, didn't you say it's been less than a month? I think it's almost been more than a month now. Don't worry, he's dying soon. Lu Baonan's mother sneered. Ever since most of the gossip in this village was about Ye Xiaoda, the Lu family felt a little uncomfortable. What the hell? My home is actually the center of the village. Lu Baonan, who was cracking melon seeds nearby, also said, He's dreaming. The Song family will never sell the homestead. They have plenty of money, and they live well in the village. Why would they sell it? Moreover, even if the Song family sells it and Ye Xiaoda buys it, he will not be able to build a house. Do you know why? Lu Baonan asked confidently. When he was with the aunts and uncles in the village, he felt very superior even though he had never been to college. Not as good as Ye Xiaoda, and even worse than these aunties. Sure enough, a group of people hurriedly asked, Why? That's right, why can't Ye Xiaoda build a house? Lu Baonan said proudly, There is a strict approval process for building houses in the village now. There are requirements for the area of each household to build a house. Besides, Ye Xiaoda's household registration is not in the village, so the village will not allow him to build a house. Even if we build it in his father's name, we can't build more. After all, there are only 2 people and his family registered in the village, so it's useless for him to buy such a large residential land. Even if they want to build a house, at most they can only build 3 small bungalows, which may not even be as big as their current house. Ye Xiaoda definitely doesn't know about these policies. If he spends money to buy the Song family's homestead now, it would be a stupid move and would be of no use at all. I have to say that Lu Baonan finally showed his talent. He spoke very clearly and his argument seemed to be true. The villagers were either confused or sneered at Ye Xiaoda's behavior, thinking that there was no way he could succeed. Sure enough, after breakfast, Ye Xiaoda met Kai Jian. As soon as he saw Kai Jian's expression, he knew that last night's operation might not have been very smooth. As expected, Kai Jianlai sat directly on the steps of Ye Xiaoda's house and said angrily, You said that the Song family's things should not be sold, and you scolded me and you, Xiaoda, by the way. Those words were really too harsh. No one in the village likes his family, and there is a reason for that. I can only say that from now on, the only person his family is familiar with, that is, me, will no longer visit his house. After saying that, Ye Lihan quickly handed over a cigarette. Ajian, calm down, it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Anyway, we don't have to buy his homestead. Even though he failed to buy it, Ye Lihan was still a little happy. Finally, my son doesn't have to waste money anymore. Xiaoda, I'm sorry. Last night after I told them that you wanted to buy their homestead, I was scolded and kicked out. His family also said that unless everyone in their family died, they would never sell the homestead. Kai Jian said to Ye Xiaoda on the side. Ye Xiaoda said quickly, Uncle Jian, I'm so sorry to bother you and let you get scolded. You can have lunch at my house. I have to apologize. Those are all small matters. It's just that your business didn't work out. Ye Xiaoda waved his hand to indicate that it didn't matter. Ye Liheng said happily, Ajian, it's a good thing that it didn't work out. Anyway, even if Xiaoda bought his homestead, it would be useless. We can't exceed the standard when building a house. It can be seen that Ye Lihan and Su Hui are both quite happy. Of course, Ye Xiaoda couldn't be happy. He is determined to get the Song family's residential land. Can't build a manor because it exceeds the specifications? Is there anything that money can't solve these days? If so, it means the money is not enough. When Kai Jian stayed here for lunch at noon, Ye Xiaoda became even more unhappy when he saw the dishes on the table. Kai Jian, Kai Long, and Kai Long's mother all came. The Kai family and the Yi family were as close as one family and often ate at each other's homes. When Ye Xiaoda was a child, Kai Jian was better off and he spent half of his time eating at other people's homes. Now, there is no need to be polite to each other. When Kai Jian heard that they would have lunch here, he didn't say much. Instead, he called his wife over and prepared the meal with Su Hui. The main room has a dining table in the middle. There are quite a few dishes above. Fried pork with peppers is a must. In Beishan village, this dish is a must whenever you entertain guests. Fish is also a protagonist. A braised flat fish made Ye Xiaoda drool. The key point is that there is also a dish of chopped pepper fish head, and the noodles inside are already covered with soup. There is also a small dried fish, which is a small white fish caught by a silk net in the reservoir not long ago. After drying, it is fried with chili peppers. It is absolutely delicious. There was even a cured pig's trotter, which was the last cured item of the Yi family. And a pork belly soup. A real feast. I also drink matai. As for Ye Xiaoda, he has his own table and special dishes. Boiled cucumbers, boiled loofah, boiled pumpkin, boiled everything. The key is that there is no salt taste. After Su Hui learned that Ye Xiaoda's cancer cells were no longer spreading, she became even more concerned about his health and did not allow Ye Xiaoda to eat any meat at home. There is an effect. At least after eating this, Ye Xiaoda rarely vomits. In the city you will spit out blood after eating barbecue. Fortunately, there is wild ginseng, otherwise Ye Xiaoda would not have died of cancer, but of ischemia. Come on, Xiaolong, have a drink too. Don't go fishing in the afternoon. Su Hui filled Kai Long's glass. Kai Long also thanked him repeatedly, and even did not forget to glance at Ye Xiaoda. This glance made Ye Xiaoda pick up his table and leave the main room. Out of sight, out of mind. No, I have to stay in the city, otherwise I will die of greed. Of course, the issue of homestead land still needs to be resolved. There is definitely no way around it using normal methods. They don't seem to be short of money, so it's not easy to get them to leave. However, Ye Xiaoda has his own way. Chapter 64, A Guy Worse Than a Beast. Taking out his cell phone and turning on his smart brain, Ye Xiaoda began to search for everything about Song Wei's family. In today's internet age, intelligent brain is the god of the internet. If you want to know something, it can be achieved in minutes. The first person Ye Xiaoda checked was Song Wei's son, who was doing business outside. In his opinion, no one who does business outside and wants to make money is clean. However, after checking, they were all minor problems that could make people uncomfortable, but not enough to make them leave the place where they had lived for most of their lives. But who can blame him for installing a camera in the bedroom and living room? Maybe it is to make it convenient to contact the children far away. After all, these two are quite old. For Ye Xiaoda, there are no secrets when it comes to connected devices. The camera stores a massive amount of video. If Ye Xiaoda wanted to watch all of it by himself, it would probably take him several days. However, he doesn't need to. After watching several videos selected by the intelligent brain, Ye Xiaoda's face turned pale and he cursed directly. Beast! Worse than pigs and dogs! An image of an old man with pale hair, bent back and tattered clothes emerged in my mind. Ye Xiaoda called him Master Song San. He was a very kind old man who was always cheerful. Ye Xiaoda ate a lot of his oranges when he was a child. Mr. Song San was Song Wei's father. He passed away a few years ago. When he was alive, he actually had a good relationship with the Yi family and even the entire village. Unfortunately, she gave birth to an unfilial son, which led to a very unhappy life in her later years. It was a problem for her to have enough to eat, let alone enjoy her old age. When he passed away a few years ago, everyone in the village felt that it was a relief for him. But now that Ye Xiaoda knew the truth, he was filled with nothing but anger. After calming down, Ye Xiaoda decided to have a good talk with Song Wei and his wife. Mr. Song San can no longer be resurrected, and the homestead has to be purchased. I'll cause some trouble for their family later. Where are you going? Seeing Ye Xiaoda getting up from the recliner and preparing to go out, Su Hui asked hurriedly. I'm going to Song Wei's house. What? Go to his house. Why are you going to his house? I still want to buy his homestead. Seeing this, Su Hui hurriedly said to her son earnestly. Son, our homestead is already big enough. It will be useless if it is bigger. Besides, you know Song Wei, he is stubborn and withdrawn. If you go there, you won't even be able to get in the door. Mom, I still want to try. The problem is that his vicious dogs are there, so you can't even get in. Ye Xiaoda felt annoyed whenever he thought of his vicious dog. He originally went back to the village to recuperate, but Song Wei's dog kept barking all day long and was very close to him, making it impossible for him to sleep. He even had the urge to buy some bones and medicine. Each of those 3 dogs must be 1 meter tall. Thinking about it, Ye Xiaoda called Long Yi and Long Air. Mom, I'll take them both with me. Hey, if you want to go, go ahead. Just be careful. Ye Xiaoda nodded and left with Long Yi and Long Air. Su Hui was also puzzled as she looked at the straight backs of Long Yi and Long Air. Why are my son's 2 friends so serious and don't even say a word? I live in the warehouse and am responsible for feeding the reservoir fish. I don't know what they eat every day. After walking around his house and going up less than 100 meters, Ye Xiaoda saw a 2-story building, which was considered quite good in the village. No wonder Song Wei's family would definitely not sell the residential land here. Before he got close, 3 big dogs rushed towards Ye Xiaoda, barking hoarsely. With such a grand welcome, it's no wonder that the villagers never visit the Song family. If Ye Xiaoda came alone, he might be a little scared, but this time he came with people. Still a ruthless person. Long Yi took a step forward, and it was not known what specific skill he released. Anyway, the 3 dogs that were rushing towards him suddenly braked, then turned around and ran away in a very embarrassed manner. It was as if he had met his greatest enemy in his life. You young boy! What are you doing in my house? Hearing the dog barking, Song Wei and a middle-aged woman came out. When they saw Ye Xiaoda, they became unhappy. Ye Xiaoda said he wanted to buy his family's residential land. Although they didn't want to sell it, they felt unhappy. Well, no one would be happy if someone set their sights on their house. Get out of here now! Don't think that you can buy my house just because you have made a few bucks. If you don't leave, I will let the dogs bite you. Song Wei's wife, Susan, shouted. Although her name sounds gentle, she is actually big and strong, weighing about 200 pounds, with a lot of fat on her face, looking like a butcher. She is also a female butcher. Can I come in and sit down? Ye Xiaoda said lightly. Susan took a step closer and pointed her finger at Ye Xiaoda. She opened her bloody mouth and said with saliva flying, Get out of here! I will never sell my house to you in this lifetime. Song Wei also waved his hands repeatedly, as if he was chasing away flies. Get out of here! Don't stand at my door if you're dying. It's bad luck. That's right. You're almost dead, and you still want to come into my house? Get out of here. My goodness, Ye Xiaoda just said one sentence, and the couple started arguing with each other for quite some time. 5 years ago, on the night when Mr. Song San left, it seemed to be raining heavily. Ye Xiaoda suddenly said lightly. When he mentioned Mr. Song San, Song Wei and Susan's hearts suddenly skipped a beat, and they looked at each other, but Susan still said firmly, What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of here! After Mr. Song left, you had nightmares every night and screamed loudly, shouting out all your secrets. At this point, Song Wei and Susan were not just shocked, they were completely panicked. This is their biggest secret. I was dreaming, you know nothing. There was nothing I could do but hold on. In fact, on the night that Mr. Song San left, there were not only you and your wife and your daughter who was already asleep in your house, but also another person, who saw everything that happened in the house. Susan, who was standing, suddenly felt weak and almost collapsed on the muddy ground. Song Wei quickly helped her up and looked at Ye Xiaoda seriously. Were you there that night? Ye Xiaoda nodded. Why are you here? Well, because your daughter is back from the city, I wanted to see her. Your bathroom was still a mud brick house at that time, and there were a lot of gaps. Unexpectedly, I actually saw another big scene. Song Wei believed it, and the look he gave Ye Xiaoda suddenly became a little more ferocious. Come in and sit down and talk? Okay, but my two brothers have to go in together. I'm afraid you will force-feed me dichlorvos like you did to your own father. Ye Xiaoda! Don't talk nonsense! You know whether I am talking nonsense or not. You! Susan also reacted now. She glared at Ye Xiaoda, then turned around and walked into the house with Song Wei. He whispered, It's been 5 years. There's no evidence. Why should we care about the nonsense of a brat? Chapter 65, Vomiting Blood While Eating. Ye Xiaoda said with a smile. Since I know what you talked about in your sleep, I will naturally leave evidence. Although 5 years have passed, according to current technology, it is possible to detect the component of dichlorvos in the bones. Because you didn't want to take care of your biological father, you chose to kill him. God is watching you, and the law will not let anyone escape. It can be seen that after Ye Xiaoda finished speaking, the two men's legs were trembling as they walked into the house. Song Wei turned around tremblingly and said, You! What on earth do you want to do? Sell the homestead to me for 200,000. I won't treat you unfairly. Just pretend I don't know about this. Okay. But you have to give me your evidence. You have no choice. Besides, I made many copies of the recording. How many copies do you want? On the same day, Song Wei and Ye Xiaoda completed the transfer procedures for the homestead and moved all the valuables out of their home overnight. It is said that he went to join his son. This shocked the whole village. Naturally, Ye Xiaoda would not let this family go so easily. Both his son and daughter actually know about this matter, and it's not a good thing. Intelligent Brain, in a few days, caused some trouble to his son's business. Have someone investigate him. Within a month, bankrupt his family. Also, put a few pictures of Mr. Song San smiling in Song Wei and Susan's phones. When they are watching videos or chatting with people, suddenly flash these pictures. Especially at night, when they turn off the lights and lie in bed playing with their phones. Can you do it? After receiving a positive response from the intelligent computer, Ye Xiaoda smiled frivolously. It's exciting just thinking about it. When you are watching a short video, the father whom you once killed is looking at you with a smile on his face. Anyone would be scared and become autistic, and would throw their phone away. I guess he has thrown away a lot of mobile phones. However, even if you change your cell phone, you will still have that smiling father. This is the terrifying nature of intelligent brains. In the online world, he is God. With the addition of Ye Xiaoda, the sixth child, the couple will not have an easy life in the second half of their lives. Everyone in the village witnessed the Song family's extremely fast-moving speed. A family has lived here for decades, so they should have a lot of things, but the Song family moved everything in less than half a day. Not only has the homestead been transferred, but the family has also moved. Did Ye Xiaoda really buy the Song family's homestead? Of course, didn't you see they've already moved? Money makes the world go round. I wonder how much money Ye Xiaoda has wasted. It is said to be 200,000 yuan. This price is normal. But why did Song Wei agree to it? He didn't even want to give up his home and just moved out. This doesn't make sense. Didn't the tigress and his family say that they would never move away in this lifetime? How come Ye Xiaoda's visit made it happen? Young people are really amazing. After Xiaoda came back, he seemed like a different person. Why change? You're still going to die. I guess you won't live for many days. Even Su Hui and Yi Liheng at home didn't understand. Why is it that when my son goes there, he becomes so obedient? Could it be that my son has a natural charm? Anyway, they have made up their minds that Ye Xiaoda can do whatever he wants in the future. It seems that their son has never suffered any loss since returning to the village, and he is very good at everything he does. So, early the next morning, when Ye Xiaoda was about to go to the city, Su Hui and Yi Liheng did not ask any questions. It took the Alpha nearly an hour to drive around the reservoir, and its chassis was probably not in good condition. This made Ye Xiaoda more determined to build the bridge. There were a lot of things to do on this trip to the city. Of course, I must go to my eldest sister's house for lunch. Ever since the eldest sister got the key to the new house and went to see it, she has been calling Ye Xiaoda on average 10 times a day to ask her to go over. After arriving in the city, Ye Xiaoda thought about it and decided to go for a big meal first. Under the influence of his mother, he went to his eldest sister's house, where he probably also served boiled vegetables, which he really couldn't stand. This time, Ye Xiaoda chose a small restaurant that specializes in Sichuan cuisine. Although the shop was not open at 10 o'clock in the morning, the kitchen immediately became lively after Ye Xiaoda took a few big red bills. "Boss, give me the spiciest one. I've been eating so much these days that my appetite has been drained," Ye Xiaoda shouted towards the kitchen. "Young man, the hottest thing I have here is really spicy, most people can't stand it." "It's okay, boss, just the spiciest one, I can handle spicy food." "Ha, great! I didn't expect you to be so thin and eat spicy food so well." Soon, the food was served. The first dish is stir-fried liver and kidneys, which is Ye Xiaoda's favorite dish. There are also boiled pork slices and boiled fish, all of which are the spiciest. You can hardly see any meat, and it's all covered with a layer of bright red peppers. 6 dishes were served, all of them were bright red. Green vegetables? No vegetables. The only possibility is stir-fried peppers. Ye Xiaoda was sweating while eating. When the boss finished cooking, he came over and saw that Ye Xiaoda was really enjoying the meal. He also said with a smile, "I didn't expect you can really eat spicy food." "Haha, of course." It was indeed spicy. Ye Xiaoda felt a little choked after he finished speaking, and then began to cough violently. The boss quickly brought over some napkins and laughed. "Haha, I didn't expect it to be so spicy." Cough, cough, cough. After Ye Xiaoda finished coughing, he wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then the napkin instantly turned red, and even a little black. "Did you spit out all the chili?" the boss said with a smile, looking at the napkin. However, when he took a closer look, his expression instantly became extremely shocked. "Blood! This is blood!" Ye Xiaoda nodded and then spat out again. "It's just blood." After vomiting for a while, he simply pulled the trash can over and started vomiting into it. This shocked the boss. This, you can't eat spicy food, why did you let me put so much chili? Now something bad has happened. Your vomiting blood has nothing to do with me. It was you who wanted to put so much chili in it. This is not my fault. If you can't eat spicy food, don't eat it. You're vomiting blood now. I'd better call an ambulance for you. It really has nothing to do with me." As he spoke, the boss was about to cry. It started to become a bit incoherent. My goodness, the first order from the store was so delicious that the customer almost vomited blood. If someone called the police or this got out, there would be no need for me to run this shop. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ye Xiaoda continued to stretch his chopsticks towards the vegetables and the boiled pork slices. The vegetables were full of soup and tasted great and spicy. "Boss, it has nothing to do with you. I vomit blood all the time. I got used to it after a while." "Ah? Vomiting blood frequently?" "Well, I have advanced stomach cancer and I vomit blood for no reason." Seeing Ye Xiaoda still eating mouthful after mouthful, the boss panicked again. "Hey, little brother, I won't charge you for today. Please stop eating. If you want to eat, why don't you go to another place?" "It's okay, boss. Even if I die here today, it has nothing to do with you." The boss is panicking. How can it not matter to me if you eat to death? At least it's bad luck. In the end, Ye Xiaoda was kicked out, but he had almost finished eating. My stomach has started to hurt. Plus, he was vomiting blood, so he couldn't eat too much. Although the cancer cells have been controlled, we cannot show off. Ye Xiaoda could only stand up, take out a ginseng from his pocket, and eat it while saying to the boss, "Boss, it's really okay. Look, I'm vomiting blood while eating ginseng to replenish blood. It's in and out, so it's not a big problem. Brother, I beg you, please go." Chapter 66. Give another 2 million to buy furniture. After satisfying his appetite, Ye Xiaoda went to his eldest sister's house. My second sister is here too. A table full of delicious food. Not only was there no red color to be seen, there wasn't even any meat or fish. Apart from vegetables, it's just vegetables. "Xiaoda! I can't have this house. You should return it as soon as possible. It's 6 million. Use the money to do something else." said the eldest sister Ye Kailin as soon as she saw Ye Xiaoda. Sister, isn't Lin Lin going to school? That's a school district house, it's just right for you to use. You should go buy furniture and other things quickly, Ye Xiaoda said as he casually sat down and started eating grass. No. Even if we're buying a school district house, we only plan to buy a one-bedroom one. We'll just use it as a household registration. Why do we need this 200 square meter house? Sister, just live there. It's convenient for Lin Lin to go to school, and there's a parking space. The decoration is ready. You can just buy some furniture and live there. You and second sister can buy it together. Ye Xiaoda continued. I have bought all 5 floors. You can choose whichever floor you like. In addition, I have transferred 2 million yuan to your and my second sister's cards to buy furniture. The second and eldest sisters shouted at the same time. What? 2 million? Well, you guys should buy some furniture and decorate all 5 floors. Then find time to invite Mom and Dad to come and stay for a few days. No. I'll pay for the furniture, said the eldest sister. Ye Xiaoda picked up his niece on the ground and said to his eldest and second sisters, Sister, I really make money now. Second sister should know how much money I have. You can spend it as you like. When I was little, you took care of me. Now it's my turn to show my filial piety to you. After Ye Xiaoda finished speaking, the second sister Ye Mingnan said, Yes. Xiaoda is making money now, big sister, we just need to spend the money, and we will go to the best furniture market in the afternoon. Ah? Did you really make money? How much did you make? Ye Xiaoda didn't say anything, but Ye Mingnan said, Anyway, our family will never be able to spend all the flowers in this lifetime. The eldest sister still didn't believe it until Ye Xiaoda showed her the balance of his bank card. After she looked at it carefully for several minutes, she walked around the room excitedly. We've made a fortune! Our family has made a fortune! My Xiaoda has made a fortune! Ye Xiaoda also looked very happy. My eldest sister is about 10 years older than me. She supported me through high school and college. Every year, she brings back the year-end benefits from her company for Ye Xiaoda. As for the second sister, she is only 1 year older than Ye Xiaoda and has taken care of him since he was a child. When the second sister was in high school, she would save money every month to buy snacks for Ye Xiaoda. If his 2 sisters were happy, he would naturally be happy too. When you make money, isn't it time to make your family happy? By the way, big sister, I plan to build a villa in the village, what do you think? Ye Kailin, who was eating grass with Ye Xiaoda, agreed. Okay, now that you've made money, it would be perfect to build a house for your parents. They will definitely say that the current house is still habitable, but they have always envied other people's new houses. I want to build a country villa for my parents that will be one of the best in our village, and even in our county. With your current savings, this can really be done. Before coming here, I had already bought the homestead of the family behind me. Now our hill, including the small hill next to it, is ours. I plan to enclose it all and build a huge manor. The eldest and second sisters understood the scope that Ye Xiaoda was talking about. Looked at their little brother in shock. They originally thought that Ye Xiaoda was planning to build a 2-story villa in the village, but they didn't expect that his appetite was so big. Xiaoda, that large piece of land must be about 50 to 60 acres in total. Ye Xiaoda nodded. There should be, maybe more than that. How many houses do you have to build on such a large piece of land? My parents have 1 building, and the 3 of us have 1 each. We also need some garages and utility rooms, so there shouldn't be a shortage of buildings. We also have 1 set each? Yes, it's quiet this way, and we won't disturb each other. Ye Mingnan felt that he could no longer understand his younger brother's thoughts. However, the eldest sister Ye Kailin soon thought of another problem. With such a large area, the village will definitely not let you build. The requirements for building houses in the village are very strict now. This is indeed a problem, but Ye Xiaoda already has a rough plan, but he doesn't know whether it will succeed. I'll think of a way to deal with this. Big sister and second sister, go buy furniture and appliances first. If the village starts building houses, Mom and Dad will have to move to the city. The eldest and second sisters nodded quickly and went to work after dinner. As for Ye Xiaoda, he came to the city center and planned to look for Gui Qianqian. As soon as he arrived downstairs of Gui Qianqian's office building, Ye Xiaoda was surprised to find that there were many workers replacing the plaque upstairs. It used to be called Gua's Jewelry Store. Now Ye Xiaoda looked and saw 2 rows of words on the ground. One was Wenra Jewelry and the other was Space-Time Technology. Ye Xiaoda expressed his satisfaction, although he had no idea what Wenra Jewelry was. After arriving at the top floor and seeing Gui Qianqian, Ye Xiaoda collapsed on the sofa, lying like a U. Gui Qianqian, who was busy as a whirlwind, just glanced at him and then continued to work. Are you that busy? Isn't this jewelry store full of routine? Ye Xiaoda asked in a mean way. Gui Qianqian didn't even raise her head. Her tone was very bad. I'm not busy because of the jewelry store. I'm busy because of your space-time technology. Yan Dian called a lot of people. I have to arrange them, buy him equipment, and decorate the laboratory. Boss, don't talk to me now. I'm very busy. Oh, it turns out that he was busy with his own things. Ye Xiaoda suddenly became quiet, but still muttered, There are so many people in your jewelry company. Find some people to help. Thank you. I have already found everyone I can. Right now, the most idle person in this building is the big boss. Ye Xiaoda had no intention of provoking this fire jar. It's better to just play landlord honestly. Ever since I became rich, I dare to buy happy beans. Sure enough, the gaming experience for rich people is really different. You don't even need to watch ads to earn happy beans, and as for the sign-in reward of 1,000 happy beans, that's even more unnecessary. After a long time, Gui Qianqian walked towards Ye Xiaoda and asked, What do you want from me? Come and take a look. I see the name of this building has been changed. Gui Qianqian nodded. Wenra Jewelry? What the hell is this? That's my mother's name. Oh, sorry. Ye Xiaoda apologized quickly. No, actually, I should be the one who apologizes for choosing this name. You are the boss and you should have chosen the name. However, I really want to use my mother's name as my career. After saying that, Gui Qianqian looked at Ye Xiaoda seriously. What a nice name! You don't mind? Why should I mind? I see you have also prepared a name for space-time technology? Well, your technology company must have an office location. Haha, it's not mine, it's ours. I'm just working for you. Space-time technology belongs to Ye Xiaoda alone. I will be alone in the future. As for Gui Qianqian, she originally thought that Ye Xiaoda was wasting money and messing around. After all, it is not easy for a technology company to succeed. But after seeing that he had tricked Yan Dian into coming over, and after searching Yan Dian's resume, Gui Qianqian felt that Ye Xiaoda's space-time technology seemed to have unlimited potential in the future. Compared with Wenra Jewelry, it seems to have a bright future. This is also the reason why she has been working hard on space-time technology. How is Yan Dian's team doing now? Ye Xiaoda asked. His appeal is so powerful that almost 20 people from his team came today. According to Yan Dian, except for 3 people, his entire team will be here tomorrow. Okay, their lives must be arranged. After everyone is here, I will find an opportunity to treat them all to a meal. Gui Qianqian took note of this. Then, Ye Xiaoda handed his mobile phone to Gui Qianqian, which had an advertisement on it. Chapter 67. I found more than a dozen teams. After reading it, Gui Qianqian looked confused. What are you doing? What do you think of this piece of industrial land that the government wants to auction? Apart from its low price, large area and convenient transportation, there is nothing else good about it. That place should be a wasteland now, Gui Qianqian said after looking at it. It's enough that the area is large and the transportation is convenient. Go and buy this piece of land. Gui Qianqian, a proud girl who has seen big scenes, was stunned. Brother, we are buying land, not cabbage. Besides, why are you buying land? Gui Qianqian asked with a puzzled look on her face. We bought the land to build a factory, and all the Yandian team will move there. Go to that godforsaken place? Gui Qianqian, who never talks about shit or fart, even said shit. It can be seen that she has lost her composure today. No one's doing that. From now on, that place will be heaven. Heaven? Gui Qianqian didn't believe it at all. Even if you want to move their research team there, there's no need for such a large piece of land. It's about 1 million square meters. Which research team would need so much land? Subsequent solid-state battery production will also be placed there. I still think there is not enough land. Production? Let's start the research now. Isn't the research cycle of this kind of high-tech thing very long? Let's build a factory now. Gui Qianqian looked confused. She felt that she could not keep up with Ye Xiaoda's thinking. Don't worry about this. You don't understand. Go buy the land, and then I'll give you the blueprints of the factory. After the factory is completed, I'll take care of the assembly line, and you'll just be responsible for buying the equipment. Factory drawings? Assembly line? What the hell, the product isn't even started yet, isn't it too early to consider these things? Besides, don't these things have to be done by specialized companies? Why should I leave it to you? Gui Qianqian was completely confused. However, she still has the awareness of a worker. She just does whatever the boss says. As for the factory drawings and assembly line designs that Ye Xiaoda mentioned, she felt that it would take at least a year or half a year for Ye Xiaoda to find someone to make them. Before leaving, Ye Xiaoda said to Gui Qianqian, I will send you a list later. I have already sent emails to the people on the list. I have left your contact information. If they join space-time technology in the future, will you also make arrangements? Are you also working on solid-state batteries? Gui Qianqian studied the 4 words. Solid-state battery. All night last night. It's impossible that as a boss, I don't know what the people in my company are researching. When she learned about the abnormalities of solid-state batteries, Ye Xiaoda was even more speechless. In her opinion, the research cycle of this top-level technology is estimated to be more than 100 years. No, I plan to create a new team. Creating a new team? What the hell is this? The solid-state battery team has only been established for less than 3 days, and you are starting over again? Gui Qianqian's hands were shaking a little. Forming another team meant that her workload would have to double again. What kind of team are you planning to form? Gui Qianqian asked tremblingly. A solar charging team, which will use solar energy to charge in the future and then store electricity in solid-state batteries. Isn't that an ace combination? Gui Qianqian sneered. She didn't know whether he was an ace or not. She looked at the list Ye Xiaoda had just sent her. There were more than a dozen people on it. Coupled with Ye Xiaoda's last words, she was a little overwhelmed. These dozen people are all leaders. It would be best to poach their teams. You can take care of the lab and their lives. After saying this, Ye Xiaoda immediately opened the door and left. He might also be afraid that Gui Qianqian would beat her. After standing there for a moment, Gui Qianqian returned to her desk. She feels a lot of pressure. Yan Dian and his team alone are enough to keep her busy, and now there are more than a dozen teams. Won't she be exhausted to death? But at the same time, it is also full of motivation. Gui Qianqian sat up straight, took a long breath, and continued to work. She is a strong woman. If you have nothing to do, you will feel uncomfortable. Ye Xiaoda provided her with so much work, which made her feel full of motivation. And she knew that if these 2 teams produced any results, it would be epoch-making. It's just a little difficult. It's too difficult. I always feel that Ye Xiaoda is joking. But he was just joking and invited such a leading figure. Looking at the list that Ye Xiaoda just provided, it was clear that these were the national leaders in the field of solar energy. If they could really unite, they might be able to achieve some results. Once the results come out, it will be scary. Why does Ye Xiaoda go through so much trouble to rely on Gui Qianqian? Isn't he just trying to be a hands-off boss? He made an appointment with Guahai for a midnight snack. As soon as they met, Guahai complained to him. Brother De, ever since my sister went to help you, our Gua family has been in dire straits and is on the verge of collapse. Hey, don't say that. It was your Gua family who didn't want your sister. Ye Xiaoda shouted while eating skewers. That's right. I think the Gua family is finished. I don't know who spread the news that the old man is seriously ill. The news that my sister will no longer work in the Gua family has also been known. Now the stock of Gua Group has been hitting the limit down for 3 consecutive days. My father and his family are almost going crazy. Go crazy if you want, you will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Ye Xiaoda has no good feelings towards other members of the Gua family. De Ge, he's my dad after all. You should persuade your father to get out of this quagmire as soon as possible. I think the Gua family will be finished sooner or later. Oh, there's nothing I can do. While eating, Ye Xiaoda asked, Do you know any country villa designers? What is that? I want to build a villa in the village and I want to find someone to design it, a top designer. Guahai looked at Ye Xiaoda strangely, as if he was looking at a fool. Why are you looking at me like that? Brother De, my sister is the best designer. She studied design in college and joined the world's top design firm after graduation. Designing a country villa is not too easy for her. Didn't she study business administration? How can she manage a company so well? Guahai said casually. Trash is trash, no matter what they do, they are trash, like me. Genius is genius, no matter what they do, they are great, like my sister. Ye Xiaoda thought for a moment and said, What you said seems to make sense. After eating the skewers, Guahai, who was originally planning to pay the bill, enjoyed the free bill treatment for the first time. Because after Ye Xiaoda finished eating, he vomited. As he vomited, blood came out and the trash can turned red. He was bending over and vomiting, looking like he was about to cough to death. After all, there are still cancer cells in the stomach, and it is natural that I can't bear to suddenly eat such meaty food for a while. This isn't the first time either. When the boss saw that the guy was vomiting blood while eating, he didn't dare to charge him. Just like that, Guahai was exempted from the bill. Guahai supported Ye Xiaoda, patted his back, and asked nervously, Brother De, are you okay? It's okay, but if you keep filming like this, I might get into trouble. Oh! Guahai stopped immediately. Brother De, how about your body? I haven't recovered yet. If I eat too much meat, I'll vomit blood. If I eat light food, it's fine. Then why did you let me take you to barbecue? It's nothing. You'll get used to it after vomiting for a while. Anyway, I have ginseng, so I can make up for it immediately. After saying that, Ye Xiaoda took out a wild ginseng that was probably 500 or 600 years old, and started chewing it. Brother De, let's not eat meat anymore. It's not good for us. How is there no benefit? Isn't today's meal wasted? Ye Xiaoda said seriously. After saying that, he muttered, I'm going to vomit anyway, so I might as well vomit after eating, and I can still get a free meal. Guahai looked at the hunched, extremely thin billionaire in front of him, and couldn't understand why he was so stingy. Chapter 68: Buying a Refrigerator and Meeting First Love. At night, we naturally stayed in the 5-star presidential suite. Save where you can and spend where you can. Lying alone in a bathtub more than 2 meters wide, Ye Xiaoda took out his cell phone and sent a message to Gui Qianqian. Ms. Qianqian, I heard you are a top designer. I want to build a villa in the village. Do you have time to help design it? After sending it, he received a reply immediately. I don't have time. I'm still working overtime now. Ye Xiaoda was confused. It's already 10 o'clock? Gui Qianqian is still working overtime. Is it a bit inhumane for me to be such a boss? After a while, Gui Qianqian sent another message. I know a designer who specializes in designing manners. I will ask him to contact you. Seeing this, Ye Xiaoda smiled slightly. Isn't that settled? Then he picked up the toilet paper next to him, turned on the large TV opposite the bathtub, and projected a movie on it. It just feels different in the bathtub. I just ate too much ginseng and need to relax. The next day, Ye Xiaoda did not return to the village. Because the top designer that Gui Qianqian found will come to Xiangqing tomorrow, Ye Xiaoda will take people directly back to the village. There was nothing to do that day, so he simply went to buy furniture and appliances for his elder and second sisters. A day passed, and the eldest and second sisters went shopping in the mall for a day. What they bought was 2 rice cookers, one large and one small. There are only 2 rice cookers in a 5-story house. According to my eldest sister, although there are many houses, there are only a few people living in them and they definitely eat together, so there is no need to buy a rice cooker for every house. If there are many people, use a large one. If there are few people, use a small one. Ye Xiaoda instantly felt that it made sense. But at the rate they buy things, they won't be able to move into this house, let alone this year, or even next year. Just to buy an electric rice cooker, I compared products in 3 or 4 shopping malls and searched online for a long time before I finally picked out 2 with high cost performance. If you have enough money, efficiency will naturally improve. Ye Xiaoda came to the most high-end home appliance and furniture mall in Xiangqing. Half of the brands here are from abroad. The brands that Ye Xiaoda had often heard of in the past could not be found here. The 5-story building is like a huge shopping mall. There is even an arc-shaped front desk on the first floor. The ladies inside are dressed the same as those in the sales office. The black silk is still good. Ye Xiaoda was lying on the front desk, looking down. "Hello, may I ask, which floor is higher on?" In Ye Xiaoda's opinion, when it comes to refrigerators, he should buy higher. Famous brand. With his hands crossed on his abdomen, he looked respectful. However, after Ye Xiaoda asked, the girl at the front desk smiled and said, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have the higher brand in our mall." "What the hell? Higher doesn't even have it?" Ye Xiaoda asked seriously. "Yes, the worst refrigerator in our mall is Shimenzi, and they are all imported. Other brands are all imported. You probably haven't heard of them. As for higher, we definitely don't have it." My goodness, this girl with black stockings, who looks to be in her early 20s, sounds very polite, but the contempt in her eyes is not concealed at all. Ye Xiaoda was also confused. "My goodness, higher doesn't have it either, so I don't know where to buy anything else." Seeing Ye Xiaoda's tangled expression, the girl at the front desk suggested politely, "You came here by car, right?" Ye Xiaoda nodded. Long E and Long Air were in the parking lot. "Parking here is very expensive. You'd better leave as soon as possible. 1 kilometer to the north, there is a place where ordinary people buy electrical appliances. You can go there." He kept calling me, "you," but he looked very impatient, and even his eyes rolled back. Ye Xiaoda felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing this. "Since you are not polite, it seems that I don't need to be polite either. You look down on people. Just wait, you will get into trouble." After saying this, Ye Xiaoda turned around and walked into the mall. The girl at the front desk looked at Ye Xiaoda's back as he left and sneered. "He can barely walk and look sick, yet he still wants to buy something here. I don't think he can even afford the cheapest rice cooker." Ye Xiaoda really doesn't plan to buy an electric rice cooker. "My eldest sister has already bought it. Although I am not short of money, I am determined not to waste it." As soon as he entered the refrigerator area on the first floor, Ye Xiaoda's titanium dog eyes were blinded by the dazzle. There was a row of shops, but Ye Xiaoda didn't recognize any of the shop names. He even saw Arabic words on it. Are Arab refrigerators very useful? It's possible, after all, it seems quite hot there. Ye Xiaoda randomly chose one and walked in. There were only 2 shopping guides in the room, but after seeing Ye Xiaoda's outfit, either of them came up to talk to him. Ye Xiaoda likes comfortable clothes. In October, Xiangqing is still very hot, so he always wears shorts and shorts, all sportswear, even shoes. Many of the other people who came here even wore suits in the middle of summer. No wonder no one paid attention to Ye Xiaoda even when he entered the store. With a sneer, Ye Xiaoda shook his head and left. If others ignore you, there is no need to get close to them. Entering another store, I saw a man and a woman already buying things, and a shopping guide was introducing the products enthusiastically. After hearing that someone else had entered the store, the shopping guide and the fashionably dressed man and woman all turned around. "Ye Xiaoda? Is it you?" When Ye Xiaoda saw the person who turned around, he actually recognized him, and the woman among them was someone who left a deep impression on him. She had a small round face, big eyes and a thin body. Back then, she loved to laugh and was very pretty. These 2 people are Ye Xiaoda's high school classmates. The woman was even Ye Xiaoda's secret crush back then. After graduating from high school, he confessed his love to her, but failed. The reason given is that they want to be a good match. This is also the reason why Ye Xiaoda was addicted to games for an entire year during his freshman year. It was that year that he was almost expelled from school. In the end, it was another woman who made him start his college life over again. As for this man, Ye Xiaoda naturally knew him. He was his classmate in high school. However, he is considered a rich second generation. He has the worst grades in Ye Xiaoda's class, but his family is the richest. They are naturally in 2 factions, along with Ye Xiaoda, who has the best grades. They look down on each other. When he saw that it was Ye Xiaoda who entered the store, Gu Tianyi suddenly put his hand on Su Leilei's shoulder, and Su Lei also cooperated and snuggled in his arms. It's impossible not to feel heartbroken after seeing this scene. After all, Su Lei was his first love, and that was also a beautiful memory. Now, this memory is like feeding pigs. Ye Xiaoda also walked over slowly, without even looking at Gu Tianyi, and just said to Su Lei, "Long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time." When Gu Tianyi saw that Ye Xiaoda didn't even look at him, he took a step forward and pushed him with his left hand, which almost made Ye Xiaoda fall to the ground. Because they were in a shopping mall, and in Xia, Ye Xiaoda did not bring Long Yi and Long Air with him. They were all waiting in the parking lot. As soon as those two people come in, they will probably attract everyone's attention. "Hey, what's the matter, Ye Xiaoda? Weren't you the basketball star in our class before? How come your health has become so bad now?" Seeing Ye Xiaoda stagger, Gu Tianyi laughed happily. "Oh, I forgot. I heard you had cancer? Or advanced stomach cancer?" All of Ye Xiaoda's classmates and friends knew the news. Perhaps he felt that the blow was not strong enough, so Gu Tianyi said to Ye Xiaoda again, "Since you have already returned to Xiangqing, remember to come to my and Lei's wedding. Of course, the premise is that you can still live until next month." "Wedding?" Ye Xiaoda turned his gaze to Su Lei. Su Lei's eyes were a little evasive, but maybe she had thought it through completely. She suddenly looked at Ye Xiaoda firmly and said, "Well, I'm going to marry Tianyi next month. His parents have already bought us a wedding house in Tianjin community, more than 100 square meters, worth more than 3 million. I came out here today just to buy a refrigerator with him." "Oh, so this is what you call a perfect match." At this moment, Ye Xiaoda felt relieved. "I suddenly felt that my freshman year was wasted and my head was filled with shit." Chapter 69. This is well installed. When Gu Tian heard Su Lei say this, and then looked at Ye Xiaoda's shaky body and his current mood, he felt very happy. "I felt like all the anger I endured in high school was paid back in an instant. It's not enough to just make back the money, we must win a little more to make Ye Xiaoda feel even worse." In high school, these two fought fiercely. The reason why Gu Tianyi wanted to marry Su Lei was more or less because of Ye Xiaoda's intention. "You see, the woman that your enemy had a crush on has now become your woman. How exciting is that? At night, maybe we can let Su Lei call Ye Xiaoda's name to add some interest." Back then, no matter how well you studied or how good your college entrance exam scores were, it was useless. Lei wouldn't follow you. Besides, you've only made a few years since you graduated. Let alone buying a house, you don't even have a car. I have a car. I'm so lucky that Lei didn't choose you. Otherwise, I don't know where I'd be hiding with you and suffering. It's fine to suffer, but I've become a widow. How can I seek justice for this? Look, you can't even afford a refrigerator here. I don't know why you came here. Are you here to use the air conditioning?" Gu Tianyi was extremely happy after he finished speaking. The shopping guide was an understanding person. Seeing how excited Gu Tianyi was, she knew it was time for her to make a move. She pointed to the most expensive refrigerator in the store and said, "Sir, you look young and promising. This is our Diamond Series refrigerator. Only a refrigerator like this is suitable for you." Sensible. Very sensible. Gu Tianyi glanced at the shopping guide with an admiring look, and then shouted confidently, "How much is this one? I'll buy one and put some fruit in it for Lei." The shopping guide quickly said, "This is our latest series, and the price of one is 388,000. What? A refrigerator sells for more than 300,000? Gu Tian was stunned. Not only was he stunned, Su Lei also didn't react for a while, but after looking at the refrigerator for a while, she pulled Gu Tianyi and said coquettishly, "Tianyi, this refrigerator is really good, let's buy this one." 380,000 for a refrigerator, which made Gu Tianyi obviously a little unhappy, but he still said stubbornly, "This price is okay, but I don't like this color very much." "Oh, do I like it?" Su Lei continued to act coquettishly. Gu Tianyi wanted to slap Su Lei, who was shaking his right hand, and throw her away. Seeing some hope, the shopping guide at the side also said quickly, "This price is very cheap for you." "That's true, but more than 300,000 yuan is something that other people can't earn in a year. Even graduates from prestigious universities can't earn that much in a year, right, Ye Xiaoda?" Ye Xiaoda said speechlessly. Yes, yes, yes. I can't even make this much money in a year. This money is just a drop in the bucket for you. Since Sulele likes it, you should buy it quickly. After saying that, Ye Xiaoda looked at him with a sneer on his face. The shopping guide, Sulele, and even two couples passing by, all looked at Gu Tianyi with interest. Gu Tianyi was in a dilemma. If he didn't buy it, it seemed like he had no choice, but if he did buy it, it was still too expensive. He spent more than 300,000 yuan to buy a refrigerator, and he would be scolded to death when he got home. However, his brain was still working well and he quickly came up with a good idea. Buy! I'll buy this refrigerator! After saying that, Gu Tianyi looked at Sulele with a loving face. Sulele also cooperated very well and kissed him directly. Hubby, you are so good to me. You are willing to spend more than 300,000 to buy me a refrigerator. This woman is a little too enthusiastic, but if I go back home tonight and take some medicine, I should be able to convince her to return the refrigerator directly. The shopping guide said excitedly. Please pay a deposit of 100,000 first, and I will have someone prepare it. Because it is purely imported, we will not return or exchange it. Even if you don't want the refrigerator, we will not refund the deposit. What the hell? Deposit is non-refundable? Gu Tianyi felt like cursing. Do I really have to spend more than 300,000 yuan to buy a refrigerator? That guy is just a complete fool. So you don't want the deposit of 100,000? This is even worse. $100,000 is wasted for no reason. This is definitely stupider. Gu Tianyi's brain was working rapidly, and soon he thought of another idea. Oh, Lele, I forgot, my dad told me before that we can't buy anything from Eagle Country at home. This is our family motto. You know, my grandfather participated in that war, and he hated Eagle Country people the most. When Sulele heard this, she instantly felt unhappy. Ye Xiaoda pointed to the instructions on the refrigerator and said, Boss Gu, this refrigerator is not from Eagle Country. Of course not, there's an eagle on it. Well, this refrigerator comes from the country where the sun never sets. They also use eagle language in their country. At this point, Gu Tianyi was a little furious and shouted directly. It's none of your business. I just don't like this refrigerator, okay? I don't think you can afford it, Ye Xiaoda said lightly. When it comes to pretending, he has never lost. You can afford it. Go ahead and buy it. Your fucking bank account can't even afford any refrigerator here. Gu Tianyi sneered. When it comes to money, he feels that Ye Xiaoda is no match for him. After all, when he was in high school, Ye Xiaoda was a poor household, and he was also a small rich second generation. After Gu Tianyi finished speaking, he pulled Sulele and wanted to leave. When they reached the door, Ye Xiaoda took out a bank card from his wallet and said to the salesperson, Just this refrigerator, give me 5 directly, no password. Hearing this, the shopping guide was confused. In my more than 10 years in this business, I have never seen anyone buy 5 refrigerators at one time, and each refrigerator costs more than 300,000 yuan, which adds up to nearly 2 million yuan. You can buy a nice house in Xiangqing, but now you use the money to buy a refrigerator. Who would believe this? Sure enough, Gu Tianyi, who had already walked to the door, was the first one who did not believe it. He turned around and sneered at Ye Xiaoda. You're still the same as in high school, you like to brag. But can you brag about something more normal? You're also buying 5 refrigerators. Can you afford it? $2 million, you won't have that much money in your lifetime. My lady, don't listen to his nonsense. He has more than 100,000 yuan in his card. I will eat up the card. Don't make a wasted trip. Besides, my classmate is now in the advanced stage of stomach cancer. Maybe the cancer cells have spread to his brain, which is why he is just talking nonsense. Just treat it as a joke. Everyone in the room looked at Ye Xiaoda. Everyone also felt that what Gu Tianyi said seemed credible. The cancer cells must have metastasized to the brain, otherwise this frail young man would not have said such nonsense as buying 5 refrigerators. Seeing that the shopping guide was about to return the bank card to him, Ye Xiaoda smiled and said, Go and try it. I should be able to give you a surprise. Seeing Ye Xiaoda's serious look, the shopping guide had no choice but to ask. The cashier was next door anyway, so why not go and ask? Gu Tianyi didn't leave, but stayed at the door, looking at Ye Xiaoda and said, Wait until she comes back and tells everyone that you don't have a dime in your card. Then I'll see how you explain it. Ye Xiaoda ignored him and went straight to the refrigerator. I have to say, this refrigerator that costs more than 300,000 yuan is really different. It can even play recipes on the door, which is quite magical. After a while, the shopping guide came back. He ran back directly. Wearing high heels, she trotted back to the store, and then returned the bank card to Ye Xiaoda with both hands with a respectful look on her face. Sir, the total amount charged to you is 1.8 million. Please keep the card. Ye Xiaoda calmly put the card away. Gu Tianyi at the door was in disbelief and shouted, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You must be mistaken. How could Ye Xiaoda have so much money? Ye Xiaoda frowned and said to the shopping guide, Is this the purchasing environment in your store? You put in all kinds of cats and dogs. The shopping guide understood, and hurried to the door and said to Gu Tianyi rudely, Sir, please don't make loud noises in front of our store, otherwise I have the right to ask the security guard to kick you out. You dare! You can try! In the end, Gu Tianyi could only flee in anger under Su Leilei's pull. Before leaving, he left a message. Ye Xiaoda must have sold everything he had to come up with this money just to save face. In response, Ye Xiaoda just sneered. Chapter 70, Weird Trading Partner. The refrigerator is done. When Ye Xiaoda left the refrigerator store, he said, How come the receptionist at your mall is so rude today? He almost chased me away. Can you help me file a complaint? The shopping guide said quickly, Of course. We will help you to file your complaint. Okay. Send the refrigerator as soon as possible. Okay. Don't worry. The shopping guide stood at the door, bent over and respectfully saw Ye Xiaoda off. Next, the TV. He randomly entered any store, and 5 minutes later, Ye Xiaoda was respectfully escorted out. Of course, before I come out, I have to say something bad about the girl at the front desk. 5 minutes later, the washing machine was done. Another 5 minutes and all the small appliances were ready. Second floor. It took half an hour to get all the sofas, coffee tables and other furniture done. Another half an hour and all the beds and mattresses were ready. In less than one morning, Ye Xiaoda walked from the first floor to the 5th floor. As long as it's not duplicated, I'll buy it when I see it. No matter whether it is useful or not, just buy it first. In this shopping mall, Ye Xiaoda spent more than 10 million. When he left, the manager of the mall came out to see him off. Of course, Ye Xiaoda also told the manager the truth about the girl at the front desk. What awaits my little sister is probably that she will never have to work again in her life. During this half-day, Ye Xiaoda has left a legend in this top shopping mall in Xiangqing. He spent 10 million just to buy some furniture and appliances. This had never happened before. Having nothing to do in the afternoon, Ye Xiaoda stayed in the hotel. It was not until the evening that he got up from the bed in high spirits. Then he closed all the doors, called Long Yi and Long Air over, and then opened the super time and space trading platform. Today is the trading time once every 7 days. This time, Ye Xiaoda chose to randomly match the transaction partner. Xiongheng doesn't have what he needs for the moment. As for Bai Bing, he always feels that there is something wrong with this woman, and he shouldn't keep in touch with her too much. When Ye Xiaoda began to randomly match his trading partners, changes soon occurred in the entire snow-white space. At the other end of the table, on top of a stool, a cloud of black smoke with a hint of gray suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It looks extremely weird. Before Ye Xiaoda could react, the black smoke had already swept towards him, and on the way, the black smoke had formed the shape of a skull. There was even a sound coming from that bloody mouth. Ye Xiaoda didn't understand at all, he was just filled with fear from the bottom of his heart. The black smoke rushed over rapidly, and Ye Xiaoda collapsed directly into the chair. It was not until the black skull was less than a centimeter away from him that it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Although blocked, the black smoke still did not give up and continued to grin hoarsely at Ye Xiaoda. Less than a centimeter away, a black skeleton was grinning hoarsely at him, and Ye Xiaoda was frightened instantly. The chair flipped over and Ye Xiaoda fell to the ground. He struggled to get up and then directly exited the super time and space trading platform. After returning to the hotel room, Ye Xiaoda lay down on the bed, his back wet with cold sweat. After several deep breaths, he slowly reacted. My goodness, not only did I get nothing from this transaction, I also wasted 7 days and got a big shock. Moreover, the black smoke was blocked by the platform when it was 1 centimeter away. It was not known whether it was because the platform was not capable enough or if it was intended to scare him. Either way, it's not good news. It took a long time for Ye Xiaoda to react. I didn't even have the mood to go out for a midnight snack. I just lay in bed, groggy for a long time before I fell asleep. This random matching of trading partners is indeed not a good thing. What he didn't know was that most random transactions would end up like this. People like him who first encountered Xionghen, and then by Bing, were really lucky. This world is boundless, desolate, cold and weird, and it is always the protagonist. Before falling asleep, he finally figured it out. No matter what, the entire super time and space trading platform will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages to me. At least, I'm still alive. If there were no platform, Ye Xiaoda's grave would probably be covered with half-meter-high weeds. Now not only am I still alive, I also have money. I can afford refrigerators worth more than 300,000 yuan, and I buy 5 at a time. All of this was brought to him by this platform. Therefore, no matter what other risks this platform has, trading must continue. The next day, Ye Xiaoda came to the airport and picked up 3 people. There was 1 man and 2 women, all of them were very beautiful, and the women were even wearing high heels. He also brought 2 large boxes of instruments. You must be Mr. Ye Xiaoda, right? Jason asked us to measure your house, said one of the women. Ye Xiaoda nodded quickly, but was a little confused. Jason, is it? Jason is our boss and the top designer in our design studio. He is quite busy, so he asked us to measure your size and he will do the design himself. Ye Xiaoda knew. This Jason should be the one found for him by Guiqianqian. Who cares? As long as it's awesome, that's fine. After getting in the car, the woman kept chattering. Mr. Yi, you are really amazing. I don't know what path you took to get our boss to design it for you personally. You know, our boss hasn't designed a garden for a private person for a long time. Last time, it seemed to be designed for a foreign politician. But this time, he just received a phone call and asked us to go on a business trip that day, send the measurement data to him tonight, and then start designing overnight. This has basically never happened before. Ye Xiaoda was also confused. He didn't know any Jason. A good friend of mine happened to know Mr. Jason, so I asked her to help me. Oh, then it seems that your friend must be very important to our boss. When the car returned to the village and the 2 women got out of the car, they instantly lost confidence in their high heels. They have been complaining for a long time along the way, saying that the road is really bad. Once you get off the ground, it becomes even more difficult to walk, let alone measure so many things. There was no other choice. Ye Xiaoda had to go home and get 2 pairs of sneakers from his mother. Soon, the 3 of them began to measure. When he learned about Ye Xiaoda's plan, he was also shocked. Mr. Yi, are you sure your manor is going to be this big? Ye Xiaoda nodded. These are 2 hills. Right. Okay, let's measure it. When it comes to measurement, of course, it's not 2 beautiful women taking a ruler to measure. They just take out a drone from the toolbox and throw it out. The most important thing is some inquiries about Ye Xiaoda's needs. Actually, I don't have much demand. It means there are mountains and water, and the total house needs to be 4. One is for the elderly to live in, which needs to be convenient, and the other is for the young people to live in. My 3 siblings each have a house, and this one can be a little more modern. The house must have floor heating, this is my only requirement. We can get close to the reservoir here, but we need to leave a way out. The 3 designers didn't understand this design. Mr. Yi, your house is already at the innermost part of the reservoir. It's fine to live close to the reservoir, and it's better and more comfortable. But leaving a road is useless. If you leave a road, it will be a bit difficult to design. Originally, we could have had the mountain on one side and the water on the other, but now we need to leave a path, so it's a bit troublesome on the side close to the water. Haha, that depends on your skills. Just leave a 2-way street. None of the 3 designers understood, but Ye Xiaoda had already cast his gaze towards a cliff not far away. The distance is less than 100 meters, and the highway exit is not far from the cliff. Bridge is required. After all, I'm not short of money. Chapter 71. The house died before it was built? What is a good designer? Ye Xiaoda didn't say a few words and the three designers left. I didn't keep asking there. Today's designers won't dare to start designing without communicating with you for half a day. Although she is called a designer, in fact most of her ideas are your own, and she is only responsible for drawing pictures for you. Unlike these three people, after measuring, they asked some specific requirements and left directly. As for the details, I didn't ask at all. Just tell Ye Xiaoda that 3 sets of plans will be put forward in 3 days. You can give some suggestions after the plans are put forward, and then the formal plan will be put forward in 7 days. When a drone flew over Ye Xiaoda's home, the villagers began to slowly gather near Ye Xiaoda's home. This thing is extremely rare in the village. No need to spray pesticides. After all, Beishan village is a mountainous area, and the fields here are very small. There is no need for drones at all. When they heard that Ye Xiaoda was measuring his own residential land and planned to build a villa in the village, more people came. As soon as the crowd saw the range that Ye Xiaoda was measuring, they became lively. Those who were envious, disbelieving, and jealous, one after another, started discussing it right in front of Ye Xiaoda's house. As a result, Suvui had to serve tea and water to people. Forget about serving tea and water, you still have to ask for help. If they keep cursing, then we won't give it to them, for example, Lu Baonan's family. Why are you showing off? A house this big would cost at least several million. Does he have that money? Lu Baonan said with disdain. He always felt that Ye Xiaoda had started to act pretentiously since he came back. Whether it's selling ginseng or renting a reservoir, they are all showing off. Today it's even more excessive. Building a house is understandable, but isn't the scope of your house too large? Let's just go to the 2 hills. I guess there is money, otherwise how could we start measuring? And wasn't the homestead of the family behind also bought by his family? Speaking of this, I am still wondering why his homestead was sold so quickly. I still can't figure it out. I guess Ye Xiaoda paid a high price. But the foundation of this house is so large, there's no way the village will approve it. Absolutely impossible. It's impossible for such a large place to be approved no matter where it is. Then his homestead would be wasted. That's not the case. You can use it to plant some fruit trees or something. Buying someone else's residential land, at a high price, and using it to plant fruit trees? The Yi family is crazy. They didn't know whether the Yi family was crazy or not, but Su Hui and Yi Lihing were obviously going crazy. After everyone left, the Yi family held a family meeting. Son, can you discuss this with us first before you do it? This is too fast. Why did they come to measure today? Isn't building a house a big deal? And for a foundation this large, did you go to the village to get approval? Ye Xiaoda shook his head. Then you should find someone to design it now. I guess the design fee has already cost a lot. What if they don't allow us to build it? The design fee is wasted. Besides, didn't you buy a house in the city? There's no need for your villa to be so big. You are too anxious. How can you not be anxious? Ye Xiaoda has his own plans. There are only a few months left until the Chinese New Year. After the Chinese New Year, it will be my father's 70th birthday. When the time comes, he plans to hold a big event. It will shock the world then. Both in terms of scale and guests, it was far larger than his second uncle's birthday celebration. It's not that I like comparison, it's that I like the feeling of being envied. Not long ago, when my second uncle celebrated his birthday, it was very lively and it was obvious that whether it was Yi Liheng, Su Hui, or even my second sister, they were all extremely envious. Now that I have the ability, I must make it more lively. Before holding the banquet, the new house must be ready, otherwise there won't be enough space for the table. What's more, you can hold the banquet for the new house and your father's birthday together, which will be double the joy. So, time is very urgent. Dad, Mom, let me go to the village to ask first, Ye Xiaoda said. Yi Liheng was helpless and shook his head. Then he carried out a box of Chinese medicine from the house and handed it to Ye Xiaoda. Take this with you, and give it away when necessary. Ye Xiaoda also nodded. These days, it's hard to get things done without something. Half an hour later, Ye Xiaoda came out from the village chief, who asked him to go to the town for approval. His matter is a bit big, and he can't approve it. Then Huazi was half gone. After going to the town, Huazi was gone. 2 people came from the town and returned to Beishan village with Ye Xiaoda. When he saw the specific scope where Ye Xiaoda wanted to build the house, he also had a headache. Young man, your house seems a little too big. It definitely doesn't meet the requirements. Ye Xiaoda didn't say anything. He invited the 2 into the house. After a friendly conversation, they said together, "Let's think of a way to see if it works." Good. Sure enough, some things are omnipotent. The 2 had just left Ye Xiaoda's house and were walking on the road thinking of a solution when they arrived at Lu Baonan's door. Lu Baonan naturally knew these 2 people. He didn't say hello, he just kept talking to himself, and his voice was quite loud. Humph! There are strict standards for building houses in the village. Let's see who dares. Anyway, I'm in the village every day. When Ye Xiaoda starts building the house, I'll broadcast it live to people all over the world, so that everyone can see how big the house built by the rich in the village is. What a waste of land. How much do you take policy lightly? Let me see who dares to criticize him. My brother-in-law is the county magistrate of the next county. I will call him and tell him about this later. These days, it's not easy to get a red envelope, but it's easy to get in. Naturally, all the 2 people in the town heard it, and Lu Baonan was speaking to them. After saying this, both of them had shaking legs. After looking at each other, he ran back to Ye Xiaoda's house. As soon as he saw Ye Xiaoda, he threw the 2 black bags back to him, turned around and ran away again. Not a single unnecessary word. This made Ye Xiaoda look confused. Carrying the heavy bag, Ye Xiaoda went to the town again, but it was useless, as no one would even see him. The only staff member I saw was also very businesslike. After asking about the population composition and household registration of Ye Xiaoda's family, he said in an official manner, "You can only build 3 rooms in your house, and it must be a single floor." This? Why? Because there are only 2 of you and your household registration is still in the village. What if there's one more person? Then it can be 2 floors. Ye Xiaoda was also a little speechless. I am building a house on my own homestead, what do you care how big I build? I just like to live in one and throw away one, so what? This is the idea, but the fact is that if you don't get the approval and the commencement certificate, no one will dare to start building a house for you. Even if construction begins, it will be pushed down by excavators in minutes. The village doesn't work, and the town ignores it. There is nothing that can be delivered. Ye Xiaoda suddenly felt that he had reached a dead end. Chapter 72, Not Enough Connections. When Ye Xiaoda returned to the village entrance, Lu Baonan was already waiting there. He had to discuss Ye Xiaoda. There were also many elderly men and women waiting together. It was obvious that Lu Baonan had already told everyone in the village everything. Let me tell you, looking at Ye Xiaoda's expression, I guess it wasn't done. Seeing Ye Xiaoda's sad face, Lu Baonan became completely excited. The old man and woman beside them also looked in agreement. Just build a house, don't make it special. That's right. If everyone builds houses like you, then all the land in our village will be used as houses, right? Xiaoda, let's follow the policy, otherwise it will be easy to get into trouble. Young people, it's good to have some money and it's also good to have dreams, but you have to be realistic and don't daydream. Xiaoda, 3 bungalows are enough for your parents to live in. Why don't you buy a house in the city? You are still young, you should go to the city and work harder. Why do you stay in the village with us old guys every day? Many people were trying to persuade Ye Xiaoda, some with good intentions and some just out to watch the fun. Humph! Any house you buy in the city must be fake. At most, it's just a small 2-bedroom apartment. Besides, even if it's a villa in the city, it's not as comfortable as one in the village. Indeed, Lu Baonan is right. Ye Xiaoda thought so too. The villa in the village is the most comfortable. When they returned home, Su Hui and Yi Liheng were also worried. Building houses in the village is naturally a good thing, but now, it seems to be in trouble. Su Hui suddenly said, Xiaoda, otherwise, let's build the house according to the requirements. Ye Xiaoda shook his head and said, Mom, we only allowed to build 3 rooms. When my elder sister comes back, we won't have enough space to live in. Then why not just not build it? The house now has 2 floors, which is enough for you 3 siblings, but it's a little old. That's not a little older at all. This house is older than Ye Xiaoda. When living here in winter, the wind inside is stronger than outside, and the windows are whistling. When I lie on the bed, my hair will fly off, it feels so good. The house must be built, and it must be big enough. Yi Liheng suddenly thought of a solution. Xiaoda, your household registration is not in the village now. If you move your household registration back, can we build an extra floor? Ye Xiaoda nodded. Su Hui's eyes suddenly lit up. That's fine. Since you've resigned, you can just move your hookah back. We can build a 2-story building. It doesn't matter if each room is bigger. They don't have any requirements on the size of the house anyway. Su Hui and Yi Liheng hit it off immediately, and were already thinking about how to design the new house. Only Ye Xiaoda was still unwilling to give in. He likes to have his own independent space in this beautiful village. There will definitely be all kinds of good things appearing on the subsequent supertime and space trading platform, so he needs a secret place. Dad, if I go find my eldest brother-in-law, is there still any hope? Ye Xiaoda asked. Yi Liheng thought for a moment and said, Your brother-in-law is very capable and has been working in the village. If anyone has a solution, it's him. You can go ask him. Ye Xiaoda's elder brother-in-law is the eldest son-in-law of his second uncle's family next door. Because he is the oldest in the entire Yi family, he is called the eldest brother-in-law. That afternoon, Ye Xiaoda took some gifts and drove with Yi Liheng to his eldest brother-in-law's house not far away. It's not far away. Although it's not a town, they are all around the reservoir and are just very close to the highway exit. The location is much better and the nature is much richer. As soon as he saw Yi Liheng and Ye Xiaoda, the eldest brother-in-law happily invited them into the new house which had just been built less than a year ago. My new house has been built, Xiaoda. You haven't been here yet, I'll take you to have a look around. Ye Xiaoda had no choice but to follow his brother-in-law and take a look around. It is also a good opportunity to see what the layout of the villas in the village is like. The first floor is basically the living room and dining room. There are 2 bathrooms alone. I also built an audio-visual room. Come in and take a look. Ye Xiaoda quickly entered a dark room. On one side was a large TV, and on the other side was a sofa, and that was it. The second floor is the bedroom. Each room is a suite with a bathroom. I have 6 bathrooms in this house alone. After viewing the house, my brother-in-law boasted, I dare say that this house of mine is one of the best in our county. It costs more than 1 million. After proudly introducing the house, the eldest brother-in-law entertained Yi Liheng and his son in the living room. Xiaoda, you look pretty good. Ye Xiaoda nodded quickly. It's okay, it's okay. Haha, sit down quickly. After sitting down and exchanging pleasantries, Ye Xiaoda also got down to business. Brother-in-law, I want to build a house for my parents in the village. Before Ye Xiaoda finished speaking, his brother-in-law waved his hand and said, I see. You came here today to ask about the approval, right? Ye Xiaoda nodded quickly. According to the population of your family, it should be a 1-story house with 3 small rooms, right? Yeah, it's a little too small. This is easy. I'll go and say hello to you. It shouldn't be a problem for you to build a 2-story villa, the eldest brother-in-law said confidently. Then he looked at Ye Xiaoda with pride, and his expression was, What do you think? Your brother-in-law is awesome. Yi Liheng said quickly, Great, great. This way, there is no need to transfer Xiaoda's household registration back. Wenjun, you are really awesome. Uncle, this is what we should do. Ye Xiaoda at the side interrupted and asked, Brother-in-law, actually, I want to build a bigger house. A bigger house? Talk to my brother-in-law. I can help you get a bigger one. When Ye Xiaoda said that the house he wanted to build would include 2 hills and would have 4 independent villas, his elder brother-in-law, who was smoking, almost let his index and middle fingers fall off the cigarette, trembling slightly there. This is considered very calm. Yi Liheng was standing by. Although he had known his son's construction plan for a long time, at this moment, He still couldn't help but cover his forehead and take a deep breath. Putting down the cigarette, the eldest brother-in-law glanced at Ye Xiaoda and asked seriously, "Why do you want to build such a big house? 4 main buildings, plus some ancillary buildings, let alone whether it can be approved. Even if it can be approved, do you have so much money?" "Brother-in-law, money is definitely not a problem." My brother-in-law was stunned. "I also sponsored some of your college tuition. Are you so rich now? The point is, you built so many houses, but there aren't that many people living in your home." "Brother-in-law, I just want one set for each of us, so it's quiet this way." Although he didn't understand 1,000 things, Li Wenjun still thought about it seriously, with all the relevant policies emerging in his mind. "The usual methods will definitely not work. Even if you use some connections to get approval, it's easy to go viral. Nowadays, if something goes viral online, it's a big deal. And now no one dares to approve it. Let me think about it." After thinking and talking for a long time, Li Wenjun finally smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I really have no way to solve this. If the foundation is just a little bigger, I can solve it, but yours is too big, Xiaoda. It's totally impossible. Not only me, no one else dares to solve it for you. These days, without a policy, no one dares to sign for you." In the end, Ye Xiaoda and Ye Liheng had no choice but to return to Beishan village obediently. On the way, Ye Liheng also tried to persuade him for a long time. In the end, Ye Xiaoda seemed to want to give up. He has enough money, but it seems that he really can't get the approval. My own network of contacts is really not enough. Chapter 73, The Qin Family's Young Master's Excitement. After thinking about it for 2 days at home and asking all kinds of relatives and friends, Ye Xiaoda still couldn't think of any solution. And that Jason has already sent the 3 design drawings to Ye Xiaoda. Let him choose one of them, and then he can give his own opinions and make modifications. Opening any of the design plans at random, Ye Xiaoda couldn't help but say the eagle language he was most familiar with, fuck. Plan 1 is based on the model of the Daxia ancient manor. With the combination of mountains and rivers, it is completely like a prince's manor, with various rockery and flowing water. The second option is Hui style, which looks very comfortable. The third option is Ye Xiaoda's favorite. It feels like just a few houses were randomly placed in the mountains and forests, and no changes were made to the 2 hills at all. Everything is very natural. At first glance, you can hardly notice the few buildings. It's all half mountain and half water scenery. The 4 buildings are also in perfect harmony with the surrounding environment. There are some pavilions and small squares in the mountain, and combined with the reservoir not far away, it is simply a large park. Ye Xiaoda did not look closely at the interior design of the building. Anyway, the designer must be better than him. In the end, he chose the third option and did not change anything. After receiving Ye Xiaoda's reply, the people from Jason Studios sent him an email directly. "The official plan will be issued in 4 days. After the construction begins, we will send a 3-person team to provide guidance and continuously optimize the design plan. Please provide 5 million design fees first, and when your manor is completed, you can pay the other 5 million. There is also a bank account number at the end of the email." Ye Xiaoda didn't even think twice and directly transferred 5 million. He absolutely likes the design and has given the money. The key issue now is that the residential land has not been approved yet. Before approval, as soon as you start work, you will be inspected within minutes and then stopped. There will definitely be people who report it, such as Lu Baon and next door. These days he has been making fun of Ye Xiaoda. Ever since learning that Ye Xiaoda was going to build a huge manor, not only him, but almost everyone in the village was watching the joke. In the eyes of the villagers, Ye Xiaoda has become a little too arrogant. "I want to learn some of the practices of top billionaires, but I don't have the energy to do it." Ye Xiaoda was also worried. Construction can start in 4 days, but now the homestead has not been approved. How can we not be anxious? Now you have no choice but to build the house. Everyone knows that you want to build a big manor. If you give up, it will become a complete joke. If you abandon the manor plan and build a new 2-story villa, you will probably be laughed at. In fact, in the village, you only need to build a new villa and you will become the object of others' envy. But your goal is too big, and you have already designed it. Once you give up, you will become a joke in minutes. No matter how much money you spend on your 2-story house, it's still a joke. After thinking about everyone, Ye Xiaoda felt that no one had this energy. It seems that I have to give up. It is definitely impossible for relatives to do this, and no one in the village can do it. The most powerful one is the second uncle's family. Yu Liheng has already sought help, but the second uncle is also helpless. As for his friends, Ye Xiaoda took out his mobile phone, opened the address book, and started reading it from beginning to end. In the end, it seemed that only Guahai and Gui Qianqian had a little hope, and that hope was not great. After all, although they were rich men, the connections they knew were all in the city, which had nothing to do with Beishan village. However, Ye Xiaoda still called Guahai. De Ge! Ah, let me be frank with you about our relationship. I have something to ask, and I wonder if you can help me? Ye Xiaoda told Guahai truthfully about the difficulties he was facing. On the other end of the phone, Guahai said awkwardly, Brother De, you know, I'm just a second-generation rich man. I don't have much money, let alone connections. The people I know are all bad friends. If you want to talk about where to eat good food, I know, but I really can't help you with the approval document. Ye Xiaoda had actually thought of this possibility before he made the call. These days, it seems that money can't make the world go round. At least there are some things that money really can't solve. Okay, I'll think of another way, Ye Xiaoda said. In fact, there is no other solution. Just as he was about to hang up, Guahai on the other end of the phone suddenly thought of a strange call he had received before, and said to Ye Xiaoda, Brother De, although I can't help you, I should be able to help you find someone who can help you solve the problem. Really? Who? Ye Xiaoda asked excitedly. Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin? Who is he? He sounds pretty impressive. Can he really solve it? If there is anyone in Xiangqing who can solve your problem, he is definitely one of them. Okay. Can you introduce me to someone? I don't mind how much it costs. Money? Brother De, money may not be enough. Let me ask for you first. After hanging up the phone, Guahai remembered a strange phone call he received a few days ago. The person on the other end of the phone claimed to be the eldest son of the Qin family. My name is Qin Fan, from the Qin family in Xiangqing. I am a little interested in Ye Xiaoda. If he needs help in the future, he can contact me. With just these words, the other party hung up the phone. Qin family from Xiangqing? In this world, there is only one family that dares to call itself that. As soon as people in this circle heard the name, they knew where Qin Fan came from. Guahai was not quite sure what kind of existence the Qin family was. He just heard that in Xiangqing, one should never mess with anyone with the last name Qin, even if he was just a beggar. As for other things, he didn't know and he was not qualified. Although he didn't know why the eldest son of the Qin family was interested in Ye Xiaoda, Guahai still called him respectfully. Hello, who is this? I'm Qin Fan. The voice on the other end of the phone was very crisp. Mr. Qin. Hello? I'm Guahai. Last time you told me that you were interested in Ye Xiaoda. Now he's in trouble, so I want to tell you something. Well, tell me in detail. After hearing the three words, Ye Xiaoda, Qin Fan became obviously more serious. After Guahai told him about Ye Xiaoda's troubles, Qin Fan said, You can make an appointment with him. I'll find a place tomorrow night for us to meet and talk. Okay, Mr. Qin. Guahai's hands were shaking after hanging up the phone. Just now, he was extremely nervous. He had never been so nervous even when talking to his old man. He knew clearly what kind of power the person on the other end of the phone had. Although they are only the third generation of the Qin family, the Gua family is worth billions. In front of them, it only takes a word to make you bankrupt. In a club by the Xiangqing River, after Qin Fan put down the phone, he clenched his fists tightly. Finally got in touch with Ye Xiaoda. These days, he has been trying to find a way to get to know Ye Xiaoda. It can't be too abrupt, and it has to be done as soon as possible. This is something arranged by my grandfather, and it must be done. I didn't expect that it would be like this now, and Ye Xiaoda still needs my help. This is a great thing. These days, favors are the hardest to repay. Help him settle the housing land issue, and he will definitely consider it when he needs help in the future. Seeing Qin Fan clench his fists so excitedly, the several young masters of Xiangqing who were sitting quietly at the table were all extremely shocked. They knew Qin Fan's power very well. What made him so excited? Could it be that someone in the Qin family has reached the top again? It is really possible for the Qin family to do this. Only news like this could make Qin Fan so excited.